Madman of the Sword Chapter 34:29 to Chapter 35:16. Lead the way. Go to that Elder Huanyuan's place of seclusion. Otherwise, I'll kill him directly and destroy his soul. As the dark rainbow divine dragon said this, the killing intent on its body became stronger. Lin Xian stood there and did not make a move at all. There was no need for him to deal with such a small character. The surrounding warriors looked at each other. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. At this moment, the young man with the folding fan held by the dragon claw said with difficulty, "Bring them there." "All right, follow me." After the warriors of the second hall heard this, they led the way. They passed through the tall mountains and came to a quiet place. The aura here was completely different from the outside. A few mountains stood there, forming a formation. It was very exquisite. Between the mountains and forests, there were spirit springs and waterfalls. Clouds and mist filled the air. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. This was really a treasure land. It seemed that it was indeed the place of a certain elder. "Elder Huanyuan, get out here!" The dark rainbow divine dragon roared. Its voice was like thunder that echoed in the 9 heavens. The surrounding void shattered, the birds and beasts in the surroundings flew away, and the waterfalls between the mountains flowed back. However, there was still no one around. It was as if there was no one here at all. Seeing this scene, the dark rainbow divine dragon sneered. "You want to be a coward? Fine, I'll smash this treasure land and turn it into a land of death." Many fragments of Dharma power rushed out of the dark rainbow divine dragon's body, and lightning surged. The wind and clouds changed. It looked like it really wanted to tear down the treasure land. The surrounding warriors who followed to the second hall all changed their expressions, and their scalps went numb. Who were these people? Weren't they too ruthless? Stop! At this moment, a few figures rushed out from the mountains in the distance. They brought with them a powerful aura, and a cold voice sounded. "Who dares to cause trouble in the second hall? Get out!" His voice was full of majesty. Was someone finally here? The dark rainbow divine dragon sneered. "I'm not afraid that you won't come out. I'm the deputy hall master of the 8th hall. Our hall master Lin is here to see Elder Huanyuan." The North Demon stood out and said loudly. "Hall Master Lin," the experts who came frowned. Their eyes flashed and one of them said coldly, "Elder Primordial Chaos was in seclusion and couldn't see anyone right now." "Hall Master Lin, you should go back and wait." "Humph," Lin Xian smiled. Was it because they couldn't meet him or because they didn't dare to meet him? A dignified elder actually used despicable means to snatch my weapon. Now that I've come looking for you, you know you're in the wrong and don't dare to come and see me. He was truly shameless to the extreme. How dare you, courting death? The surrounding experts were all enraged. "Hall Master Lin, I respect you as the 8th Hall Master, which is why I gave you face and spoke nicely to you. But remember, this is the second hall's territory. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. The strength of your 8th hall is far too lacking compared to our second hall, not even a tenth of us. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Right now, we'll allow you to leave safely. Otherwise, if we were to really fight, I'm afraid that you, Hall Master Lin, would lose all face." A few of them sneered, not taking Lin Xian seriously at all. Because it was just as they said. The second hall was so powerful that the 8th hall was nothing in their eyes. "Kid, don't waste your breath on them. Just fight your way in and drag that Elder Huanyuan out." The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. He had long known that these people were up to no good. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. Elder Huanyuan was not an ordinary elder. He had an extremely honorable status. The other party's words were obviously a slap to the second hall's face. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak in the distance. It was a woman in white. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, but her voice was extremely emotionless. "You really don't know the difference between life and death. You really dare to behave atrociously in my second palace? Men, chop them up and feed them to the dogs." The woman stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the sky with endless arrogance in her eyes. She was Elder Huanyuan's granddaughter. Hearing the woman in white's words, the surrounding experts of the second hall suddenly burst out with unparalleled light. They were about to fight. The North Demon shouted, "How dare you? Although the second hall is powerful, do you really dare to attack us? Our hall master Lin is a peerless genius and the benefactor of the Xianxia star. If you dare to touch him, do you want to rebel?" His voice was filled with endless majesty. For a moment, the surrounding people were stunned. The surrounding experts looked at each other in dismay. The woman in white on the mountain peak sneered. Hall Master Lin had rushed here and was very tired. He did not want to be taken advantage of by the two deputy hall masters and turned into a puppet by casting an illusion. The person who came killed the two deputy hall masters and rescued Hall Master Lin from the illusion. The woman in white revealed a sinister smile. What a bunch of idiots. She had many reasons for wanting to kill people. It seemed that from now on, there would be 3 more wandering souls. Who cares if you are Lin Wudi or a peerless genius? If you dare to behave atrociously in the second hall, there will only be one outcome, death. Damn it, what a vicious woman. The North Demon also cursed. The dark red divine dragon roared, "Kid, do you see that? These people are too despicable. They obviously want to take away our things and kill us. If you don't attack, you will really become a wandering soul." Attack? Alright, I didn't expect it to come to this. However, you asked for it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The sword chi on his body was like a mountain that shot into the sky. From afar, it seemed that there were dozens of giant mountains in this treasured land. Attack! In the distance, the woman in white also roared. Immediately, the surrounding experts took a deep breath as if they had made some kind of decision. They had to attack quickly. A bolt of lightning streaked across the void and charged forward with a destructive aura. The dark red divine dragon and the North Demon gasped. Damn it, a sage. Damn it, kid, it's up to you now. We will cheer for you from behind. Damn it, the second hall is too sinister. They had sent a sage to attack as soon as they arrived. It was obvious that they were going to kill them. However, they were not worried. Although the two of them were only half saints, they were qualified to fight against a sage if they attacked with their full strength. More importantly, the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian. They would be very safe if he attacked. In the face of this terrifying lightning, Lin Xian reached out with his golden hand. The 5 elemental laws revolved around it as he grabbed the lightning with his palm. Then, he exerted force. The lightning shattered into pieces. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body was filled with killing intent. Damn it, just like the rumors say, he has become a sage. The experts from the second hall sucked in a breath of cold air. The weaker ones immediately ran away, while the stronger ones also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. He was a legendary peerless genius. Now that he had become a sage, they had to treat him with caution. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a new sage. At most, he's on the same level as us. But we're much more experienced than he is. Moreover, we have 3 sages on our side. He definitely won't be able to stop us. The surrounding powerhouses said coldly. Indeed, there were 3 sages of the first heaven and more than 10 half-sages. They formed a formation in the distance as if to prevent the other party from escaping. Buzz, the first sage rushed up. It was the lightning sage who had attacked earlier. At this moment, the lightning on his body became even more violent, turning into countless lightning beasts and condensing into a lightning hammer. It descended from the sky with terrifying laws. Under the attack, it roared crazily. It was a scene of destruction. The dark red dragon gasped. Damn it, these people are too ruthless. They're all fatal attacks. The North Demon's face was also gloomy. Damn it, how dare they attack one of our own? These people are really ruthless. Lin Xian sneered. Fatal attack? However, it was still not enough. He only threw out a slap, and it shattered the lightning god's hammer. Then, he slapped the sage in half. Boom, saint blood spilled out in an instant, piercing through the surrounding void. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. That combat strength is too strong. He can shatter a sage of the same level with a single attack? Attack together and kill him. The woman in white in the distance shouted angrily, her eyes filled with merciless coldness. As soon as she said that, the three sages attacked. One of them turned into an ancient heavenly court and descended from the sky. The thunder on it was terrifying. The laws of the galaxy appeared on the other person's body. The stars in the sky turned into a small universe and shrouded over. The last person roared at the sky. An abyss appeared under his feet. The laws in it kept circling as if they were going to swallow him up. The three first heaven sages attacked mercilessly, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, looking down at all the mountains. Countless mountains appeared under his feet, densely packed together. A disdainful aura swept across the surroundings. Lin Xian was like the divine king, looking down at the people below. Damn it, this aura, what was going on? In the distance, the three sages instantly froze. Their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding half-saints fell to their knees with a thud. They were like ancient subjects worshipping the heavens and earth. Pung pung pung. In the end, the three first heaven saints also knelt on the ground, although they only knelt on one knee. However, this scene was simply too shocking. The faces of the three saints were also filled with terror. They roared at the sky, wanting to break through this aura. However, they used too much strength, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Blood flowed down, but none of them could stand up under the gaze of the mountains. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a celestial emperor, walking in the sky. With one step, the terrifying sacred domains of the three saints shattered. The three of them also vomited blood. With one step, he injured a saint. After 3 steps, the three saints fell there, having completely lost their ability to fight. Ha 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 ha, damn bastard, how dare you attack us? How does it feel now? Does it feel good? The dark red divine dragon immediately leaped over and slapped the three sages' mouths. The sky full of dragon shadows slapped the faces of the three saints, making buzzing sounds. The surrounding second palace dancers were stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The saints were slapped in the face. This scene was simply like a dream. Damn it, stop. I'm going to kill you. The three saints roared crazily, but under Lin Xian's feet, they could only float and could not resist. The dark red dragon sneered and shouted, how dare you shout at me? It seems that you really don't know what kind of situation you're in. At this point, his dragon claws exerted even more force. Blood flowed from the corners of the three saints' mouths. However, the bodies of the saints were not something that the dark red dragon could destroy. Therefore, after hitting them for a long time, the dark red dragon's hands hurt. The faces of the three saints did not change. Damn it, old thing, your bones are so hard. The dark red dragon roared, I'll stomp you to death. As he said that, he slammed his hands and feet on the faces of the three saints, and his dragon tail kept lashing out. At the same time, he said, the two of you come over and try. It feels good to slap the saints' faces. Lin Xian glanced at them and did not make a move. However, the northern demon stood up. I'll try too. He was already angry. These saints wanted to kill him before. How could he hold back now? He rolled up his sleeve and slapped out. His palm turned into a divine tree and slapped the saint's face. He immediately felt a huge shock. At the same time, he exclaimed, damn it, it feels so good to slap the saints' faces. I seem to be addicted. They attacked left and right, and the sound of the collision was like thunder. The three saints were so angry that their bodies trembled, and white smoke rose from their heads. Ah, damn it. I'm going to kill you, let go of me if you dare, and I'll tear you into pieces. They were really mad. As saints, they were high and mighty, looking down on everything. Everyone looked up to them. But now, 2 half-saints, 2 ants, were slapping their faces. As for them, they were actually unable to fight back. This caused them to even have the heart to die. The young man with the folding fan was also terrified when he saw this scene. Previously, he thought that he was the most miserable, but now, it seemed that he was much better. However, he then screamed in pain. The dark red dragon dragged him over with a slap. And you dared to treat us like this before. Have a taste of my dragon claws. As he spoke, he smashed the young man's face. "How dare you?" The woman in white screamed in the distance. Her voice was very sharp. The dark red dragon and the North demon both stopped. They glanced at each other, sneered, and continued to slap the faces. "Damn it, someone, kill them." The woman in white screamed crazily. Powerful figures seemed to have appeared in the surroundings. It seemed that more experts from the second hall had arrived. The dark red dragon hurriedly called out to the North demon and retreated again. This time, Lin Xian made his move. He slapped out a large golden hand and directly smashed the faces of the three saints. The bodies of the three saints were also smashed into pieces. The three saints were originally angry and wanted to vent their anger, but after Lin Xian's slap, they lost their temper. Lin Xian was too powerful. Although they were all saints of the first heaven, his strength was far beyond theirs. They even suspected that it would be easy for him to kill them. However, it seemed that he did not do that. After he smashed them into pieces, he directly summoned 3 5-element mountains and suppressed them to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the woman in white in front of him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. The woman in white's heart trembled when she was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. "Stop him, take him down!" she screamed, and the powerhouses around her moved out one after another. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turned into a ray of sword qi, and charged forward. Wherever he passed, the saints who attacked were all sent flying. In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived at the woman in white. In front of him, the woman in white was scared out of her wits, and her scalp went numb. "He's too powerful. So many powerhouses can't stop him? Damn it, are you all trash? Hurry up and kill him!" the woman in white screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You still don't know what's good for you?" He reached out his golden palm and grabbed her neck. "No, damn it, how dare you attack me? My grandfather is Elder Primordial Chaos. You're dead meat if you attack me." As she said that, she retreated while countless rays of light rushed out of her body, forming a battle suit that enveloped her delicate body. "She's Elder Primordial Chaos's granddaughter. That's great." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "If I capture this woman, I'm not afraid that old thing won't come out." He moved forward courageously, blotting out the sky and the sun, completely sealing off the space. The woman in white could not escape at all. "Damn it, break!" The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a jade-green saber. The terrifying saber light carried nomological fragments as it tore through the void. She wanted to shatter the seal on the palm. However, the jade-green saber struck the void and caused an earth-shattering collision. However, the backlash caused the long blade to shatter with a loud bang and turn into powder. Pfft, the woman in white also spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was filled with fear. "Who is this person? He's too powerful." Her shocking attack didn't even cause a ripple in the hall. Instead, the power caused her to be injured. She wanted to scream and ask for help, but she could not make any sound. A hand reached out and grabbed her neck. It sealed all of her power. At that moment, she was lifted into the air like a doll. "How dare you go against me like this? You can't even withstand a single blow." Lin Xian sneered. He exerted a bit of force and countless tiny cracks appeared on the white-cloaked woman's body. Blood instantly dyed her white dress red. The white-cloaked woman's face was filled with terror. She couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to attack her. Would the other party kill her? She didn't know. She was so scared that her whole body was trembling. When the surrounding second hall experts saw this, they screamed like crazy. "Damn it, stop it, they were really crazy. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold. Lin Wudi, hurry up and release our young miss, or I'll tear you to pieces. Are you trying to make the second hall your enemy? Hee hee," Lin Xian sneered in the face of so many crazy roars. "Where was that old dog Hun Yuan? Tell him to come out, otherwise, I will destroy her granddaughter's body and soul." At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing the surrounding people's scalps to go numb. They did not doubt that the other party would dare to do so. Sigh. At this moment, an old sigh was heard. Then, a mysterious array formation appeared on the ground between several huge mountains. Then, the array formation was torn apart, and an old man appeared on the array formation. Hall Master Lin, why do you have to do this? After the old man came out, he shook his head and sighed. Greetings, Elder. The surrounding second hall experts bowed one after another. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the other party. You are Han Yuan, that's right, I am Han Yuan. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Don't hurt my granddaughter. Whoosh whoosh. The dark rainbow divine dragon and the north demon came to Lin Xian's side. Among them, the dark red divine dragon jumped out. You are Han Yuan? Then things will be easy. Hand over the great spear of destruction and we will let your granddaughter go. Otherwise, he. Your granddaughter will experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Like an old monster, he laughed. How dare you? Damn it, how dare you? The surrounding second hall experts roared crazily. The old man also raised his head, and stars flickered in his eyes. The great spear of destruction was still in use. Hall Master Lin, don't be impatient. When it's finished, it will be returned. Nonsense. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've already asked Saint Mubai. He doesn't need my great spear of destruction at all. However, you still refuse to return it. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You are wrong. We are not using the great spear of destruction to communicate with the demonic chi, but for you. Hall Master Lin, you are a peerless genius. The great spear of destruction is a ferocious item. If you keep it for a long time, it will affect your state of mind. Maybe you will become a demon in the end. That will be very bad for you. I am willing to fall into hell and use my remaining life to purify the great spear of destruction. What I am doing is a good thing in the world. Bah, good your head. The dark red divine dragon jumped up and cursed. You are 2F** king shameless. If you want to snatch our treasure, just say so. What do you mean by evolving the demonic chi and doing good things for the world? Do good, my foot. Do you believe that I won't split your old bones into two? The dark red divine dragon was really mad. The north demon's face was also gloomy. Lin Xian also shook his head and sneered. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Today is really an eye-opener. But it seems that you don't intend to hand over the great spear of destruction. You don't intend to take your granddaughter's life either. Since that's the case, don't blame me. At this point, he exerted a little force. Immediately, the woman in white screamed in pain. More cracks appeared on her body. Her internal organs were completely shattered. However, under Lin Xian's control, she still maintained her human form. Her miserable screams made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. Elder Huanyuan's face darkened. How dare you? An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His gaze was like a divine fire that instantly pierced through the void. Damn, he's attacking. The dark red divine dragon was startled and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He waved his sleeve and the 5 elemental laws directly suppressed it. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers shattered. This collision was really too terrifying. Lin Xian's face also changed. Then, he used the stellar revolution to shift the force. Next to him, the space where the second hall was directly shattered. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked Elder Huanyuan's attack. How is that possible? They were really shocked. Elder Huanyuan was a second heaven sage. Moreover, he was extremely terrifying among the second heaven sages. A second heaven sage could almost suppress a first heaven sage with a raise of his hand. However, the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. The other party had actually blocked the attack of a second heaven sage. And from the looks of it, he was not injured at all. Even Elder Huanyuan was stunned. Has the other party's combat strength already reached such a terrifying level? However, before he could think too much, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. I see that you wanted to kill me with that attack just now. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He directly used his eye technique on the woman in white. Ah! The woman in white screamed miserably. How could she block Lin Xian's technique? Damn it, how dare you? Elder Primordial Chaos roared, and his power exploded, sweeping across the 9 heavens. At the same time, he shouted coldly. Explode! A rune appeared between the white-clothed woman's eyebrows, and then it exploded with a loud bang. The huge force directly tore the white-clothed woman into a bloody mist. Lin Xian was also enveloped by the power of the self-explosion. However, the 9-yang divine body released a powerful force that suppressed everything. The self-explosion of a half-saint was no threat to him at all. Whoosh! At this moment, the sky cracked open, and a black gourd appeared, completely collecting the white-clothed woman's bloody mist. Then, it was grabbed by a woman. Elder Primordial Chaos was relieved. All the blood had been collected, and there was no threat to her life. It seemed that Elder Primordial Chaos had activated a defensive talisman that his granddaughter had left in her body, and then caused the white-clothed woman to self-explode. At the same time, another sage made a move and collected all the bloody mist produced by the white-clothed woman. Although it would greatly damage the white-clothed woman's vitality and foundation, it would at least save her life. Seeing that his granddaughter's life was finally not in danger, Elder Primordial Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a shocking killing intent burst out from his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian and the other two. How dare you torture my granddaughter like this? I will let you taste 100 times, no, 10,000 times the pain. I will destroy your souls. More and more powerhouses from the second hall appeared in the sky. In addition to the woman with the black gourd, another figure appeared in the sky. It was a man wearing black battle armor, and he was very domineering as soon as he appeared. I will kill them. With a wave of his hand, countless murderous auras swept toward Lin Xian and the other two. Step back, I will deal with them. Lin Xian said to the dark red dragon and the other two. The two of them stepped back, and the dark red dragon activated the heaven-crippling chessboard, while the northern devil used the heaven-reaching divine wood to defend himself. Lin Xian roared and punched out. His punch shattered the 9 heavens, shattering all the murderous auras that filled the sky. Countless large cracks spread between heaven and earth. Do you think a mere early-stage second heaven sage can suppress me? What a joke. Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it himself. Otherwise, you have no hope. How is that possible? So powerful? The black-armored man was also stunned. He was indeed a second heaven sage. He was only at the early stage of the second heaven, while Elder Primordial Chaos was at the late stage of the second heaven. However, even if he was in the early stage, he was not someone a first firmament saint could withstand. If he wanted to kill a saint in the late stage of the first firmament, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention a brat who had just become a saint. But the result of the battle surprised him greatly. Could it be that the kid had some kind of magic treasure on him? Old dog Primordial Chaos, since you don't know what's good for you and tried to steal my treasure, don't blame me for taking it back myself. Lin Xian was also thoroughly enraged. At this moment, he attacked without any hesitation. Very well, let me see just how miraculous a legendary peerless genius like you is. The black-armored man stood up, his aura exploding. That was just a casual attack from me. Next up, I'll use my full strength. I'll let you know that even if you're a peerless genius, in the face of absolute strength, you'll still have to bow down. The black-armored man was extremely confident. He was like a black god of war, looking down on everyone. Although he was shocked by the scene just now, he had already calmed down. After he used his full strength, his opponent would definitely not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian laughed. How dare you talk about absolute strength in front of me? What a joke. I'll let you know that you're just a joke in front of me. With a cold shout, Lin Xian charged forward. He was like a golden sword that split the world. You're courting death. The black-armored man shouted coldly and pressed down with a palm. Suddenly, the black runes jumped and turned into a demonic mountain that descended from the sky. At this moment, everyone retreated in horror. Elder Primordial Chaos stomped his foot and the government lit up. That was why no major destruction was caused. Otherwise, if the two of them had attacked, the second palace would have been reduced to ashes. Clang, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Lin Xian was sent flying, and the black palm also retreated. The two seemed to be evenly matched. Many people screamed at the sight of this. Previously, the black-armored man was careless and did not use his full strength, allowing Lin Xian to take advantage of the opportunity. But now, how could this be explained? The black-armored man had obviously used his full strength, but he could not kill Lin Xian in an instant. The two were evenly matched. This was too unbelievable. A young man who had just become a saint had combat strength comparable to an early-stage second heaven saint. Wasn't this too terrifying, as expected of someone who had two great inheritances? He was really heaven-defying. Many powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. The black-armored man also frowned. 5 elemental laws, no wonder you're so powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the 5 elemental laws. Unfortunately, you're still going to die against me. Speaking of this, an extremely terrifying black light flashed in the black-armored man's eyes. In the next moment, the aura on his body skyrocketed. A ball of black flame surged out. Obviously, he had made up his mind to kill. Because the other party was too terrifying. Since he had become an enemy of the second hall, he had to go out. Although the other party was a peerless genius and the future hope of the Xianxia star, so what? Just as the dark red divine dragon had said, the Xianxia star was not a monolithic piece of metal. If this kid cooperated and was willing to hand over the spear of great destruction, then it would be fine. But he was too reckless. But since the other party was so reckless, there was no need for such a genius to live. At this moment, the black-dressed woman next to him was also a disciple of the academy. He could be captured alive. Don't forget that he had 2 great inheritances. He might even know the whereabouts of the great emperor's inheritance. Obviously, they were all targeting Lin Xian, especially the great emperor's inheritance. How dare you guys target me? You really don't know what's good for you. Well, I'll let you see what I can do. The 5 elemental laws flew out from Lin Xian's body and turned into a 5 elemental divine sword that he held in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying sword intent caused the surrounding people to almost faint from fright. The black-armored man also roared angrily. The black flames on his body jumped and turned into a black long blade that slashed out. In an instant, the blade and the sword collided. Heaven and earth roared, and the power of the sea soared into the sky. This scene was too terrifying. It made the people of the second hall tremble in fear. Buzz buzz buzz, in the sky, countless array formations lit up, completely enveloping the second hall. It seemed that they wanted to isolate all auras to prevent others from coming to save Lin Xian. Oh no, these people from the second hall are too despicable. They actually sealed the entire area. I'm afraid we can't escape. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. However, an angry roar came from the front. They hurriedly looked forward, afraid that Lin Xian would be injured. But soon, they were stunned and then heaved a sigh of relief. The others screamed. That's impossible. That was because the one who was injured was not Lin Xian, but the black-armored man. The black-armored man's black armor was actually cut open. Not only that, there was an additional wound on his body, revealing deep white bones. He's injured. In the battle with Lin Xian, the black-armored man was injured. Moreover, within 4 or 5 moves, he was injured. How could this Lin Xian be so powerful? That's impossible. The black-armored man roared crazily. He knew that the other party had a strong physique, powerful attacks, and had 2 great inheritances. But so what? The other party was at most a king in the first heaven. But at the second heaven, the difference in the laws of heaven and earth was enough to make up for those inheritances. Previously, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was largely due to the Spear of Destruction, a peerless weapon. Now that the other party did not have the Spear of Destruction, his combat strength would definitely be greatly reduced. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to do anything to him. However, he realized that he was wrong. The other party was still incomparably powerful. A few simple sword strikes had broken through his defense. Seeing the other party's flustered and exasperated look, Lin Xian sneered. I told you, you're not qualified to talk about absolute power in front of me. It's already good enough that you can keep your life. Let that old dog Primordial Chaos do it. Otherwise, you won't be a match for him at all. What arrogance! Suddenly, the woman in the black dress made her move. She took out a black jade bottle and directly threw it out in the air. The black jade bottle was covered with Dao patterns. As soon as the laws appeared, they swept Lin Xian and kept him inside. In the next moment, the woman in the black dress held the jade screen and laughed. What peerless genius! You've been kept by me. In my black jade bottle, you'll turn into a pool of blood in less than half an hour. Oh no, another second heaven sage. The expressions of the dark red dragon and the north beast changed. Damn it, how despicable and shameless, you two saints of the second heaven actually attacked at the same time. Where is your face? The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. Northern demon also snorted coldly. How despicable. This brat is too strange. Moreover, he has a reputation as a peerless genius. For us two saints of the second heaven to attack him, it only shows that we take him seriously. Don't make a fuss because I will send you to the Yellow Springs record very soon. The three of you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The black-dressed woman raised her palm, and the laws quickly gathered. She was also an early-stage second heaven saint. If she wanted to kill the North Demon and the dark red divine dragon, it would be a piece of cake. Not good, prepare to break out. At the very least, he had to find Mu Bai, or else Lin Xian would really be in danger. The dark rainbow dragon and the North Yao had made up their minds. They decided to break through. Humph, do you think you can leave? No one knows that you died here. The black-armored man sneered. He stomped his foot and suppressed the surroundings, sealing the surrounding space. Not good, she's too strong. We can't break through a second heaven saint. The North Demon frowned. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. If you push me too far, I will die together with you. Ha 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 ha, die, you two ants. The black-dressed woman reached out her hand, getting closer and closer to the dark red divine dragon. If she caught them, the two of them would not be able to escape. However, at this moment, the black jade bottle in her right hand suddenly exploded. The terrifying power caused half of the black-dressed woman's body to explode, turning her into a bloody mist. Ah, the black-dressed woman screamed crazily. Her left hand, which was reaching out, stopped in midair. What happened? The black-armored man was stunned. Meng Nan turned his head. The surrounding people from the second hall gasped. Even Elder Huanyuan's eyelids twitched. Did something happen? You want to trap me with a broken bottle? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian flew out from the broken bottle, his body shining brightly. He was like a sun war god, his eyes filled with disdain. It seems like you have lived for too long and don't know the changes in the world. Get lost, you are no match for me. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. You are courting death. The black-dressed woman's body recovered and she charged over crazily. The black-armored man also charged over. They did not believe that the two of them could not take down Lin Xian. Damn, how shameless. Fight me one-on-one if you dare, that's right. 2-second heavenly layer sages joining hands to deal with a young junior. You guys are really embarrassing yourselves, the North Demon and the dark red divine dragon roared, but it was to no avail. It was obvious that the 2-second heaven saints were determined to kill Lin Xian. Around them, the people from the second hall sneered. They knew that with 2 saints in the second heaven taking action, the other party would definitely die. Fire Spirit Heavenly Saber. The black-armored man wielded a black flaming saber and struck out a terrifying saber light. As the laws of fire danced, it shook the heavens and earth. 9 revolutions of rain. The woman in the black dress continued to dance as endless nomological laws formed 9 black gourds that formed an array formation that enveloped Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he wanted to refine Lin Xian alive. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged. At the same time, he waved his palm. Stellar transposition. The power of the 2-second heaven saints underwent a shocking change under his mystique. The terrifying black saber light carried an extremely strong power of laws. It did not attack Lin Xian, but the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman's 9 black gourds enveloped the black-armored man. In an instant, the two of them screamed and retreated crazily. Damn it, how dare you attack me, damn it, aren't you trying to refine me? What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Why was Lin Xian fine? Their two saints had both been injured. This scene was too strange. Even the dark red divine dragon and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, what kind of technique is this kid using? It was not the Nine Sons' inheritance, nor was it the great dragon sword's soul. Could it be that he had obtained something else? Perhaps it was a new mystique that Brother Lin had comprehended. The North Demon was also shocked. Below, Elder Hunyuan frowned. What are you two doing? Hurry up and take him down. Yes. The two of them took a deep breath, and their eyes shone with a cold light. This time, they separated a little. Once again, he unleashed the peerless divine ability from before and charged towards Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Star shift, this time, Lin Xian shifted the attacks of the two to the bottom. Their target was Elder Primordial Chaos. Elder Primordial Chaos's expression changed instantly. He slapped out with both palms, which transformed into two mountains that blasted towards the sky. Instantly, a terrifying energy rumbled. This power was too violent. It was equivalent to 3 saints in the second heaven fighting. The surrounding experts of the second hall were all sent flying. Many people turned into a bloody mist. Even the saints' bodies were shattered. Screams rang out. At the same time, they were extremely terrified. What happened? Did Lin Wudi attack their Elder Primordial Chaos? Elder Primordial Chaos shattered the storm that filled the sky and shouted coldly. Damn it, how dare the two of you attack me, what's going on? The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman in the sky were stunned. They were clearly attacking that kid. Why was Elder Primordial Chaos attacked? We didn't attack you. The two of them still wanted to explain. Lin Xian sneered. Can't you see? Old dog Primordial Chaos, your subordinates don't like you and want to kill you so that they can take the opportunity to rise to the top. The people of the second hall are also despicable and shameless. Therefore, it's not strange for your subordinates to betray you. What? As soon as these words were said, the surrounding second hall people were all stunned. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the second hall? Elder Primordial Chaos's face was gloomy, but the black-armored man and the black-dressed woman's expressions changed. Damn kid, you're courting death, Elder, that's not what we meant. We don't have any intention of attacking you. Although they were both second heaven saints, they were only in the early stage. Elder Primordial Chaos was in the late stage. The gap between the two of them was very big. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't withstand Elder Primordial Chaos's attack. Therefore, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly. Elder Primordial Chaos naturally understood this point. He snorted coldly. Back down. This kid is too strange. I'll deal with him personally. At this point, the laws on his body also appeared. Not good. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon were nervous again. Lin Xian also frowned. He could clearly sense that the other party's aura and laws were much more terrifying than the black-armored man and the other two. Ordinary methods wouldn't be able to stop him. He wanted to take out the great dragon sword and have a peerless battle. Boom, Elder Hunyuan made her move. She blasted out an illusory palm. A terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian completely. All the hair on Lin Xian's body stood on end. With a roar of rage, he prepared to fight to the death. However, at this moment, the formation between the heaven and earth shattered. The void was torn apart as a finger pointed down. He tapped on the gigantic illusory palm, and instantly, the gigantic illusory palm was knocked back. In the next moment, boundless laws drifted out as a figure appeared before Lin Xian. Primordial Chaos's Primordial Chaos, a cold Primordial Divine Primordial. The North Demon Core Dark Red God Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Great, someone finally came to save them. Lin Xian was also stunned because the person who came was none other than Saint Mubai. Saint Mubai was really shocked. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the people of the second hall would attack Lin Xian. And from the looks of it, they wanted to kill him. He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian not only solved the crisis of the Langia Star, But he also joined the Xianxia star and received their full support. He was the future of the Xianxia star. But now? The people inside wanted to kill this hope. He couldn't believe it. He thought that Elder Primordial Chaos and the others were crazy. Saint Mubai's appearance was too sudden. Even Elder Primordial Chaos was stunned. This shouldn't be. They used a peerless array to isolate all auras. No one else could detect it. How did Old Man Mubai know? However, since the other party was here, he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he retracted his palm and said, "You have to ask Hall Master Lin about this. He was the one who came here for no reason at all, and even beat up my granddaughter. I'm already giving him a lot of face by not killing him immediately." Hearing this, Saint Mubai frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. How shameless. How dare he accuse me first, who took my great spear of destruction, who was it that coveted my inheritance, who was it that came in and tried to kill me without distinguishing between right and wrong? Everything I did was merely a counterattack in self-defense. Is the second hall really trying to twist the truth and cover the truth? Saint Mubai's face changed when he heard this. Great spear of destruction. When Lin Xian came to look for him previously, he felt that something was wrong. However, Lin Xian didn't let him take action at that time. He also felt that everyone was from the Xianxia star and Lin Xian was now the hope of the Xianxia star. No one would attack him again. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, so he didn't follow. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt a little uneasy, so he wanted to follow and take a look. However, when he came near the second hall, he found that the entire second hall was covered by a formation. He couldn't detect the aura inside. This made him feel that something was wrong. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to break the formation and kill his way in. He happened to see the scene just now. Therefore, he immediately took action. He really didn't expect that the people of the second hall would dare to attack Lin Xian. Moreover, they coveted Lin Xian's great spear of destruction. Elder Mubai, this is a misunderstanding. The man in black armor walked up and said in a deep voice. The demonic aura on the great spear of destruction was too terrifying. Our Master Mubai was thinking for Hall Master Lin, so he brought it over to suppress the demonic aura to ensure Hall Master Lin's safety in the future. Indeed, the second hall had good intentions, but Hall Master Lin didn't seem to appreciate it. The woman in black also walked out. Damn, you guys are still so shameless at this point? The dark red divine dragon was so angry that it cried out. Who allowed you to seal it? Can we find Saint Mubai to suppress the seal? Do we need you guys? We know who you are. That's right, the North Demon also took a step forward. Even if there's really a problem with the Great Spear of Destruction, we can also ask Saint Mubai and the Xianxia Palace Lord to help. We have no interest in the second hall at all, so hurry up and hand over the Great Spear of Destruction now, Lin Xian sneered. Elder Mubai, do you understand now why I have to take action? Some people are really too trashy and despicable, so I have to take action. Otherwise, the Xianxia star will be. It will be contaminated by these vermin. Hearing this, Saint Mubai's face darkened. He already understood what was going on. Therefore, he looked at Han Yuan. Elder Han Yuan, please hand over the Great Spear of Destruction. Saint Mubai said coldly. As soon as he said that, the dark red divine dragon and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Saint Mubai was on their side. The people of the second hall changed their expressions. Elder Huan Yuan's gaze also darkened. Unfortunately, the Great Spear of Destruction is not in my hands. It's not in your hands? Then who has it? Saint Mubai frowned. Elder Han Yuan said, it's in the hands of our left guardian. The left guardian of the second hall. Saint Mubai frowned. That was an existence of a higher level than Elder Han Yuan. He was very powerful in the second hall. However, so what if he was powerful? He would protect Lin Xian today. Therefore, he said coldly, where's the left guardian? Ask him to come out and see me. Unfortunately, the left guardian left the Xianxia star some time ago and seemed to be looking for something. How long will it take for him to come back? Elder Han Yuan said with a smile. Damn it, it seems that you don't want to return it to us. The dark red divine dragon jumped out again. Old thing, you're really shameless. Lin Xian was also angry. He snorted coldly. You don't have to care about this matter. I'll do it myself. Since you don't want to come out, I'll beat you until you hand it over. The aura that exploded from Lin Xian's body was extremely terrifying. The other party has been evading me time and time again. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Why? Do you want to attack me? Hall Master Lin, I admit that you're very powerful, but you don't even have a 10% chance of winning against me. Elder Hunyuan sneered. He was a late-stage second heaven expert. He was definitely not afraid of the other party. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's aura was even more terrifying. Buzz, in the next moment, he directly attacked. A sword chi with the 5 elements law soared into the sky and slashed towards Elder Hunyuan. You're courting death. Elder Hunyuan roared angrily. The other party actually dared to attack him. It was really infuriating. He felt that he had been insulted. Boom, light blossomed from his body, and natural law circulated. He turned into a huge mountain and directly rushed up. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Primordial chaos, do you really want to fight in front of me? Elder Mubai walked out as well. Right? Then I would like to experience it for myself. Elder Hunyuan did not hold back and directly attacked Elder Mubai. Suddenly, the two great divine abilities clashed together, and the terrifying energy blasted the surroundings. Those people retreated one after another. The experts of the second hall were all staring at Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian coldly snorted and directly attacked the woman in black. He was courting death. The black-dressed woman shot out 9 black gourds, which quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian was truly enraged. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the great dragon sword soul burst into laughter. He also used stellar transposition to the extreme. Thus, he was able to injure the black-dressed woman in a few moves. The black-dressed woman spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Her face was filled with shock. How was this possible? Previously, he was still able to fight to a draw with his opponent. But now, he was actually no match for his opponent. What was going on? Could it be that the other party hadn't used his full strength before? Thinking of this possibility, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Crack, Lin Xian attacked again. He transformed into a 5 elements coiling dragon and directly suppressed the black-dressed woman. Then, he snatched the other party's storage ring. With a forceful twist, he took out a black gourd from the storage ring. No. The black-dressed woman screamed crazily. That black gourd was not an ordinary Dharma artifact. Instead, it was the gourd that he had used to collect the blood of the woman in white. At this moment, the other party had taken it away. Who knew what crazy things the other party would do? That was why she screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, he was stomped into pieces by Lin Xian. Damn it, put down the gourd. The black dress was torn apart, but the black-armored man still charged over. He would not let Lin Xian succeed. The black armor on his body emitted a black light, and monstrous flames burned fiercely, tightly enveloping his body. Not only that, but black flame arms also appeared on his body. It was extremely strange. They carried a monstrous aura. Those arms were holding long black sabers and long swords. They carried an incomparably ferocious aura. Kill, the black-armored man charged over crazily. At this moment, he was very powerful and could even fight with an early-stage second firmament saint. However, unfortunately, he was still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian used stellar transposition. The sabers and swords and the strange arms directly attacked the black-armored man. The black-armored man was split into 3 parts and screamed in the air. Old dog, if you don't stop, your granddaughter will die. Su Qin shouted coldly and grabbed the black gourd with one hand. The law of ruthlessness turned into a divine chain and wrapped around the black gourd. A miserable scream came from the black gourd, and a vicious face was formed. It was the woman in white from before. Grandpa, save me. Below, after Elder Hunyuan heard this, his body immediately swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. He did not make a move. He raised his head and looked forward. His expression became incomparably ferocious. Damn it, go to hell. An extremely terrifying white light emitted from his body like a spider web or an immortal net. It charged towards Lin Xian. Oh no, Hallmaster Lin, dodge quickly. Saint Mubai also shouted angrily. He raised his hand and turned it into a long rainbow, cutting off a few of them. However, there were still 3 that rushed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying technique. If one was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. He used the Kuanping technique, and the shadow of a Kuanping appeared on his body. He instantly moved horizontally. I missed? Elder Huanyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. He did not hold back in that attack just now. Those in the second firmament could not escape at all, but the other party had completely dodged it. Damn it, put down my granddaughter. Fine, hand over the Great Spear of Destruction and I'll spare your granddaughter's life. I've said that the Great Spear of Destruction is not with me, but with the left protector. If you don't believe me, you can search for it. You can also search through my storage ring. If you can find my cave abode, I'll admit defeat. Since that's the case, get the left protector over here. Lin Xian shouted coldly. However, Elder Hunyuan snorted coldly. I don't know where the left protector is. So hurry up and let my granddaughter go. Then there's nothing to talk about. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. The great dragon sword soul appeared in his hand, forming a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the black gourd. Poof, the black gourd was shrouded by thousands of sword chi and was directly cut into powder. The white-clothed woman inside was also cut into a bloody mist. One of the souls tried to escape, but it was cleaved into 2 by Lin Xian's sword. Then, it was cut into pieces. No. The woman in white let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into thin air. Dead? Their elder's granddaughter was killed on the spot. Her body and soul were destroyed. The people from the second hall widened their eyes and their scalps went numb. Saint Mubai also cried out in his heart. Oh no, I think Lin Xian is a little reckless. Kid, I want you dead. I want you to be cut into pieces. As expected, Elder Huanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. The monster's killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood that surged in the 9 heavens. You dare to kill me? Therefore, I will make you kneel in front of my granddaughter's grave for 10,000 years. Every day, you will receive thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Elder Huanyuan's vicious voice rang out. Everyone who heard it felt numb. They knew that Elder Huanyuan was really angry. Moreover, he had an extremely strong killing intent. It was an extremely unwise choice to offend such a late-stage second heaven elder. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are wrong. The culprit is not me, but you. It is your greed that caused your granddaughter's death. Moreover, I will tell you that if you do not hand over the Great Destruction Spear, I will make your subordinates, your clan members, and even you, all perish. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Someone like you dares to threaten me? Kid, I will kill you first. Elder Hunyuan rushed over, bringing with him a monstrous blood aura. The nomological laws on his body were dyed red. It was abnormally terrifying. Elder Mubai rushed over, wanting to stop him. However, Elder Hunyuan shouted coldly. Damn it, if you dare to stop me, I will not let you off. You killed my granddaughter. Today, no matter what, I will not let you off. However, Elder Mubai did not back down. Instead, he said, Hall Master Lin, leave first. I will help you stop him. We will talk about this when we return. Speaking of this, he sighed. You are too reckless. Although I know you are anxious, there are other ways to solve this matter. However, Lin Xian said in a low voice, there are other ways to solve this matter. I can't wait. To be honest, Elder Mubai, I am very disappointed. I joined the Xianxia Star because I felt that the Xianxia Star could provide me with support. However, I am really disappointed now. I did not expect that there would be people in the Xianxia Star who are plotting against me. Moreover, they are still unrepentant. They still want to kill me? This is intolerable. If this matter is not handled well, I will leave the Xianxia star. What? Elder Mubai was taken aback by Lin Xian's words. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so angry. Moreover, he even said such words. If Lin Xian really left the Xianxia star, they would undoubtedly suffer a huge loss. They might even offend a young great emperor. Therefore, he said, Hall Master Lin, don't worry. Our Xianxia star will not sit idly by and do nothing about this matter. I'll report this to the princess and have the people from the law enforcement hall come and investigate. The law enforcement hall? Elder Mubai, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust the second hall. I believe that with the second hall's strength, they will frame me instead. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved today. Elder Mubai, you don't have to worry about me. A mere second heaven sage is nothing to me. Elder Mubai sneered coldly. Looking down on me? How reckless, do you really think you're the reincarnation of a great emperor? I will let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. Old dog Hunyuan? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? If he lost, he would kneel, kowtow, apologize, or commit suicide. Also, tell us the whereabouts of the left protector. Brat, you're courting death. Elder Hunyuan was furious. He was called an old dog left and right by the other party. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But soon, he smiled sinisterly. Lin Xian actually dared to fight him one-on-one. He really didn't know what was good for him. Mubai, did you hear that? It's not that I want to fight, but this brat doesn't know what's good for him and provoked me. As an elder, if I don't respond, how can I stand in the second hall in the future, Hall Master Lin? Elder Mubai was also worried. Although Lin Xian was powerful and could defeat the black-armored man and the others, Elder Hunyuan was obviously different. That was an expert in the late stage of the second heaven. His strength was extremely terrifying. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, since I dared to accept the challenge, I have 100% confidence. Today, I will make this old dog kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. Alright, I got it. Then, let's activate the ancient arena. Elder Mubai took a deep breath. Now that things had developed to this point, there was bound to be a battle between the two. If he stopped him, there would be an even more unexpected accident. Therefore, he could only watch. If Lin Xian were to encounter any danger at that time, he would step in and save him. Are you serious, brat? Are you serious? The dark red divine dragon and the others also exclaimed. Elder Hunyuan sneered. Let's see how you die later. How will I die? You old dog, it seems that you've lived for too long. Do you really think that a late second heaven saint can suppress me? I can only tell you that you don't know my true strength. Later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to me. You are just stubborn. When I catch you later, I will torture you 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times, no one can save you. Elder Primordial Chaos descended. The ground below rumbled as a huge ancient battle platform appeared. This was used by the sages in ancient times to battle. The arena was covered with the marks of time. It was also stained with the blood of countless sages. It carried a monstrous and solemn aura. Come on, Ant. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Elder Hunyuan descended from the sky with a frightening aura. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a god of war. He descended quickly and completely shattered the surrounding area. His eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Today, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not to be bullied. Even a second heaven sage could not provoke him casually. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and watched carefully. The people of the second hall were still in a daze. They did not expect that a young man would dare to fight with their elder. Where did he get his courage from? The dark red divine dragon and the north demon were also worried. Brat, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. If you can't win, run. Elder Mubai's expression was solemn. He was ready to save Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat. After seeing Lin Xian descend, Elder Hunyuan could not wait any longer. He struck out with his palm. Elder Primordial Chaos cultivated the limitless chaos art. His law was called the limitless law. It was a little like clouds and mist. It was incomparably ethereal. It was also a little like a gust of wind. It was extremely strange. At this moment, when he struck out with his palm, the law on it carried an extremely terrifying sharpness and was faintly discernible. Soon, it swept towards Lin Xian. What kind of law was this? It was so strange. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon also exclaimed. They could feel an extremely terrifying aura enveloping them. However, they realized that the aura was not real. It was as if they were dreaming. In fact, he had been killed in a split second. This old dog was indeed powerful. They wondered if the brat could block it. The two of them were worried. Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed and he directly used the Kuanping technique to rush out. Lin Xian's movement technique was exquisite, creating countless afterimages in an instant. Every step he took was at the weak point of the other party's laws, so he narrowly dodged the illusory palm. What? He dodged it, the people of the second hall screamed, and even Elder Hunyuan was taken aback. His face turned gloomy. The other party's speed had become faster than before. He kept sending out the infinite palms, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian displayed the 5 elemental laws. The 5 elemental laws were the laws of the 5 elements. It was very terrifying. It could be used together, and it could also display the characteristics and power of the 5 elemental laws. After Lin Xian attacked, he displayed the characteristics of the earth law. Suddenly, a huge mountain appeared in the void. It was incomparably heavy, and it pressed forward, wanting to crush everything. This power was simply too terrifying. Cracks began to appear on the Wuji giant hand of void around him. Kill, he roared, and the 5 elemental laws transformed into a sword of laws. He held it in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul also came out and merged with the sword of laws. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the surrounding infinity palm imprints. Infinite demonic cloud slash. Elder Hunyuan made his move. His palms were like rivers of blood, coming down from the sky. The infinite law carried an extremely strong killing intent, and it swept through the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the others exclaimed. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a heart-wrenching power. One could imagine what kind of situation Lin Xian was facing. Buzz, the infinite demonic cloud slash shattered countless afterimages, but it did not hit Lin Xian's real body. However, this terrifying demonic light had already forced Lin Xian into a space. Therefore, Elder Hunyuan sneered and attacked again. It was the infinite demonic cloud slash again. This was an attack formed by the fusion of the infinite law and the monstrous blood aura. This ability was too terrifying. Streaks of blood-red light were illusory, but they were filled with a murderous aura. Lin Xian used the Kuanping technique and dodged the light blades of the limitless demonic cloud before rushing over. The sword of laws in his hand opened and closed, instantly sending out dozens of dragon-shaped sword chi. Each of them looked like a true dragon as they charged forward. Boom! Boom! The loud dragon roar and the terrifying 5 elemental laws caused the people of the second palace to tremble in fear. Even Elder Huanyuan's expression changed. He let out a roar and spat out the limitless demonic cloud once again. It swept out like a waterfall. Those boundless demonic clouds did not turn into light blades. Instead, they seemed to have formed a large net with the intention of enveloping the several tens of dragon-shaped sword chis. However, he had underestimated the power of the sword chi. Each of the sword chi was extremely terrifying. In an instant, his boundless demonic cloud net was torn to shreds. Kill Lin Xian roared as he became one with his sword. A terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens as he charged towards Elder Primordius. The sword slashed at Elder Primordius. Elder Primordius used the limitless demonic cloud to wrap his body and form a battle armor. However, he was still sent flying. Boom, he even spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Ah! Damn Junior, go to hell, Elder Primordius was completely enraged. He had been careless. The strength of his opponent was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the terrifying killing intent in his body swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, he had gone crazy. He was like a demon king. I won't hold back against you anymore. Die for me, limitless universe. A very strange mark flew out from all directions, as if it could destroy the world. It was too terrifying. The black-armored man and the black-dressed woman both prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They knew that Elder Primordius was using an extremely terrifying great superpower. Even Saint Mubai's face was pale. He mobilized the power of the laws in his body, ready to help at any time. Because he knew that Lin Xian would not be able to block this move. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Stellar transposition, his hand drew a strange arc, and the two limitless seal that were close to him were sent flying and blasted into the surroundings. Boom! Boom! This power exploded next to Elder Primordial Chaos, causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did this force explode beside him? Didn't he attack the other party? What? The surrounding people were even more shocked. Elder Mubai also gasped. He did not even know what had happened just now. What kind of technique was that? He had never seen it before. No wonder Lin Xian dared to challenge Elder Primordius. His technique was too amazing. Damn kid, what kind of despicable technique did you use? The cracks on Elder Primordius' body quickly healed. His expression was extremely ugly. Despicable technique? Humph. Why don't you say that you are ignorant and can't even see what kind of superpower I used? An old dog like you dares to be arrogant in front of me. What a joke. This world no longer belongs to you, so hurry up and kneel down and kill yourself to atone for your sins. You want me to admit defeat? You are too weak. Buzz, Elder Primordius roared and took out a transparent jade seal. That was the limitless seal. It was a sacred artifact. Once the limitless seal was taken out, a terrifying power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Elder Primordius's nomological laws became even more terrifying. Not good, that was a sacred artifact. Damn it, this old fart actually had a sacred artifact. The dark red divine dragon screamed. The North demon also gasped. He naturally knew how great a boost a sacred artifact had on a sage. It could definitely instantly surpass the same level and reach an incredible combat strength. Not good, Lin Xian no longer had the great spear of destruction. This way, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, Elder Mubai's expression also changed. He originally thought that Lin Xian should have a chance of winning. But now, his heart had once again sunk to the bottom of the valley. Lin Xian's technique was strange. However, Elder Primordius's strength was even more terrifying. Originally, Elder Primordius was a veteran second heaven expert with rich experience and many superpowers. At this moment, he took out a sacred artifact. His combat strength had definitely reached an incredible level. It was estimated that Lin Xian's chances of winning were very slim. It could almost be said that there was no chance. It was a sacred artifact, that was great, ha 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 ha, Elder Primordius was serious. Let's see how that kid will die. The powerhouses of the second hall also regained their hope. Kid, do you know what the weapon in my hand is? Let me tell you, this is a sacred artifact. Do you know the power of a sacred artifact? Now, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not spare you. I will make you wish you were dead. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. A sacred artifact? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A cold light burst out from his eyes. The great dragon sword soul rushed out from his body and was held in his hand, forming an azure dragon sword. Let me have a taste of your saint artifact's power. Lin Xian's aura became incomparably terrifying. The feeling was not inferior to a sacred artifact. The faces of the second hall's experts changed, and they looked at Lin Xian with a chill down their spines. Damn it, this aura. They stared at the dragon-shaped sword. What a terrifying sword shadow. As expected of a saint spell of the world. The great dragon sword soul, Elder Huanyuan's face also darkened. He knew that he could not wait any longer, and he immediately attacked. The Wu Ji seal blasted out, and a terrifying force suppressed the surroundings, and it blasted toward Lin Xian. Even a second heaven sage would be blasted into a bloody mist by this attack. Damn it, this old dog's strength is much stronger than before. The dark red divine dragon was anxious. The northern demon's expression was also solemn. Yes, it was indeed a sacred artifact. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the great dragon sword soul. He was not afraid in the face of the opponent's sacred artifact. Even if he did not have the great spear of destruction, he would let the opponent know that even if the opponent had a sacred artifact, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. The great dragon sword soul in his hand roared. The golden runes were extremely strange, and between the runes, there was a green light emerging. Emerald Tide. At this moment, Lin Xian finally used this terrifying eye technique. Buzz, Elder Hunyuan screamed in pain and his nerves became distorted. Not only him, but the other experts of the second hall were also screaming on the ground. Oh no, when the others saw this scene, their faces changed. It was an eye technique, and it was a group attack. Run, damn, this kid actually knew such a terrifying eye technique. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. However, at this moment, Elder Mubai had already come to their side and used his law to envelop them. Although the blue tide technique was an area of effect technique, Lin Xian had basically used the majority of its power on Elder Primordial Chaos. Although some of it leaked out, it was not impossible to resist. Elder Hunyuan was still the first to be hit. After being hit by the eye technique, Elder Huanyuan's soul seemed to have exploded. He hugged his head and fell from the sky. Whoosh, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and came in front of Elder Hunyuan. The Five Elements Law formed the Five Elements Mountain and suppressed Elder Hunyuan. At the same time, he threw out a few rays of sword chi that pierced through Elder Huanyuan's body. Then, he stepped on Elder Huanyuan's head with one foot. I said that you are no match for me. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without the great dragon sword soul? What a joke, he lifted his large foot and stomped down. Boom, this stomp caused the entire ground to shake. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. A cold voice was heard. Hall Master Lin, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I am the left guardian of the second hall. The voice was heard again. What? It's you, the dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian also snorted. You are finally willing to come out. I thought that you wanted to be a coward. How dare you? A cold voice was heard and a large hand slapped towards Lin Xian. This power was much more terrifying than Elder Huanyuan's. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. His body swayed and he dodged instantly like a Kuan Peng, appearing on the other side. Was he angry out of humiliation? Or do you want to kill me to silence me? Hand over the great destruction spear at once, or I'll tear your second palace apart. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words in front of me? A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He had a powerful aura around him. He wore a Taoist robe and had a mysterious power. He was the left protector of the second palace. Leave and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will suppress you here for 500 years. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted, his eyes bursting with intense light. With a wave of his hand, the great dragon sword soul morphed into a powerful sword ray and charged forward. This sword strike was too fast and too sudden. It directly split Elder Primordial Chaos's soul into two. Then, the great dragon sword soul swung its tail and smashed the two halves of the soul into pieces. No. Primordial Chaos's soul only let out a scream before disappearing between heaven and earth. The surrounding experts from the second hall, including the black-armored man, were all stunned. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Hunyuan was dead. The left guardian was also stunned. Then, his face darkened. You dare to kill him? His voice was filled with merciless killing intent. Lin Xian laughed coldly when he heard that. Why wouldn't he? He wants my life, so it's only right for me to kill him. Why? Do you think you can protect his life with your presence? What a joke, who do you think you are? God? Or a ruler who can cover the sky with one hand? I killed him because he deserved to die. Secondly, I slapped your face. You don't have the right to act all high and mighty in front of me. Hurry up and hand over the great destruction spear. Otherwise, I'll bury the entire second hall with you. Facing the left guardian, Lin Xian was even more domineering. The surrounding people were stunned. they couldn't believe it. That's the left guardian. He's even more powerful than Elder Hunyuan. The left guardian was already a third heaven sage. Now, his strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. Isn't Lin Xian courting death by going against such a person? You're too arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Hunyuan? You're too weak. The left guardian's aura was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Lin Xian frowned and sneered. You're much more powerful than Elder Hunyuan. But so what? Lin Xian hadn't reached the small saint realm yet. Previously, he could escape from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He even dared to negotiate with the great sage in the Demon Cultivation Valley. He didn't care about the left guardian. Left guardian, hurry up and hand over the Great Destruction Spear. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Elder Mubai also walked up and stood in front of Lin Xian. Why, Mubai? Are you going to protect him? The left guardian frowned. Elder Mubai snorted. Humph. I think you've become muddle-headed from your seclusion. This is Hall Master Lin, the future hope of our Langya star. I hope you won't make a mistake again. Hurry up and hand over the spear. Elder. Mubai didn't hold back at this time. This was because he realized that Lin Xian was much stronger and more talented than he had imagined. They definitely had to rope in such a person. Therefore, Mubai might have had some misgivings before and was prepared to let the people from the law enforcement hall intervene. But now, Elder Mubai could not control anything. He had to stand on Lin Xian's side. What great spear of destruction? I don't know. The left protector snorted coldly. Elder Mubai shouted angrily. Seems like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He directly made his move, and a terrifying light rushed up like a vast ocean. Courting death, you dare to attack me? The left protector roared as the two of them clashed. Violent power swept out in all directions. He was even stronger than when Lin Xian fought against Elder Primordial Chaos. Lin Xian's figure flashed and retreated far away, sword chi circling around his body. The dark red divine dragon and the others also came to his side. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, this Mubai is so powerful. Previously, when he saw the other party and Elder Hunyuan, he thought that the other party was only at level 2. But now, it seemed like he was not. The left protector was at least a level 3 sage. Doesn't this mean that Elder Mubai is also a level 3 sage? That should be it. Lin Xian felt the violent laws in front of him and nodded slightly. The people from the second hall were also horrified. They did not expect things to turn out this way. Everyone retreated far away. In the center, the two peerless experts were fighting. Both of them had exchanged close to 300 moves. Suddenly, Elder Mubai roared and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. In an instant, the left protector was sent flying. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and directly pierced through the left protector's body. He forcefully pulled out a black weapon from the left protector's body. Great Spear of Destruction, the dark red divine dragon screamed. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He did not expect it to be in the hands of the other party. What made his face turn gloomy was that the other party seemed to be refining the Great Spear of Destruction. There were countless blood-red lines on it. However, it seemed like the lines were not completely refined. In the sky, Elder Mubai looked at this scene and frowned. How dare you refine it? You must be tired of living. As he said that, an extremely terrifying law appeared on his palm and forcibly obliterated all the blood-red runes. Ah, the left protector screamed in pain. He felt that his soul connection had been severed. Damn it! How dare you destroy my soul mark, he roared furiously. However, Elder Mubai ignored him. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Great Spear of Destruction to Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, you go first. I will hold him back. Elder Mubai's voice sounded. At this moment, he no longer looked like a peacemaker. Instead, he looked like a supreme god of war. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He also hesitated. Holding the Great Spear of Destruction, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Stop him, don't let him go. The left protector regained his body and roared furiously. Countless experts from the second hall rushed forward and sealed the area. They could not leave, they stared at Lin Xian. You must be tired of living. The great spear of destruction swept out and smashed all the people in front of him into pieces. Those who block me shall die. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like the god of death. The surrounding experts from the second hall subconsciously took 3 steps back and trembled all over. He was too powerful. He could kill Elder Han Yuan even without the Great Spear of Destruction. Now that he had the Great Spear of Destruction, his power would definitely increase again. He might even be able to fight against a sage of the third heaven. How could they be a match for him? Everyone, stop. At this moment, another voice was heard. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the palace in the mountain range in the distance. Seeing these figures, the people from the second hall screamed and cheered. It was the 8th elder, the 6th elder, and the right protector. That was great. They all cheered. Although the 8th elder and the 6th elder were not as powerful as Elder Han Yuan, they were not much weaker. More importantly, the right protector was here too. The right protector was not weaker than the left protector. He was at least a sage of the third heaven. Such a person could definitely take down Lin Xian. Not good. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon's faces changed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. Another third celestial layer expert had arrived? He took a deep breath and was ready to fight. In the distance, the left protector also laughed. Mubai, let's see how you are going to stop me this time. Elder Mubai also stopped attacking. He turned around and stared at the right custodian as he asked coldly. Are you really going to fight? Think carefully. The consequences are not something that you 2 protectors can bear. Mubai's voice was filled with endless authority. Mubai, don't you understand? At this stage, it is no longer something that we can control. We have our own difficulties too. Is it that old man who wants the spear? What? Elder Mubai's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian also frowned. Although he did not know who this old man was, he did not know. Judging from the tone of both parties, he should be an extremely powerful person. Coupled with the words of the dark red divine dragon and the others, could it be that some old living fossil under the dragon vein wanted the great spear of destruction? If that was the case, things were going to get troublesome. Such a living fossil, regardless of status or strength, was a terrifying existence. Even the palace master of Langia Palace might not be able to suppress it. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon thought of the same thing and their faces darkened. Kid, why don't we leave Langia Star quickly? I don't think this place is suitable for us to stay. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, a cold snort could be heard. Was that so? Just which Grand Elder's idea was it? I want to see who dares to be so bold at this time. The voice was filled with dominance. Lin Xian and the rest were stunned. Mubai, on the other hand, smiled. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother, Lin Xian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. Mubai was already extremely terrifying. His senior brother would definitely be even more terrifying. Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed like he did not care about the Supreme Elder at all. The right guardian and the left guardian's faces darkened. The experts from the second hall also began to tremble. Many of them had never seen that person before. However, the 2 great protectors took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The people from the second hall were dumbfounded. Supreme Elder. Is the person who came out the Supreme Elder? They hurriedly bowed and prostrated. Tell me, which old bastard is it that's secretly playing tricks on me? The Supreme Elder on the stage said coldly in the sky. The left and right guardians felt their scalps go numb and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This scene was simply too inconceivable. Previously, when the 2 guardians came out, they were like peerless gods of war. Countless people were excited and shocked as if they were saviors who could save the second hall. But now, these 2 unparalleled powerful beings were just like ants, shivering in fear. Is this the power of the Supreme Elder? It's too terrifying. No wonder the people from the second hall dared to snatch the Great Destruction Spear. They must have the support of a Supreme Elder. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would also have the support of the Grand Elder. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised by this. It seemed that there was no need for them to leave. They should be very safe here. This matter ends here. Tell the person behind you to stop. If he has any complaints, tell him to come to me. Yes. The left and right custodians bowed and said, not daring to raise their heads. The Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Mu Bai, Lin Xian, and the others turned into a ray of light, piercing through the sky and disappearing. After the other party left, the protector let out a sigh of relief. As for the people from the second hall, it was as if they had returned from the gates of hell. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others appeared in a palace. The Grand Elder stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, curiously sizing up Lin Xian. Xian Er quickly said, thanking the Supreme Elder for his help. You don't have to thank me. Little fellow, I heard that you brought back the great sage Dharma idol from the void ocean and suppressed the demonic aura of the Xianxia star. Logically speaking, you are the benefactor of the Xianxia star. Moreover, now that you have joined the Xianxia star, you are naturally one of us. The previous situation was just a small part of the people's thoughts. It has nothing to do with the will of the Xianxia star. I hope you can understand this. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. The Grand Supreme Elder said this to dispel his worries. After such a thing happened, it was inevitable that Lin Xian would not be on guard or prepare to leave the Xianxia star. However, the Grand Supreme Elder's words should make Lin Xian feel more at ease. Recently, due to the situation outside, the few old farts under the dragon vein have awakened. Someone must be thinking of something. Don't worry, I will go back and negotiate with them. They probably won't do anything again. Senior brother, what happened outside? At this moment, Elder Mubai was also a little anxious. The current situation was very bad for the Xianxia star. I am here this time to talk about what happened outside. We will talk about this later. As he spoke, the Grand Supreme Elder looked at Lin Xian again. Little fellow, I think very highly of you. This is my token. In the future, if there is anything on the Xianxia star, just use my token. I will see who dares to do anything to you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian took the token and held it in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then, the Grand Supreme Elder left with Elder Mubai, leaving only Lin Xian and the rest. Damn, we are finally safe this time. The dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. With such a powerful Grand Supreme Elder supporting them, the people from the second hall would probably not dare to do anything to them. This Grand Supreme Elder is very powerful. I wonder who he is? The northern demon's eyes also flickered. Lin Xian held the token in his hand. It was a jade pendant. The front was engraved with a blue sky, and the back was engraved with a word, Feng. It was probably the Grand Supreme Elder's surname. Elder Feng? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He put away the jade pendant and said, let's go back. They tore through the void and returned to the 8th hall. Then, Lin Xian and the rest went into seclusion. Lin Xian needed to consolidate his cultivation. As for the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon, they also went into seclusion. Because they had returned from the void palace ocean, they were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they did not go into seclusion to cultivate. Now, Lin Xian was already a sage. Naturally, they had to seize the time and try their best to break through. Previously in the Void Palace Ocean, they had obtained many treasures. In addition to the resources from the 8th hall, Lin Xian also had an even more important treasure, which was the Great Sage Pagoda. He had asked Black Mountain to use a secret technique to take some treasures from the Great Sage Pagoda and give them to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Northern Demon. Lin Xian had never been stingy with his friends. At this moment, on a huge mountain peak, there was a celestial palace. There were a few figures standing there. One of them was the Grand Supreme Elder from before. Beside him was Mubai. The other people's auras were also very powerful. Obviously, they were all experts with strength and status on the Xianxia star. At this moment, they were gathered here to discuss something. Seeing that Elder Feng and Elder Mubai had returned, the rest of them asked. Elder Feng said coldly. The people from the second hall were behind this. It was probably that guy who wanted to make a move. However, he probably did not dare to make a move openly, so he was suppressed by me. The things have been returned. The little guys have all gone back. I just don't know what happened next. As long as Lin Xian is fine, it's good. The others also nodded. The Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly. He guessed that guy would not dare to make a move again. However, he might have some tricks up his sleeve. He had to be careful. Speaking of this, he shouted, "Dreamy, come here." "Greetings, Master." In the distant void, a stream of light flew over. Then, a figure half knelt in the air. He was extremely respectful to the Grand Supreme Elder. Meng Meng was a very beautiful woman. She had a delicate face and pointed ears. She was wearing a layer of light gauze. She knelt there with utmost respect. The wings on her back flapped gently, bringing with them a mysterious aura. The Supreme Elder said, "From now on, go to Lin Xian's side and protect him." "Yes. I understand." Meng Meng nodded gently, then stood up, tore open the void, and disappeared. The 8th Palace. Lin Xian sat in a secret room, his hands forming seals. The invisible laws on his body flickered. In front of him, there was a jade bottle. Inside, there was a blue liquid constantly flying out and being absorbed into Lin Xian's body. This jade screen was naturally a treasure obtained from the Great Sage Pagoda. It had to be said that the treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda were really magical. The liquid in the jade bottle was even better than the best elixir in Lin Xian's possession. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to cultivate. After about 3 months, he opened his eyes. The laws on his body were more profound, and their power had increased. He did not continue cultivating because he was not the kind of person who liked to go into seclusion for hundreds of years. He liked to explore and fight. He liked to improve his strength in intense battles. He went out for a walk and found that the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon were still in seclusion. He knew that the two of them would not come out until they became sages. However, he was not worried about this. He had given the two of them enough cultivation resources. He believed that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they became sages. Therefore, after walking around, Lin Xian came back again. With my current strength, I should be able to open the void divine furnace again. His eyes flickered with a trace of anticipation. The void divine furnace was also a supreme treasure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian entered the mysterious world within his body. Then, using the power of the 5 elemental laws, he moved the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace and lifted it up. Ka, as expected, an opening appeared in the void divine furnace. Lin Xian was delighted. He wondered what he could get from the void divine furnace this time. Whoosh! Lin Xian had originally wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could take the initiative to enter the void divine furnace and obtain the treasure. But now, even if he became a saint, he would not be able to do this. He didn't know who had left this furnace behind. It was too scary. He could only wait for the things inside to float out. Not long after, something floated out from inside. This time, it was a rolled-up piece of beast skin. Lin Xian took the beast skin and closed the void divine furnace. He withdrew the law and curiously picked up the animal skin. This piece of beast skin was very light in his hand, as if it didn't have any weight at all. He didn't know what kind of beast skin it was made from. Moreover, this piece of animal skin seemed to be very old. However, since it was something that came out of the void divine furnace, it was definitely something good. Lin Xian couldn't wait to open the animal skin. The beast hide wasn't too big, and upon opening it, Xianxia found that it was actually a map of the stars. Lin Xian looked at it and knew that it was a map. However, the background was the universe of stars. A map? Could it be a treasure map? He became interested and carefully studied it. Indeed, he found that one of the stars was circled with a special red mark. However, there was no marking at all. "Kid, what are you looking at?" He Shan also floated out. He was also surprised when he saw that there was a piece of beast skin in Lin Xian's hand. "I don't know what kind of map it is, but it seems to be a treasure map." "A treasure map? Let me take a look." He Shan looked and found that there was indeed a marked place. "Kid, where did you get this map?" Looking at the appearance of this beast's skin, there shouldn't be too many treasures, right? Heishan curled his lips. However, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There shouldn't be too many treasures. If that was the case, it shouldn't have been placed in the void divine record. Therefore, this must be a mysterious place. He said, since I have nothing to do recently, why don't we explore it? Heishan naturally had no objections to exploring the treasure. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to walk out of the 8th palace. However, as soon as he stepped out of the palace, he saw a figure walking toward him. Who are you? Lin Xian was stunned. He had seen all the elders of the 8th palace, but he had never seen the person in front of him. It was a woman. She was tall and had a beautiful face. Her 2 pointed ears made her look like an elf. The pair of wings on his back were translucent and looked extremely beautiful. She came to Lin Xian's side and bowed slightly. Greetings, Palace Master. Who are you? Lin Xian was surprised. My name is Meng Meng. The Grand Supreme Elder sent me to follow you. Oh? Lin Xian frowned. It was the Grand Supreme Elder with the surname Feng. He had sent someone to follow him. He guessed that the person was protecting him. After all, even if the 2nd palace didn't make a move, they would still do something in the dark. Lin Xian said, then you can follow me. However, I might have to leave the Langia Star for a while. Why don't you stay in the 8th palace? Palace Master wants to leave? Meng Meng was stunned. She had heard about this new Palace Master. She knew that he was a top genius and had caused a huge commotion in the Void Ocean. At this moment, countless experts outside the Langia Star were here for him. Therefore, it was too dangerous for him to go out at this time. She said, Palace Master, do you really want to go? It's not safe outside recently. Is there a teleportation formation that can send me out? Avoid those people outside. Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that those people from the 8th palace had not left yet. They were really unwilling to give up. I can't make this decision. I have to ask Elder Mubai. Palace Master Lin, please wait for a while. Meng Meng quickly sent a voice transmission to Elder Mubai. Not long after, Elder Mubai came and said anxiously, Palace Master Lin, do you really want to go out? If there's anything, you can ask the others on the Langia Star to help you. It's really too dangerous for you to go out now. No one can help you with this matter. Lin Xian shook his head. He had to go treasure hunting. No one could help him. He said, don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? Even if those people are strong, I won't fight them head-on. Also, it shouldn't be a problem to send me out secretly. All right. Elder Mubai took a deep breath. He knew that a genius like Lin Xian would not be willing to be lonely. Only the most hot-blooded battles could allow him to grow. He said, then I'll send you to a nearby world. You must be careful. Also, you must let Meng Meng follow you to protect your safety. All right. Lin Xian nodded. As long as he left, it didn't matter if someone followed him. However, he still asked, Elder Mubai, is the situation outside very serious? Is there anything I can help you with? After all, this matter started because of him. Mubai said, don't worry, Hall Master Lin. Although it's serious, we can still handle it. Moreover, we've already thought of ways to drive a wedge between them. Perhaps their attention will be diverted then. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said, after I leave, you can also release some information, and I can also set up some illusions. Tell them not to cover the Langia Star for the time being and search the universe to find me. They will probably fly around like headless flies. He didn't care about those big sects outside. He didn't intend to fight them head-on now. Therefore, there shouldn't be any danger this time. Elder Mubai took Lin Xian and left the Langia Star through a world-level teleportation formation. They arrived at a nearby star world. Dream came along with them. Buzz, the formation flashed and teleported them to another star world. This star world was also relatively close to the Langia Star. It was considered a subsidiary world. Lin Xian and Dream's figures appeared. This time, there were only the two of them. The dark red divine dragon of the north was still in seclusion and didn't follow. After the dizziness caused by the formation disappeared, Lin Xian looked around. Let's go. The two of them rose into the sky and flew toward the outer realm. Not long after they arrived in the outer realm, Lin Xian frowned. There were people searching nearby. Lin Xian even used his heavenly secret god eyes and saw that there were even more people in the distance, which was the area near the Langia star. There were also many sages wandering around. It seemed like those people from the Dragon Valley and the 8 swaying mountains were still unwilling to give up. However, he didn't expect the other party to search such a wide area. He had already used the world-level teleportation formation to teleport to another star world, but the other party had set up a defense line. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought Dream along. The two of them prepared to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Stop. Countless laws flew and formed 7 lines of defense, blocking them. Then, a team rushed over from afar. Who are you? Who allowed you to wander around? Dreamy frowned and turned around. When Lin Xian turned around, he also changed his face. Although these people were saints, he was confident that they wouldn't be able to detect him. We are from this star world and are preparing to go out to search for some treasures. Lin Xian said indifferently. Looking for treasures? What treasures? Don't go. Recently, this star field has been completely sealed off by us. You can only enter but not leave, so you guys should just stay here obediently. Can't go out? Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, a burly man at the side laughed coldly. What was the point of talking to him? He was just an ant. Just kill him. Because Lin Xian and the others were hiding their auras, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. As far as they were concerned, such a young man was at most a half-saint. They had 2 sages on their side. Killing such an ant was as easy as blowing off dust. In front, the middle-aged man waved his hand. He stared at Lin Xian and Dreamy. Kid, you're going to die. How about this, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost and leave your female companion behind, and I'll spare your life. Hee hee, little beauty, looking at you, could it be that you're from the elf clan? Let this saint take good care of you later. The middle-aged man revealed a look of greed. The elf clan was known for their beauty in the universe. Moreover, the elf clan's bloodline was not bad. They were close to nature. If he could get a woman from the elf clan as his partner, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Therefore, even this saint was a little tempted. Behind him, the burly man also laughed. Was he from the elf clan? Then you can't eat all of it alone. I want a share. He also walked over. The 2 sages' eyes shone brightly as the laws surrounded them. The warriors following them sneered. They felt sad for Lin Xian and Dreamy's fate. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he could say anything, Dreamy, who was next to him, was furious. Go to hell. The wings on her back drew a dreamy ray of light. Like a heavenly blade, it instantly cut the 2 of them in half. Slash. 2 heads flew up, and the sage's blood splattered. It directly pierced through the warriors behind them. Countless screams sounded, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with infinite fear. Who was this person? With a raise of her hand, she cut off the heads of 2 sages. Damn it, this is bad. The 2 sages also screamed crazily, and their heads flew back in an instant. They're not ordinary people. There's something wrong with them. Hurry up and catch him. The 2 of them roared angrily, but they were slapped into a bloody mist by Dreamy. Not only that, the translucent wings on Dreamy's back kept flapping, instantly forming a sacred domain. The bloody mist of the 2 sages and the warriors in the distance were all enveloped. In the next moment, countless screams sounded, and then the sacred domain disappeared. Everything turned into ashes. Temple Master, let's go. Dreamy turned around and said. Lin Xian nodded and rushed over in a flash. At the same time, he was shocked. This woman is a little violent. But that's good. It saves me the trouble of taking action. The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light, instantly cut through the dark universe, and flew into the distance. When she found that no one was chasing after them for the time being, Dreamy said, Temple Master, I was a little impulsive. I shouldn't have attacked like this. Lin Xian waved his hand. No, you did very well. Because even if you didn't attack, I was prepared to attack. Let's go. As he said that, he took out the spirit boat, and the two of them quickly streaked through the void. Behind them, more than 10 figures came out from the place where the battle had been. They were a few sages. They looked at the scene around them and frowned. Oh no, someone attacked. And a sage has fallen. Damn it, who is it? Is it someone from the Xianxia star? Or someone else? I don't know, but it must be related to Lin Xian. Hurry up and investigate. They roared crazily. They quickly set off to search the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Unfortunately, Lin Xian and Dreamy had already left. Next, Lin Xian and the others sat on the spirit boat, cultivating as they flew towards their destination. Although he didn't know the specific location on the star map, he could still identify the general direction. Therefore, he decided to fly to the star field first and then ask about the specific world marked by the red circle. Which world was it? Just like that, a month passed. The cold void of the universe was emotionless and gloomy all year round. Only a few stars were shining brightly. Generally, those who traveled in the universe were powerhouses. However, they only cultivated in seclusion and flew on the spirit boat. After all, such a boring life would drive one crazy after a long time. On this day, there was a change. When Lin Xian and the others passed by a star world, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Then, the spirit boat stopped. What's wrong? Temple Master? Dreamy also stood up. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he pointed to the outside. Meng Huan's soul stretched out to control the array. She was stunned. It turned out that there was an intense battle in the world closest to them. It seemed like the battle was about to reach the outer realm. Meng Huan frowned. In the distance, the battle was extremely terrifying. The murderous aura shot into the sky. The surrounding sea of blood was still surging. It made people feel like they were in hell. Large cracks appeared in the sky. Buzz. Right at this moment, a huge palm grabbed out from below. It covered the entire sky and covered the entire sky. A few martial artists who wanted to escape were caught in an instant. Blood gushed out of their wounds as they screamed in agony. Palace Master, should we help? Meng Huan asked doubtfully. This kind of thing was very common. Therefore, she did not understand why Lin Xian stayed here. Was he going to stand up for them? Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up abruptly and rushed outside. Meng Huan was stunned when she saw this. She also rushed out. Outside, a few figures escaped from a large palm. One of them was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. Catch Gu Santong. You can't let him escape. The item is in his hands. This voice was filled with endless power of the laws and terrifying murderous intent. It shook the 9 heavens. Then, a flying sword with terrifying murderous intent flew towards the injured youth like a meteor. Not good, Santong, run. Young master, I'll block it for you. The 2 elders beside him roared crazily. The injured youth roared, damn it, let's go together. Boom, just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying. The thunder on the flying sword was too terrifying. Then, a cold laugh was heard. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Another 3 flying swords flew towards the young man. Each of them was filled with lightning as they flew towards him. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill the young man on the spot without holding back at all. No, young master, leave quickly. The surrounding experts roared madly, but there was nothing they could do. The 3 flying swords were getting closer and closer to the injured youth. As for the injured youth, he raised his head and roared. I can't accept this. He couldn't accept it, but so what if he was unwilling? This time, there was only 1 saint in their group, and the strongest of the others were only half-saints. But the other party, however, had sent 3 sages. It was already a miracle that they were able to drag it out until now. Was he going to die? I'm the one who harmed you. I'm sorry. The young man gave up on resisting and let out a miserable smile. He was also a peak-level genius, but that was in the past. After coming to the ancient path of stars, he didn't seem so dazzling anymore. This time, for the sake of the opportunity, he gave it his all. But was he still going to fail? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The 3 flying swords were extremely fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. He was already able to sense the berserk power that was brought about by them, let alone 3. Just one strike was enough to destroy his soul. He had already prepared himself for death. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he felt that the 3 extremely terrifying forces of destruction had disappeared in an instant. What was going on? He suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he was stunned. Because he found that a figure was standing in front of him. That figure, with his back facing him, stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the 3 flying swords of thunder. The 3 flying swords were like thunder dragons. They kept twisting and turning, trying to break free, but they couldn't do it at all. He was saved. The injured youth's face was full of shock. The surrounding warriors were also stunned. They instantly rushed over. "Thank you for saving him, Senior." They looked at the figure who made the move and were very excited. The other party had caught such a terrifying attack in an instant. He must be a powerful senior, a powerhouse. The figure in front turned his head and glanced at the injured youth. "Brother Gu, long time no see." "What?" The surrounding people were all stunned. The injured youth's body also trembled, and his eyes widened. "You are? Brother Lin, it's you." He was too shocked, because he found that he knew the person in front of him. And before that, they were good friends. However, back then, they were all top geniuses in that world. After they left and went to the ancient Star Road, he didn't see him again. He didn't expect that he would appear here again. "That's right, it's me." The person who came was Lin Xian. He looked at the injured youth. This injured youth was none other than one of the Gu family's geniuses, Gu Santong. He was one of Lin Xian's friends in the true spirit world. Back then, Gu Santong should have walked the path of the family, so he didn't stay with Lin Xian. But he didn't expect to see this scene today. In the surroundings, the Gu clan's martial artists were also stunned. It seemed that he was a friend of their young master. "That's great." They were saved, however, Gu Santong's face changed instantly. He said, "Brother Lin, leave quickly. There are 3 saints in front. We can't fight them head-on. Leave quickly." "Yes, let's go first." The surrounding people also said. "You want to leave? Do you think you can?" Below, cold laughter sounded. Then, countless figures rushed over. At the front were the 3 saints. These 3 saints stood in 3 different directions, sealing off the space. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the others were all sealed. To think that there would be more helpers. But so what? They were just 2 young juniors, existences that were akin to ants. They could easily kill them. "Brother Gu, what's going on? Why are you being hunted?" Lin Xian was also shocked. That shouldn't be. Gu Santong was a genius of the Gu family, and the Gu family was a family that had produced a great emperor. They were definitely from the emperor family. How could such a clan be hunted down? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? Gu Santong sighed. His face was incomparably lonely. This matter was hard to explain in a few words. Moreover, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Gu Santong looked around. His face was ugly. "Brother Lin, I'm afraid I've implicated you this time." "No worries." Lin Xian shook his head. Then, he took out some spiritual wine and spiritual medicine from his storage ring, as well as treasures of heaven and earth for Gu Santong to consume. "Recover first." Then, he turned to look at Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes." Meng Meng nodded and walked out. Gu Santong was stunned. The warriors around him were also stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't the most important thing now be to find a way to escape? Why didn't this person do it? Instead, he sent a beautiful girl? Could it be that he thought a thin and weak girl could handle such a situation? What a joke. There are 3 saints on the other side. Sure enough, the 3 sages on the other side also sneered. She really didn't know what was good for her. Looks like she's an idiot. She doesn't even know who we are. Well, let's kill her in one move. One of the sages raised his hand and sneered at Dreamy. She's not bad looking, but she's an idiot. So, there's no need for her to live. His finger was filled with endless nomological laws as it pointed forward. That was the attack of a sage. Under that attack, no one below the level of a sage would be able to survive. Therefore, the people on the other side all sneered. They wanted to see what kind of tragic scene it would be when such a beautiful woman was killed. The people of the Gu family all had their hearts in their throats. Many of them closed their eyes. They felt hopeless. Gu Santong was also so anxious that his face was red. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand. He was very calm. In front, Dreamy was even calmer. Looking at the finger, she revealed a disdainful smile. In the next moment, she raised her jade-like hand and slashed forward with her finger like a knife. The force slashed down and tore the sky. Terrifying energy instantly spread over. The finger nomological law of the sage was torn to pieces. Otherwise, that saint would have been sliced into 2 by a single slash. Ah, a miserable scream was heard. It made one's scalp tingle. The scene became extremely strange. The people on the other side were stunned. Heavens, what's going on? One of their sages was cut in half. Although it was only a first heaven sage, it was still an existence that transcended heaven and earth. Everyone below the level of a sage was an ant. How could this woman in front of them be so powerful? Could it be that she was also a sage? At that moment, they were all confused. The people of the Gu family also opened their mouths wide. Their eyeballs almost fell out. Originally, they thought that such a beautiful woman would definitely disappear into thin air, so they all closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes and saw the scene, they were also stunned. What a powerful technique. This woman must be a sage. They had all misjudged her. Damn it, who are you people? At that moment, another sage spoke. Since the other party was a saint, then he must be from a big family or a big sect. They had to get to the bottom of this. Firstly, they had to avoid kicking an iron plate. Secondly, they might be implicated. You don't deserve to know. Dreamy said coldly. She could already tell that the people being hunted down were Lin Xian's friends. If they hadn't come, these people would have been killed. Since that was the case, she would definitely not go easy on him. You're courting death. Little doll, you're too arrogant. Attack together, the 3 saints shouted coldly. They didn't want any undue delay. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was nothing to be afraid of. He should be the young master of a large family. This little girl should be a Dao protector. That was probably why his strength was so terrifying. As long as he took down this woman, the rest of the people would be nothing more than ants. Kill. The first to make a move was the injured saint. His expression was ice cold, and the laws revolved around him, forming a large furnace. This caused the entire sky to burn as furnace after furnace containing boundless flames descended from the sky, destroying Meng Chou. The other person opened his mouth and spat out countless sound waves. The sound waves turned into blades of the laws, slashing down. The last person slapped out with his palm. The stars, sun, and moon revolved around it. It was extremely mysterious. The third great sage had used his ultimate technique, wanting to kill Dreamy instantly. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gu Santong and the others became nervous again. Although they now knew that Dreamy was also a saint and was very powerful, this was not a one-on-one battle. The other party had 3 saints attacking together. No matter how powerful Dreamy was, she wouldn't be able to block it. The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that Dreamy was sent to protect him, which meant that she must be very powerful. The 3 saints of the first heaven couldn't do anything to her. Dreamy didn't say anything. The translucent wings on her back flickered with mysterious power, and the laws revolved around them. She gently danced and turned into 2 blades of light, slashing forward. These 2 blades of light carried with them destruction and killing intent. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as they appeared, everyone felt that their souls were about to be split open. Between heaven and earth, two rays of light lit up. Then, everyone couldn't see anything. When they regained their vision, they found that the three sages had been killed. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed. They couldn't be more dead. What? They were all dead? Gu Santong and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those were three sages. How terrifying. But now, the three saints were lying there like dead dogs, without any signs of life. Who was that woman in front of them? The people of the Gu family were extremely shocked. Could it be that she was really the protector of the young man next to them? The remaining powerhouses on the other side were all stunned. The half-sages started to tremble. Dead. The three saints of the first heaven had died in an instant. Run away quickly, in the next moment, they fled like crazy. The woman in front of them was too terrifying. There was no way to stop her. How could Dreamy let these people escape? She shouted and activated her saint domain, enveloping heaven and earth. Countless blades of light flashed. Each of them brought about countless flowers of blood. Almost in the blink of an eye, everyone was killed. In the sky, only the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood were still surging. As for Dreamscape, she withdrew her saint domain. Not a speck of dust could be seen on her body, not even a drop of blood. The people of the Gu family looked at this scene and were extremely shocked. At the same time, they were extremely envious. If their young master Santong had such a Dao protector expert by his side, that would be great. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened again. They couldn't believe what they saw. In front of them, the beautiful woman came to Lin Xian's side and said respectfully, "Temple Master, are you satisfied with what I've done?" Not bad." Lin Xian nodded, and then Dreamy stood respectfully behind Lin Xian. This scene stunned the people of the Gu family. What was going on? Was she not a protector? To be honest, they couldn't believe it either. That was because guardians were usually very arrogant. Basically, they wouldn't make a move unless it was a matter of life and death. But this woman in front of them was so respectful to this young man. This was not the style of a protector at all. Instead, she looked like a follower. Who was this person? What was the background of this young man? They all looked at Gu Santong. Gu Santong was still in shock at this moment, but after being pushed by his elder, he immediately came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and was just about to say something. Lin Xian said, "Brother Gu, let's not talk about it. Let's leave this place first." "All right." Gu Santong nodded. Next, they followed Lin Xian into the spirit ship. Then, it quickly flew across the universe and disappeared into the darkness. After entering the spirit ship and completely leaving, Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family finally heaved a sigh of relief. They began to swallow elixirs to recover from their injuries. However, most of them were fixated on Lin Xian. Among them, a few elders said, "Sir Santong, you haven't introduced this sir yet?" "Yes, this is the great benefactor of our Gu family." "You don't have to say that. Brother Gu and I are good friends, and we both came from the same stellar realm. Naturally, we have to help each other. Good friends with Sir Santong, and we both came from the quintessential world." The elders of the Gu family were all stunned. Gu Santong swallowed 2 elixirs and nodded. "That's right. Don't you recognize him? Brother Lin was the Central Emperor." "Central Emperor?" "Lin Xian. It's him." The surrounding elders of the Gu family were stunned at first, then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. How could they not know? He was one of the top 5 peerless geniuses of the quintessential world: Eastern Sage, Southern Emperor, Northern Demon, Western Buddha, and Central Emperor. The Central Wilderness was Lin Xian. They did not expect to meet an old friend here, and be saved by him. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Brother Gu, what happened? Did something happen to the Gu family? Why are you being hunted down?" To be honest, he was very confused. A genius of the Emperor family being hunted down was really too unbelievable. Hearing this, Gu Santong smiled bitterly. "It's not that something happened to the family, it's me." "You, what happened to you?" "When I was in the quintessential world, I was considered a top genius. After leaving the ancient path of stars, my talent was not the best. More importantly, before leaving the ancient path of stars, I challenged the divine body of the Gu family. In the end, he was injured by him. Moreover, because of my challenge, the godly body was extremely angry and started to suppress me. This caused me to gradually break away from the core circle of the Gu clan. Later, after leaving the ancient starry sky path, the support I received from my family gradually decreased. Some time ago, I happened to get some news about the void demonic beasts, so I decided to take a gamble and brought some people to explore. In the end, I really did find a void beast skin. However, I was chased by other experts and thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect you to come and save me at the last moment. Gu Santong's explanation was concise, but Lin Xian already understood. It seemed that Gu Santong had offended someone, and the person he had offended was the godly physique of his own family. The Gu clan was an imperial clan, and the godhood of the Gu clan was similar to Leaf Dao Denier's status in the Yi clan. Therefore, if Gu Santong offended such a person, he would end up badly. Fortunately, Gu Santong was already qualified to lead the ancient path of the stars. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Not only that, the godly physique secretly tried to kill us, but we were lucky and escaped. The elders beside them could not bear to watch any longer. It was obvious that things were not as simple as they seemed. Lin Xian only had to think about it to know that such a battle between big clans would be extremely dangerous. Gu Santong was lucky to be able to survive until now. So what are your plans now? Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong sighed. What plans could he have? As long as the godly physique was in the Gu clan, he had no chance and no right to go back. Moreover, he wanted to say something, but he suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it, he would not say it. Oh right, Brother Lin, why are you here? Gu Santong asked. Lin Xian said that he had recently obtained a treasure map, so he wanted to come and explore it. He took out the map and pointed to the star circled in red. It should be nearby, but I am not sure. This is the Great Yen planet. Gu Santong exclaimed. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also stunned. Then he asked, you know this star world? Gu Santong nodded. That's right, this is the Great Yen planet, because I am in this star world. You are there. Lin Xian was surprised, but he soon smiled. It seems that I am really lucky. Then, I will disturb you for a few days. Brother Lin, you are still so polite with me. You are my savior. I originally wanted to invite you to my place. I must treat you well. Since he already knew that this was the star world, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He immediately changed directions and flew towards the Great Yen planet. Soon, they arrived at the Great Yen planet. The Great Yen planet was also a famous star world. There were many powerhouses and many sages. It could be said that martial arts were very good. Gu Santong had a certain amount of power on the Great Yen planet, so he quickly arrived at a spirit vein. In the next few days, Gu Santong really treated Lin Xian well. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Furthermore, they had also discussed some matters regarding the martial path. Gu Santong was only a half-sage, while Lin Xian was already a sage. After a few conversations, Gu Santong benefited a lot, which made him very happy. Next, Gu Santong tried to go into seclusion, while Lin Xian and Lin Xian prepared to walk around the Great Yen planet. This was because the beast skin only showed a star world. As for what was in this world, he did not know. However, Lin Xian did not care too much. Treasure hunting was all about excitement. Although he did not know what the final treasure was, he did not know. However, to be able to come here and meet Gu Santong was already a huge stroke of luck for him. Even if he could not find the treasure, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. After all, in the true spirit world, he did not have many friends. Besides Gu Santong, there was also No Flower and Yi Wudao, who were on good terms with him. However, these old friends were scattered all over the universe. It was not easy to meet them. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that if this map allowed him to meet Gu Santong, he might be able to find some other opportunities. Lin Xian brought Lin Xian and wandered around the Great Yen planet. After nearly a month, he understood the local customs of the Great Yen planet. He also had a new understanding of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, his strength had also increased steadily. After more than a month, Lin Xian once again returned to Gu Santong's place. After he returned, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. It seemed to be a little heavy. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that something had happened again? At this time, an elder walked over and said respectfully, "Young Master Lin has returned." Seventh elder, what's going on? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little strange? These days, Lin Xian had gotten to know them better. These were Gu Santong's most loyal clansmen. Therefore, Lin Xian did not treat them as strangers. Seventh elder said in a low voice. Young Master Lin had sharp eyes. Today was indeed a little different, because there were guests. Guests? Lin Xian paused. Were they here to look for Santong? That's right, they were here to look for the young master. You don't look too happy. Could it be that you're hiding something from me? Seventh elder sighed and did not say anything. Instead, he brought Lin Xian and Lin Xian to a courtyard. The scenery was beautiful, but there were not many people. Lin Xian understood seventh elder's intentions when he arrived. There was no one in this courtyard, but there was someone in the courtyard opposite. From here, Lin Xian could clearly see what was going on in the courtyard opposite. At this moment, he saw Gu Santong sitting there with a dark expression. Gu Santong's aura was stronger than it had been a month ago. Obviously, the martial arts exchange had been of great help to Gu Santong. This should have been something to be happy about, but Gu Santong did not seem happy at all. Instead, there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. This made Lin Xian realize that things were not so simple. Who was it? Who could give Gu Santong so much pressure? Not far from Gu Santong sat a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was tall and slender, with a hooked nose and a cold expression on his face. They seemed to be discussing something. Lin Xian's soul was very strong, so he could instantly hear what they were talking about. However, from the looks of it, the conversation between the two of them was basically coming to an end, so Lin Xian only heard a few sentences. Young Master Gu, this is not something you can resist. Therefore, I advise you not to resist. Gu Santong sat there without a word. At this moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. I have conveyed your message. I hope young Master Gu will not be late. Having said that, he stood up and strode away. It seemed that he did not care about Gu Santong at all. Lin Xian watched the entire process. However, that middle-aged man was completely unaware that someone was inspecting him. After the middle-aged man left, Gu Santong's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and the void around him fluctuated rapidly. It was clear that he was furious. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he took a deep breath and said to Fantasy, "Fantasy, you go back first. I'll go talk to him myself." As he spoke, he walked toward the courtyard. Brother Lin, you're back. Originally, Gu Santong's aura was very frightening. It was as if his entire body had merged into the void, becoming extremely frightening. He was originally a genius disciple of the Gu clan and cultivated the Great Void technique created by the Void Emperor. This was a spatial technique. It was extremely terrifying. When he sensed the figure before him, he walked out of the void, and the power of the void around him disappeared quickly. Who was that person just now? Was there any conflict between you two? Lin Xian asked. Gu Santong was stunned. You heard everything? Lin Xian said. I heard a little, but I don't know the details. If you trust me, you can tell me. I might have a way to help you. Gu Santong smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, how can I not trust you? You saved my life. However, this matter was too difficult to talk about. Forget it. You'll know soon enough. I'll tell you. Next, Gu Santong gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian understood everything after hearing it, and then frowned. It turned out that Gu Santong had come to the Great Yen planet from the ancient Star Road. In order to gain a foothold on the Great Yen planet, their bloodline decided to form a marriage alliance with a very powerful clan. Gu Santong did not agree at first. However, because of him, the divine body not only suppressed him, but also their bloodline. Therefore, at this time, Gu Santong also decided to sacrifice himself to repay their bloodline. Therefore, he agreed. The Gu family was not engaged to an ordinary clan, but to the Shadowless clan. The Shadowless clan was one of the 10,000 ancient clans. Moreover, they were a royal clan and were very powerful. On the Great Yen planet, there was a branch of the Shadowless clan. Logically speaking, the Shadowless clan was a royal clan while the Gu family was an emperor clan. However, the Shadowless clan had flourished on the Great Yen planet for thousands of years and was very powerful. As for Gu Santong's bloodline, they were not very powerful. In addition, they had just arrived. Therefore, the marriage alliance between the two families could be considered a match. At that time, the Gu family still needed the Shadowless clan's help. At first, Gu Santong did not think much of it. However, by chance, he heard about the Shadowless clan's secret and conspiracy. He was immediately unhappy. He wanted to break off the marriage alliance, but how could his family agree? Their bloodline had finally settled down here. If they offended the Shadowless clan, they would be forced to leave the Great Yen planet. It would be even more difficult for them to go to other worlds in the future. They might even be killed by the Gu family's divine body. Oh, what secret? Lin Xian asked. For Gu Santong to be so angry, it was definitely not a small matter. Gu Santong said through gritted teeth. That damned woman and the Shadowless clan did not want to help the Gu family at all. They wanted the Gu family's inheritance. You also know that we are emperor clans. What we cultivate is naturally the emperor's techniques. How exquisite that was. That woman from the Shadowless clan and her entire clan were after the ancient void scripture. There was actually such a thing? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancient void scripture was an inheritance created by the emperor. It was definitely something that countless people would covet. Although Gu Santong and his bloodline had declined, they were unable to learn the core of the inheritance. However, what they cultivated was related to the emperor's techniques. It was definitely not weak. The Shadowless clan saw this point and decided to form an alliance with the Gu family. The Shadowless clan was also a very mysterious clan. They had no form and were very similar to the void. This was why they wanted the Gu family's inheritance. Didn't you tell your people about this matter? Lin Xian asked. Not yet. My family did not know. Because if this matter was leaked, the Shadowless clan would not be so gentle. They would definitely use extremely fierce methods. Perhaps they might even catch all of us in one fell swoop. Then, what do you plan to do? I don't know. But even if I die, I will not reveal the ancient void scripture of the Gu family. Not to mention the ancient void scripture, even if it was any of our country's techniques, I would not reveal it to them. Then, what was the agreement you made before? Lin Xian asked again. Gu Santong thought, it's that woman, the woman who wants to marry me. She probably can't wait any longer and is rushing me to complete the marriage. Oh, someone from the Shadowless clan? That's good. I want to see who dares to be so bold as to covet the Void Emperor's secret technique inheritance. A cold glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he was furious. Gu Santong was his friend, and the other party dared to scheme against his friend. He couldn't accept it. Moreover, he also came from the true spirit world, and the Void Emperor was the emperor of the true spirit world. Lin Xian was naturally displeased that the other worlds were trying to take advantage of their world. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Shadowless clan was capable of to be so arrogant. Brother Lin, what do you mean? Gu Santong looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian smiled. Didn't he want to see you? Let's meet. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Gu clan's inheritance leak out. Good. Gu Santong was also excited, and hope returned to his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was very strong now, and he seemed to have a powerful force behind him. If Lin Xian could help, it would be best. He said, Hero, I know we are friends, but if we fight, the implications will be too great. However, if you can really help me get out of this marriage, I can give you a scroll of the Gu clan's ancient scripture as a reward. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the Emperor clan's ancient scripture. However, he quickly said, I thought the Gu clan's inheritance couldn't be leaked. You're going against the rules. Gu Santong said, Don't worry, I won't break the rules. The core of the Gu clan is the Void Emperor's ancient void scripture. I only touched the surface, and I don't even have the right to touch the core. Therefore, I can't leak it. Of course, other than the Emperor, the Gu clan also gave birth to countless saints. They also created countless secret techniques and mystiques based on the ancient void scripture. Of course, these were also very precious divine abilities and secret techniques. Normally, the Gu family would not leak this information to outsiders. However, there were exceptions. For example, if the Gu clan is indebted to someone, we will give them a divine ability as a form of gratitude. This had happened 3 times in the history of the clan. Therefore, I'm not breaking the family's rules by giving you an ancient scripture divine ability. So that was the case. Lin Xian understood. Although it was not the void scripture, it was the most crucial secret technique. However, it was also a divine ability created by a saint expert of the Gu clan. Its power was also extremely terrifying. Moreover, what the Gu family gave him must have something to do with spatial magic. Space mystiques were extremely powerful mystiques, so how could Lin Xian not be excited? One had to know that the Shadowless clan was aiming for these secret arts. Lin Xian rejoiced inwardly. This kind of ancient scripture was not passed down to outsiders. In history, the Gu family had only passed it down to their benefactors 3 times. Perhaps, this would be the 4th time for Lin Xian. This was an extremely rare opportunity, so Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, with me here, I won't let the Shadowless clan succeed." The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a very famous holy land on the Great Yen planet. The Celestial Linxian Pavilion was a building built by intersecting 3 top-grade spirit veins. The spiritual energy was very rich. There were even heaven and earth anomalies. It could be said that it was a place that all powerhouses on the Great Yen planet dreamed of. However, those who were able to come here were all extraordinary. Other than the peerless experts, only the top clans and sects were able to come here. Outside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion stood 2 young figures. They were Lin Xian and Gu Santong. The 2 of them discussed for a while and decided to go. Weng, the newcomer, stopped. A cold voice came from inside the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. The surrounding sword chi formed illusions of an azure dragon and a white tiger. These were all extremely terrifying techniques and arrays. If there were any strange movements, they would instantly kill the person. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. Lin Xian and the young man stopped, and the face of an old man appeared from within, looking down at the 2 of them condescendingly. This was the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. Not just anyone could enter. Do you 2 have an identity jade token? Ordinary people could not come to such a place. Even some saints could not come. Unless you had a reputation that resounded throughout the entire star realm, or you were recommended by a top family and had an identity jade token, you could enter. I'm here to see Hua Feiyu of the Shadowless clan. As he spoke, Gu Santong took out a token. It was the token that the middle-aged man had given him. The old face in front of them carefully looked at the token, then nodded. Please. As he spoke, the array in front of them split open. Countless rays of light flashed, forming a colorful passage. The 2 of them strode in. After entering, even Lin Xian exclaimed. He had to admit that the layout of the Celestial Linxian Pavilion was exquisite. The array around it was of the world level. Even a saint would not dare to act wildly here. More importantly, there were 3 supreme-grade spiritual veins gathered together. The pure energy they emitted shocked him greatly. They really knew how to enjoy life. He did not expect the Great Yen planet to have such a supreme-grade place. If he could cultivate here all year round, the efficiency would be really high. In addition, the guards and deacons inside were all half-sages. There were even saints. The standard was so high that it was shocking. After Lin Xian entered, he was led in by a half-sage deacon. After walking for about half an hour, they came to the front. In front of them was a very majestic palace. The buildings were engraved with Tao patterns. They were densely packed and carried with them the mysterious power of heaven and earth. This was the work of a saint. At this moment, there was a jade platform in front of the palace. Similarly, it was formed with patterns of Tao patterns. On one side of the jade platform sat a woman in a pink dress. She sat there with her hair hanging down to her waist. At this moment, she stretched out her slender hands and was cutting flowers. She was not cutting ordinary flowers, but spirit flowers that were around 7,000 years old. Lin Xian recognized it at a glance. It was called the peacebloom flower. It had a strong effect on the growth of one's soul. Smelling this flower for years could unknowingly increase one's soul power. It was very precious. On the vase that was engraved with Tao patterns, there were several bouquets of peacebloom flowers. They were all around 7,000 years old. At this moment, the woman in pink was holding a palm-sized dragon scissors and carefully cutting the flowers. She looked very leisurely. But Lin Xian could see that she was cultivating. Every movement seemed casual, but it carried with it the Tao of heaven and earth. She was cultivating, which meant that she was a saint. She was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. This woman should be Gu Santong's fiancée, the little princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu. After Lin Xian and Gu Santong arrived, the deacon who had led them left. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was only Hua Feiyu, who was still cutting flowers. A middle-aged man stood in the distance. It was the man who had met Gu Santong before. At this moment, he had a long sword hanging from his waist. His aura was faint, but it was obvious that he was watching the situation in the hall. If there was the slightest movement, he would intervene. Gu Santong frowned slightly. He was already here, but the other party did not seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. This made him a little angry. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but Lin Xian gently pulled him back, stopping him. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted a message to him, telling him not to rush. Let's see what she is up to. After Gu Santong heard the message, he calmed down. With Lin Xian by his side, he was not as uneasy as before. The two of them waited like this for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one moved. Only Hua Feiyu, who was in front, continued to cut flowers. Finally, on the 8th day, when the sun rose, Hua Feiyu let go of the dragon sword in her hand. She raised her head, a strange light in her eyes. Santong, you're here. This time, you're not the same as before. I didn't expect you to be able to wait for so long. Gu Santong snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, he was very unhappy. He had been here for a long time, and had waited for 7 days and 7 nights. This damned woman, she was obviously trying to show him who was the boss. Hua Feiyu was very calm. She glanced at Gu Santong, then looked at the peacebloom in front of her. From the beginning to the end, she had not looked at Lin Xian. In her opinion, he was not even worth mentioning. She didn't even care much about Gu Santong. If it weren't for his identity and the fact that he had inherited the martial technique, she probably wouldn't even have bothered to look at an ant like him. There is still a month before our wedding. Go back and prepare for it. My Shadowless clan is a peak family of the Grand Spill planet. Your Gu clan cannot lose face for our Shadowless clan. Wedding? Gu Santong sneered. Hua Feiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Don't think that I don't know what your family is planning. Today, I can tell you clearly that I will not marry you. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the distance was stunned. Then, his face instantly darkened. As for Hua Feiyu, she also stopped what she was doing. She once again raised her hand as her voice became ice-cold. I can take that as a joke and I didn't hear it. Now, go back and prepare for the wedding. Are you deaf? I said, I won't marry you. Gu Santong roared again. His voice was like a clap of thunder. No. Give me a reason. I won't let your Shadowless clan's scheme succeed. You're too young and hot-headed. You're too reckless. What do you think my Shadowless clan is? You think you can refuse just because you want to? I won't marry you today. What can you do about it? Gu Santong steeled his heart. Hua Feiyu wasn't angry. Instead, she waved her hand and said to the middle-aged man without looking back, letting him out. When the middle-aged man heard this, he sneered and took out a pagoda. Then, he formed a seal with his palms and the pagoda continued to grow. Inside the pagoda, there was a figure floating up and down, suspended in midair by the chains of law. It was a youth with delicate features who was suspended in the air. His face was full of fear. Damn it, Gu Santong stood up immediately. You dare kidnap my brother, he was instantly enraged. That's right, this child was Gu Santong's brother. He had followed Gu Santong and his family to the Grand Spill planet. But he didn't expect that they would kidnap his brother and treat him like this. Gu Santong was instantly enraged. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was about to attack. When the middle-aged man saw this, he sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying wave of law surged out. This caused Gu Santong's expression to change. A mere half-sage didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of him. That middle-aged man was a sage. Damn it. Hua Feiyu. What is the meaning of this? Gu Santong stared at the woman in front of him. The black-clothed woman said indifferently. Very simple. Now, go back obediently and stay in your family. We'll hold the wedding in a month. If everything goes well, I'll let your brother go. If you and your family do anything out of the ordinary, I can guarantee that your brother's soul will be destroyed. How dare you, Gu Santong roared like a madman. Hua Feiyu's expression was indifferent. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll only say this once. If you don't want your brother's life, you can do it. This time, Gu Santong didn't say anything else. He immediately made his move. He instantly used the secret space technique to arrive at the bottom of the tower. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had opened a space portal. Once he appeared, he was in front of his brother. The great void handprint grabbed at the chain of law, intending to shatter it. Boom, the sound of an intense collision was heard. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the power of the law exploded. Gu Santong was sent flying. His qi and blood churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Throughout the entire process, the middle-aged man and Hua Feiyu didn't move. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu chuckled. I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. If it weren't for your status, do you think I'd marry a piece of trash like you? Alright, I'll forgive you this time. Go back obediently. Damn it. You really deserve to die, Gu Santong was furious. His eyes were red and his body was trembling. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was a saint, then he would have been able to save her brother just now. But now, not only did he fail to save her brother, he was injured by that wave of energy. He was a joke to others. Go back? Why should I go back? At this moment, a voice rang out. At the same time, a hand was placed on Gu Santong's shoulder. Gu Santong was stunned. He felt a warm energy coming from his body. He turned to look at Lin Xian. A glimmer of hope returned to his eyes. In front, Hua Feiyu also frowned. She looked at Lin Xian. I'm talking to your master. What right do you have to speak as a servant? Open your mouth, Hua Feiyu was furious. To be honest, she didn't even think highly of Gu Santong, let alone the person Gu Santong brought. In her opinion, the person Gu Santong brought was nothing special. At most, he was a servant of the Gu family. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, she didn't feel any powerful aura from him. Now, even Gu Santong didn't dare to refute her. A servant dared to refute her will. This was an act of suicide. Wang, hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the middle-aged man waved his hand. In the sky, countless laws formed a hand of laws and slapped towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Not to mention a slap, this attack could turn someone into a bloody mist. Feeling the power of this palm, Gu Santong's face changed. It was too terrifying. He could not even breathe. Oh no, brother Lin, dodge, he wanted to explain Lin Xian's identity, but it was too late. At the same time, he was extremely worried. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he had never seen Lin Xian's true strength. The last time they met, it was the woman beside Lin Xian who attacked. This time, they did not bring the woman with them. Therefore, he was not sure if Lin Xian could withstand the attack of a saint. In fact, he subconsciously felt that he could not withstand it. That was why she shouted so loudly. Humph, what an idiot. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu shook her head and laughed coldly. Even Gu Santong could not withstand this attack, let alone a servant of the Gu family. The middle-aged saint who attacked also smiled coldly. Fine, let's kill this ant. Let's see if Gu Santong still dares to behave atrociously in front of us in the future. The only one who was calm was Lin Xian. He looked at the sword of laws descending from the sky with a calm expression. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed upwards. Previously, Lin Xian did not make a move, because he felt that the time was not right. But later, not only did the other party threaten Gu Santong, he even captured Gu Santong's younger brother. He even wanted to kill him. At this moment, Lin Xian moved. Boom, on Lin Xian's palm, balls of golden Dao patterns appeared. Like burning golden flames, they reached out to grab the space in front of them. This power caused Gu Santong to be stunned once again. He kept retreating, because the power of this palm was too terrifying. The entire void instantly sank. This scene was very strange. It was as if the entire space had stopped. Only the two palms kept moving. Boom, when the two palms collided, there was the sound of thousands of lightning bolts. Countless cracks spread between heaven and earth. The terrifying power formed black holes. What was even more frightening was that the palm of laws in the sky was broken into pieces. Not only that, but the middle-aged saint who attacked also kept retreating. His palm was bleeding and his entire arm was trembling. Then, he exploded into a mist of blood. In fact, when Gu Santong attacked, the guards of the Celestial Lin Pavilion had already gathered here. But they saw Hua, he did not make a move and did not move too far away. Later on, they saw that Lin Xian had a look of disdain on his face when he made his move. But the scene before their eyes, they were really shocked Lin. A saint was injured. Moreover, he had been lightly struck by the other party's palm. This was unbelievable. Gu Santong also widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Lin Xian's attack was broken so easily. This meant that Lin Xian was at least a saint, or at least had the combat strength of a saint. There was another person who was shocked. That person was Hua Feiyu. At this moment, the Jiao Dragon's scissors in her hand fell onto the white jade bracelet again. But she did not notice it at all. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. How could this be? Shadowless upper spirit was injured. This was simply too inconceivable. One should know that the middle-aged man she was with was a first heaven sage. Moreover, he was a middle-stage first heaven sage. His strength was terrifying. In her opinion, no one in Gu Santong's faction could withstand this attack. But now, a young man beside Gu Santong had managed to withstand it. Not only did he withstand it, but he also injured Shadowless upper spirit. This scene was like a dream to her. It did not feel real. Lin Xian retracted his hand and a smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the white jade platform. Then, he picked up a peace-bloomed flower and sniffed it. Then, he said calmly, "You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such strength? You must be tired of living. Since Brother Gu said that he does not want to get married, no one can force him." Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it was unquestionable. "Who are you?" Hua Feiyu finally regained her senses. She looked at the young man who was very close to her and was extremely shocked. Until now, she had not figured out his strength. It was too strange. He was unfathomable. "You don't deserve to know who I am. You only need to know that from now on, this brother of mine will not be threatened by your family. Moreover, no one can threaten him. Damn kid, you're courting death." Behind him, the middle-aged man, Shadowless upper spirit, roared. He was actually injured by a brat. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, Lin Xian was being so arrogant. No one can threaten the Shadowless tribe. In the next moment, he roared and threw his palm at Lin Xian again. This time, his palm became extremely strange. There were simply no traces of it at all. Thus, no one knew where it would appear from. This was the specialty of the Shadowless tribe. It was similar to the void technique. However, Lin Xian did not care. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Then, with a slight tap of his foot, his body moved away in an instant. At the place where he was originally standing, a terrifying giant palm appeared and tore the void apart. What? He dodged it? That's impossible. Shadowless upper spirit screamed. How could Lin Xian dodge my shadowless palm? One had to know that the shadowless palm was completely traceless. Could it be that the other party had noticed it in advance? He could not believe it. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. He said coldly, I don't know who you are, nor do I know your relationship with Gu Santong. But let me tell you, the Shadowless tribe is not to be trifled with. The Shadowless tribe is the royal tribe of the 10,000 Archean tribes. Even in the Great Yen planet, we are one of the top families. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Shadowless tribe? Let's not talk about the entire tribe. Just the top prodigies of the Shadowless tribe are not people you can fight against. Speaking of this, Hua Feiyu's eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, who is the prodigy of the Shadowless tribe? I've never heard of him. Then I can only say that you're ignorant. Hua Feiyu snorted. His eyes were full of arrogance. The top prodigy of the Shadowless tribe is called Shadowless Chen. Thank you, Golden Peach Blossom, for your tip. I have wine, will you come with me? Tip. Asterisk working hard looking to the future asterisk tip. Once the user returns the item, it's not a reward. The user had only tipped once. Gift from user Chen Xiaoyang. Tip from user Lone One Yang 1. Users have been wanting to tip for a long time. Tip. Stupid bear. Tip. Tip. User Gao Feng outside the city tipped. Even on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, he was one of the best. Really? So powerful, as if he was invincible. But why have I never heard of him on the Starry Sky Ancient Road? Lin Xian had never heard of the name Wu Yingchen. What do you know? Wu Yingchen was now a saint, and a very young one at that. In the Heaven Punisher, there were less than 5 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Pfft, what was there to be arrogant about? There were still people who could defeat him. Gu Santong sneered when he heard this. Hua Feiyu showed a trace of disdain. Gu Santong, you are an idiot. You don't know what this means. Let me tell you, who can be compared to the prodigies of the Shadowless tribe. The first is the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian. I think you should be familiar with this name because I have investigated. Yan Nantian and you are in the same starry sky world. You are only a half-saint, but Yan Nantian is different. Although he is a half-saint, it is said that Yan Nantian has killed more than one sage, and he has the inheritance of the great emperor. He is so powerful that no one can defeat him. The second is the famous Little Sword Saint. He has comprehended the law of the sword, which also shocked some sages. The third is Di Ling. The number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard was very mysterious. Although he did not attack often, every attack was earth-shattering. The fourth is called An 13. He is a top young assassin of the Dark Moon Palace. Although his reputation wasn't as great as Yu Lingzi's, his strength was much stronger than Yu Lingzi's. Because he was a saint-level assassin, he could become an assassin saint. Hua Feiyu said the names of the 4 people in a row, then shook his white jade-like finger. Only they are qualified to be compared to the prodigy of the Shadowless tribe, Wu Yingchen. 4 people, didn't you say there was one more? Looks like you were just bragging. Gu Santong sneered. Hua Feiyu said coldly. Of course, there is one more person. He is the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard, and also the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, and he defeated Yan Nantian. He is called Lin Wudi. However, I reckon that he's already dead. Because right now, countless experts and saints from all over the universe want to kill him. He definitely won't be able to survive. Lin Wudi. Gu Santong's heart raced. He had defeated Yan Nantian, and his surname was Lin Xian. He could not help but look at Lin Xian. Could that Lin Wudi be the Lin Xian beside him? He wasn't sure. Because recently, he really didn't care much about the outside world. However, in his opinion, it shouldn't be possible. Hua Feiyu spoke again. Only these 5 people are qualified to compete with the top geniuses of the Shadowless clan. What about you? Who are you? Are you Yan Nantian or Di Ling? At this point, her eyes were filled with mockery. He was a young man. Although he was very powerful, so what? Daring to go against the Shadowless clan, they must be tired of living. You know quite a lot. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It was as if he did not care about these rumors at all. This smile made Hua Feiyu extremely unhappy. What was he pretending for? However, suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Wait, she remembered that Gu Santong had just called him Brother Lin. That meant that his surname was Lin. Moreover, Gu Santong should not have many friends other than the Gu clan. However, this person in front of her was willing to stand up for Gu Santong. That meant that the two of them were very likely from the same world. According to her investigation, Yan Nantian and Gu Santong were from the same world. Apart from them, there was another person, and that was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi and Yan Nantian were also from the same world. And this person in front of her was surnamed Lin. Could it be that this person was him? She had a thought in her mind, but this thought struck her like lightning. She did not dare to believe it. That's impossible. Why would he come here? Wasn't he being hunted down by countless saints? However, when she saw Lin Xian's confident smile, her entire body turned cold. She knew that she had guessed right. He was that person. However, before she could say anything, the middle-aged saint, Shadowless Upper Spirit, said coldly. Sis, don't waste your breath on them. I'll kill this kid now. I was careless just now. Now, I'll go all out. Having said that, he roared angrily. His entire body turned illusory, and lines of blood-red lines appeared on his body. That was the power of his bloodline. It was obvious that Shadowless Upper Spirit was going to use his ultimate move. Shadowless Slash, this was indeed the ultimate move of the Shadowless tribe. This slash could even catch someone off guard and kill someone who was more powerful than him. He did not believe that Lin Xian would be able to withstand his full power. No, you can't do it. Hua Feiyu screamed. Because she had already guessed the identity of the other party. Making a move against such a person was simply courting death. However, she did not have time to remind Lin Xian. Shadowless Upper Spirit had already made his move. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Golden lines appeared on his palm, and the 5 elements divine chain circled around it. His entire palm carried an extremely terrifying energy wave, as if it had turned into a giant dragon and charged out. In an instant, the entire space exploded, and the surrounding formations flickered non-stop. In fact, they even began to fluctuate. The energy wave was so powerful that Gu Santong and Hua Feiyu were forced to retreat. The faces of the guards in the distance changed drastically as well. However, the saint-level formation was actually showing signs of shattering at this moment. Who was the person who attacked? The energy wave was so terrifying that it startled everyone in the Celestial Advent Pavilion. When the elites rushed over, they were all stunned. They saw the sage blood in the sky being destroyed by a giant palm that was as big as a 5 elements mountain. The miserable cries sent chills down their spines. Finally, it disappeared into the sky. These people were crazy. What had they just seen? Someone had destroyed the sage blood. Someone had killed a sage, and it had happened in the blink of an eye. Who was this person? He was the god of death. Originally, the Celestial Advent Pavilion had a rule that no one was allowed to fight. Otherwise, they would kill that person. But now, they did not dare to do anything. Gu Santong was also stunned. Was he dead? A saint-level expert was killed just like that. Hua Feiyu's heart raced, and her body trembled. Yes, it was him. It must be him. It was because of him that he had such strength. The elites in the Celestial Advent Pavilion were also stunned. They even wanted to turn around and run. The entire space was eerily silent. As expected of the peace bloom, it could increase one's soul power. Lin Xian said calmly. He placed the flower in his hand between Hua Feiyu's hair. Hua Feiyu trembled in fear and did not dare to resist. Her heart was filled with fear. She was afraid that the other party would attack. Although she was also a sage, she was only at the beginner first heaven. Even a sage at the middle first heaven was instantly killed by the other party. How could she be a match for him? If the other party attacked at this time, she would not be able to escape death. You, she opened her small mouth and wanted to say something, but she could not make a sound. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed her neck. At this time, a sage from the Celestial Advent Pavilion spoke. he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Lin Xian did not pay attention to the sage at all. Instead, he looked at Hua Feiyu with a faint smile on his face. "Now, you should know who I am, right?" Hua Feiyu swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Although Lin Xian did not emit any terrifying aura now, she could not breathe. However, she couldn't breathe anymore. She would be an idiot if she still didn't know who the other party was. "Lin Wudi, you are Lin Wudi." Her voice was filled with endless fear and trembling. "What, Lin Wudi?" The surrounding experts and sages from the Spirit Immortal Pavilion were also stunned. They were not unfamiliar with this name at all because Lin Wudi had long been famous on the ancient Road of the Stars. First, he defeated Yan Nantian and then stirred up a storm in the Void Ocean. Now, countless experts were looking for him. But they did not expect that he would be here. He had appeared in the Great Yen planet, and the moment he appeared, he had killed a sage. These people felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, they did not rush forward rashly. Otherwise, they would be dead now. These people were filled with shock and fear. They did not dare to go forward at all. Many of them even took a few steps back. Su Chen stretched out a finger and gently flicked it. A ray of sword chi shattered the chains of law on the tower in front of him. Then he said, "Santong, take your brother away. Leave this to me." "Okay." Gu Santong nodded. He already knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. These people would definitely not dare to attack, so he did not hesitate and went forward to save his brother. Then, he brought her out. When he left the spiritual celestial pavilion, Gu Santong's heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that Lin Xian would have such a reputation. Just his name alone was enough to make the people around him not dare to make a move. It was easy to imagine what Lin Xian had gone through before. The two of them were friends, and even though there was a difference in their strength, he didn't think that it would be too much of a difference. But now, he could only laugh bitterly. He was still a half-sage, while Lin Xian had become a sage. Moreover, his name shook the 10,000 realms. Those older generation experts all acknowledged allegiance to him. The gap between them was simply too huge. However, he was not jealous. All he had was determination. He had to move forward on the path of martial arts. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and flew into the distance. In the distance, the elders of the Gu clan were already waiting. They were very worried about Gu Santong's safety. When they saw Gu Santong come out, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had asked, did he not come out? As expected, Gu Santong recounted what had happened. When the elders of the Gu clan heard this, they all gasped. Heavens, young Master Lin is Lin Wudi. It's really him. I should have guessed it. Many elders were shocked. However, Gu Santong said that although Brother Lin was Lin Wudi, he was very powerful and could intimidate these people. But the Shadowless clan is definitely one of the top clans. If there was a conflict, even Brother Lin would not be able to handle it. Young Master, don't worry about this. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to handle it. But Lin Wudi can definitely do it. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace could not kill him. Let alone the Shadowless clan. Moreover, many big clans and factions wanted to kill Lin Wudi. But Lin Wudi was still alive and well. Moreover, those who dared to provoke Lin Wudi all had terrible endings. If the Shadowless clan really dared to go against Lin Wudi, they would probably suffer heavy losses. Those elders were all very excited. They had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Wudi. Now that they knew that it was Lin Wudi, they were very excited. Seeing that their clan elders were so excited, Gu Santong was even more shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Xian's reputation. Previously, their elders were very afraid of the Shadowless clan. But now, it seemed that no one was optimistic about the Shadowless clan. Instead, they were optimistic about Lin Wudi. What kind of strength did he have to make these elders think like this? Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He could not help but turn his head to look at the Lingxian pavilion in the distance. The Lingxian pavilion was still silent. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were on Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu's face was extremely pale. It was as if she was being stared at by a peerless beast. The blood in her body was about to condense. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead and streaked across her beautiful face. What do you want? If you touch me, the Shadowless clan will not let you off. Hua Feiyu could only threaten him. Did you know? Those who have threatened me are all dead. For example, the Great Demon, and some of the geniuses that you have heard of. Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's heart thumped. She knew that he was right. Lin Wudi's battle achievements were like thunder to her ears. If she dared to provoke him, he would definitely kill her with one slap. Although the Shadowless clan was strong, so what? Which top sect did not want to kill him, but he was still alive and well. So she knew that threatening him was useless. Hua Feiyu took a deep breath. Young Master Lin, I was wrong this time. I apologize to you. And I promise that from now on, I will not have any ideas about Gu Santong. Please spare my life. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were dumbfounded. What did they just see? The princess of the Shadowless clan, the high and mighty queen, was lowering her head to someone at this moment. And she was begging for mercy. This scene was simply like a dream. Su Chen's lips curled up. He knew that Gu Santong's matter had been resolved. He was about to say something, but at this moment, Black Mountain spoke. Kid, there's something wrong. The girl in front of you is not ordinary. She seems to be hiding something in her body. Hearing Black Mountain's voice transmission, Lin Xian frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. Black Mountain was the great sage. He was knowledgeable, so he could naturally see many key problems. Lin Xian said. What was it? Could it be the soul mark of a sage? Something to protect one's life, he asked. Usually, he knew that top geniuses like this would have a life-saving talisman of their clan's ancestor. However, he was not too concerned about this. It was just a life-saving talisman. It could not do anything to him. However, He Shan told him through voice transmission that he wasn't. It wasn't, Lin Xian was stunned. If it wasn't a life-saving talisman, then what was it? It was a soul, a very weak soul. He Shan said telepathically. A remnant soul? Just like you. Lin Xian was surprised. He Shan said, it's not the same. It has an extremely strong death aura. It shouldn't exist in this world. It's just that for some reason, it survived in this woman's body. He Shan sneered. Perhaps even this woman herself didn't know that there was such a soul in her body. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There's such a thing? He asked. What does that have to do with us? Just kill this woman. No, I'm very curious. Who is it that came up with such a method? Kid, although I promised you to be by your side to assist you, I also want to be resurrected one day. So I'm very interested in this method. Although I may not do it, maybe I can get some inspiration from it. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. A cold light appeared in his eyes. You can take action and grab that soul. Okay, but help me cover it up. He Shan said telepathically. Hearing this, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. A black aura appeared on it, like a ghost aura. It was very scary. He grabbed at Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu screamed like crazy, her face full of horror. Is he going to kill me? Is he really going to do it? No. Spare my life. She screamed. The surrounding people were also stunned. If they killed Hua Feiyu, they would definitely start a war with the Shadowless clan. This time, Lin Wudi was really strong. But soon, they were stunned. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She saw that the black palm passed through her body, but she was not injured. What's going on? She widened her beautiful eyes. The next moment, her whole body trembled because she found that the black palm was pulling out of her body. At the same time, a black shadow came out. It was a very strange black shadow. It seemed that the latter wanted to return to her body. What's going on? Hua Feiyu was stunned. Why is there such a shadow in my body? This was too unbelievable. While she was in a daze, the black shadow suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Whoosh, after that, the entire space darkened as if it had turned into hell. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard all around. The terrifying aura made the surrounding sages feel numb. What did he give birth to? Everyone in the Celestial Lin Pavilion was stunned. Many of them were trembling in fear. Hua Feiyu was even more stunned. Lin Xian sneered as he activated his great dragon sword soul. Sharp sword chi pierced out in all directions. Immediately, the miserable cries became even more terrifying. Hua Feiyu also revealed a pained expression. Half of the Black Shadow's body had left, and there was still a pair of legs inside her body. However, at this moment, a few Dao patterns suddenly lit up on her body and formed an array formation. She firmly locked onto the Black Shadow and seemed to want to stop it from escaping. Not only that, but Hua Feiyu's bloodline power was also stimulated out of nowhere. Hua Feiyu was stunned. He did not move at all. This was all controlled by someone else. What was going on? The Black Shadow in her body was actually able to control the power of her blood, soul locking array? He Shan sneered, not caring at all. He did not care about a mere soul locking array. The black claw slapped a few times and all of them were aimed at the vital points of the soul-locking array. When Lin Xian saw this, he immediately unleashed his dragon-shaped sword qi and shattered those vital points. With a crack, the entire soul-locking array was smashed into pieces. Hua Feiyu's body trembled. The black shadow was completely pulled out. Roar, between heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying roar rang out. Then, the black shadow rushed out of the Celestial Lin Pavilion, wanting to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? Countless dragon-shaped sword qi intertwined to form a dragon sword sacred realm, completely sealing off all the space. The black shadow crashed into the sword qi and let out a miserable cry. It quickly retreated, its face full of fear. These sword qis were capable of annihilating everything. There was no way the soul could escape. At this moment, He Shan also moved. Soul sealing seal. Between heaven and earth, countless Dao inscriptions formed a seal, shrouding towards the black soul. The soul wanted to resist, but after being slashed a few times by the sword qi, it became extremely weak and was finally sealed. Did you succeed? Lin Xian asked telepathically. He Shan nodded, revealing a smile. But soon, she frowned. Wait a moment, kid, chase all the people around out. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he snorted coldly, get lost, if you don't want to die. The sword qi circled around, and all the people around him retreated. Even the sages were pushed out. Lin Xian took out an array and directly shrouded the entire space. The next moment, he asked, what's wrong? It's not over yet. It's more complicated than I thought. As she spoke, He Shan looked at Hua Feiyu. Xian also looked over. At this moment, Hua Feiyu was already sitting on the ground, paralyzed. Her face became extremely pale. She was stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Now, when she felt Lin Xian's gaze, her body suddenly trembled. She didn't know what he was going to do. At this moment, He Shan telepathically said, kid, do as I say. Then, Lin Xian heard He Shan's telepathic message. He was stunned, but soon, a cold look appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he directly shot out the 9 suns divine fire and enveloped Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was burned by the flames and immediately screamed, but she couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palm firmly enveloped her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't fight. There are some things on you that I have to figure out. Figure out? What do you want to figure out? Hua Feiyu found that the clothes and armor on her body had all melted under the strange flames. She appeared in front of him like a newborn baby, which made her ears turn red. She had never faced a man like that. Lin Xian didn't feel anything strange. He continued to activate the 9 suns divine fire. Gradually, he found that Hua Feiyu's body was changing again. Mysterious veined patterns appeared one after another. They were all Dao veins that were densely packed and crawled all over his body. Not only that, the shadow under Hua Feiyu's feet seemed to be twisting in pain. This scene made Lin Xian's hair stand. Hua Feiyu was terrified, but she didn't know what had happened. Lin Xian saw that the Dao patterns on her body were like a ghost's head when combined. Using the soul to raise the corpse. It was such a method. He Shan exclaimed, as if he didn't expect this to happen. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. She had never thought that there was such a thing hidden in her body. Xianxia said that this girl was just a sacrifice, using her body to raise another person. Moreover, the Tao patterns on her body and this method made me think of an ancient legend. Ancient legend? What was that? Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Lin Xian was shocked. There was such a saying that after one died in battle, one would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, one would live in this world as a new life. And martial artists cultivated to escape this kind of reincarnation. There were 5 swords in the world, other than the Great Dragon Sword and the Heavenly Punishment Sword. There was another one called the Reincarnation Sword. It was said that it was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Reincarnation Sword. Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, he felt that his heavenly secret divine eyes suddenly released a light. It was as if his eyes were like his heart, beating rapidly. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. The heavenly secret divine eyes had a reaction. Could it be related to the thing on Hua Feiyu's body? He did not know, but he was even more interested. It seemed that even if he did not help Xianxia, he would have to study it himself. Then, who was this person that wanted to be revived? Lin Xian said again. He glanced at Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu was still in great shock. Xianxia said that he was not sure, but it seemed that even the power of the bloodline was stimulated. It was very likely that it was the ancestor of the Shadowless clan. Or, it was related to the Shadowless clan. Ancestor. This time, Hua Feiyu came back to her senses and screamed. Her face became extremely pale, as if she had thought of something. What did you think of? Tell me and I will spare your life. Lin Xian said coldly. I remember that when I was 5 years old, I was taught by the Grand Elder of the clan to go to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan every month to pay respects. Every time I went there, I would fall asleep, and when I came back, I would wake up 3 days later. How long did this go on for? Hua Feiyu thought for a moment and then said. Until now, it was not every month, but every year. Xianxia snorted coldly. It seemed like his guess was right. It was an old ancestor of the Shadowless clan who wanted to reincarnate. Was the patriarch resurrected? Hua Feiyu was also surprised. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. When Xianxia saw this, he sneered. It was foolish of you to think it was a good thing. After your ancestor revives, you will die and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Do you think this is still a good opportunity? What? Hua Feiyu's body trembled, his heart falling into a 10,000-year ice cave. Would she die? Moreover, his body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even reincarnate. This wasn't what she wanted. She wanted the Shadowless clan to become stronger. She wanted the Shadowless clan's ancestor to come back to life. But the premise of all this was that she had to be the beneficiary. Now, if she died, then no matter how prosperous and powerful their family was, it would have nothing to do with her. This caused Hua Feiyu to feel a deep sense of fear. No. Impossible. Why would the family do this to me, sacrificing you to revive an ancestor and let the Shadowless clan prosper again? I think anyone would make such a choice, Lin Xian said coldly. No, I don't want to die. Hua Feiyu shook her head. She was only a few hundred years old. With her strength as a sage, she could still live for a few thousand years. Moreover, why should she be sacrificed? Kid, we are your saviors now. If we don't do anything, your yang qi and soul will be sucked dry within 10 years. Moreover, it seems that the one living in your body is only a split soul. The ancestor's corpse is still lying in your ancestral land. I guess your fate has already been chosen. It's impossible to resist. There's only death. Do you want us to help you end your life? Xianxia's cold voice sounded. Hua Feiyu shook his head. I can't die. I don't want to die. I can escape from the great Yen planet, Su Chen sneered. Can you escape the Shadowless clan's pursuit? The Shadowless clan's pursuit. Hua Feiyu's strength was instantly sucked dry. She knew how powerful her clan was. With her strength, it was impossible for her to escape. She would be caught before she could even escape from the great Yen planet. However, she really didn't want to die. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian. Plop, she knelt in front of Lin Xian. Save me. As long as you save me, I will be yours from now on. Although this method would make him lose his freedom, it would allow her to live. She completely gave up resisting. From now on, you are my master. You can plant a slave seal in my soul. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The insufferably arrogant princess of the Shadowless clan, Hua Feiyu, was now at his feet. It was different from before. Previously, she had lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But now, she was kneeling at his feet and had become his slave. However, Lin Xian didn't plant a slave seal on her. He said coldly, I won't plant a slave seal on you. However, since you have submitted to me, you can never betray me. If you dare to betray me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth or the edge of the universe, I will catch you and tear you to pieces. I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. There was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Yes, I definitely wouldn't dare. Hua Feiyu lowered her head deeply. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, get up. He released a force. Light appeared on Hua Feiyu's body. A ball of armor appeared and wrapped around her delicate body. Then, she asked, young master, what are your plans next? I am very interested in your ancestor, so I plan to go to the Shadowless clan to take a look. The Shadowless clan's ancestral land? Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Deep fear appeared in her eyes. To be honest, she didn't want to go back in her life because she knew how terrifying that place was. She even hoped that Lin Xian would take her away from the Great Yen planet and go to any world. However, she didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to go to the Shadowless clan. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Xian's cold and determined eyes, she knew that she couldn't persuade the man in front of her. So, she could only say, I understand. Young master, please come with me. Then, Lin Xian removed the array and followed Hua Feiyu. The two left the Spirit Immortal Pavilion and soared into the sky. They flew into the distance. After they left, the people of the Spirit Immortal Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very puzzled. What did Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu do in the array? They guessed that they couldn't figure it out. The ancestral land of the Shadowless clan. This was the forbidden land of the Shadowless clan. Only a small number of people could enter. Those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. Therefore, there was usually no one here. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the ancestral land. It was as if a huge monster had come back to life. At this moment, the people of the Shadowless clan all trembled. It was as if there was something in their souls that terrified them. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan and the Supreme Elder's expressions changed instantly. What was going on? It seemed that something had happened to the ancestral land. The people in charge of guarding the ancestral land also returned. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Patriarch, something bad has happened. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan had a grim expression. Follow me to the secret room. They entered the secret room and asked, what's going on? I don't know, but it seems that the old patriarch is angry. The old patriarch is angry? What's going on? The patriarch and the supreme elders were stunned. That shouldn't be. The old patriarch has always been asleep. Why would he be angry? Could it be that something had happened? One of the supreme elders had a grave expression. This matter is too important. We should go there personally. All right, they hurried over. Then, the patriarch of the Shadowless clan personally walked in. Although he was the supreme ruler of the clan, he was as respectful as a child in the ancestral land. Trembling, he bowed and asked, greetings, old patriarch. May I know what has disturbed you? There was a huge altar in front of him. Inside the altar, there was a black coffin. The black coffin was covered with runes, and there were countless formations around it. At this moment, a mysterious shadow appeared in the black coffin. The shadow said in a hoarse voice, damn it. The soul I planted, the seed I used to revive, was destroyed by someone. Who was it? Find him and cut him into pieces. At the same time, bring back the sacrifice. There can be no accidents. What? The seed was destroyed? The patriarch of the Shadowless clan was shocked. No wonder the old patriarch was so angry. He said, don't worry, old patriarch. I'll do it right away. He turned into a ghost and rushed out in an instant. The senior elders outside were all waiting. When they saw that the family had arrived, they all surrounded him. What exactly happened? Why was the old ancestor so angry? The shadowless family had frowned. A seed planted by the old ancestor had been destroyed. How could this be? Could it be the seed inside Huafeiyu's body? But that shouldn't be the case. In our Grand Yan planet, who can threaten Huafeiyu? He didn't know. Could it be the Gu family? Someone frowned. However, there were also people who sneered. Gu clan, if it was the real Gu family, perhaps they would be very powerful and be able to discover the secret. However, the current Gu family is merely a branch. They are even inferior to us. How could they discover the secret of our ancestor? Then, there is only one other possibility. That is that some peerless powerhouse of the universe has arrived at our grand spill planet. Perhaps he had met Huafeiyu. No, we have to find him quickly and bring Huafeiyu back safely. After discussing, the shadowless family asked coldly, "Where is Huafeiyu?" Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him and knelt on one knee. At the Celestial Linxian Pavilion. Send someone to the Celestial Lin Pavilion to find out what happened. Also, summon Huafeiyu back. Yes. The shadowless family moved out. After all, this matter was related to their old ancestor. They couldn't help but be nervous. At the same time, the Supreme Elder's eyes flashed. Who was it that could discover the secret of their old ancestor, no matter who this person was? They had to get rid of him. Otherwise, their shadowless family would be in big trouble. On the other side, Lin Xian and Huafeiyu left the Celestial Spirit Pavilion and quickly flew towards the shadowless family. Along the way, Huafeiyu led the way in front while Lin Xian followed behind without saying a word. In fact, he was communicating with Black Mountain through their souls. Brat, be careful. We've killed a strand of his soul. Maybe that existence already knows about it. Lin Xian said, I'm not worried about other things. I can handle it. However, if that old guy really revives, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. At that time, it will depend on you. Don't worry. As long as he is not a great emperor, I don't care about anything else. Black Mountain sneered. Indeed, he was already a great sage when he was alive, an existence second only to a great emperor. Therefore, even if there was an old immortal in the shadowless family, he would not be afraid. Moreover, according to Black Mountain's analysis, that person should have died long ago. It was just that he had used some method to come back to life. Therefore, He Shan and Lin Xian wanted to test him this time. They wanted to see what method he had used to escape from the cycle of reincarnation. Although the shadowless family was a family, it was an overlord in the Great Yen planet. Therefore, the entire shadowless family was like a vast country. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the edge of the shadowless family. Huafeiyu turned around and said, Young master, we have arrived at the edge of the family. However, our family's sphere of influence is bigger. It will take a long time to reach the core area. Should I use the family's array to teleport us over? No need. Lin Xian said indifferently. Huafeiyu was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian was going to fly over, but Lin Xian said that someone had found them. What? Huafeiyu probed with his soul power. Indeed, in the next moment, he frowned. This was because he realized that there were a few figures flying over from afar. He was actually familiar with that person. Oh, isn't this Sister Feiyu? Aren't you at the Celestial Lin Pavilion? Why are you here? Great, the family is looking for you. Come back with me. It was a woman's voice. Before the voice had completely disappeared, the figure had already appeared. It was also a beautiful woman. Her appearance was similar to Huafeiyu, but she was more enchanting. She didn't come alone. Behind her, there were 9 other figures. The 9 figures were very powerful. At this moment, their expressions were incomparably dignified. However, the enchanting woman in front had a cold smile on her face. Is that so? I'm going back too. Men, bring me my sacred beast and chariot. Huafeiyu said. Her status in the shadowless family was not ordinary. Therefore, when she went out or returned home, it was very ostentatious. Her spirit boat and chariot were of very high grade. They might even surpass the existence of a half-step sacred tool. Moreover, every time, there would be some powerful half-step sacred beast pulling her chariot. This would show how powerful the Shadowless clan was, and at the same time, it would show her supreme status. Hearing Hua Feiyu's words, the enchanting woman laughed. Sister Feiyu, you're really extravagant as usual. Unfortunately, there's nothing today. You'd better follow me back. Speaking of this, he took out the spirit boat, which was decorated very luxuriously. Follow her back, Hua Feiyu frowned when she saw her reaction. Seems like you've become so reckless after not being taught a lesson for a few days, Hua Feiyu, you're too full of yourself. Do you really think that you can still be so arrogant now? The enchanting woman sneered as a vicious look appeared in her eyes. To be honest, the battle between the big families was very cruel. Although they were all from the same family, Hua Feiyu's treatment since she was young was much better than theirs. It was rumored that Hua Feiyu was the next successor of the Shadowless family. This made the others extremely jealous. Therefore, the enchanting woman was very happy to see Hua Feiyu's miserable end. Don't think about the treatment of the successor. It's still a matter of whether you can survive or not. The family has already given the order to find you and take you back. Torture and interrogation, therefore, you're now a prisoner. On account of my sister, I've given you some face and didn't arrest you directly. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, do you believe that I'll get someone to seal you and bring you back? Hearing such sarcastic words, Hua Feiyu's face darkened completely. Her delicate body was trembling. To be honest, she had always been high and mighty in the family like a princess. No one dared to provoke her. The younger generation didn't dare to, but the older generation loved her very much. For something like this, she would have tortured them to death long ago. Previously, she thought that it was because of her talent that she could win the love of the grand elders and the family. But now, she knew that it wasn't like that at all. It was because these people wanted to use her body to revive the ancestor. That was why she was praised to the heavens. However, the huge difference in status made Hua Feiyu unable to accept it. What's wrong? Do you feel terrible? Do you want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the right. From now on, you're a prisoner, you'd better kneel down and beg me. Maybe I can torture you less on the way back. Otherwise, I can guarantee that when we return to the clan, I will let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. The enchanting woman lazily leaned on the jade couch as her voice was incomparably cold. He had to torture this little princess. Hua Feiyu trembled in anger. A terrifying aura rose from her body, and she was about to attack. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. That was because a piercingly cold sword chi flew past her. A beam of light streaked across the sky and instantly enveloped the enchanting woman. A miserable cry rang out, and then the entire sky was split open. How noisy! Lin Xian flicked his finger. He was the one who had shot out the sword chi. He had a purpose for coming here. How could he listen to the nonsense of a little ant? Hua Feiyu's eyelids twitched, and that fear appeared again. In the distance, the 9 experts were stunned. One of their sisters had died. How was this possible? Who was this person? How dare he kill a member of the Shadowless clan? These people's minds were a little blank. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian was Hua Feiyu's friend, but they did not pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that was not the case. A friend dared to touch a member of the Shadowless clan. However, no matter who this kid was, he was dead for daring to touch a member of the Shadowless clan. He was courting death. One of them roared angrily and slammed his palm over. The others also pulled out their weapons one after another. A terrifying attack flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. They did not know what was good for them. These ants were nothing in front of him. A beam of sword chi rose from his finger and flew in all directions. The sword chi was very bright and carried the power of the 5 elemental laws. It instantly enveloped those people. With a poof, the 9 people were cut into pieces by the sword chi, and all kinds of miserable cries rang out. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand, which carried a terrifying divine fire, and directly burned the bodies of the 9 people clean. In the blink of an eye, these people were annihilated by him. Beside him, Hua Feiyu was shocked. She felt that she was numb, but when she saw Lin Xian attack again, she was still terrified. He was too strong. No wonder he dared to call himself Lin Wudi. Lin Xian glanced at Hua Feiyu and said, "Why? Are you still worried? The safety of the Shadowless clan? Based on the current situation, the Shadowless clan has already started to capture you. You should worry about your own safety first." Hearing this, Hua Feiyu's face changed instantly. Indeed, her clan must have found out about her. Otherwise, her cousin would not have dared to treat her like this. It seemed that her clan was determined to capture her. Since that was the case, why should she worry about her clan's safety? "Sir, don't worry. I am now your servant and have nothing to do with the Shadowless clan." Hua Feiyu seemed to have made a decision. "Very good. Soon, you will be grateful for your decision," Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he said, "Let's go. Lead the way to the ancestral land of the Shadowless clan." Lin Xian waved his hand and the seductive woman's body was evaporated. Then, he grabbed the spiritual boat forcefully. He and Hua Feiyu sat on it and Hua Feiyu started to control the spiritual boat. They headed towards the Shadowless clan quickly. At the same time, the entire Shadowless clan started to move. Many of them came back to report that they had found Hua Feiyu's whereabouts. Someone had already gone to capture Hua Feiyu. "You must bring her back. You must capture her alive and try not to hurt her. Also, send more people. We still don't know who helped Hua Feiyu remove the seed in her body. However, to be able to discover Hua Feiyu's secret, it must be an expert. If necessary, send more sages." "Yes, we will go and prepare now." A few of the elders also stood up and prepared to head over to see Lin Feiyu. However, just as they stood up, their bodies swayed and they almost fell. At the same time, a thunderous sound was heard. Boom, the sound was so terrifying that the entire Shadowless clan shook violently. "Why? Is there an earthquake? How is that possible? We are in the spirit vein. Why would there be an earthquake? What is going on?" The elders and experts in the main hall were all stunned. Outside, a few guards rushed in madly. They knelt on the ground and reported, "Oh no, someone is attacking us. Our clan's defensive array has been split open." "What?" The people in the hall were all stunned. Their defensive array had been split open. What was going on? The Shadowless clan was an overlord. Who would dare to provoke them? Moreover, their defensive array was so powerful that even a sage could not break it open. Now, someone had actually split it open. Who was it? Had the other top clans joined forces to attack them? If those clans had joined forces, it might have been possible. However, a few guards came over and said in horror, "No, it's Princess Hua Feiyu. She's back." "What, Hua Feiyu? She's back, wait, who's with her? Is someone threatening her?" one of the elders shouted coldly. Perhaps it was that mysterious expert who had made a move. The guard hurriedly said. Princess Hua Feiyu was not threatened, but there was indeed a person following beside her. It was a very beautiful young man. A young man. In the main hall, the elders were all stunned. If it was a very powerful elder, they would believe it. But what was going on with a young man? At this moment, an elder said coldly. Perhaps it was just a young man who had lived for a few thousand years. Indeed, these subordinates did not have good eyesight and might not be able to recognize that expert. "Let's go out and take a look." "Humph, how dare you come to our Shadowless clan and behave so atrociously? No matter who you are, you won't be able to leave," these people sneered. Among them, the head of the Shadowless clan stood up and walked forward with large strides. Behind him, the elders and experts all followed. They wanted to see who dared to behave atrociously in front of the Shadowless clan. In the core area of the Shadowless clan, there was a huge array. At this moment, the array had been split into two and the spatial crack would not heal for a long time. The large crack made the Shadowless clan's experts inside feel numb. At this moment, two figures were standing outside the formation. They were Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu had arrived at the core area. Then, Lin Xian used his peerless swordsmanship, 9 suns open the sky, to split open the array. This caused the scene just now. At this moment, countless members of the Shadowless clan rushed out of the defensive formation. They were densely packed like ghosts as they attacked at high speed. There were even some people who completely surrounded Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Seeing this, Hua Feiyu's face turned ugly. Although she was also a saint, in the face of such an earth-shattering attack, as well as those elders and experts, she simply could not withstand it. She looked worriedly at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were narrowed, and he looked incomparably calm. He was different from Hua Feiyu. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. He had fought his way up step by step. It could be said that he had been through hundreds of battles, and there was nothing that he had not seen before. The people who came out now were not enough to move him. Let's go. I think the people inside already know. Let's go and meet them. Lin Xian walked straight ahead. Hua Feiyu's scalp went numb, but he still followed closely behind. Now, Lin Xian was her life-saving straw. Without Lin Xian, she would not be able to withstand the anger of the Shadowless clan. Therefore, she could only follow Lin Xian in. Kill. Around them, the experts of the Shadowless clan roared crazily. First, the person before them had broken through their defensive formation. Now, he had acted so recklessly and dared to enter their core region. It really made them furious. In an instant, all the members of the Shadowless clan around them moved. In the sky, countless energy surged, densely packed, and rushed toward Lin Xian. Flames appeared one after another on Lin Xian's body, forming patterns that were abnormally terrifying. The god of nine suns' body bloomed, and at the same time, the divine fire formed an illusion of a giant, enveloping him and Hua Feiyu. The giant followed Lin Xian's footsteps and also walked forward. Around them, all the attacks of the Shadowless clan hit the golden giant, causing an earth-shattering riot. However, they could not shake the golden giant at all. In this way, Lin Xian directly entered the core area of the Shadowless clan. How is that possible? How can he block so many attacks? The surrounding members of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. With so many of them attacking, even a saint would be injured, right? Kill. Many people directly moved. They did not attack from afar, but directly closed in. They were like shadows, and in an instant, more than a dozen figures came in front of Lin Xian. The weapons in their hands stabbed at his vital points. The other party's divine ability was powerful, but his body would definitely not be able to block their attacks. Boom. Boom, boom. More than a dozen knives, swords, and daggers, flashing with demonic light, slashed fiercely on Lin Xian's body, causing countless thunderous sounds. Flames splashed, and the void shattered. This force was too powerful, and it could destroy everything. Hee, die, kid. They revealed sinister smiles. Soon, their smiles froze, and they became frightened. He was not injured, they screamed like crazy. Lin Xian did not even turn his head. He pushed his hand, and the huge golden hand with the power of stormy waves directly pushed in all directions. The bodies of more than a dozen Shadowless clan powerhouses around him instantly exploded. At the same time, Lin Xian controlled the golden giant to take a step forward, and at the same time, its hands danced like two huge mountains. The surrounding Shadowless clan powerhouses were either stomped to death or sent flying. In an instant, screams rang out, and the ground and wind shook. It was a scene of destruction. Hua Feiyu followed behind, her face full of shock. This scene was too shocking. This was the Shadowless clan, the core area of the Shadowless clan. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? But now, a young man was killing in all directions. Countless corpses of the Shadowless clan powerhouses fell, and the sea of blood surged, turning into hell. No one dared to move forward. Those who were still alive stood far away, their bodies trembling. They moved with Lin Xian, but no one dared to make a move. Damn it. A group of people walked out of the hall in the distance. Originally, they were aggressive and had cold smiles on their faces. They wanted to see who dared to be impudent. When they arrived, they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of them. Those who had died were all the elites of the Shadowless clan. Immediately, the elder screamed. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to kill so many of our elites? In their eyes, piercing cold runes burst out, and a terrifying light pierced through the void, staring at the two figures standing in front of him. Hua Feiyu. Damn it, you bitch, how dare you attack the clan? One of the elders rushed over in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of them in an instant. A black dagger appeared in his hand, and it carried an extremely terrifying poison. This was a poison technique that was refined with the blood of 3 demonic saints. It was extremely terrifying. The cold dagger slashed forward. The morning update was late. I'm very sorry. I hope everyone can support me. Everything happened so quickly that the Shadowless clan members could not react in time. When they did, they screamed, "Don't kill her, just capture her." They were still afraid that their experts would hurt Hua Feiyu. However, it was obvious that they were overthinking. Hua Feiyu took 2 steps back and retreated behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian threw out a punch. His fist shone brightly and Dao patterns surrounded it. It was like a god's fist as it blasted toward the Shadowless clan's expert. Boom, there was an intense collision and then the void exploded. A figure flew out. It was the Shadowless clan's expert. Both of his hands were broken, and there was a hole in his body. His internal organs were all shattered. The people behind were stunned and their hearts were filled with shock. That was a sage. But he was easily defeated by the other party. Who was this young man in front of them? Damn it, who are you, Hua Feiyu? How dare you join forces with outsiders to attack the clan? On the other side, there was a series of crazy roars. Clan, are you also my clansman? What did you do to my body? Hua Feiyu's voice was hoarse. You have already planned to sacrifice me. Why should I care about the clan, every man for himself? Since you forced me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hua Feiyu's eyes were filled with determination. He had to live. He had to live. Damn it, Hua Feiyu, as a member of the Shadowless clan, you naturally have to sacrifice for the Shadowless clan. It is your good fortune to be chosen by the Patriarch. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. We will spare your life and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will have to bear the anger of the entire clan. You don't have to threaten me. I have a new master now. I will listen to whatever the master says. Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Shadowless clan members were all sealed. Master, the genius that they had painstakingly nurtured had become someone else's slave. This made their lungs explode with anger. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Get over here and die. I will tear you into pieces. These people were mad with anger. Lin Xian coldly snorted. I'm here to investigate the ancestral land of your Shadowless clan. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. What? Were they here to plot against their ancestral land? These people were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. Could it be that they were here for their patriarch? Damn it, kill him. I must kill him. He could not allow him to threaten the old ancestor. All of a sudden, the members of the Shadowless clan all rushed towards Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's body, the 5 elemental laws emanated and wrapped around his arms. Then, he slashed in all directions. The 9-yang sword technique was incomparably terrifying when used by him. Those Shadowless clan members were all sent flying. Even the saints of the first heaven were unable to get close. What about the array formation? Use the killing array to kill him. The family head roared. The people around him were casting formations. Countless formations were stacked on top of each other. However, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He opened the sky with both hands, and the sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, shattering all the sword techniques. At the same time, he used the aqua tide. A terrifying light appeared in his eyes, and his pupil technique spread out in all directions. The surrounding Shadowless clan members all held their heads and screamed. The weaker ones had their souls directly destroyed. Even the sages' faces were pale and filled with fear. In an instant, the Shadowless clan members were all stunned. A young man was actually suppressing them to the point that they could not even raise their heads? Who was this person, who dared to cause trouble in the Shadowless clan? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the void split open, and an old man walked out. When they saw the old man, many people cheered. It was the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, please attack, kill him, Grand Elder. You must kill him. He actually killed so many of our elites, and that Hua Feiyu, Grand Elder, you must suppress her. Countless people prostrated on the ground. The Grand Elder's gaze darkened as he looked at Lin Xian and Hua Feiyu. He did not say anything. His palm covered the sky and the earth, grabbing towards the two of them. Hua Feiyu's face became incomparably pale. Young master, this is not good. This is the Grand Elder, a level 2 saint, a level 2 saint? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the 5 elemental laws revolved, forming the 5 elemental wheel, and rushed forward. This was a weapon formed by the 5 elemental laws. It was extremely terrifying, and it was like a death scythe in the sky, slashing across the sky. Boom boom boom, cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and the surrounding space was constantly shattering. The Shadowless clan members also frantically retreated. In front of them, it was a scene of destruction. However, the Shadowless clan members were extremely excited. They knew that the Grand Elder who attacked them was an elder in the late stage of the second heaven. He was extremely powerful. With him attacking, they could definitely destroy the strong enemy. The other party would definitely not survive. Just like that, they waited patiently. The light in front of them gradually dimmed, and the cracks also disappeared. However, soon, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that 2 figures had appeared. How could this be? The Shadowless clan members were dumbfounded. They kept slapping their faces, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion. The other party was fine. How could he not be dead? That was the attack of a level 2 elder. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. To be honest, the attack just now had made her feel despair. She thought that Lin Xian would not be able to block the Grand Elder's attack. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. The young man in front of her dared to come to the Shadowless clan, which meant that he had enough means. What Grand Elder? He was just SOSO. Kneel on the ground obediently and submit to me, and I will not kill you. My target is your ancestral land. Otherwise, if you dare to stop me again, I will send you on your way. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently. Once these words came out, the Shadowless clan members in the distance went crazy. Threat, someone actually dared to threaten their Grand Elder. He was too daring. Kid, you have thoroughly angered me. I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Grand Elder rushed over and began to attack crazily. His heart was filled with anger. A young kid dared to threaten him. This was intolerable. Shadow Sacred Domain, go to hell, the Grand Elder shouted, and the Sacred Domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. Countless shadows appeared and pounced on Lin Xian. Each attack could easily kill a level 1 saint. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an unparalleled light. His fist swept out in all directions, and the powerful force tore apart all the shadows that came close to him. Even the Sacred Domain was trembling from his attacks. However, at this moment, that utmost exalted elder let out a long shout. The entire Sacred Domain suddenly shrank and disappeared. Lin Xian's face changed. His body stiffened as if he had been fixed in the void. Ha 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 ha, kid, you have been hit by my shadowless technique. Let's see how you will die. Not good. Hua Feiyu's face became very ugly, and the people of the Shadowless clan in the distance all started laughing. Because they knew that the other party was dead meat. Sure enough, Lin Xian was motionless in the air, as if he had been frozen. Under his feet, his shadow was strangely entangled by the other's shadow. Young master, be careful. This was a shadow technique and he couldn't control it. Hua Feiyu screamed. He also knew this kind of shadow technique. It was the ultimate technique of the Shadowless clan. As long as he could entangle the opponent's shadow, he could force the opponent to do anything. For example, right now, the Grand Elder raised his hand and controlled the shadow to stab at Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's hand was pulled up by the shadow, and he was about to commit suicide. No, Hua Feiyu closed his eyes, he felt despair. Was Lin Xian really going to die here? If Lin Xian died, her fate would be very miserable. Lin Xian seemed to have been controlled. The hand was getting closer and closer to his forehead. If it pierced through, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The Grand Elder revealed a sinister smile. To fight with him, the other party was too weak. Shadow technique? It was indeed strange, but unfortunately, it was useless against me. Just as Lin Xian's hand was about to touch his forehead, he stopped and sneered. What's going on? Why did he stop? The Grand Elder was stunned and hurriedly controlled the shadow. He wanted to speed up, but the other party did not commit suicide at all. Instead, he stopped there. No matter how hard the shadow tried to pull him, he did not move at all. How could this be? Impossible. Could it be that it had failed? The Supreme Elder's expression changed. The people of the Shadowless clan were also shocked. Hua Feiyu was also stunned. Lin Xian's body shook. The nine-yang divine body emitted millions of rays of light as a sword qi tore apart all the shadows on his body. It was useless. Xian walked forward and his aura grew stronger and stronger. Not good. The Grand Elder's face turned completely gloomy. His secret technique was actually ineffective against the other party. Humph. He snorted coldly. It seemed that he could only use other secret techniques to deal with this brat. He raised his hand and shot out several streaks of void. Not good, it's the invisible needle. Young master, be careful. Hua Feiyu screamed again from behind. The shadowless needle was a top-notch hidden weapon. Furthermore, it was coated with poison. Even saints would die if they were hit by it. If he was stabbed, he would be in danger. Boom! Lin Xian stomped his foot and the sword qi on his body flickered as he deflected the shadowless needle. At the same time, he used stellar transposition to send the shadowless needles flying with even more terrifying power. He rushed towards the Grand Elder. The Supreme Elder issued a command and hurriedly dodged. Damn it, what the hell is going on, Humph, Supreme Elder? That was all there was to it. Now, this battle was over. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that there was no need to continue fighting with his opponent. Therefore, he pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was also activated. Like a long dragon, it pierced forward. What? How terrifying! The combination of the two forces caused heaven and earth to continuously shatter. The people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. Even the Supreme Elder's expression became incomparably ugly. This aura made him feel terrified. Damn it, block it for me. He waved his hands and attacked fiercely in front of him. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. At the same time, his body became void and completely disappeared into the void. The Shadowless clan might not be the strongest in a head-on battle, but in terms of hiding, escaping, and assassination, they were definitely the most confident. You can't escape, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He used the Kuan-Pung movement technique and dodged the Supreme Elder's full-powered attack. Then, the Spear of Great Destruction danced and pierced into the void. Then, the void shattered, and a figure was nailed in the void. His body was pierced by the Spear of Great Destruction, and his saint blood dyed the void red. The Supreme Elder's heart was pierced, and he kept screaming in the air. A saint artifact. Damn it, that's a saint artifact. How can you have such a thing in your hands? The Supreme Elder had gone crazy. However, he was strong. Although he was nailed, he could still fight back. Die for me, a dark golden dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at Lin Xian's neck. Although it was not a saint artifact, its power was still very terrifying. Stellar transposition. Lin Xian waved, and the dark golden dagger was directly transferred to the Supreme Elder's body. With a slash, the Supreme Elder's head was cut off. His face was full of horror and disbelief. However, in the next moment, he screamed. Because Lin Xian did not stop. Blue tide rising. The Supreme Elder, who was attacking Ling Hunzi, screamed crazily. Lin Xian used the Spear of Great Destruction and shot out a few dragon-shaped sword qi, completely shattering the Supreme Elder's body. The aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul made it impossible for the Supreme Elder to heal in a short time. Boom, the nine-yang divine body turned into a giant and stepped on the Supreme Elder's broken body. Lin Xian was like a peerless tyrant, looking down on the world. Everyone around was stunned. Hua Feiyu looked at the scene with her eyes wide open. Was this Lin Wudi? He was too strong. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were terrified. They were trembling. Even the Supreme Elder was suppressed by the other party. The Supreme Elder's body was being stepped on by the Golden Foot, and he could not resist at all. At the same time, there was a look of horror in his eyes. Such a young person could have such a terrifying sword chi and such a terrifying physique. Also, there was a pitch-black weapon that emitted demonic chi. He finally guessed who the other party was. In all the worlds, there was only one such young person, and that was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was in the Shadowless clan. He could not believe it. On the opposite side, the Shadowless clan's patriarch and elders were also terrified. The Supreme Elder was an existence that they looked up to. But now, such an existence was being stepped on by the foot of the other party. It was as if this foot was just stepping on the Supreme Elder, and even their confidence and arrogance had been trampled on. He knew that the person in front of him was a peerless enemy, and he had to activate the foundation of the Shadowless clan. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight back with just their strength. Therefore, he roared, "Hurry up and activate the last line of defense, and release our foundation." Not good. Hua Feiyu's face changed again. The foundation of the Shadowless clan was absolutely terrifying. That was the foundation of the Shadowless clan. She looked at Lin Xian, but saw that Lin Xian did not care. In fact, Lin Xian was currently transmitting a message to ask, "Hey Shan, is there a problem?" Hey Shan laughed. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. They will not be able to contact me." Soon, the people of the Shadowless clan began to scream in agony. "Oh no, we can't awaken the living fossil. We can't seem to contact our foundation." Countless screams were heard. The patriarch of the Shadowless clan trembled and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant. There shouldn't be a problem with their family's foundation. They couldn't contact their foundation because the young man in front of them had done something. When did he do it? He didn't know. He knew that he had underestimated the young man. The next moment, he sighed. "Young master, please stop. We've surrendered. You can tell us what you want." Ancestral land. The faces of the experts of the Shadowless clan changed. The elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, the patriarch of the Shadowless clan gave them a look and transmitted his voice. "Doesn't he want to enter the ancestral land? Don't you know how strong our patriarch is? That kid will definitely die." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding elders were stunned, then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they didn't let the other party enter not because they were worried about their patriarch, but because they felt that they had been humiliated. They were one of the top clans, and their ancestral land was a sacred place. Even their own clansmen didn't have the qualifications to enter. How could they tolerate an outsider suddenly coming over and saying that they would enter alone? But now they had to. It seemed that this was the only way to trick the other party into entering the ancestral land. Then, let the patriarch personally deal with the other party. Hua Feiyu couldn't believe that his clan had risen and fallen. This scene was like a dream. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "I'm not interested in you guys. I'm here to find your ancestral land. Lead the way." "Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything and lead the way, I won't kill the Shadowless clan." The ancestral land of the Shadowless clan was a forbidden area. Other than the patriarch and a few high-ranking elders, as well as the Supreme Elder, the others had never entered at all. Therefore, at this moment, their faces were full of curiosity. What does this person want to do in their ancestral land? Everyone followed the patriarch and headed toward the ancestral land. Lin Xian strode forward. He was like a god. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After passing through layers upon layers of defensive formations, they finally arrived at the deepest region. This was the forbidden area of the clan. In front of him, there were more than 10 huge mountain ranges. In the middle of the mountain range, there was an ancient cave. 2 simple and unadorned doors were tightly shut. On it were the most exquisite Dao patterns. A mysterious aura pervaded the air. "Young master, I'll bring you there now," the patriarch of the Shadowless clan said respectfully. At the same time, he said to the people around him, this is the clan's forbidden area. You can only stay outside and no one is allowed to enter. Trespassers will be killed without mercy, the surrounding shadowless clan members could only agree. Facing that door, they didn't dare to cross it. Lin Xian nodded and then said to Hua Feiyu, "You also wait here. Don't worry, no one will dare to touch you." "Yes." Hua Feiyu nodded. Although her face was a little pale, she still waited there obediently. She did not dare to resist now. Everyone was waiting. Their gazes were all on the front. Lin Xian followed the patriarch of the Shadowless clan and walked forward. Boom. Boom, boom. The ancient doors were slowly pushed open, revealing the darkness inside. Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and walked in directly. Boom, after the two of them entered, the ancient doors slowly closed. Not even a trace of light shone through. After entering, the aura inside was even more strange. Lin Xian frowned. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was as if this was a place of the dead. The aura of death was constantly trying to devour his flesh and blood. He snorted coldly. The sword will in his body circulated, isolating the aura of the dead. At the same time, he squinted his eyes. Golden light flashed as he looked around. This place was very old. At first glance, he could tell that it was very old. This kind of building could not be seen anywhere except in some ancient ruins. What attracted him the most was a huge altar in front of him. On the altar, there was a black coffin. The aura of death was the most dignified there. Just as Lin Xian was admiring the tea, the leader of the Shadowless clan knelt on the ground with a plop and said respectfully, "This disciple is unfilial. Please, Patriarch." Whoosh, a black storm seemed to blow around them, bringing with it a gloomy aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A layer of sword chi covered his body, isolating him from the black storm. In front of him, the Shadowless Patriarch's body trembled. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Black light flowed in his eyes. The black storm around him disappeared. He stood up and turned to look at Lin Xian. Although he still looked the same, his aura and gaze were completely different from before. It was an aura that looked down on the world and looked down on everything. It was as if he did not take anyone seriously at all. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that the Shadowless Patriarch seemed to be a different person. He was indeed arrogant. If he was careful, he was no longer the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan. He was probably being controlled by their Patriarch. Lin Xian was on guard. Black light flashed in the Shadowless Patriarch's eyes. "Who are you? Why have you come to see me? Are you the Patriarch of the Shadowless clan? I'm curious. How can someone who has been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years still be alive?" The Shadowless Patriarch's pupils shrank. The black light in his eyes became even more terrifying. A black storm rose from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. It was as if countless demons were dancing in the sky. That aura was too terrifying. It seemed to want to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shone brightly like the sun in the night. At the same time, sword chi surrounded him, shattering the black storm around him. "It seems that my guess was right. You shouldn't exist in this world. Tell me your secret and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul and make you disappear completely." "Destroy my body and soul and make me disappear completely?" The Shadowless Patriarch laughed loudly. "You're just an ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, but I'm curious. Who are you? How dare you know my secret?" Lin Xian had heard a lot about the Shadowless Patriarch from He Shan, so he sneered. "Is it that hard to guess your secret? You've been dead for many years, but you've planted a part of your soul in someone else's body. You used your soul to raise a corpse in an attempt to escape the 6 paths of reincarnation. You did it secretly, but you can't fool me. It seems that you know a lot. What else do you know?" The Shadowless Patriarch didn't attack immediately. He seemed to be trying to confirm who Lin Xian was. Which force was he? He was trying to figure him out. "I also know that you're struggling at death's door. You probably can't even leave this cave, so you can only send some of your soul into a junior's body. You seem strong now, but it's just a bluff. Your true strength is only SOSO, so don't try to fight me. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. It seems that you know a lot. Since that's the case, I can't let you leave here alive. Shadowless Ancestor's expression was ferocious. His secret couldn't be leaked, so Lin Fan had to die. A terrifying aura appeared on his body. A black storm circled around him, and countless black laws surged between heaven and earth. The terrifying power could tear everything apart. Humph, you're just a soul. You can't use much power. Do you really think you're still at your peak? Lin Xian sneered. The sword chi on his body became even more terrifying. Buzz, a large black hand reached out from the black storm. It carried countless laws and shrouded forward. It seemed that it wanted to grab Lin Xian and crush him. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian pulled out the spear of destruction and slashed forward with several sword chi. Sword chi spun in the sky one after another, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The death chi was cut apart. Shadowless Ancestor's body shook. He was shocked. Indeed, he wasn't at his peak anymore, but he still couldn't be blocked by a kid. He'd already checked Lin Fan. He was a level 1 saint, and an early one at that. It seemed that Lin Fan had just become a saint. Such a person was like an ant in front of him. But now, Lin Fan's swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. Interesting. No wonder you can come here. It seems that you're a genius who can fight above your level. Unfortunately, I don't take a genius like you seriously. Young man, I can only say that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My strength isn't something you can guess. As he spoke, the death chi on his body became even more terrifying. The laws danced, forming a door of death. Now, your life is mine. Looking at your body, it should be some kind of strong body. Your flesh is a great supplement for me. Shadowless laughed. The gate of death in the sky blossomed with a jet black light. The eerie ghostly aura pressed down, as if it was really going to swallow Lin Xian whole. The aura on it could instantly turn a sage into a dried corpse. Lin Xian held the great destruction spear and drew a strange arc in the sky. He used stellar transposition. Immediately, the death energy flew to the side under the stellar transposition. None of it could get close to him. How dare you have designs on me? You're really courting death. I'll also show you my strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the great destruction spear, shooting out an incomparably cold sword chi. Streaks of sword chi blossomed with resplendent light, and a powerful aura slashed forward. Outside the ancestral land, countless members of the Shadowless family were waiting anxiously. Why hadn't the clan chief come out after such a long time? Could it be that something went wrong? How is that possible? Our old ancestor is inside. That kind of existence is enough to suppress everything. No matter how powerful that kid is, he's no match for Rat. Indeed, when they thought of their old ancestor, they all breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered. That kid had probably been killed by now. Many of them looked at Hua Feiyu and sneered. When the clan chief came out later, they would teach Hua Feiyu a lesson. They would let her know the consequences of betraying the family. Hua Feiyu's body was cold and her scalp was numb. To be honest, she was about to lose all hope. Could Lin Xian really withstand it? That was the old ancestor of the Shadowless family. What a terrifying existence. Once Lin Xian was killed, what awaited her would be a fate worse than death. She felt that she could barely stand. However, at this moment, the ancestral land in front of her started to shake. There was a muffled sound like thunder, and the surrounding ground kept shaking. What was going on? Was it an earthquake? No, the shaking was coming from the ancestral land. The surrounding people screamed like crazy. Their eyes were fixed on the cave abode in front of them, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Why would there be such a situation in the ancestral land? It should be known that the ancestral land had not had any energy fluctuations for many years. But now, the fluctuations were getting more and more intense. Could it be that the people inside were fighting? They sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu was taken aback, and a glimmer of hope appeared on her pale face. It seemed that Lin Wudi was really fighting with their old ancestor. This meant that Lin Wudi was not dead yet. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists and prayed in her heart that Lin Wuti must win. Boom, boom. Boom, the sound was getting louder and louder, and countless cracks appeared all around, and the ancestral land was shaking more and more. Finally, with a loud bang, the two simple and unadorned doors were torn apart, and a figure flew out. Following that, another person rushed over like a bolt of lightning. I've said before, you're just a person who shouldn't exist, and you're not in your peak state. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian's sword Qi soared to the sky, and the great destruction spear was unparalleled. The person opposite him, on the other hand, had disheveled hair, like a demon, and a black aura was billowing from his body. Outside, the Shadowless clan was all stunned. They recognized that the powerful person was Lin Wuti. The disheveled one was their clan leader, but at this moment, the aura of their clan leader was completely different from before. Not only was he stronger, but his yin qi was deep and cold, and it made their hair stand on end. Some of them exclaimed. It was not their clan leader, but their old ancestor. The soul of their old ancestor was controlling their clan leader's body. Basically, their old ancestor was resurrected. But what frightened them was that their old ancestor was actually beaten out, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. They could not believe it. Was the young man opposite them already so terrifying? The Shadowless clan was going crazy. Hua Feiyu was also stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Great, she had made the right bet. Is this our old ancestor? Impossible, why is our old ancestor being suppressed? Many of the Shadowless clan members screamed like crazy. However, several elders roared angrily. Among them, one of them said coldly, "Shut up, all of you. What do you know? This is just a wisp of our old ancestor's soul. Don't worry, even a wisp of soul can kill him. Because our old ancestor was a saint king when he was alive. Thank you, users. Reward. The love that you missed all those years. Reward. User tipped. Reward. 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 Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please support. His voice spread clearly in all directions, and the Shadowless family gradually calmed down. At the same time, they were more excited than ever. They knew that there was a terrifying being in their family's ancestral land, and no one was allowed to enter. But they didn't expect it to be their patriarch, and this patriarch was still alive. More importantly, this old ancestor was the pinnacle existence that was still alive back then. He was the Sage King, that was a Sage King. He was definitely a Sage King. Even if he was weakened, he wasn't someone an ordinary sage could compare to. So, hope returned to their eyes. In front of them, Patriarch Shadowless was trembling with anger, and his eyes shone with a terrifying gray light. The death chi on him was even more overwhelming. He didn't expect to be suppressed by a young man. Damn it, your physique, your sword chi. Everything you have is mine, Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily. He realized that his opponent's physique was definitely strong. It was very likely to be one of the strongest physiques in the universe. If he could get his hands on such a physique, he could completely revive within 100 years. At that time, he would be a true Sage King. Moreover, with this physique, he had a high chance of becoming a great sage. Shadowless old ancestor was trying to kill Yi Futian. His body was wrapped in terrifying death Dao patterns. The entire sky was shaking. This time, he was really angry. This power was even more terrifying than before. Kid, don't hold back. Just attack. I'll remind you of his secret techniques and weaknesses. He Shan transmitted his voice. This battle was unusual, so he didn't hold back. After all, this wasn't a young genius, nor an ordinary elder. This was a peerless expert who died tens of thousands of years ago. This was a Sage King. So, he had to keep reminding him. Lin Xian nodded. The sword chi on him became even more terrifying. In an instant, he turned into a river of 81 sword chi and slashed forward. Boom. Boom, boom. The sword chi and the death chi collided. The two exploded with endless energy. Everyone was frightened by this power. One had to admit that Patriarch Shadowless was very powerful. Although this was his weakened state, he was still much more terrifying than an ordinary level 2 sage. Brat, hit him on the head. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian controlled the 81 nomological swords and attacked quickly with the power of the 5 elements. The battle was very intense. Shadowless Ancestor was even more shocked. To be honest, he realized that the other party was simply too terrifying. Especially that sword chi, it was extremely terrifying. Even with his means, he was almost injured. Especially now, his opponent was attacking the top of his head with all his strength. This made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. The top of his head was one of his greatest weaknesses. How did the other party find out? Could it be that the other party wasn't a young man, but an old monster that had lived for countless years? Thinking of this, the patriarch roared madly. The death aura on his body covered the sky, forming 9 gates of death that circled between heaven and earth. That terrifying death chi made the experts of the Shadowless clan tremble. Brat, go to hell. The death's door opened, and 9 death's hands appeared. The poo blotted out the sky and smashed towards Lin Xian. Clang, Lin Xian brandished the great destruction spear and slashed at the hands of death. The terrifying power shook everyone to the core. Many people's bodies were torn apart. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also shocked. Under normal circumstances, even a level 2 saint would be blown apart by him. But now, the hands of death weren't destroyed. As expected of a saint king. Even if he had been dead for countless years, his power was still shocking. Buzz. Buzz, the Shadowless Ancestor and the 9 hands of death merged together. The terrifying death chi exploded once again. He was like a death god. His body was pitch black, and his fierce aura surged. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique to dodge quickly. At the same time, the Dragon Sword Soul and the Great Destruction Spear exploded, sending out sword chi that slashed at the hands of death. The combination of the two was terrifying. It was like 81 divine dragons that kept attacking. The hands of death exploded. First, one of them shattered. Then, like a chain reaction, 7 of them shattered in an instant. The Shadowless Ancestor was shocked. What kind of sword chi was this? It was too terrifying. Even the hands of death he summoned were broken. This young man's combat power was too heaven-defying. If I can get my hands on your body, then all of your combat power will be mine. The Shadowless Ancestor was too excited. He had never seen such a terrifying young man before. This was definitely a young great emperor. Thinking of this, he didn't continue to activate the doors of death. Instead, he formed a hand seal. His 2 black eyes turned into 2 balls of hellfire, and then suddenly enlarged and jumped. Not good. It's a soul attack. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale. If Lin Xian was possessed by their ancestral patriarch, it would be over. The Shadowless family members cheered. Their ancestral patriarch was a saint king. His soul was terrifying. Kid, you're here. Seize the opportunity, He Shan said telepathically. Lin Xian also sneered. How dare you try to possess me? You're courting death. He wasn't afraid of being possessed the least. He Shan sent out a wave of demonic chi that surrounded Lin Xian to prevent others from sneaking up on him. Lin Xian stood in the sky and didn't resist at all. He let the 2 balls of black fire jump. The 2 balls of black fire jumped directly into his glabella and disappeared. The next moment, the Shadowless Ancestor laughed in his mind. Stupid brat, go to hell. The black fire in the sky grew bigger and bigger, trying to devour Lin Xian's soul. Buzz, the next moment, a dragon roared. Then, a dragon-shaped sword rushed over and cut the black fire into pieces. A miserable cry sounded. Damn it. How is this possible? This is the Great Dragon Sword, the Shadowless Ancestor roared crazily. He knew about the Great Dragon Sword. It was a saint technique that was famous in the world in his time. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have the Great Dragon Sword, no wonder Lin Xian's combat power was so strong. In an instant, he escaped. As expected of a saint king. He was so decisive that he could escape from the Great Dragon Sword. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was very deep and turned into 2 golden vortexes. They were aimed at the black fire. The shadowless ancestor screamed crazily as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he was even more shocked than when he saw the great dragon sword. He was too familiar with this feeling. Why? Why do you have this thing? The shadowless ancestor fled crazily. However, his experience and secret technique allowed him to escape from the dragon-beating sword, but he couldn't escape from the two golden vortexes. The black flames were swallowed by the golden vortexes and disappeared. What? Where's their ancestor's soul? I can't sense it. Outside, the experts of the shadowless family all went crazy. What's going on? Could it be that their patriarch had been killed? This was too shocking. At this moment, they all collapsed. The body of the shadowless family leader, who was controlled by the shadowless family leader's soul, fell from the sky and turned into a dried corpse. Did they win? Hua Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. The surrounding shadowless family members were all stunned. Even Lin Xian frowned. His expression became extremely solemn. In front of him, a roar came from the ancestral land. It sounded like a ferocious ghost that resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, countless amounts of death chi appeared in the ancestral land and formed a world of death. This world of death instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding shadowless family members were all sent flying. They could only watch from afar, trembling. What's going on? Is their ancestor not dead? They were shocked and doubtful. Lin Xian snorted and turned his head. His golden eyes saw through everything and looked at the black coffin on the black altar. At this moment, Dao runes kept flashing on the black coffin. Boom, the lid of the coffin suddenly opened, and a figure sat up. The figure stood up. The aura on his body was so terrifying that the entire sky was collapsing. Kid, this is that guy's body. His corpse is here. Be careful. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't just a wisp of soul that was here. The other party's body was also there. Damn kid, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from the figure in front of him. Then, dozens of blades of death rushed over. Each of them was condensed by the laws. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian used the Kuanping technique. He didn't resist it directly. He could feel the terror of these blades of death. However, the blades of death kept increasing in number. In the end, he had no choice but to fight back. With a clang, the great spear of destruction collided with it, causing his arm to go numb. What a strong power! It was much stronger than before. However, Lin Xian was taken aback. Just this bit of strength? That's all there is to it. He let out a cold harumph and charged forward, tearing through the death chi and arriving in front of the figure. At this distance, he could clearly see the figure sitting up. It was a person with disheveled hair. However, his body was not as withered as one would imagine, nor was it made of bones. Instead, it was a person, a very normal person. However, his body was covered with black Dao runes. It was very strange. At this moment, 2 balls of black flames danced in his eyes as he grabbed at Lin Xian with his huge hands. Lin Xian was startled. This was Shen Guanking's corpse. It definitely couldn't be resisted. Therefore, he quickly dodged. Relying on the Kuanping technique, he circled around, occasionally releasing terrifying sword chi. An intense battle erupted. Suddenly, old ancestor shadowless huge hands appeared in an unbelievable place and grabbed Lin Xian. Not good, Lin Xian's heart raced. He couldn't resist the power of a sage king. He roared and resisted like a madman. Old ancestor shadowless said, "Go to hell." The death chi on it was extremely thick. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword transformed into the shape of a dragon and rushed out. With a whoosh, it shattered the huge hands. Whoosh, Lin Xian was pushed far away, his face pale. In the distance, old ancestor shadowless was roaring like a madman. What was going on? Black Mountain was also stunned. No, there was something wrong with that thing. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. He was still in shock. That guy was a Sage King when he was alive. The Sage King's body was so strong that even if you had the great dragon sword spirit, you wouldn't be able to break it. But your sword just now broke his hand. There was something wrong. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. Yes, he was only a level 1 sage, and the Sage King was a level 8 sage. The difference between them was too great. The corpse of a Sage King was definitely terrifying. He had seen a living Sage King with his own eyes, he couldn't break that kind of body. But just now, he used the great dragon sword spirit to cut off one of the opponent's hands. What was going on? Could it be that the opponent wasn't a Sage King? That was impossible. The opponent's soul was at the level of a Sage King, and the technique and mystique were very similar. However, it might not be his corpse. Not his corpse? What did that mean? Have you heard of reincarnation in someone else's body? Black Mountain's voice was serious. I thought it was related to reincarnation, but now it seems that it's not just reincarnation. It's also related to that place. That place? Where is that place? Lin Xian was even more surprised. However, Black Mountain didn't explain. Instead, he said, if I'm not wrong, this isn't the body of a Sage King. So, you can attack without hesitation, but be careful of his mystique. On the other side, old ancestor Shadowless's expression was ferocious, and his face was miserable. His broken hand quickly healed again, and it was as good as new. He had completely stepped out of the black coffin. Kid, I want you dead, sword of death. He waved his hand, and suddenly, 36 black sword lights rushed out from his body. Each of them carried an extremely terrifying chi of death. They cut through the void and slashed toward Lin Xian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed over. He struck out a terrifying sword chi to collide with his opponent. At the same time, he kept approaching his opponent. As long as his opponent wasn't the body of a Sage King, he wasn't afraid. As expected, under his powerful physique, his sword chi was like a peerless immortal light. The two of them fought in close combat, causing explosions in all directions. The terrifying chi of death hit him with a loud clang. However, Lin Xian's sword chi also slashed his opponent's body. Old Ancestor Shadowless was sent flying, and a large crack appeared on his body. Not only that, but the entire world of death was split open. The people of the Shadowless clan felt their scalps go numb. They saw the scene inside through the large crack. They saw their patriarch being split open by Lin Xian's sword again. They couldn't believe it at all. Their patriarch was a godlike existence in their hearts. He was their clan's greatest hope. But now, such an existence had been split open multiple times by Lin Xian. Previously, it had been a split soul. Now that their patriarch's main body had come out, how could he not suppress Lin Xian? Ah! Patriarch Shadowless roared madly. His cracked body healed at an extremely fast speed. This scene shocked Lin Xian greatly. Although this physique was not that of a Sage King, it was still very strange. Ordinary sages would find it difficult to heal after being split open by the dragon sword soul. However, his opponent had destroyed the dragon sword soul's aura so easily, it was really strange. The Shadowless clan all cheered when they saw the scene. This was great. The patriarch would definitely not be killed so easily. Our patriarch was a Sage King. He would definitely not die. They were too excited. Hua Feiyu's expression was extremely serious. How could a Sage King die so easily? He could be reborn with just a drop of blood. He wondered if Lin Xian could completely kill their patriarch. If he could not, there would be endless trouble. Dragon Sword, 9 Yang Divine Body, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. No wonder you could force me to this point. Speaking of this, the 2 balls of black fire in his eyes jumped with incomparable greed. He had to get such a physique and such a divine ability. You are very strong, but it is a pity. You are too young. You have no idea how strong a Sage King is. Now, I will let you see. Patriarch Shadowless sneered. His palms formed a seal, and his body flickered and instantly disappeared. He disappeared, Lin Xian frowned. He looked around and stood there with a serious expression. In the distance, the Shadowless clan were also stunned. They could no longer sense their patriarch. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed. The shadowless greater shift. This was a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in surprise. This divine ability could not be cultivated by ordinary sages. It was an extremely core divine ability of their clan. In the hands of their patriarch, it was a piece of cake. The shadowless greater shift was no different from a spatial divine ability. After merging into the void, one would not be able to find it. This was the strongest assassination technique. Buzz, at this moment, an arm appeared in front of Lin Xian. It held a death scythe and directly slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sent flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. With a turn of his hand, he slashed forward with his sword. However, the death scythe in his hand disappeared in an instant, and he only managed to split open a large spatial rift. This is great. In the distance, the Shadowless family's people cheered. Shadowless great shift. That brat was dead for sure, he can't hurt our ancestor at all. Shadowless greater teleportation. Lin Xian frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He Shan transmitted his voice and asked. Brat, how was it? Would he be able to hold on? Don't worry, it won't affect me. Lin Xian activated his heavenly fortune god eyes. The golden vortex in his eyes grew colder. Suddenly, he thought of something and fiercely threw a punch to the left. With a clang, a death scythe was struck out. A figure also appeared, but it disappeared again in an instant. What? Blocked, how could this be? The powerhouses of the Shadowless family were all stunned. That was Shadowless greater teleportation. Even a sage king might not be able to detect it. What was going on with that brat? How could he detect their ancestors' attack? He must have been lucky to have hit the target with a random punch. Someone explained. The others nodded. They felt that this was the most reasonable situation. However, they were all stunned next. Another attack came from behind, but Lin Xian blocked it. The collision between the spear of great destruction and the death scythe sent countless sparks flying. The world in all directions was shattering. Lin Xian was pushed back, but he was not injured. He blocked it again. What was going on? The Shadowless family's people were going crazy. Even the Shadowless family's ancestor frowned. He saw Lin Xian's eyes, and his face darkened. Damn it, those eyes. It's those eyes. With a roar, his entire body turned into a stream of light, and the death scythe in his hand turned into a world of death. Shadow kill. The terrifying death scythe didn't attack Lin Xian. Instead, it attacked the shadow under Lin Xian's feet. Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, his body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. His shadow was slashed, and his body was also injured. Damn it, he quickly dodged. He actually had such a move. As expected of a Sage King's attack. It was unexpected. Brat, you can't escape. Although you have the 9-yang divine body and your physique is shocking, where is your shadow? It's just an ordinary shadow. I can attack it at will. Therefore, you will definitely die. Next, the death scythe kept attacking Lin Xian's shadow. Lin Xian could only use the Kuanping technique to move in the sky. He frowned. Damn it, he couldn't be so passive. He had to counterattack. Although the attack just now had injured him greatly, he could still withstand it. Therefore, even if he was hit again, he would be fine. He didn't believe that the other party had an immortal body. The other party must have paid a price to revive from a dead person. Therefore, he decided to fight it out with the other party. Buzz, Lin Xian's body changed. Like a true dragon, he swam in the sky. Instead of running away, he attacked directly. His golden eyes locked onto a target. The great destruction spear in his hand danced continuously. What? Are you going to fight it out with me? You're courting death. Old Ancestor Shadowless's body moved strangely, but one of his hands stopped in another direction. He was still attacking Lin Xian's shadow. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian's shadow was injured. However, he gritted his teeth and roared. The great destruction spear danced and charged at the escaping figure. With a squelch, it pierced through the other party's shoulder. Old Ancestor Shadowless didn't care at first, but after being pierced, he immediately rolled and screamed. Half of his body had been shattered. Even the head was slightly shattered by the impact. However, the strange thing was that there was no blood dripping. There was only endless black chi. This scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian frowned. This body was too strange. Xian said, "Kid, look at his broken head, there seems to be something there." Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and looked carefully. He saw it. It was a pearl. However, he only saw a part of it. The Dao runes on it were too complicated. The aura on it was extremely strange. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Suddenly, he felt that the pearl seemed to be related to his heavenly secret divine eyes. His heavenly secret divine eyes jumped and shone with golden light. A black pearl. He sent the image he saw to Xian. After Xian saw it, he gasped. Could it be the legendary reincarnation pearl? What is the reincarnation pearl? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, I don't have time to explain. Hurry up and attack the reincarnation pearl. If you shatter it, he'll definitely die. Since he had found his target, Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. On the other side, Patriarch Shadowless' body recovered in an instant. He laughed loudly. I'm undying. You can't kill me at all. Even if you have the dragon sword soul, you can't kill me. Indeed, his body was as good as new. Even his aura was at its peak. Really? Are you sure you're undying? What if you don't have the reincarnation pearl, what? Patriarch Shadowless was stunned. He screamed like crazy. His face was filled with fear. Damn it, how did you know? He was crazy. His biggest secret had been discovered by the other party. The reason why he had been able to survive until now was all because of the reincarnation pearl in his body. But it was his biggest secret. Others didn't know at all. Even if they saw it, they definitely wouldn't recognize it because of the broken pearl on his body. But Lin Xian had recognized it at a glance and said it out loud. He was terrified. Damn it, get out of my way. He had gone crazy. He wanted to escape. He paused and rushed toward the black coffin in the distance, wanting to escape. You can't escape. Lin Xian rushed forward. He used the dragon sword soul. A dragon shadow appeared on the great destruction spear. Its terrifying aura surged into the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Strike after strike, Patriarch Shadowless only wanted to escape, so he didn't fight back at all. His broken body healed again, but Lin Xian's attacks were too strong. After thousands of times, his recovery speed slowed down. In the end, it took a long time for him to heal. At this moment, he had arrived near the black coffin. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could only escape and find another place to recuperate. But how could Lin Xian let him escape? He formed a seal with his hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky with terrifying light. They looked down on the world like the eyes of a god. Patriarch Shadowless was so scared that his scalp went numb. The eyes were too terrifying. No, damn it, his expression was extremely ugly. Under such gazes, he was like an ant, causing him to scream like a madman. Everyone from the Shadowless clan heard it. Kill. Kill him for me. In the distance, the people of the Shadowless clan were all stunned. How could they not listen to their ancestors' orders? Immediately, someone rushed over. These were all sages. They merged into the void and brought with them powerful killing techniques as they attacked quickly. These were the elites of the Shadowless clan. They could easily kill saints of the same level. At this moment, they attacked together and surrounded Lin Xian. Humph. Acting recklessly, Lin Xian directly opened the dragon sword's sacred domain. A world enveloped these experts. Inside, sword energy weaved unhindered in all directions. Those people cried out miserably one after another, hacked apart by sword energy. Then, even their blood was wiped out. Roar, the roar shook the entire Shadowless clan. Xian's expression changed. This old fogey broke the things I set up. Most likely, some supreme elders and living fossils would show up. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. The light in the figure's hand was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed over. Lin Xian threw a punch with the back of his hand. His fist was like a true dragon, completely exploding. With a bang, the two collided. Lin Xian's arm was sent flying, while the figure retreated. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, the other party's body did not split apart. This meant that it was a supreme elder. Fortunately, this old fogey seemed to be afraid of your eye technique, so that roar just now only released a portion of him. There are about 3 or 4 supreme elders. You should be able to deal with them. You can deal with them. You're too unreliable. Hurry up and think of a way. You can't let the others wake up. Lin Xian said with a frown. At the same time, he charged out. Indeed, this time, 4 supreme elders were resurrected. They attacked crazily. Not only that, the other powerhouses of the Shadowless clan also formed formations. One killing formation after another pierced through the 9 heavens. The 4 supreme elders also formed the killing formation of the 4 divisions. It was an extremely terrifying formation. In addition to the strength of the 4 supreme elders, the combined killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying killing intent was unimaginable. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by the killing formation. He felt great danger. Humph, he snorted coldly. On one hand, he activated the heavenly secret divine eye to firmly lock onto the shadowless ancestor. At the same time, he roared. The spear of destruction in his hand shot into the sky, turning into a dragon-shaped sword chi. The terrifying power caused the entire world to tremble. The sword chi collided with the killing formation. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian was hit. Many cracks appeared on his body, and golden blood flowed out. However, the other party was more seriously injured. Under the powerful sword chi, the killing formation of the 4 divisions kept trembling. The rebounding force caused the bodies of the 4 supreme elders to split into pieces. They roared and reassembled their bodies. However, they were destroyed 7 times in a row. They were seriously injured. Killing formation of the 4 divisions, change, the 4 supreme elders roared at the same time. At this moment, they all burned their bloodline. It was obvious that they had to kill the enemy in front of them for the sake of their ancestor. At this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. The aura of the killing formation of the 4 divisions was too terrifying. Everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands was trembling. Lin Xian also felt a great sense of crisis. His eyes turned icy cold. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda, held it, and threw it forward. He had already put away the Great Sage Pagoda. Although he couldn't use the Great Sage Pagoda, its terrifying power was still there. However, using the Great Sage Pagoda as a weapon was no problem for him. The Great Sage Pagoda was like a giant mountain in his hand. He swept it in all directions. That was the Great Sage weapon. That might was truly incomparably frightening. Merely by relying on its pure power, it was not something that any killing formation could contend against. One attack, the killing formation of the 4 divisions was shattered into pieces. The 4 supreme elders were turned into meat paste. The second attack. The third attack, Lin Xian swept across all directions. Countless members of the Shadowless clan were affected and turned into a bloody mist. They were completely wiped out. The remaining ones fled into the distance, trembling. It was too terrifying. He almost overturned the entire Shadowless clan with his strength alone. Perhaps Lin Wudi was the only one who could do this. Boom boom boom, damn it, the weapon in his hand is a sacred weapon, it's too terrifying. Run! The 4 supreme elders roared. However, they did not run away. They only let the ordinary disciples escape, and the 4 of them attacked again. They were determined to save their ancestor even at the cost of their lives. Please support us. Lin Xian scoffed. He pulled out the Great Sage Tower and threw it at the 4 Grand Elders. Suppress them. The Grand Sage Tower was filled with an incomparably majestic aura. It was so majestic that it directly pressed the 4 Grand Elders to the ground. The 4 Grand Elders' bodies were shattered, healed, and shattered again. Just like that. They were completely suppressed. Lin Xian scoffed. He turned to look at Shadowless Ancestor, but he frowned the next moment. They must be tired of living. He realized that the people who had run away were charging at him again. Their expressions were ferocious. What was going on? Were they not afraid of death? Even the Grand Elders had been suppressed by him. These people from the Shadowless clan were no match for him. Kid, something's wrong. Look, the little girl you subdued is coming too. This is an illusion. Shadowless Ancestor had used an illusion in the market. He had controlled the entire Shadowless clan. Lin Xian glanced at Shadowless Ancestor and saw black flames dancing in his eye sockets. The people around him also seemed to have a black aura around them. They were indeed being controlled. Since he wanted to bury his entire clan, Yi Futian would fulfill his wish. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved his hand and sent out a 5-elemental law. It wrapped around Hua Feiyu and pushed her out. Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Her body recovered and she looked terrified. She did not know why she had gone completely crazy and wanted to charge at Yi Futian. Now she knew that it was Lin Xian who had saved her life. She knelt on the ground respectfully and prostrated herself in the distance. The people around her were not so lucky. They charged at Yi Futian like wild beasts. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and sent out countless sword chi that swept in all directions. These people were all cut into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire Shadowless clan was filled with corpses and blood. No, the 4 Grand Elders were suppressed on the ground, but they did not die immediately. When they saw this scene, they went crazy. Their hearts were about to shatter. The elites of their Shadowless clan were about to fall at this moment. These people could not block the sword chi at all. In an instant, more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, those people all fell, and only the 4 of them were left alive. Of course, there was also Patriarch Shadowless. They had all gone mad. Was it worth it to let so many elites fall for an old ancestor? Foolish fellow, your clansmen, your descendants are all dead because of you. Do you still want to resist? Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and looked at Patriarch Shadowless. Shadowless Ancestor looked extremely ferocious. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Why are you targeting me? As long as you tell me the secret of Jiang Huanqing's resurrection, I can consider sparing your life. Lin Xian said coldly. Don't even think about it. I won't tell anyone. At first, I thought you were sent by them. Now it seems that you're not with them. Since that's the case, I don't have any scruples. I will kill you completely, no matter the cost. Patriarch Shadowless roared crazily, and the entire ancestral land shook violently. The ground cracked open, and a black formation spread out. The altar and the black coffin shone with a strange light. What's going on? What happened? Hua Feiyu turned pale with fright. The 4 Grand Elders were also terrified. What's this? It's the 8 Demon God formation. This was the most terrifying formation of the Shadowless clan. It was built with the entire Shadowless clan as its foundation. It would not be used until the last moment. Once it was used, the ancestral land would be reduced to ashes. One could imagine how terrifying this formation was. The 4 Supreme Elders' eyes were filled with fear. They had never thought that their patriarch would actually go crazy. Boom. Boom, boom. The 4 elders were pale. They knew that even if Lin Xian didn't kill them, they would still die. They wouldn't be able to survive. Patriarch Shadowless floated in the air, laughing wildly like the Grim Reaper. Kid, this is a competition between you and me. Once the 8 Demon God formation is activated, nothing can stop it. You will die without a doubt. Now, go to hell for me. A terrifying voice rang out as 8 figures appeared around the spell. Formation. It was as if they had been summoned from the depths of hell. The 8 figures were terrifying. They were the essence of the 8 Demon God formation. The 8 Demon Gods could destroy the world. Moreover, the 8 Demon God formation had been nurtured by the clan for countless years. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. No, the 4 Prime Elders screamed miserably, and one of them exploded into a bloody mist. The others exploded one after another. They wanted to scream and run, but in the end they were destroyed by the killing formation. Once the demon god formation was activated, it would kill everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Lin Xian's expression became serious. How ruthless this old madman was. Black Mountain, do you have a solution? Lin Xian asked. Motherf asterisk Ker, how dare he activate the 8 demonic gods formation, but so what? He was only a sage king when he was alive. I was the great sage when I was alive, this time I will definitely kill him. Black Mountain was also angry. He said, I have heard of the 8 demon god formation, and I have never set it up before. So, I definitely know the flaw of the 8 demon god formation. Do as I say, and you can definitely break the formation. Good. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes were shining. Black Mountain said. The 8 demon god formation mainly relied on the 8 demon god phantoms. To kill the demon god phantoms, the order could not be wrong. Otherwise, the 8 demon gods would resurrect infinitely. They could not be killed at all. In the end, the trapped person would be refined alive. So, the order could not be wrong. Kill the 4th demon god first. I know. Lin Xian found the 4th demon god phantoms in an instant. The great destruction spear in his hand was like a black mountain, slashing down from the sky. Kill, the 4th demon god phantoms roared crazily. Murderous aura soared into the sky like a real demon god. At the same time, the other 7 demon phantoms also moved. This was a fatal blow. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged quickly. His target was only the 4th demon god phantoms. Boom. Boom, boom. He passed through everything and arrived in front of the 4th demon god phantoms. His attack directly caused the sky to collapse. The 4th demon god phantoms was forced back. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic sound wave. Countless demonic chi in the sky turned into a pitch-black rain of swords, piercing through the void and piercing towards Lin Xian. Die, Lin Xian snorted coldly and split the rain of swords with his sword. Not only that, the 4th demon god phantoms was split in half. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a peerless god of war. Who was next? The 7th demon god phantoms. Black Mountain transmitted his voice. Lin Xian chased after the 7th demon god phantoms like a dragon. Soon, the 7th demon god phantoms was also killed by him. Next, it was the 3rd demon god phantoms. Old Ancestor Shadowless was very calm at first, thinking that the other party would definitely die. But gradually, his expression changed. In the end, he screamed like crazy. How was this possible? Previously, when the other party killed the 4th demonic shadow, he thought it was just a coincidence. But then, the other party killed the 7th and 3rd demonic shadows. He felt that something was wrong. This was the correct order to break the formation. How could the other party break it? How was this possible? This was an extremely ancient formation. He dared to guarantee that no one else knew about it except for him. Who was the other party? How did he know about such an ancient formation? Could it be that he was also an extremely ancient monster? Had he been revived in some way? He didn't dare to imagine. Just as he was stunned, the last demonic shadow also screamed miserably. Lin Xian directly pierced through it and nailed it to death in the void. Light bloomed. Kid, are your eyes okay? Heishan's voice was urgent. Lin Xian felt for a while and found nothing unusual. Other than a bit of swelling pain and heat, there was nothing else. He could still use his eye technique to see very far away. Lin Xian felt for a while. Indeed, his eyes did hurt a little, but it didn't matter. It was like a normal fire. This kind of pain was negligible to him. Your eyes are too strange. Brat, where did you get those eyes from? I got them by chance. They're called the Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes. I got them from someone from the Heavenly Secret race. What? Heavenly Secret Divine Eyes, Heavenly Secret Race. Heishan sucked in a breath of cold air. I understand. No wonder you can absorb the Yama fire. What was going on? Could it be that the Heavenly Secret Race had something to do with the Yama fire? Lin Xian frowned even more. These should be ancient or even ancient secrets that had long been lost. The other sages didn't know. It was even more impossible for him to know. Xian said. Kid, I've heard of this matter. The heavenly secret race was an extremely terrifying race. Their origins were mysterious, and they were not inferior to the dragons, Qilin race, and other top races of the 10,000 ancient races. In fact, they were even more terrifying. The people of the heavenly secret race all had a bloodline, and that was eye technique. However, their eyes were very special. They could only be activated and stimulated under certain circumstances. Once activated, the power of the eye technique was unparalleled. Not only that, their eye technique would be more powerful the more they used it. In the end, it could even evolve. It was rumored that the heavenly secret ancestor had a pair of reincarnation eyes. As far as the eye could see, the 6 paths of reincarnation could allow one to live or die. It was truly incomparably terrifying. What, the Rinnegan? Lin Xian was shocked. So powerful, could it be that the Tianji ancestor was also a great emperor? I don't know if the Tianji tribe has a great emperor. However, the first Tianji ancestor was said to be an immortal. What? Immortal? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Immortal, wasn't that something that countless people dreamed of? Even great emperors desired it. However, whether there were immortals in this world was still a mystery. Because no one had seen it before. In the end, even great emperors could feel despair. Now, the first Tianji tribe ancestor was actually an immortal, then wouldn't his Rinnegan be the immortal eye? These were all legends. No one knew whether there were immortals or not. However, this was enough to show that the Tianji tribe was extraordinary. Even if the Tianji ancestor wasn't an immortal, he wouldn't be any weaker than a great emperor. As for the reincarnation sword, it was said that one of the first Tianji ancestors' eyes turned into a divine sword. It was very terrifying. This reincarnation pearl is related to reincarnation. Perhaps it is related to the reincarnation sword or the Rinnegan. And you have the Tianji divine eyes. That's why there is such a connection. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect his Tianji divine eyes to have such a background. He already had the great dragon sword soul of the 5 swords of the world, and the reincarnation sword was also related to him. There was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was related to the Sikong family. He had the great sage Sikong's great sage pagoda in his hands. He had to admit that it was really strange. If you put it that way, those Yama flames should have been absorbed by the Tianji divine eyes. He didn't know if he could use it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He tried to communicate with it. The golden runes in his eyes slowly rotated. Suddenly, a trace of black flame flowed out. Whoosh, the moment the black flame appeared, it instantly burned the void in front of it into nothingness. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't dare to use it too much. Although he had the Tianji divine eyes, the Yama flames were too terrifying. After using it for a while, he felt a slight pain in his eyes. It seemed that he could only use it as a sure kill skill. Lin Xian felt that this Yama fire could burn a 3rd heaven sage to death. This gave him another powerful trump card. Xian also said, Kid, make good use of your heavenly secret divine eyes. If you can use more Yama flame, you can even burn a true Saint King to death, let alone a 3rd heaven saint. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. However, he knew that the current him did not have the strength to do so. This was because if he did not control the Yama's fire properly, he would end up burning himself. But no matter what, he finally had another trump card. It seemed that coming to the Grand Spill planet this time had been the right choice. Not only did he meet Gu Santong, but he also learned about the secrets of the heavenly secret god eyes and the reincarnation sword. Now, he even obtained the Yama's fire. However, Lin Xian still narrowed his eyes. Who was it that had given Shadowless the reincarnation orb and brought him back to life? This was still unclear at the moment. Xian shook his head. Although he had an idea, it was too shocking and he was not sure, so he did not tell Lin Xian. Young master, are you all right? At this moment, Hua Feiyu flew over quickly from afar. Her face was still incomparably pale. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm fine. His gaze swept past Hua Feiyu and looked at the surroundings. There were still people from the Shadowless clan around. They had all rushed over from outside the clan. Basically, the elites in the core area had all been killed by him. Although the Shadowless clan had not been completely destroyed, they had suffered a great loss. When Lin Xian's gaze swept past them, the people of the Shadowless clan trembled and their faces were filled with fear. You killed our experts. They saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them and went crazy. Young master, what should we do with these people? Hua Feiyu asked respectfully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He said, I don't have too much energy to care about the Shadowless clan. However, it's a pity to just throw it away. How about this, I'll leave it to you. From now on, you'll be the new leader of the Shadowless clan. It was the young master. Hua Feiyu knelt respectfully on the ground. Don't worry, young master. I'll run the Shadowless clan well. As long as the young master says the word, I'll do anything. Alright, get up. Next, you'll take over the clan's affairs. Lin Xian was ready to leave. It was a good choice to leave the Shadowless clan to Hua Feiyu. If Hua Feiyu dared to betray him, he could guarantee that Hua Feiyu's fate would be worse than those who had died. Moreover, he believed that with Hua Feiyu's intelligence and what had happened today, Hua Feiyu would never betray him. This way, he would be in control of a clan. Although he might not be able to make the clan do anything, the Shadowless clan's strength alone was enough. Although they had suffered a great loss, they still had a lot of resources in their hands. They could send cultivation resources to Lin Xian regularly. When one reached the Sage Realm, the resources needed would be even more and more precious. Therefore, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages for him to take over a clan. He gave Hua Feiyu a transmission array that could be used to transmit resources. If there was danger, Hua Feiyu could also use this transmission array to call for help. After that, Lin Xian left. He returned to the Gu family. Gu Santong and the others had been waiting anxiously for a long time. To be honest, Lin Xian had been gone for so long that they were very worried. However, when they saw that Lin Xian had returned, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Santong rushed over. Brother Lin, are you all right? Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. Don't worry, the Shadowless clan will not dare to trouble you anymore. Although Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in everyone's ears. The matter had been resolved? They could not believe it. One had to know that the Shadowless clan was like a mountain in front of them. They could not breathe under the pressure. But now, Lin Xian had resolved it so easily. Just what level had the other party's strength reached? Was he really unfathomable? After that, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a secret room from Gu Santong and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had just obtained a new flame, Yama's flame. He wanted to study it and master it as soon as possible. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. However, the storm did not stop. Such a huge matter had happened to the Shadowless clan. The entire core area was basically shattered. Such a huge commotion could not be hidden. Therefore, the news quickly spread. In an instant, the entire Great Yen planet was shocked. The Shadowless clan had suffered a great loss. The core area and elite powerhouses had been killed. Such a huge matter was like a gust of wind that swept through every corner in an instant. Everyone was going crazy. They could not believe it. The Shadowless clan was one of the top clans. In this world, they were an overlord-level existence. How could such a clan be injured? Could it be that the other top clans had joined forces? For a time, countless large families and forces went to investigate. They had to figure out what had happened to the Shadowless family. Who knew what was going on? What was the situation now? The Gu family naturally sent out martial artists. When they learned of this news, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this matter was related to Lin Xian? Their first thought was that this was impossible. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was only one person. The Shadowless family was a huge family with countless experts. There were many saints. How could they be beaten to such a state by a young man? But besides Lin Xian, who else had contact with the Shadowless family, and in such a short period of time, they didn't know. Although the Shadowless family tried their best to conceal it, too many saints and experts had died. They couldn't hide it from the investigation of so many large families and forces. So soon, the situation of the Shadowless family was figured out by those people. For a time, the wind and clouds surged. Xianxia family. It was also one of the large families of the Great Spill planet. At this moment, in a great hall of the Xianxia family, the patriarch, elders, and many powerhouses were gathered together. Their eyes were filled with excitement. You should already know about the Shadowless family, Patriarch Xianxia said in a deep voice. Inside the hall, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. They knew, of course they knew. For some unknown reason, the Shadowless family had suffered heavy losses and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Patriarch, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move. That's right, Patriarch. We have always been suppressed by the Shadowless family. Now we finally have a chance to make a move. We can directly trample the Shadowless family to the ground. This way, we can become the top family. From then on, our Xianxia family will become one of the overlords of the Great Spill planet. The more everyone spoke, the more excited they became. Their eyes turned red. Patriarch Xianxia was calm. He said, although this is a good opportunity, we can't be too careless. After all, it wasn't just our family that was eyeing the Shadowless family. In the entire Great Spill planet, there were 3 top overlords. Besides the Shadowless family, there was also the Flowing Fire Palace and Devouring Sky Hall. In addition, there were 5 first-rate forces like our Xianxia family. As for the clans below them, there was nothing to be afraid of. They couldn't benefit from this storm at all, and even if they did, it would be very little. Most importantly, the other 4 great clans and 2 other overlords. The other 4 families must be like us, wanting to take over the Shadowless clan and become the new overlord. But don't forget, the other 2 overlords are also eyeing the Shadowless clan. They also want to strengthen themselves. Therefore, don't act rashly. While the Xianxia clan was discussing their next course of action, the other 4 first-rate clans were also having an intense discussion. At the same time, the 2 overlord forces were also moving in the dark. The people of the Shadowless family were extremely nervous. Before they could recover from the shock of losing their clan's vitality, many other people appeared around them. There were even conflicts erupting. For a moment, their situation became more and more dangerous. Patriarch, what should we do? The people of the Shadowless clan all looked at Huafeiyu. At this moment, Huafeiyu was their new patriarch, and she had the highest cultivation among them. This was because the other saints and elders had all been killed, either by Lin Xian or by the Shadowless ancestors' 8 demon god formation. It could be said that they were indeed much weaker now, even weaker than the Gu family. Of course, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shadowless clan still had some resources. Other than some dormant living fossils, they still had some formations and forbidden weapons that they hadn't used yet. At this moment, Huafeiyu sat in the highest position, her expression extremely cold. She didn't expect this. She had just become the patriarch, and now she was facing such a situation. Now, she had 3 choices in front of her. The first was to give up resistance and let the other clans take over the Shadowless clan. She would never agree to this even if she were to die. In that case, there was only one other option left, and that was to resist. However, with their current strength, they couldn't resist at all. The other experts, the other 2 overlords, were not any weaker than them. If they were at their peak, they could still resist. Now that their vitality was greatly damaged, they couldn't resist at all. Don't forget, there were still some first-rate clans eyeing them covetously. If they wanted to resist, there were 2 options. The first was to fully recover their resources and awaken all the dormant living fossils. This way, their current strength would be greatly improved. However, after they were awakened, she wouldn't be able to explain what had happened before. She, Huafeiyu, might be captured by these living fossils and tortured. Therefore, she only had one choice left, and that was to ask for help. She asked for help from Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just supported her to become the patriarch of Huafeiyu, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. However, she wasn't 100% sure. After all, this time, they weren't facing just one clan. They were probably the top forces in the entire Great Yen planet. Compared to these clans and sects, the Shadowless clan was much stronger. Would Lin Xian care? It was really an unknown. The atmosphere on the Great Yen planet was extremely strange. Basically, everyone knew that a great change had happened to the Shadowless clan. Their strength had been greatly damaged, and there would probably be a fight next. Those weaker clans and sects, although they couldn't make a move, they weren't idle either. First, they all moved to investigate the news. Moreover, many people were ready to watch a big show. Maybe if they were lucky, they could even reap the benefits. Heavens, what happened to the Shadowless clan? They actually suffered such heavy losses. Could it be that someone made a move against them? Impossible. If it was a battle between top overlords, it would definitely alarm everyone. We didn't receive any news before, so it should be a sudden blow. Could it be that some peerless powerhouse made a move and swept away the Shadowless clan? It couldn't be. The Shadowless clan was an overlord existence. What kind of person could sweep them away? Could it be one of those legendary existences? Everyone was discussing, guessing what the reason was. At the same time, the Xianxia clan and other first-rate clans couldn't help but begin to probe. A great war broke out in the Shadowless clan. Even the first-rate clans began to fight for territory. The flames of war were burning. Everyone's blood was boiling. They knew that this battle wouldn't end so easily. However, to their surprise, after only a few days, the battle stopped. Because the other two overlords had made a move. There were a total of 3 overlords on the Great Yen planet. The Shadowless clan was originally one of them, but now their vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, the other 2 overlords reigned supreme. At this moment, the other 2 overlords attacked together. No one dared to resist. They thought that they had no hope. However, to everyone's surprise, the other 2 overlords didn't directly attack the Shadowless clan. Instead, they sent a message. Half a month later, the Shadowless meeting would be held to discuss this matter. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. They originally thought that the 2 overlords would directly attack and divide the Shadowless clan. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. Instead, they were going to hold a Shadowless meeting. What was going on? No one could understand. However, the Xianxia clan and the other 4 first-rate clans were ecstatic. They knew that only the 5 first-rate clans and the 2 overlords would hold this meeting. It seemed that they were going to divide and conquer the Shadowless clan. Although they were also surprised by this action, they couldn't care less. As long as they could strengthen their clans, they had to participate in this meeting. Patriarch, this is bad. The Shadowless clan. The warriors of the Shadowless clan had ugly faces. In half a month, would their Shadowless clan be swallowed up? Hua Feiyu's expression was also extremely grave. She knew that there was no other way. She could only ask Lin Xian for help. Therefore, she took out the formation disc that Lin Xian had left behind and sent a message. The Gu clan. At this moment, there was also an uproar. The things that had happened recently were too shocking. They didn't expect that the mountain in their hearts would collapse like this. Now, it was facing the danger of being destroyed. In a secret chamber of the Gu clan, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The black flames in his eyes quickly disappeared. These days, he had been studying Yama's fire. Yama's fire was the fire of hell. Its power was terrifying. His heavenly secret divine eye was related to the Rinnegan. Therefore, he could control Yama's fire. Lin Xian still couldn't release too much Yama's fire. Otherwise, it would be a great burden to his eyes. However, he could already control it stably. In other words, it could be used as a trump card. Currently, he could use Yama's fire to burn a 3rd heaven saint. As he gained more control in the future, he could even burn a 4th or 5th heaven saint. Thinking of this, he was very satisfied. This time, it was definitely a great harvest. Kid, the Shadowless clan has news for you. He Shan said. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the disc array that was placed to the side. Was there some movement already? Could it be that some living fossil had come back to life? Lin Xian had stayed behind to consolidate his strength. Furthermore, he wanted to take a look at the Shadowless tribe and see if there were any other abnormalities. He didn't expect that he would be able to wait for it. He took out a disc array and released a message. There was an anxious voice inside. Young master, this is bad. My Shadowless clan is in danger of being exterminated. Please save us. The danger of extermination? Lin Xian was stunned. He had originally thought that Hua Feiyu's personal safety was in danger, such as being suppressed by some living fossil elder. That was why he asked for help. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. It was not Hua Feiyu's personal safety, but the safety of the entire Shadowless clan. What's going on? He thought about it for a moment, and understood. It seemed that other clans and forces wanted to swallow the Shadowless clan. Lin Xian had seen such things many times. He stood up and walked out. After going out and asking around, Lin Xian immediately sneered. As he had guessed, the entire Great Yen planet was surging with undercurrents. He had obtained more accurate information from Gu Santong. 2 overlords and 5 first-rate clans were going to convene a Shadowless meeting to discuss the fate of the Shadowless clan. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. How dare they have designs on the Shadowless clan? Now that the Shadowless clan was already in Lin Xian's hands, how could he allow others to interfere? Shadowless meeting. Fine, he would see who dared to touch his things. Lin Xian thought in his heart and had an idea. Based on the current situation, the Shadowless clan definitely had some hidden resources, but they definitely couldn't use them. Moreover, Hua Feiyu was a smart woman. She didn't use her remaining resources, but asked him for help. It seemed that this time, he had to properly intimidate the other overlords and then completely seal off their resources. However, this wasn't enough. After all, too many saints had died in the Shadowless clan. Hua Feiyu alone wouldn't be able to support it. It seemed that he had to find someone for the Shadowless clan to rely on. Lin Xian wouldn't consider the other overlords, and he couldn't stay here for too long. Therefore, after much thought, he thought of Gu Santong and the Gu clan. It seemed that Gu Santong's clan had settled down here for the time being. Although they weren't the top clans, they had remarkable abilities and methods. As long as they were given enough resources, they could rapidly grow. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to let Gu Santong's clan join forces with the Shadowless clan to form a new force. Gu Santong was his friend. This way, he could help Gu Santong and the resources he would obtain wouldn't be reduced. Moreover, it would be enough for the Shadowless clan to survive for a long time. Lin Xian gradually formed this plan in his heart, but all of this had to be arranged properly. Now, he had to make a trip to the Shadowless clan. He had to comfort Hua Feiyu first. Then, Lin Xian set off for the Shadowless clan. The Shadowless clan was very uneasy, and Hua Feiyu was even more anxious. However, when she saw Lin Xian arrive, she sighed in relief. She knew that there was still hope. Lin Xian told her not to worry, and that everything would proceed as normal. When the Shadowless conference began, he would accompany her. After receiving Lin Xian's answer, Hua Feiyu completely calmed down. She began to strengthen the clan. Lin Xian once again came to the ancestral land. It had been reduced to ruins, but he still wanted to investigate. The Shadowless ancestors' resurrection was too strange. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. The Yama's fire had burned everything. Even if there were traces, they would have been burned into nothingness. It seemed that if he wanted to know the secret of the Shadowless ancestors' resurrection, he would have to start with the reincarnation pearl or the Yama's fire. He didn't know either of these. It seemed that when he returned, he would use the information he had on the Langus star to investigate. After that, Lin Xian went back and found Gu Santong and the other elders of the Gu clan. He told them about his plan. Gu Santong and the elders of the Gu family sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Lin Xian in shock. Sir Lin, did you really do this to the Shadowless clan? They were too shocked. They had guessed this before, but they quickly rejected it. Because they felt that it wasn't very likely. However, now that they saw Lin Xian's plan, it was very likely that Lin Xian had done it. As expected, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I did it, ? But I didn't expect the situation to change like this. Hua Feiyu can't support the entire Shadowless clan with her current strength. So I think it's better for the 2 clans to merge and create a new force. This way, we can maintain our position as the overlord. Why are you helping the Gu clan? The elders of the Gu clan were bewildered. Don't worry too much. Firstly, Santong is my good friend. I'll help him. Secondly, you know that the resources needed to reach the Sage Realm are huge. So I need a top clan to provide me with resources. When the time comes, I only need to take my share. The rest can be distributed by the Gu clan. Hearing this, the elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Lin Xian was right. This was indeed a good opportunity. Given the relationship between young Master Santong and Lin Xian wouldn't cheat them. In this way, they could gain a firm foothold. It would be convenient for young Master Santong to step on the ancient road of the stars again. Alright, let's take a gamble. The elders of the Gu clan's eyes lit up. Gu Santong also said, Brother Lin, I really have to thank you this time. Lin Xian smiled. Brother Gu, don't be so courteous with me. Let's drink. Since the plan had been made, they just had to wait for the meeting to start. The following days were quite leisurely. Soon, half a month passed. The shadowless meeting was also starting today. The meeting was held at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. It was an ancient land. The aura here was very unusual. At this moment, many people had gathered at the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. The 2 overlords, the 5 first-rate clans, and the other martial artists were all outside to watch. They couldn't enter the depths of the ancient land. In the sky, several spirit boats rushed over and shuttled through the sky. Soon, they arrived near the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. Then, the spirit boats all stopped. From inside, figures walked down one after another. Their expressions were solemn as they quickly descended from the sky. They were from the Shadowless clan. The martial artists outside exclaimed in shock. They were originally here to watch the show. Now that they saw the Shadowless clan, they were instantly interested. The Shadowless clan really dared to come. That's right, he was too reckless. Hee, if I were the patriarch of the Shadowless family, I would have given up long ago to seek survival. Don't worry, even if they came, it would be useless. They would definitely be wiped out this time. Even if they didn't die, their forces and territories would definitely be annexed. Many of them were from big clans, even though they weren't qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. However, they were all famous and domineering figures. In fact, several clans had already received orders to humiliate the Shadowless clan before the Shadowless clan entered the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. He wanted to give them a show of strength. These people were from the Shadowless clan. Hua Feiyu had brought the remaining elite materials over. Even though they were elites, they were still lacking compared to before. Luckily, Hua Feiyu was still confident this time because Lin Xian was here. Not only had Lin Xian come, Gu Santong had also brought along the elites of the Gu clan. Young master. After landing, Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. Lin Xian said lightly. Next, you can make your own decisions. You don't have to ask me for anything. Remember, you are now the patriarch of the Shadowless clan. Bring out your previous aura. Also, let me tell you a bottom line. You are not allowed to give them a share, nor are you allowed to annex them. You know this bottom line, you can do whatever you want. If anything happens, I will take care of it for you. As soon as these words came out, Hua Feiyu regained her confidence. She took a deep breath and once again regained her cold demeanor of a queen. Originally, she was a high and mighty fairy and was very famous in the entire Great Yen Star. So at this moment, after she regained her aura, it really made the people around her tremble. Was the legendary cold and elegant little princess back again? But soon, they sneered. The current Shadowless clan was no longer the same, so they were not afraid at all. Oh, isn't this Hua Feiyu, Princess Hua? Why did she come so late? Yes, shouldn't she have come early to ask for forgiveness? Someone sneered. Princess Hua, your Shadowless clan is about to be destroyed. Why don't you marry me? Don't worry, I can definitely protect your life here. The surrounding people all laughed. These people were also experts, and they were here to cause trouble. They were here to show Hua Feiyu who was in charge. Acting recklessly. Slap them. Hua Feiyu's face darkened. Buzz. Someone beside her rushed forward like a ghost and instantly shrouded the front. How dare you attack? You are really reckless. Do you think your Shadowless clan is still the overlord now? That person sneered and directly slapped down with his palm. The terrifying palm was like a mountain, carrying a powerful force and directly blasted the person from the Shadowless clan away. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Hua Feiyu's face changed, and the surrounding shadowless clan members' faces also became incomparably ugly. The other martial artists, on the other hand, burst into laughter. So trash, so useless. Is this still the overlord of the past? It was really surprising. The overlord had fallen to such a state. What overlord? Now the shadowless clan is struggling at death's door, even worse than us. Hua Feiyu, you are not qualified to enter here. If you want to enter, you have to kneel under my crotch. With that person spread his legs and laughed loudly. The others also sneered and looked at this scene. If the current shadowless clan was not even qualified to enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land, then they would not have any scruples. Damn it! Damn it, the shadowless clan members were furious. If they were at their peak, these people would have to kneel down when they saw them. How dare they provoke them like this? Hua Feiyu's face also became incomparably ugly. To be honest, besides her, the most powerful person was only a sage-to-be. They could not deal with this situation at all. Unless she took action herself. But she was the leader of her clan. Unless there was no other choice, she would not personally take action. For a moment, she was stunned. Lin Xian also did not take action. He did not care to take action against such insignificant people. This time, he was here to suppress the situation. He would only take action at the most critical moment. Therefore, he looked at a handsome man beside him. Santong, it's up to you now. Gu Santong nodded, and a flash of light appeared in his eyes. How dare you block my way? You must be tired of living. As he spoke, a large palm appeared out of thin air in front of that person, and then it suddenly slammed down. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Novel, boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was directly blown apart, and that person was instantly smashed into a bloody mist. What? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. There was actually another expert, they were all stunned. Who was it? Were there still other experts in the Shadowless clan? Could it be that Hua Feiyu had done it personally? One after another, gazes shot over like rainbows. Soon, they found that it was not. The one who did it was not Hua Feiyu, but a man, a tall man. The aura on his body was very strange. Although he was standing there, it was as if he did not exist and had merged with the void. Was that the Shadowless secret technique? They were stunned. Could it be that there were still experts in the Shadowless clan who survived? So what if there are more experts? I don't believe that you can pass today. A person walked out. This time, it was a saint with a very terrifying aura. He held a long spear and directly stabbed it over. It bloomed with an incomparable light. This person's strength was much more terrifying than the previous one. The middle-aged man from the Gu family also snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. The void fluctuated, and a large hand strangely appeared in the sky, directly grabbing the opponent's long spear. The two of them kept shaking in the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The black long spear was very terrifying, more terrifying than a mountain. After that attack, the saints of the same level would all be shocked. However, the gigantic hand of nothingness was even more bizarre. It directly guided the sound of la 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 into the void. It was swallowed up by countless spaces. This was a true space mystic ability. It was absolutely exquisite. Therefore, the final result was not surprising at all. The person who attacked was killed again. He died again, another expert was easily killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? Seeing this scene, Hua Feiyu also regained her confidence. She sneered. What, are you qualified to enter now? If you can beat me, you are qualified to enter. An old man walked out, and the others were also shocked. It was Green Lamp Saint. Clearly, this old man was a very famous saint. His name was Qing Dang. With a wave of his hand, an ancient, navy blue lamp appeared in his hand, flickering with a demonic flame. Hua Feiyu looked around and the others nodded in agreement. That's right. As long as you can defeat Green Lamp Saint, you'll be able to enter. Okay. The middle-aged man from the Gu family strode forward. He was a powerhouse from the Gu family. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. He snatched the spear from the man's hand and strode forward. Then, his body suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing behind the green lamp sage. The long spear in his hand pressed down like a mountain. Boom, with one strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. What a strange movement technique. Green Lamp Saint's expression changed as well. He didn't even see how the man had appeared. Could it be that the Shadowless clan really had such a terrifying person? How could he have known that these people were not from the Shadowless clan, but from the Gu clan? This was the spatial divine ability of the Gu clan. However, he was also extremely powerful. Therefore, even though he was panicking, he wasn't too afraid. With a wave of his hand, the ancient green lamp in his hand flickered. Instantly, the surrounding wind howled and countless ghostly shadows swayed. It shrouded him directly. The aura of the entire space changed. Under the influence of the green lamp, it seemed to have become extremely strange. The surrounding people also retreated continuously. Their eyes were filled with cold sneers. The faces of the Gu clan changed as well. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Hua Feiyu said, "Young master, the green lamp sage is not ordinary. Legend has it that his lamp has an extraordinary origin." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He also saw a gigantic creature emerging from the countless gusts of wind. It was a demonic beast. It only had a single green eye. As it spun, it brought with it countless gusts of wind that sent chills down one's spine. "Brother Lin, don't worry. The saint of our Gu clan will be able to handle it." "Indeed." The middle-aged man from the Gu clan snorted coldly. Then, he struck out a series of large spatial cracks and charged forward. It was as if he was going to devour the monster. The monster roared angrily and retaliated. The green claws stretched out, sending chills down everyone's spine. They realized that the green claws were covered with green hair. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Countless people retreated frantically. The cyan claws were truly too bizarre. Each strike was like a vast ocean wave. Furthermore, terrifying roars could be heard from the claws. In an instant, the middle-aged man from the Gu clan was shrouded. The surrounding people sneered. "That guy is dead meat." Yes, surrounded by the demonic beasts summoned by the green lamp sage, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 10 lives. "Humph, attack him. He's overestimating himself." The green lamp sage also revealed a disdainful smile. However, in the next moment, his body trembled and he was sent flying. A figure appeared behind him. A single move landed on his body and sent him flying. How is this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. Wasn't the other party devoured by the demonic beasts? How did he appear behind the green lamp sage? Damn it, what's wrong with you? The green lamp sage was also shocked. The palm strike had smashed half of his body. He turned his head and looked at the scene in disbelief. "You're not from the Shadowless clan?" he asked with a frown. The middle-aged man from the Gu clan snorted. "You don't need to know that. Do you still want to continue the fight?" Hua Feiyu also walked out and asked in a deep voice. She could tell that the Gu clan's divine power was too powerful. No wonder their clan was so determined to form a marriage alliance. They even obtained this divine power of space. Only the Shadowless clan was one of the 3 overlords. They had many saints, and even had an old ancestor. Otherwise, other clans wouldn't have dared to have designs on the Gu clan. Although the Shadowless clan was expelled, their strength was still very terrifying. "Very well, you're qualified to enter." The green lamp sage didn't continue the fight. Instead, he swayed gently. The green lamp in his hand disappeared, and so did the terrifying demonic beast. The terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth and the surroundings quickly disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. It was hard to believe that the Shadowless clan still had such strength. Previously, they had investigated and found that the Shadowless clan had suffered serious injuries. They even speculated that the other party might not even be able to get through the door. Of course, they would not let the other party enter. They would just torture and humiliate the other party to show their strength. But now, they found that they were wrong. Such a huge overlord, even if weakened, was not someone they could provoke. It was better to let the other two overlords and the 5 first-rate clans inside fight against them. They might be able to reap the benefits from outside. Everyone retreated. Hua Feiyu led the crowd and walked in aggressively. However, their mood was even more solemn. Because they knew that the people outside were just small fries. Inside the Thunder Mountain ancient land, there was a terrifying existence. They would be facing the other two overlords and the 5 first-rate clans. At that time, if they were weak, they would be devoured without leaving any bones behind. Thunder Mountain ancient land. At this moment, the two overlords were sitting in the north and south. Liuhua Palace and Devouring Sky Palace. The remaining 5 first-rate clans were standing in the east and west. Although they were weaker than the two overlords, their strength was still very terrifying. When the 5 first-rate clans were together, even the two overlords had to treat them seriously. At this moment, they were all talking and laughing because they knew that the Shadowless clan had arrived. And they were just outside, but they were blocked. An elder of the Tianhe clan said with a smile, wondering when the Shadowless clan would arrive. One of the people from the 4 Directions pavilion sneered. They were already here. They were outside, but they were blocked by someone. They would probably be tortured. Those people outside would not be merciful. Who would have thought that a dignified overlord would be reduced to such a state? He could not even enter the Thunder Mountain ancient land. Then, there is no need for us to be merciful. Everyone laughed. In their opinion, the Shadowless clan was already in their pocket. Next, how would they distribute it? The Shadowless clan had arrived. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from outside. Oh, they're here, so fast. The top clans and experts in the Thunder Mountain ancient land were stunned. They did not expect the Shadowless clan to come in so quickly. It was really beyond their expectations. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a team coming from afar. Soon, they arrived at the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. At that instant, the people of the 2 dominators and the 5 first-rate clans all glanced forward. Only the members of the Shadowless clan sneered. Although the number of people who came was not small, there were only a few who had the strength to enter their eyes. It seemed that the Shadowless clan had truly declined. Since they were able to enter, they must have some strength, but there was nothing to be afraid of. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Shadowless race. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, take a seat. One of the elders of the Devouring Sky Hall chuckled as he sat there. Hua Feiyu frowned. Gu Santong and Lin Xian also narrowed their eyes. Where should he sit? The place in the valley had already been divided up by the 5 great families. There was no place left for them at all. In other words, the other party had never intended to invite them to take a seat. Saying such words now was purely to provoke and humiliate them. Hua Feiyu's face turned pale in an instant. She clenched her fists and trembled in anger. Damn it, if their clan was at its peak, these people would definitely not have dared to treat them with such an attitude. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was beside her, said indifferently. There's nothing to be angry about. Who did the Shadowless clan not deal with in the past and who wanted to swallow you up the most? She walked directly in his direction. Since there were no seats, she would fight for one. As soon as she heard this, Hua Feiyu's body trembled. Then, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked in a direction. That direction was the Tianhe clan. Previously, the Shadowless clan and the Tianhe clan had a conflict. 2 days ago, the Tianhe clan was the first to act. Moreover, the conflict was the most intense. Therefore, now, she had to find a clan to attack. Then, she chose the Tianhe clan. Hua Feiyu took the lead and led the crowd forward. The people around her had a mocking expression. Suddenly, they were stunned. They did not expect Hua Feiyu to really dare to move. Instantly, their expressions became even more interesting. They all wanted to see who the Shadowless clan would choose. No matter who they chose, it would be the same. They would be courting death. Oh, it was the Tianhe clan. The 2 overlords and the people of the 5 first-rate clans were all stunned. The faces of the people of the Tianhe clan darkened. Damn it, she actually dared to choose their direction. Was she looking down on the Tianhe clan? Tianhe clan, give up this place. Hua Feiyu sneered. The people of the Tianhe clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were actually being looked down on. One of the elders snorted coldly. You want us to give up this place? Sorry, this place is ours. You'd better find another place. The people of the Tianhe clan sat there and sneered. They had no intention of leaving. What, you won't give up? Then don't blame us for using some tricks. Hua Feiyu's face darkened. The people of the Tianhe clan laughed loudly. Using tricks? What tricks do you dare to use? The Shadowless clan is really reckless. Do you really think you're still an overlord? If you want us to give up our seats, sure, but you have to show us your strength. If you can beat us, we'll give it to you. Otherwise, you can just stand there obediently. The others also laughed. This was the scene they wanted. Only by ruthlessly suppressing the Shadowless clan and completely shattering their last bit of confidence. Then, the next division would be much smoother. It seemed that there was only one battle left. Hua Feiyu's figure took a breath. She sent out a few experts of the Shadowless clan, but they were quickly beaten back. An elder of the Tianhe clan laughed loudly. The Shadowless clan is really trash. Is there no one else left? The others also shook their heads one after another. It was really disappointing. They really didn't know how these people came in previously. Could it be that those people outside went easy on them? At this moment, a voice sounded. I'm here. The middle-aged man of the Gu clan who attacked previously walked out again. The moment he attacked, he directly defeated an elder of the Tianhe clan, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. Who was this person? Their gazes were fixed on that figure. At this moment, another expert of the Tianhe clan attacked. However, he was still defeated. This scene was enough to move people. Did the Shadowless clan have such a terrifying saint? However, at this moment, an expert of the Devourer Palace frowned. You're not from the Shadowless clan. What you used was not a useless clan's ability. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. It wasn't someone from the Shadowless family. Damn it, did the Shadowless family ally with other forces? Who was it? Which force dared to ally with them? One had to know that in the entire Great Yin planet, they represented the peak forces. The other families and sects didn't dare to play tricks in front of them. But now, a mysterious powerhouse had appeared. Could it be a powerhouse from another world? At this time, a sage from the Liuhua Palace also spoke. Spatial magic, if I'm not wrong, what you used was a spatial magic, right? What? The powerhouses of the Thunder Mountain ancient land all burst into an uproar. Their eyes were wide open. Spatial magic, it was actually a spatial magic, that was a more terrifying magic than the Shadowless family's secret technique. Moreover, it could make countless people jealous. Since ancient times, there had been legends of space being king. Therefore, those who mastered space were the kings of their peers. They could even fight those who were stronger than them without a problem. They didn't expect that there would be someone who could master a spatial magic now. Who was this person? They were all guessing. At this time, the sage from the Liuhua Palace spoke again. I heard that an amazing family came to our Great Yin planet. It's a lineage of the remote antiquity family. It should be you, right? Gu family. What? Gu family. Remote antiquity family, those people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were also overlords, compared to the Gu family, the difference was too great. The remote antiquity family had produced a great emperor. How terrifying was their background? It wasn't something they could imagine at all. Damn it, when did the Shadowless family ally with the remote antiquity family? They couldn't believe it. One had to know that although the Shadowless family was the royal family of the remote antiquity family, it shouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the remote antiquity family. After all, the remote antiquity family was an emperor family. Only the royal family of the ancient 10,000 races could be compared to them. Therefore, they couldn't understand why such a scene would appear. But at this time, the sage from the Liuhua Palace spoke again. Everyone, don't worry. Although they are indeed from the remote antiquity family, as far as I know, their lineage was driven out. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. What? Driven out? They were stunned for a moment before they heaved a sigh of relief. So that was it. The real clan of the ancients disdained to join hands with the shadowless clan. But if it was someone who had been chased out, then it was a different story. When they thought of this, they sneered again. Amongst them, someone from the Tianhe clan snorted coldly. Hua Feiyu, you're too unruly. We didn't invite the Gu clan to this shadowless convention. You actually dared to bring them in without permission. Do you believe that I won't suppress you right now? That's not right. Who doesn't know that I'm already married to the Gu family? Therefore, my shadowless clan and the Gu clan naturally joined forces and became one family. Why can't I bring the Gu clan here? As soon as these words were said, everyone frowned. They had indeed heard of such news, but they did not pay too much attention to it before. Now, they did not expect it to become a problem. Humph, someone sneered. No matter. He was just a mere abandoned disciple of the Gu clan. There was no need to put him in his eyes. The person who spoke was a member of the Black Wolf race. They were also a royal race of the 10,000 ancient races. However, they didn't show any mercy to the shadowless family. Instead, they stood up and said loudly, "This shadowless convention is probably to discuss how to divide the shadowless family. I don't think there's a need to talk nonsense. Let's discuss it directly. Among the 7 of us, the 2 overlords will take the majority. The remaining 5 of us will divide and completely eliminate the shadowless family. What do you all think? Sure." Those families nodded. At this moment, an expert from the Devouring Sky Palace said, "We don't want the shadowless family's territory and resources. We only want one thing. We only want the ancestral land of the shadowless family." As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the Devouring Sky Palace to only want the ancestral land. They thought that there must be some secret there. However, they didn't care so much. With a few simple words, the 5 families were divided. Hua Feiyu and the other members of the shadowless family were so angry that they trembled all over. At this moment, Hua Feiyu recalled what Lin Xian had told her. He would not give up any benefits, nor would he cede any land. Therefore, she sneered. Who dares to take the shadowless family's things? Aren't you afraid that you won't be alive to take it? Hua Feiyu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can show off just because you brought these people? The Gu family is powerful, but we don't take them seriously. A member of the Black Wolf clan stood up. He stared at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "You're from the Gu family? I'd like to see how magical the Gu family's remarkable powers are." The expert from the Black Wolf clan was also a middle-aged man. He had black hair on his body. He walked upright, but his wolf head was shining with a terrifying murderous intent. The next moment, he instantly attacked. His black claws were like mountains, full of murderous intent, and rushed directly toward the middle-aged man from the Gu family. This attack. It could shatter millions of miles of the starry sky. Humph, the middle-aged man sneered. His figure flickered, and he tore open the void. He instantly disappeared. The terrifying palm shattered the void, but it didn't hurt him at all. The next moment, he appeared beside the middle-aged man and pointed at the void. With a terrifying aura, he passed through the void like a meteor. Get lost, the Black Wolf clan expert roared and quickly counterattacked. His palm hit the void, and a sonorous sound was heard. Countless voids were shattered again. The Black Wolf clan expert was forced back, and a bloody hole was pierced through his palm. Die! He roared, and the surrounding mountains shook. Everyone else was shocked. It seemed that he was really angry. Sure enough, the saint of the Black Wolf clan displayed an extremely terrifying remarkable powers. He relied on his powerful physique and unparalleled speed to fight directly. However, the man from the Gu family was not to be trifled with. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously, constantly jumping through the void and dodging all the attacks. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. In the end, the man from the Gu family won and directly banished the Black Wolf clan into the void. This scene shocked everyone. Banishment into the void, what kind of method was that? One had to know that the Black Wolf clan was also a terrifying saint. It wouldn't be a problem for them to come out of the void. But now, the other party didn't come out. This meant that that person had been banished to an extremely terrifying starry sky. Now, it was no longer just a matter of the Shadowless clan, but also the rise of the Gu clan. Therefore, he would not hold back. Next, the people of the Tianhe clan and the 4 pavilions attacked one after another. But in the end, they were all swallowed up by the space, and their whereabouts were unknown. This scene made the people of the Gu clan laugh. The people of the Shadowless clan were also excited. Great, there was finally hope for their side. However, the people of the 5 great clans frowned. Damn it, how could this person from the Gu clan be so strong? Don't panic, he should be the strongest one this time. Defeating him should not be a problem. Hehe, in that case, let me do it. A person from the 10,000 Snake Valley walked out. He was also an expert from the 5 great clans, but when he stood out, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked in all directions. This was a strong enemy who had defeated many experts. If I can defeat him, then when the Shadowless clan's benefits are distributed, the 10,000 Snake Valley will get a bigger share. When these words came out, the expressions of the other 4 great clans changed, but the 2 overlords nodded. Good. Then many thanks to the 2 overlords. The expert from the 10,000 Snake Valley laughed. The faces of the other great clans were gloomy, but there was nothing they could do. Because the other party's space ability was really too terrifying. It came and went like a ghost, and they were not a match at all. They did not know what this old man from the 10,000 Snake Valley had to be so confident. Could it be that he could block the space ability? Would third uncle have a problem? Gu Santong's eyes flickered, and he was a little worried. Because the other party was too confident. Hua Feiyu became nervous, and Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. A second heaven sage? No wonder he was so confident. Although the middle-aged man from the Gu clan was strong, he was only a first heaven sage. The difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was a little too big. Would he be able to win? Lin Xian thought in his heart, but he did not care too much. Because he knew that the final trump card was not the Gu clan's third uncle, but him. He was the biggest trump card. The Gu clan's third uncle felt the terrifying aura from the other party, as well as the terrifying Tao patterns between heaven and earth. He was also incomparably fierce. His entire being had completely merged with the void. Haha, it's useless. My cultivation level is 1 heaven above yours. You're not my match at all. Although your spatial divine ability is very terrifying, it can't do anything to me. The sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley was very confident. On the other side, the third uncle of the Gu family had made his move. The void finger brought with it an extremely strange aura. It merged into the void and charged over quickly. The 10,000 Snake Valley saint sneered. At the same time, the lower half of his body turned into a snake's tail, which swept out. There were countless Dao runes on it that could pierce through the void. Boom! Boom! Another earth-shattering battle erupted, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Heavens, are they from the remote antiquity families? It was too scary. A first heaven saint was actually able to contend with a second heaven saint. The surrounding people were all stunned. One had to know that the gap between the sage level was extremely huge. A second heaven sage could easily crush a first heaven sage. But now, this saint of the Gu family was actually able to fight against those of a higher level. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. As expected of a spatial divine ability. If it wasn't for those spatial techniques, this Gu family member would have been defeated long ago. Many people were discussing it. Their expressions were extremely solemn. That was indeed the case. The old man from the 1,000 Snake Valley was a second heaven saint. Even a casual attack from him was incomparably terrifying. However, the countless black holes and large cracks in the sky were able to devour these attacks. Great Void Exile. After 100 moves, the third uncle of the Gu family suddenly shouted and activated his bloodline power. He tore with both hands, and an extremely terrifying spatial crack appeared. In an instant, it swallowed the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Up above, the large spatial crack slowly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, even the second heaven saint was banished? They couldn't believe it. Especially those from the 10,000 Snake Valley, whose expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, how did this happen? They roared. Boom, at this moment, the void shattered, and a figure escaped. It was the elder of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Great, he's out. The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, those from the Gu family revealed extremely solemn expressions. The same went for the third uncle of the Gu family. He frowned. Did he escape? The difference between our realms is indeed too great. However, he wasn't afraid. Do you still want to fight? If I can banish you once, I can do it a second time, a third time, until I don't have the strength to return. The third uncle of the Gu family was extremely domineering. Hearing this, the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, this is infuriating. There had never been a first heaven saint who stood in front of them so arrogantly. However, the other party's methods had indeed frightened him. If it wasn't for his powerful cultivation, he really wouldn't have been able to return. Therefore, for a moment, he hesitated and didn't immediately make a move. Alright, you guys from the 10,000 Snake Valley, back off. I'll do it myself. At this moment, a sage of the Devouring Sky Palace stood up. He was also a second heaven saint, but his strength was slightly stronger than the sage of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Seeing this, the 10,000 Snake Valley sage retreated. The other first-rate families all sucked in a breath of cold air. Is the Devouring Sky Palace going to do it themselves? The faces of the Gu family and the Shadowless family all changed. The Devouring Sky Palace was one of the top families. This time, they would definitely be even more terrifying. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace walked out and looked at the third uncle of the Gu family. The four families of the ancients aren't bad and are very strong. However, your cultivation is too low and you're no match for me. I'll give you a chance. Take your Gu family and leave immediately. I can let bygones be bygones. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you continue to tangle with the Shadowless family, don't blame the Devouring Sky Palace for being impolite. I'll wipe out your entire family. At this point, an extremely terrifying killing intent emitted from his body, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. They knew that if the Gu family didn't know what was good for them, they would be completely finished. Humph. The third uncle of the Gu family snorted coldly. His figure stood tall and straight. His body flickered as if he didn't exist. However, his eyes suddenly shone with an incomparable radiance. As a sage of the ancients family, he had never backed down before. Why? Do you want to continue fighting me? You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. The sage of the Devouring Sky Palace had an extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. His palm was incomparably black and instantly turned into a black hole. The black Dao runes within it were extremely terrifying. It made people's scalps go numb. Everyone shrunk their necks in fear and retreated far away. Huafeiyu and the rest also kept retreating. Gu clan's third uncle was also on high alert. The opponent was too strong. He was even stronger than the sage from Thousand Snake Valley. The sage from Thousand Snake Valley was at the early stage of the second heaven, but the one who attacked was at the middle stage of the second heaven. However, he would not retreat. He roared. He immediately used his most terrifying divine ability. Great Void Banishment. The terrifying Great Void was right in front of him. It's useless. You can't banish me. The sage from Devouring Sky Palace was very strong. More black holes appeared on his body, as if they could swallow everything. As expected, the power of space collided with the black holes and was destroyed. Everyone exclaimed. He blocked it, not good. The expressions of the people from the Gu clan also changed. A single person could defeat 10 people with brute force. Although their divine abilities were powerful, especially spatial techniques, and could defeat enemies stronger than them, there was still a limit to it. They could not infinitely surpass their level. Clearly, the Devouring Sky Saint in front of them had exceeded Gu clan's third uncle's fighting range. Therefore, he could not banish him at all. Everything was over. The Devouring Sky Palace Saint's lips curled into a cold smile. His body suddenly turned into a black hole. Then, he disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared out of thin air. The pitch-black vortex enveloped Gu Clan's third uncle. Gu Clan's third uncle completely merged into the void and used his spatial divine ability to escape. However, his strength was suppressed. This black vortex was too terrifying. It enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands and forcefully shook Gu Clan's third uncle out of the void. Gu Clan's third uncle's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pressed to the ground by the black vortex and could not move. I've already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Don't blame me for being merciless. A terrifying sound came from the black vortex. The vortex seemed to have turned into a black hole that kept spinning. It wanted to cut Gu Clan's sage in half. Not good. Gu Santong's face changed. The Gu Clan's elders also instantly attacked, wanting to save Gu Clan's third uncle. 2 great void palms and void fingers appeared out of thin air and attacked the black vortex. The black vortex not only completely swallowed the 3 attacks, but it also pushed the 3 elders back. The 3 elders vomited blood. On the other hand, the Sage of Devouring Sky Hall burst out laughing. What clan of the ancients? They were nothing in front of absolute power. Today, all of you will die. His killing intent swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's over. The faces of the Gu family members turned extremely ugly. The members of the Shadowless clan were also filled with despair. Was today really the day they died? In the surroundings, the people of the 2 great dominators and the 5 first-rate clans smirked coldly. As expected, although the Gu family was powerful, they were unable to resist in the face of absolute power. Today, the Shadowless clan would be destroyed without a doubt. Sigh. Right at this critical moment, a sigh was heard. Then, a golden palm reached out. The void trembled. The golden palm was like a sun, shining brightly as it lashed out at the black vortex. The black vortex was sent flying. With a boom, the world in all directions was shattered. The terrifying power made everyone tense up and almost kneel on the ground. The people around him were scared silly. What did they see? The Saint of the Devouring Heaven shop was sent flying by someone. Heavens, who is it? Who can fight against the Saint of Devouring Sky Hall? Does the Gu family have any other experts? At this moment, they were all going crazy. Countless screams were heard as everyone looked forward. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw a young man walk out from beside Hua Feiyu. His body was shining brightly. The golden palm was sent out by him. Is he also from the Gu family? He's too young. They were all stunned. The people of Devouring Sky Hall also frowned, looking very unhappy. The heaven-devouring saint roared in the sky. He materialized from the black vortex and stared ahead with a pair of cold eyes. How dare you hurt me? Die for me. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. It turned into 81 black holes and swept forward. Not good. Hua Feiyu, Gu Santong, and the others' faces completely changed. Lin Xian said, "You all should retreat." As he said that, he took a step forward. Light shone brightly as he activated his divine body, making him look like a peerless god of war. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The 2 golden palms continued to expand until they covered the entire sky. They shrouded all 81 black vortexes. Then, he clenched his fist. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. They were caused by the absolute power. The 81 black holes were also shattered by this power. Who is this person? This power was too frightening. The people around were all dumbfounded. How terrifying is this? The Saint of Devouring Sky Hall also changed his expression. He seemed to have met a peerless enemy. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This was because he saw a golden figure of a war god rushing towards him. In an instant, it tore through countless voids and arrived in front of him. At the same time, a golden fist came crashing down on him. It was like a golden dragon. Ah! The Devouring Sky Saint roared and stretched out 2 large palms. They turned into 2 black holes and grabbed forward, trying to swallow the golden fist. However, in the next instant, he started to scream miserably. His 2 black vortexes had been shattered, and his 2 palms had also exploded. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. His entire body was sent flying and many cracks appeared on his body. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. He waved his hand and followed up with another attack. He stomped his foot and swept out his right leg. It was like a sharp knife that struck the devouring Sky Saint's body. He kicked the devouring Sky Saint away. With a boom, the mountain range in the distance collapsed and countless large cracks spread. Ah! There was a crazy roar and a figure rushed out from the ruins in front. It was the devouring Sky Saint. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the two mountain peaks beside him. Then, he pulled them up and threw them at Lin Xian. The two mountain peaks were tens of thousands of feet tall. At this moment, they were used as weapons and danced in the sky. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He charged forward. He pierced through the two mountain ranges and arrived in front of the devouring Sky Saint. He stomped the devouring Sky Saint to the ground again. Boom! Boom! The entire ancient land of Thunder Mountains was shaking and countless storms were surging. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The people of Devouring Sky Hall were shocked. They all rose into the air and stared into the distance. In the sky, countless large black holes were floating and swallowing everything. Then, the scene in front of them appeared. In the next moment, they gasped. The other first-rate families were also stunned. Even the Gu family and the Shadowless family were dumbfounded. That person was valiant, like a peerless god of war. This was the young man beside Hua Feiyu. They finally recognized him. When Hua Feiyu came, there were two young men standing beside him. One was Gu Santong, and they did not know who the other was. But thinking about it, it should be someone from the Shadowless clan. He should be a prodigy. But they did not take him seriously at all. Even Hua Feiyu, the clan leader, was not worthy of their attention, let alone others. Therefore, they took the initiative to ignore Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that they were very wrong. The most powerful was not the Gu clan's third uncle, but the young man in front of them. The other party's power was too terrifying, sweeping away everything. Even a second heaven sage could not withstand it. What kind of physique was that? Who was he? For a moment, they were extremely shocked. Who are you? Who are you? The devouring heaven sage was being stepped on, and he roared madly. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by someone. Why, do you still want to know who I am? If you beat me, I'll tell you. As Lin Xian said, he exerted force with his foot again. He stepped on the other party's bones, making creaking sounds. Damn kid, let him go. The experts of the Devouring Heaven Palace roared madly. They really could not imagine that their sage would be defeated by the other party. And now, he was being stepped on. This was a slap to their faces. Let him go? Let him go just because you said so? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and directly flicked out 3 dragon-shaped sword chi. One pierced the other party's heart, one pierced the other party's head, and the last one pierced the other party's abdomen. Then, the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains, hanging the other party in midair. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this scene, the people of the Devouring Heaven Palace were furious. The others were also so scared that their scalps went numb. Who was this person? His methods were so decisive. He was going against the Devouring Heaven Palace. Why, are you very angry? Are you very sullen? Do you want to kill me? That's right, remember this feeling? When you were here, talking about dividing up the Shadowless clan, did you think about their feelings? I can tell you that their feelings are the same as yours now. Now, do you understand? Damn brat, who the hell are you? You actually want to stand up for the Shadowless family, stand up for the Wuyin clan? Lin Xian smiled. You're wrong. I'm not standing up for the Shadowless family, but protecting what belongs to me. The Shadowless clan is mine. I won't allow anyone to touch it. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Shadowless clan belonged to the other party? Damn it, could it be that the other party had also swallowed up the Shadowless clan? Which power do you belong to? This time around, it was not only the people from the Sky Devouring Palace that spoke. The people from the Liuhua Palace also spoke out. They could not tolerate the Shadowless family falling into the hands of the other party. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also became nervous. Lin Xian ignored him and said coldly, "I'll give you all a chance to scram and disappear from my sight. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if you dare to have any ideas about the Shadowless clan again, I'll slaughter all of you. Brat, you're too reckless. Do you think you can swallow the entire Shadowless clan by yourself? You're really courting death. Have you asked the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans?" The people from the sky-devouring palace looked cold. It was no longer a matter of slapping their faces. This involved their interests. Sure enough, the people from the Liuhua palace looked gloomy. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also looked cold. With so many forces joining hands, how could they not take down the other party? Just with you guys, Lin Xian sneered. Whether it's a group attack or a one-on-one fight, I'll take it all on. As long as someone can defeat me, I'll give the Shadowless clan to you. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. The people from the Gu clan and Wuying clan were shocked. Is this Lin Wudi? He's really strong. As for the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans, their faces turned gloomy. Damn it, the other party is just one person. So what if he's strong? The people from the Tianhe clan gritted their teeth and said, "Let's go together and fight it out with him. I don't believe that he can stop us." Yes, that's right. Let's go together. The people from the Thousand Snake Valley and the 4 pavilions also agreed. The people from the sky-devouring palace and the Liuhua palace also sneered. They had an absolute advantage, so they wouldn't fight one-on-one with the other party. Alright, let's all attack together and use our strongest attacks to scare this brat out of his wits. I don't believe that he can stop us. Those people surrounded him. Not good. Gu Santong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect these experts to be so despicable. Lin Xian smiled. How shameless. Do you think I'm not prepared? Come on, let's do it. Let the whole world see the ugly faces of the 5 great clans and the 2 hegemons. What does the whole world mean? The people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Lin Xian said, "It's simple. I've already set up a few formations to spread the news of the Thunder Mountain ancient land. As long as you guys attack together, the whole world will see it. It will even spread to the other realms. At that time, I'll see how you guys are going to hide your faces." What? They were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, although their methods were vicious, they still wanted to save face. After all, they were the overlords of the 5 great clans. It was absolutely embarrassing for so many experts to gang up on a young man. Moreover, it might even spread to the other realms. If that happened, their faces would be completely disgraced. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. My sect will also be able to see this array formation. My sect told me about it when I came out. If it's one-on-one, they won't care. But if anyone dares to attack together, my sect will quickly destroy them. You guys better think carefully. My sect has a frightening background. Hearing this, the people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Damn it, this young man is so terrifying. He must be from a terrifying force. If they really ganged up on him and the news spread, his sect would probably go crazy. At that time, they might really be in trouble. But if it was a one-on-one battle, it might not be so. This kind of one-on-one battle was very common in the other realms. If one died, it was because one's own strength was not enough. Thinking about it, the other party's sect would not have the face to take revenge. Thinking of this, they all sneered. A one-on-one battle? Do you think you can survive a one-on-one battle? Kid, you're too reckless. Fine, today I'll let you experience the absolute strength of our great Yen planet. The powerhouses of the sky-devouring palace smiled. One of them said, "Who's going first?" Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Whoever goes first will get a bigger share of the Shadowless family's benefits. As soon as these words came out, the people from the 5 great clans were tempted. Let me do it. An elite from the Black Wolf clan walked out, causing everyone's expression to change. It was the leader of the Black Wolf clan. Damn it, the Black Wolf clan got there first. The people from the Tianhe clan and the 4 Directions Pavilion were all shocked. They were prepared to take action personally, but they were still a step too late. The leader of the Black Wolf clan walked out, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that swept out in all directions. The people of the Shadowless clan retreated. Boom, the Gu clan's third uncle also retreated to the back. Gu Santong asked, "Third uncle, are you alright?" The Gu clan's third uncle shook his head. He was fine, but the situation was not optimistic. Although Lin Xian's performance was shocking, he knew that there were still some elites who had not shown their skills yet. If those elites attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand them? Even if he could withstand one of them, would he be able to withstand 5 or 6 of them? He did not dare to imagine. Buzz, the leader of the Black Wolf clan, moved. He stretched out a black finger and pointed at Lin Xian. The finger crushed the void, as if it had traveled through time and space, and it carried a terrifying demonic aura. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. The golden hand stretched out and tore through the void, as if an ancient god of war was attacking. Boom. Boom, the large golden hand immediately grabbed the pitch-black finger. Then, it swung it forcefully. There was a crack, and the sound of bones breaking was like thunder. The black finger was broken, and blood gushed out, piercing through the void. There was a miserable cry. The leader of the Black Wolf clan screamed and retreated. His entire arm was trembling. The surrounding elites were also stunned. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. The leader of the Black Wolf clan was injured. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was a second heaven sage. He was even more powerful than the sage from the Devouring Sky Hall. Moreover, he was the leader of a clan. How terrifying was he? But now, he was actually injured in a single move. Just who was his opponent? Wasn't he too strong? Trash, how dare you steal from the Shadowless clan? Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds, the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe roared crazily. He rushed over again, turning into a black shadow that tore through everything. He was mad with anger. He was the chief of the Black Wolf clan. How terrifying was that? He had roamed the Grand Spill planet for so many years, but he had never been humiliated like today. Other than the 2 overlords, he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, an unfamiliar young man had actually injured him with a raise of his hand. This was no longer a slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The terrifying black storm was like a heavenly blade, slicing through the void and sweeping towards Lin Xian. This attack was enough to shatter Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he pushed his divine body to the extreme. Those black storms crashed into his body, making earth-shattering noises. His body only swayed a little, emitting crackling noises. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it rushed forward. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of physique was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out with the swords of laws. The terrifying 5-element swords brought with them a terrifying power as they fell from the sky. One after another, they continued to fall. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch resisted. He was beaten until his entire body trembled, and many cracks appeared on his body. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Damn it, this young man was too strong. This young man was too strong. Before this, he had been swaggering around, looking down on this young man, thinking that he was an ant. He could suppress him in an instant. But now, he had been forcefully slapped in the face by this young man. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into right now. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch? You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sneered. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. The power of his bloodline erupted, making him seem like a peerless monster. The surrounding great Tao rumbled. Terrifying laws danced between the heavens and earth. Black storm, boundless aura. With a crazy roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. One after another, black airflows descended from the sky. These black airflows had Tao runes. They were like huge mountains hanging upside down from the sky. Countless voids trembled, forming a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the Black Wolf tribe's unique skill. It was too terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding powerhouses and saints trembled. They knew that a second heaven cultivator would be killed instantly in the face of such an attack. This young man was definitely dead this time. The Black Wolf tribe's warriors roared crazily. They had full confidence in their patriarch. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his body, the dragon soul roared. His palms formed a seal, and the five-element law quickly appeared in his hands. A wolf head appeared in his hands, emitting an incomparable light as if it was a peerless immortal light. The wolf head roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The sky was shaking. Everyone around was stunned. A wolf head, damn it, who was he? Why did he condense a wolf head? Some others twitched the corners of their mouths. This was a provocation. The Black Wolf tribe was a branch of the wolf tribe, and the other party had used a great skill to condense a wolf head. This was definitely a slap in the face. Damn it, go to hell. Sure enough, the Black Wolf tribe's powerhouse was furious. The other party had all kinds of skills, but he just had to transform into a wolf. This was a provocation. He couldn't stand it. So he roared crazily. As the palm fell, the black mountains in the sky kept falling. The entire space was completely destroyed. The ancient land of Thunder Mountain also shook violently. Roar, Lin Xian roared. With the wolf head attached to his fist, he also punched out. This punch was unstoppable. It was like a divine being. It directly shattered all the mountains. It hit the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe, and his body exploded. Boom, the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces and retreated. Behind him, a large black hole was completely formed. Defeated. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces. This was unbelievable. You can't compete with me. You're still too far away. Let's find someone else. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with endless domineering aura. The people from the 5 first-rate families and the 2 overlords were all stunned. This person was too terrifying. Even the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for him. Damn it, damn it. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe reassembled his body. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. He rushed over again. However, after 3 moves, he was defeated again. Everyone had gone crazy. They knew that the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the other party. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe did not dare to attack again. After being defeated 3 times, his vitality was greatly damaged. He was afraid that he would be completely killed by the other party. Those weaker sages all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Let me do it, the patriarch of the Tianhe clan walked out. He immediately used his ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth 6 directions. A round disc appeared on his body. There were unparalleled Tao patterns on it, making him look like a Buddha. Ha! With a cold shout, the mountains collapsed and the void shattered. The surrounding people fell to the ground from the shock and kept rolling on the ground. It was a sound wave attack, and it was an extremely terrifying divine wave. Lin Xian also suffered a violent impact in an instant. Not only his body, but also his soul was about to be torn into pieces. Haha, that kid is dead for sure. That's right, our patriarch used the Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art. He definitely won't be able to block it. The people of the Tianhe clan all laughed. As long as their patriarch killed the other party, then they would have a much higher share of the spoils. Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art was nothing more than that. Break for me, Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his body shone with boundless light. At the same time, he let out a cold shout. His voice was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The void within 1,000,000 miles was completely shattered, and the ancient land of Thunder Mountain was also shaking non-stop. It was almost pierced through. The Heaven and Earth 6 directions divine art was instantly impacted and sent flying. Ah, the patriarch of the Tianhe clan was bleeding from his ears, and his 7 orifices were shattered. His entire body fell to the ground. He was seriously injured in one blow. What, patriarch? The surrounding people went crazy. The people of the Tianhe clan roared crazily. Their patriarch had already fainted at this moment, everyone was about to go crazy. Another clan leader had been defeated. And it was an instant defeat. This was simply unbelievable. Who else? Lin Xian asked coldly. The powerhouses of the 5 first-rate families all felt their scalps go numb. The 2 patriarchs had already been defeated. The other 3 patriarchs were about the same strength. If they fought alone, no one was a match for the other party. Therefore, they looked at the 2 overlords. The 2 overlords' faces were extremely cold. The other party's strength was beyond their imagination. Ordinary elders and sages had no chance of winning. It seemed that they could only take action personally. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter something like this. I haven't fought for a long time. A figure from the Liuhua palace walked over. He brought forth a monstrous flame. Immediately, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The palace master of Liuhua Palace, heavens, is this overlord finally going to make his move? The experts from the 5 first-rate families felt their scalps go numb. The faces of the Shadowless clan and the Gu family also turned ugly. This was a saint in the late stage of the 2nd celestial layer, not far from the 3rd celestial layer. His strength was extremely terrifying. As soon as the overlord appeared, he suppressed the patriarchs of the 5 great clans to the point that they had to lower their heads. One could imagine how terrifying he was. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. That's for sure. This time, it's an overlord who's making a move. I don't believe that he'll be able to survive. Kid, you're not bad, but you have no chance of winning against me. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram, or you'll definitely die. It's too early to say that. A mere saint of the 2nd heaven is nothing in my eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if he was a saint in the late stage of the 2nd heaven? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to exist. The Liuhua Palace Lord snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the law of fire on his body danced, and a pair of flaming divine wings appeared on his back. The flaming wings brought about a powerful storm. Like 2 flaming divine swords, they slashed forward. Such a slash was more than enough to split any clan leader in half. It's over. I wonder if Brother Lin can block it. Gu Santong and the others were extremely nervous. They didn't expect the 2 overlords to be so terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. His body shone brightly like a god of war. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air. Stars transposition. A mysterious force emerged. The 2 flaming divine swords were flipped and slashed at each other in an even more terrifying manner. Boom, boom. Boom, the void shattered, and flames filled the sky. It was a scene of apocalypse. The Liuhua Palace Saint's pupils shrank. An unparalleled light burst out from his eyes, and a flaming meteor shot out from his body. It directly collided with the 2 divine swords. An earth-shattering explosion of energy. The battle swept in all directions. Everyone retreated. The Liuhua Palace Lord attacked wildly, wanting to kill Lin Xian. All kinds of laws, mystiques, and sacred domains danced in the sky. It was too terrifying. The experts of the 5 great families were watching. Even the patriarchs were shocked. They thought that they were strong enough. But compared to the 2 overlords, they were still too weak. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and shuttled through the countless attacks. His body blocked everything. His hands danced, and the star's transposition was used by him. It had a mysterious power. All the power was diverted away by him. One hand turned, and the other hand was like a golden dragon, constantly attacking in all directions. The 2 exchanged more than 100 blows. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, this was the Thunder Mountain ancient land. If it were any other place, tens of millions of miles would have been destroyed. But even if it was the ancient land, the surrounding people were vomiting blood. The weaker ones had all fainted from the shock. How was it possible? He could withstand 300 blows from the palace lord. The saints of the Liuhua Palace went crazy. That was their palace lord. No one below the 3rd heaven could stop him. Here, other than the devouring Sky Palace Lord, no one else was a match for him. They couldn't even block a single blow. But now, the other party had exchanged more than 100 blows, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Buzz, flying fire meteor. The Liuhua Palace Lord used a peerless mystique. Hundreds of millions of lights turned into meteors and fell from the sky. Every attack could tear a sage apart. Hundreds of millions of attacks made the entire world lose its luster. Not good, this is a fatal blow. Retreat quickly. The patriarchs of the 5 great families roared crazily and retreated. The faces of the Shadowless clan and Gu family became extremely ugly. They created large spatial cracks in front of them and swallowed the aftermath of the energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, and endless power burst out. The 5 elements law condensed in his hands, forming an ancient diagram. It was tens of thousands of dragons spiraling with an unparalleled aura. They roared in his hands, forming a diagram. The 10,000 Dragons diagram. This was the illusion of an extreme Dao weapon that he had created. At this moment, it carried a phenomenon of heaven and earth and bombarded the 9 heavens. Everyone went crazy. Even the Liuhua Palace Lord's expression changed. This aura, he was too shocked. The aura in the other party's hand made his hair stand on end. What was this thing? Boom, the 10,000 Dragons diagram was pushed out, and hundreds of millions of meteors collided. An incomparably dazzling light exploded between heaven and earth. No one could see it. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the Dao diagram that the other party had used had terrified them. Gu Santong clenched his fists in excitement. Although he couldn't see, he knew that this was the great dragon sword soul, the great dragon sword soul that could evolve all things. After some time, the billions of rays of light were all shattered, and a dragon diagram floated above the Liuhua Palace Lord's head. 10,000 dragons pierced through him. Defeated again. Everyone went crazy. First, the 5 clan leaders had failed, and now, even the Liuhua Palace Lord had failed. That was a late-stage second heaven powerhouse. They were the top saints present, but even so, they couldn't do anything to the other party. They felt a sense of despair and helplessness. I admit defeat. The Liuhua Palace Lord said a few words with difficulty. He seemed to have aged a few thousand years in an instant. In front of him, the 10,000 Dragons diagram slowly disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed, but he was supported by the cultivators behind him. I've lost, I can only rely on you now. The Liuhua Palace Lord looked at a middle-aged man in a black robe in the distance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the other party as he was the palace master of the Devouring Sky Palace. He was another overlord. His strength was about the same as the Liuhua Palace Lord. The Liuhua Palace Lord had suffered a crushing defeat, and logically speaking, the Devouring Sky Palace Lord was no match for him, but everyone had no choice. This was their last hope. The Devouring Sky Palace also felt the pressure, and they were extremely nervous. Originally, they didn't care about such a person. But now, the other party was too strong, and the 5 clan leaders and the Liuhua Palace Lord were defeated. Now, only the Devouring Sky Palace was left. Would their Palace Lord be able to withstand it? Palace Lord, why don't we stall for some time? I've already sent a message to the Supreme Elder, and he will probably come soon. At this moment, an elder of the Devouring Sky Palace transmitted his voice. The Devouring Sky Palace Lord nodded slightly, but he still stood up. I will stall for time, but I must take action in this battle. As an overlord, he had his own dignity and pride. Although the other party was very strong and he might not be a match for him, he would still take action. Moreover, this time, he didn't think that he would be defeated. Because he brought something with him. This thing was originally prepared to deal with the Liuhua Palace Lord, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Buzz, 81 black holes appeared behind the Devouring Sky Palace Lord, and he was like a peerless demon king. Was he going to make a move? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Devouring Sky Palace Master to attack. That shouldn't be the case. The Devouring Sky Palace Master and the Liuhua Palace Master had similar strengths. Since the Liuhua Palace Master had been defeated, why would the Devouring Sky Palace Master still make a move? This was a very unwise choice. The 5 patriarchs frowned. The Palace Lord of the Flowing Splendor Palace was also surprised. Although they knew that the devouring Sky Hall Master would make a move, they did not expect him to be so decisive. Could it be? He had an idea in his mind. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Everyone was stunned. A beam of black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and exuding a terrifying saintly aura. It was a pagoda, a black pagoda. It was incomparably dark, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Sky-devouring tower. He actually brought the sky-devouring pagoda. Screams rang out one after another. The 5 patriarchs and the palace master of the Liuhua palace sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu's expression changed. Oh no, it's the sky-devouring tower. That was a saint artifact. He finally understood why the other party dared to come out and fight. It turned out that the other party had brought a saint artifact, and it was the most famous saint artifact of the devouring Sky Hall. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. You can actually defeat the Liuhua Palace Master. But it's a pity that I brought a saint artifact, the sky-devouring tower. My strength is not something you can stop. No matter how strong you are, can you stop the saint artifact? The devouring Sky Hall Master laughed. The experts of the devouring Sky Hall all laughed. The people of the 5 patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief. The palace master of the Liuhua Palace looked a little cold. He knew that the devouring Sky Hall Master had won this battle. But when it came to the distribution of benefits, the Liuhua Palace would probably be suppressed. But no matter what, there would be no exception to the outcome. The other party was undoubtedly looking down on them. A saint artifact? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so confident. He had to admit that a saint with a saint artifact and a person without one were two completely different states. They could not be compared at all. For example, the devouring Sky Hall Master and the Liuhua Palace Master were evenly matched. Even if they fought, they would be evenly matched. But if the devouring Sky Hall Master took out a saint artifact, he could easily defeat the Liuhua Palace Master. This was the power of a saint artifact. But this was a threat to others, but he did not care. Comparing saint artifacts? He had one too. Boom. Boom, boom. 81 black holes devoured everything in front of the devouring Sky Hall Master. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black vortex. The devouring sky tower in front of him was bobbing up and down. It turned into a giant abyss and swallowed everything in front of it. Everywhere it passed, everything turned dark. The devouring sky tower was said to be able to devour even the sky, let alone a saint in the first heaven. That kid would definitely die and be swallowed by the devouring sky tower. In less than half an hour, he would turn into a pool of blood and be destroyed in both body and soul. The devouring Sky Hall Master was indeed powerful. He had even brought a treasure like the devouring sky tower. Cries of surprise and admiration rang out one after another. The people of the devouring Sky Hall and the 5 patriarchs were full of confidence. They knew that this battle was over. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he grabbed a black spear from the void and threw it forward. The black spear exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The other half of the sky also turned completely dark. At the same time, an extremely terrifying dragon roar was heard. Boom. Boom, a black lightning bolt struck the devouring sky tower. It shook the sky as if billions of lightning bolts had struck at the same time. The powerful force caused the saints' ears to bleed in an instant. They couldn't hear anything, the bodies of those who were slightly weaker exploded. Damn it, what happened? Not good, retreat quickly. At this moment, the saints all went crazy. They all attacked and defended. The impact this time was too terrifying. It was as if two worlds were colliding. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth slowly weakened. The surrounding people also looked up at the sky in bewilderment. They were stunned. In front of them, a black spear blocked the devouring sky tower. The devouring Sky Hall Master's blood was boiling. Blood flowed from his body. On the other side, the youth was like a god of war. He blocked it. Damn it, he blocked the devouring sky tower. The 5 patriarchs were extremely shocked. Impossible, the palace master of the Liuhua Palace screamed. He knew the power of the devouring sky tower. He did not have any chance of winning. How could the other party block the devouring sky tower? The combination of the devouring sky hall master and the devouring sky tower was enough to fight against a third heaven saint. Could it be that the kid was a third heaven saint? Damn it, you also have a sacred weapon. At this moment, the devouring sky palace master spoke. His words were full of shock. Because only a sacred weapon of the same level could block his devouring sky tower. What? A sacred weapon? It was a sacred weapon. The surrounding people were also shocked, and then stared at the black spear. The Liuhua palace master was also surprised. It turned out to be a sacred weapon. The other party had a sacred weapon in his hand, and it seemed to be no weaker than the devouring sky tower. Where did this kid come from? Lin Xian said. Yes, that's right, it was a sacred weapon. So, you think you can compete with me just because you took out the devouring sky tower? You're overestimating yourself. Speaking of this, he waved his hand, and the great spear of destruction turned into a black dragon, with an unparalleled aura, and directly attacked. How dare you underestimate me? The devouring sky palace master roared, and the black hole on his body floated, but it could not block the other party's attack. Even with the devouring sky tower, he was instantly sent flying. If the devouring sky palace master had not protected his body, this attack would definitely have torn him apart. Boom boom boom, the great spear of destruction kept roaring, like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. The devouring sky palace master was forced to retreat. The surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of combat strength was this? To directly crush the devouring sky palace master, it was simply too powerful. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. The Tianhe clan roared, and the eyes of the others also turned red. At this time, they no longer cared about the array, even if others saw it. So what? They must kill the other party, otherwise, they would have no fate with the Shadowless clan. Charge! In an instant, many figures rushed up. Damn it, despicable. Shameless, Hua Feiyu, Gu Santong, and the others roared crazily. But there was nothing they could do. In front of such a great benefit, even if they lost face, they would accept it. Get lost, Lin Xian roared, waving the spear, and swept it down. At the same time, he used the stellar transposition, and the attack that the devouring sky palace master gave him. Shifting to these people. In an instant, screams rang out. Lin Xian then summoned the hidden immortal pagoda. The void was torn apart as a celestial pagoda descended from the sky, sending the surrounding people flying. The others still wanted to attack, but they soon stopped. They realized that the saints who had rushed over had all been sent flying. Those with minor injuries vomited blood. Those who were injured directly turned into a bloody mist. What kind of scene was this? It really stunned them. Lin Xian held the annihilation spear and stood on the dragon head with the immortal pagoda hidden above his head. He was like a supreme immortal monarch as he roared to the 9 heavens. He sent the surrounding sages flying and then quickly charged towards the devouring heaven palace master. Their chi and blood were like dragons as they erupted with terrifying power. The battle between the two shook the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! After 30 moves, the hidden immortal pagoda knocked the sky-devouring pagoda away, and the great destruction spear pierced through the head of the sky-devouring palace master. His entire body was split into 2. Blood dyed the sky red. The sky-devouring palace master screamed. The 2 halves of his corpse melted into the black hole. He wanted to recover and counterattack again. However, it was destroyed by Lin Xian with 1 punch. The black hole was smashed into pieces. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war. The great destruction spear completely suppressed the sky-devouring palace master. The sky-devouring palace master could only use the sky-devouring pagoda to protect his body. He quickly roared. Damn it, I admit defeat. What? I lost? The sky-devouring palace master lost. The surrounding people were full of despair. The sky-devouring palace master was their last hope. He was a late-stage second heaven sage. With the sage weapon, he was definitely comparable to a third heaven sage. But even so, he could not defeat the other party, he was really too strong. Great, they won. The people of the Gu family all heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Shadowless family all cheered. It seemed that the heavens did not want the shadowless family to die. Boom. However, at this moment, the world shattered. A huge palm descended from the sky. Suddenly, it grabbed at Lin Xian. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. That place turned into a void. It was pitch black. This strange scene caused everyone to stare blankly. Who was it? Did he make a move? The people of the Gu family and the Shadowless family were all stunned. Gu Santong and Hua Feiyu even screamed. The experts of the Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate families were all stunned. They did not know what had happened at all. Only the people of the Sky-Devouring Palace laughed. It was the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder had made a move. What? The Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder of the Sky-Devouring Palace was here. After the others heard, their scalps went numb. That was a saint of the third heaven. If he made a move, he could definitely suppress everything. They knew that the kid was hit directly. Even if he did not die with the sage weapon, he would be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be completely annihilated because of his carelessness. In front, there was still a black hole. Everyone was in despair. On the other side, an old man walked out. He was the Supreme Elder of the Sky-Devouring Palace. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The experts of the Sky-Devouring Palace cheered. The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord also bowed slightly. Supreme Elder, you are here. Although he was the Palace Lord, the other party was a third heaven sage. His experience was 1 heaven higher than his. He had to treat him with respect. Yes. The Supreme Elder nodded slightly. The strong enemy had been killed and the Shadowless family could be divided. Oh right, he has a sage weapon. When I find it, I will give it to you. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord was delighted. The Sky-Devouring Tower in his hand was a sage weapon, but it did not belong to him. It belonged to the Sky-Devouring Palace. He was just using it. Now, it was different. He wanted to get a sage weapon that belonged to him. In this way, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, the Sky-Devouring Palace Lord was extremely excited. You want my weapon? Do you have the life to take it? At this moment, a sneer came from the black hole in front. What? The other party was not dead yet. The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord's face changed. The others were so scared that their scalps went numb. A third heaven sage had hit him directly and the other party was not dead. It was unbelievable. Humph, the Supreme Elder also snorted coldly, and his face darkened. He once again threw out a few large black holes. They were like a demonic disc that destroyed the world. They kept spinning, trying to kill the people inside. Boom, heaven and earth shattered. In the endless black hole, a golden light lit up. Then, like the rising sun, it streaked across the sky and illuminated the entire sky. Then, a figure rushed out from the black hole. It was Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. He drew the 10,000 dragons picture with his left hand. In his right hand, the great destruction spear turned into a true dragon. Above his head, the hidden immortal pagoda descended again. The 3 peerless Abhijnas kept bombarding each other. The Supreme Elder in front also roared and struck out with a terrifying heaven-swallowing black formless palm. Boom boom boom. Both of them retreated. They were evenly matched. Everyone went crazy. The other party was actually able to fight evenly with a third heaven sage. This was simply too unbelievable, damn it. The third heaven Supreme Elder roared angrily and took the Sky-Devouring Tower. An indescribable aura erupted from his body. It could suppress all the worlds in the universe. It made everyone's scalps go numb. It's over. The Supreme Elder was really angry. With his strength and the Sky-Devouring Tower, he was absolutely terrifying and surpassed everything. This time even Lin Xian felt the danger. Indeed, the cultivation of a third heaven saint was too high. If he had a sacred artifact, the power was unimaginable. Therefore, he had to make a move quickly. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. It formed a mysterious pattern. In the middle, a ball of black flames jumped out and grew larger in the sky. Whoosh, almost in an instant, the Supreme Elder of the Sky-Devouring Hall screamed. he had just grabbed the sky-devouring tower. He wanted to make a peerless attack, but black flames appeared out of thin air on his body. Extinguish. At first, he was disdainful. A black vortex appeared on his body, wanting to devour these flames. As a saint of the third heaven, this little bit of flame could not hurt him. But soon, he was stunned. Because of the black vortex. It could not destroy these flames at all. Instead, it was burned to pieces by these flames. More and more black flames appeared on his body. White smoke and the smell of flesh and blood all came out. He was driven mad in an instant. In an instant, he was rolling in the air in pain. He could not even hold the sky-devouring tower. What? The Supreme Elder, everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the Supreme Elder would show his might and use the sacred artifact to sweep in all directions. But they did not expect to see this result. The Supreme Elder was burned to death by the black flames. He could not resist at all. Damn it, go and save the Supreme Elder. The two saints of the sky-devouring hall rushed over in an instant. They spat out seawater all over the sky, trying to extinguish the black flames. But it was useless. Instead, the two of them were burned to ashes in an instant by the black flames. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Two saints were instantly burned to death. What kind of flames were these? While they were in a daze, that utmost exalted elder was also burned to pieces. In the end, he completely disappeared, his body and soul destroyed. The black flames in the sky danced and then disappeared. Only a terrifying aura was left behind. Dead, the Grand Elder was actually dead. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Previously, when the other party was fighting against the Liuhua Palace Master and the Sky-Devouring Hall Master, even though he was strong, he had still managed to exchange several hundred blows with them. All kinds of divine abilities were used, making them extremely shocked. But now, against the Supreme Elder, the other party had actually killed the Supreme Elder in 2 moves. Was this the true strength of the other party? They could hardly imagine it. The people of the Shadowless clan and the Gu clan were all stunned, especially Hua Feiyu. His body was trembling. This was the true strength of his master. He was really too strong, no wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant, fighting against 2 overlords and 5 first-rate clans alone. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. On the side, Fantasy looked at this scene and was also very surprised. As a guard, she was here to protect Lin Xian. When that utmost exalted elder came, she was ready to make a move. Because she knew that Lin Xian shouldn't be able to fight against him. But now, it was really too shocking for her. Lin Xian actually burned the utmost exalted elder to death. What kind of method was this? She had never seen that kind of black flame before. It seemed that her palace master was much more mysterious than she had imagined. Was he dead? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was also surprised. What he had just released was naturally the Yama flame. This was the flame that he had obtained from the reincarnation pearl. He had already gained initial control over it. At this moment, when he used it, it was really terrifying. As expected, the level 3 sage was instantly burned to death. Of course, Lin Xian's eyes were also faintly hurting now. It was obvious that the power of this flame was too domineering. In addition, the effect was also surprisingly good. It killed a level 3 sage in an instant. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to make a move?" The scene was silent. No one dared to raise their heads. Even a level 3 sage was dead. They were not a match for him. At this moment, the Black Wolf clan leader said respectfully, "Young master is mighty. We are sincerely convinced. We don't dare to think about the Shadowless clan anymore. Young master, please let us go." "Yes, we are sincerely convinced. Young master, please let us go." The Tianhe clan, Square Pavilion, and the other first-rate clans' clan leaders all lowered their heads. They no longer dared to go against Lin Xian. When the people of Liuhua Palace and Devouring Sky Palace saw this scene, their faces were filled with despair. In the end, the Liuhua Palace Master and Devouring Sky Palace Master sighed. The two of them said helplessly, "We are sincerely convinced too." Lin Xian ignored these people and stared at Devouring Sky Palace Master. Sincerely convinced, you actually dared to let a level 3 sage kill me. You will have to bear my wrath. As he said that, the great spear of destruction in his hand flew out and turned into countless huge dragons. In an instant, Devouring Sky Palace Master was sent flying. Devouring Sky Palace Master was pierced and screamed in the sky. That scene surprised everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to make a move. The sages of Devouring Sky Palace were also angry. Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. We have already lowered our heads. What else do you want? What else do you want? Lin Xian sneered. What do you think? You have already tried to kill me just now. Do you think I will let you go so easily? When these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, the Supreme Elder of Level 3 Heaven attacked. If the other party was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. Therefore, it was normal for Lin Xian to be angry now. But thinking about it, Devouring Sky Palace would not sit still and wait for death. Kill! Devouring Sky Palace Master roared to the sky. Damn it, fight it out with him. So what if he is strong? Let's attack together. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He directly grabbed the Devouring Sky Tower and roared to the sky like a peerless demon king. Behind him, the sages and experts of Devouring Sky Palace also roared and stood out. Powerful sage aura crushed the sky. The people of Gu family and Shadowless family gasped. Next, there would definitely be an intense battle and it would be a group attack. Once Devouring Sky Palace made a move, Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate families would definitely make a move too. At that time, it would not be so simple. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he would not be able to block the attacks of so many experts and sages. In that case, Lin Xian would not be able to take care of their safety. In this battle, perhaps all of them would die here. A figure dashed forward like a phantom. Soon, the people of the Devouring Sky Palace screamed in agony. The experts and sages were split into pieces, and their blood dyed the sky red. What kind of scene was this? It was as if the entire Thunder Mountain ancient land had turned into hell in an instant. The people of the 5 first-rate families and the Liuhua Palace were all stunned. They had thought that they would attack the people of the Devouring Sky Palace and take advantage of the chaos to kill them. But before they could do anything, they found that the people of the Devouring Sky Palace were being mercilessly slaughtered. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move for a while. Damn it! The Devouring Sky Palace Master roared crazily and activated the sacred artifact, but he was soon sent flying and his head was cut off. In the end, the Devouring Sky Palace Master was blown up, and the other experts and sages of the Devouring Sky Palace were all killed. A figure appeared in the pool of blood in front of him. It was a woman wearing a light veil. She was unusually beautiful and had a pair of translucent wings on her back. Now that they were stained with blood, they emitted a demonic light. The surrounding experts felt as if their scalps were about to split open at this scene. They looked at the scene in horror. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at the Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate clans. Do you want to fight too? No. The Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate families shook their heads crazily. They wouldn't dare to fight even if they were given 100 guts. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over everything you have, and I'll let you go. Then, Lin Xian asked Hua Feiyu to lead the people of the Shadowless clan to search there. He left all the storage rings, treasures, and weapons of the sages. Those people had their armor stripped off and left dejectedly one by one. Outside the valley, those people were still waiting excitedly. They wanted to see the results and see what exactly happened. Who do you think will get the lion's share of the Shadowless clan? Needless to say, it must be the 2 overlords. I think they will get half of the Shadowless clan's resources, and the other half will be divided by the 5 first-rate families. Yes, I think so too. Discussions broke out one after another. Suddenly, countless silhouettes rushed over from the Thunder Mountain ancient land. The people outside all became alert. Did he come out? They were surprised. It was a bit fast, much faster than they had imagined. However, the next moment, when they saw those people, they were all stunned. Holy sh*t. What was going on? Why were these people's hair disheveled and their clothes disheveled? Could it be that there was a huge battle inside? However, that shouldn't be the case. After such a chaotic battle, they should be in pieces and covered in blood. From the looks of it, these people didn't seem to be seriously injured. There wasn't much blood on his body, but why did he look so miserable? F***ck, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. A sage roared as his sage aura swept across the 9 heavens. The rest of the people retreated one after another. The saint's face was flushed red. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. His storage ring had been snatched away, and his weapon was also gone. Not only that, his armor, boots, necklaces, earrings, and any magical equipment he had on him had all been looted. This kind of experience was simply a disaster for him. The rest of the people were not much better than them. The surrounding people retreated with fear on their faces. That? Could it be the patriarch of the Tianhe clan? Heavens, why is he dressed like a beggar? Not only that, look over there, there's also the patriarch of the Black Wolf clan. The Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Why do they all look like they have been robbed? What the f***ck? What did I just see? The Palace Master of the Liuhua Palace has also been robbed. The surrounding people had gone crazy. The 5 great clans and an overlord are in such a sorry state. Wait, where are the people from Devouring Sky Palace? They didn't come out. Could it be that the people from Devouring Sky Palace did it? Heavens, when did Devouring Sky Palace become so powerful? These people were shocked and bewildered. Devouring my ass. Get lost. Devouring Sky Palace has been completely destroyed. An elder in the square cursed loudly. He no longer had the dignity of a sage. What? Devouring Sky Palace has been destroyed? Those words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning the surrounding people. In the next moment, they turned into a gust of wind and fled. Who knows what happened inside? But it must be very dangerous. Therefore, they had to run away quickly. In an instant, the people around the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land had all run away. Inside the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land, the people of the Shadowless clan and the Gook clan looked at the piles of treasures in front of them and swallowed their saliva. This scene felt like a dream. The 2 overlords and the 5 great clans had originally come to divide the Shadowless clan. But now, they didn't get any benefits at all. Instead, they were robbed clean. This was simply like a fantasy story. Lin Xian looked at the Gook clan and the Shadowless clan. He said, "Everyone, please protect me. I want to cultivate for a while." Lin Xian was tempted by so many resources. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land was indeed a good place. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate here. Yes, young master. Hua Feiyu quickly led the people away. On the other side, Gu Santong also led the people of the Gu clan and quickly retreated. They completely protected the ancient land of the Thunder Mountain Range. Lin Xian sat on the ground and began to absorb the resources. Just like that, he began to cultivate again. On the other hand, the outside world was in chaos. The news of the Shadowless Conference had finally spread. The 5 great clans and the 2 overlords had suffered a great loss. Even the Devouring Sky Palace Master and a group of elders had been killed inside. They couldn't believe it. The Devouring Sky Palace was furious. The other top clans were also gnashing their teeth. They had decided to take revenge. In an instant, experts from all walks of life came out. They formed a team and set off for the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. Soon, they had surrounded the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. The people of the Shadowless clan and the Gook clan had ugly expressions. There were so many experts. They definitely couldn't deal with them. Meng Meng snorted coldly. No matter who it was, she wouldn't allow these people to hurt Lin Xian. At this moment, He Shan also transmitted his voice. He imitated Lin Xian's tone and began to transmit his voice to Meng Meng. Meng Meng thought that Lin Xian knew about the situation outside and quickly took action. What He Shan transmitted to Meng Meng was a set of formations. A set of formations that used the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land to set up. Logically speaking, setting up a formation required a large amount of resources. It even needed to carve Tao patterns and change the terrain of the mountains and rivers. It even needed the dragon vein to form a peerless formation. This time, what He Shan taught them was not to use the heaven and earth, but to use people. There were many people in the Shadowless clan and the Gu clan. These people were not the best, but they were all experts. Indeed, under Dreamy's leadership, they formed a large array. The elites outside attacked several times, but they did not manage to break in. Half a year passed just like that. Both sides were still in a stalemate. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The resources in front of him had all disappeared. His aura had become even more powerful than before. However, he didn't feel much joy. He frowned slightly. Not enough. Just a little more. Just a little more and he would be able to break through. Suddenly, he frowned and looked into the distance. What was going on outside? Why were there so many people? Kid, you're awake. He Shan sent a voice transmission. Not long after you left, those people came to take revenge. I gave them a set of arrays to hold them back. This situation has been going on for about half a year. Hearing this, Lin Xian rushed out. As expected, he found that the people outside seemed to be preparing to give chase and launch a new attack. He let out a roar and charged forward. His entire person turned into a peerless divine sword as he charged forward. In an instant, he rushed into the crowd. Everything that came into contact with his sword chi was sliced in half, and the sky was instantly dyed red. The people on the other side were furious. Damn it, who did this? They wanted to find an enemy, but Lin Xian's Kuan Peng Dao was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he was going all out at this moment. Truly, no one could stop him. In the Thunder Mountain ancient land, the Gu family and the Shadowless family were also stunned. When they saw the enemy attack again, they felt a chill in their hearts. Because this time, the enemy's formation was bigger than before. They might not be able to fight back, but they did not expect that when they were about to lose hope, the enemy would make a move. Moreover, countless figures fell from the sky. Experts had made their move, and they were helping them. Who was it? They could not understand. At this moment, Gu Santong exclaimed. It was Brother Lin. Brother Lin had come out. Was the young master coming out? Hua Feiyu was also shocked. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as his master was here, there was no danger. Damn it, it was him. It was that person. The 5 first-rate clans and the 2 dominators could feel their scalps turning numb. They realized that the person who came out was the one they were afraid of. That was a god of death, damn it. The other party hadn't appeared for the past half a year, so they thought that something had happened to him. But today, the other party suddenly charged out. They were caught off guard. Quickly counterattack and kill him. We have more people, so we must kill him this time. The surrounding people roared crazily. They attacked like crazy, wanting to kill Lin Xian once and for all. Lin Xian roared in anger as he quickly attacked. With his left hand, he used stellar transposition to disrupt the energy of these people. With his right hand, he used the Great Destruction Spear to kill continuously. He was like a peerless god of death, attacking powerfully, piercing through the other party. A vacuum appeared in the sky, and countless corpses fell from the sky. The others were all scared out of their wits. Run quickly. They fled as if they had gone mad. They had never seen such a ferocious beast before. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shattered the storage rings of the fallen sages. He gathered all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures around him. Then, he absorbed like crazy. He had to increase his cultivation speed as quickly as possible. Finally, a thunderous boom could be heard as a bolt of lightning descended. His aura was like a dragon as it shot up into the heavens. He had broken through, Lin Xian smiled. He had broken through from the first heaven of the Saint Realm to the first heaven of the Saint Realm of the Saint Realm. However, the increase in strength was also very terrifying. Furthermore, his speed of improvement was extremely fast. It was something that other sages could not even begin to imagine. Of course, the other saints did not have such an intense battle. Not good, the other party broke through again. Run, those who had fled into the distance were still waiting to regroup and counterattack. However, when they saw that Chu Feng had made a breakthrough, these people were scared out of their wits. The other party had not even broken through, but he was already so powerful. Now that he had broken through a small realm, his power would be even more terrifying. Therefore, these people all fled. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. Ignoring these people, he turned around and landed near the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. Young master, you broke through. Hua Feiyu brought people over. On the other side, Gu Santong also brought people from the Gu family over to congratulate brother Lin for making another breakthrough. Next, Lin Xian and his group left and returned to the Shadowless clan's territory. He had the Gu family move here and begin to rebuild their power. As for him, he brought Mang Mang and wandered between the 5 great families and the 2 overlords. He also issued a warning. Anyone who dared to make a move against the Shadowless clan and the Gu family would be hunted down endlessly. The 2 overlords were silent. The 5 great families did not dare to say anything. Just like that, the Great Yan planet gradually settled down. The Shadowless clan and the Gu family once again joined forces and became a new power. Lin Xian left. He left behind an array formation and asked Hua Feiyu to send him resources regularly. Then, he left the Great Yan planet. Brother Gu, I look forward to the day when I can fight alongside you. At this time, Lin Xian and Gu Santong had a long talk. Gu Santong said, "Don't worry, brother Lin. There will be a day when I will ascend the ancient star road again and look for you." After waving goodbye, Gu Santong went into seclusion to cultivate. Lin Xian stepped into the starry sky. In the cold universe, Lin Xian sat in a spirit boat and flew. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Great Yan planet. He had met an old friend, learned about the secret of the Rinnegan, obtained the Yama flame, and his cultivation had increased by a small realm. He was very satisfied with all of this. Therefore, he was prepared to go back. He also wanted to see the situation on the Langya planet. How was it, Dragon Valley, 8-Wind Hall, and Sikong family? Had they left? When he arrived at the star field near the Langya planet, he frowned. Damn it, not only did the front line not relax, but the situation was even more urgent. The situation was even more strict than when he left. Damn it, these guys still haven't given up. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. Hall Master, do you want to break through? Dreamy asked from the side. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I won't go back first. They are so aggressive. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? I'll give them a big gift next. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to ruthlessly suppress these people. Especially the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Spacetime family. These 2 families had sent out too many people. It was obvious that they would not give up until they found him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. The spirit boat wandered in the nearby starry sky. Lin Xian did not go directly. He activated a concealment array formation and then communicated with Black Mountain. I do have some array formations here that can kill them, but it will take some time. Moreover, I also need some natural treasures. No problem, I have quite a lot of things on me. As for the terrain, tell me and I'll find it for you. Lin Xian said. He had already decided that he would not let those people off. Therefore, no matter how difficult the conditions were, he would get it done. Black Mountain wanted to find a land of 8 dragons. In other words, the 8 dragon veins gathered together. Lin Xian began to search in the nearby world. Finally, he really found it. However, a few of the 8 dragon veins here had already been destroyed. Therefore, there were no powerful sects or families in this place. There were only some beasts here. After Lin Xian descended, he chased away all these beasts. Black Mountain came out and began to transform these dragon veins. Then, Lin Xian took out the natural treasures and various precious materials for Black Mountain to use. In the remaining 2 months, Black Mountain created the 8 Dragon Heaven Lock Array. This was a peerless array formation that could only be activated once. It used the 8 dragon veins to kill. Even a 3rd Heaven Sage would perish here. After this time, the 8 dragon veins would not be able to be used for 100 years. Once was enough for Lin Xian, he wanted these people to have a painful experience. Next, Lin Xian asked Fantasy to spread some news, saying that she had seen his traces in the nearby world. Fantasy left. A few days later, the news spread out one after another. After the surrounding people learned about it, they were shocked and came to patrol. At this time, Lin Xian made his move, creating several clones. He began to appear in front of those people. The eyes of those people from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace instantly turned red. It was that kid. They were extremely excited. After searching for so long, they finally found traces of him. Buzz buzz buzz, these people chased after Lin Xian as if they had gone mad. However, Lin Xian's clone maintained the same speed as them. Once they entered the mountain range, Lin Xian's clone immediately turned into spiritual energy and dissipated into the air. These people were so angry that their teeth itched. They were unwilling to give up and searched around. In the following period of time, Lin Xian used his doppelganger to play a game of hide-and-seek with these people. Lin Xian continued to wait. He was waiting for these people to gather enough experts. After all, his 8-dragon heavenlock formation could only be used once. If the person who came was too weak, it would be a waste. Half a month later, a large number of people landed in this world. These people were seething with killing intent. In the end, most of the people who came were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Other than that, people from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple also came. There were many people from the top 3 forces, including many saints. There were even level 3 saints among them. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the news. Damn it, these people are too despicable. Sending so many sages to kill him was definitely a death sentence. But fortunately, he was already prepared. He was prepared to give these people a shocking gift. These people should be enough to make the major forces feel heartache. If there were more, the 8-dragon heavenlock formation would probably not be able to withstand it. After all, these 8-dragon veins had been damaged before. He Shan said. Okay, I got it. Lin Xian said. I'll go out and lure these people over. Once they've completely entered, I'll activate the formation. He left He Shan here and went out alone to meet those people. After a large number of experts and saints arrived, they began to search around. At this time, Lin Xian took the initiative to appear in front of a group of people. Immediately, a crazy roar was heard. Found it, it's that kid, chase after him. The first to discover him were the people from the Dragon Valley. Their roars were like thunder as they quickly chased after the experts from the Dark Moon Temple and the Vermilion Bird Palace. They also charged over. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique to keep a distance from these people. This allowed them to chase after him and not be in danger. Just like that, they arrived near the formation. The formation covered a large area, covering all 8 mountain ranges. After Lin Xian arrived, he did not run away. Instead, he turned around and looked ahead. In front of him, a dense crowd of people rushed over quickly. Kid, you can't escape. Today, you'll definitely die. Hand over everything you have. The people from the Dark Moon Temple and the Dragon Valley were extremely excited. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, their genius, Yan Nantian, died in the hands of the other party. Therefore, they would definitely not let the other party off. Not only did they want the other party's things, but they also wanted his life. You want my treasures? Do you have the life to take them? Lin Xian sneered. Ants like you? Yours truly can kill you with a single slap. Lin Xian was extremely arrogant. He was trying to anger these people. Indeed, these words caused the people around to grit their teeth. Ignorant junior, who do you think you are? You're strong among the younger generation. But now, you're dead. This time, we've sent many elders, including the Grand Elder. Do you think you can withstand it? Kill him? Don't talk nonsense with him. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace attacked first. The sages sent out Vermilion Bird Phantoms and attacked. Lin Xian dodged quickly. He did not attack immediately because there were still some people who had not entered the formation. He had to wait until these people had entered the formation before he attacked. A few killing swords appeared behind Lin Xian's head. They were filled with killing intent and wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian dodged quickly. At the same time, he used stellar transposition to cause the two killing swords to collide. He dodged quickly. However, at this moment, another killing sword pierced towards his neck. With a clang, he was sent flying. There was a shallow sword mark on his neck. This scene gave him a fright. It seemed that the Dark Shadow Temple had sent out a killing sage. They were indeed strong. If his body was weaker, this sword would have split him in half. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Another few figures charged at him like ghosts. Lin Xian roared and waved his hand. He broke the void in front of him and slapped two killing swords out. Then, he kicked them. Meanwhile, he turned around and kicked another exterminating sacred cultivator into the air. That person was sent flying in the air. His body was torn into pieces. Then, the bloody mist turned into countless clones and charged at Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared and fought with these killing swords. Stellar transposition was very powerful. It could cause these people to kill each other. Moreover, with the help of the Kuan Peng movement technique, he was able to dodge quickly. In the distance, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley could not wait any longer. They could not just let the Dark Moon Temple attack. Otherwise, if the Dark Moon Temple really took Lin Xian away, they would not be able to get the treasure. Boom, in an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying by a force. There were too many powerhouses this time. Even if he was fast and had a strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. As he retreated, 3 wounds appeared on his body and blood stained his body. Damn it, are you done? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Black Mountain said, wait, there are still some people who haven't come in. Damn it. He roared, pulled out the Spear of Destruction, and charged out. He didn't let Fantasy attack, and he even let her lead the array formation. Because when the array formation was activated, it would be very terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian was fighting with so many people, and it was really dangerous. At this moment, he couldn't use his movement technique because every part of the space was filled with violent energy. Fortunately, he could still use stellar transposition to convert a portion of the energy. Otherwise, he would have been blown up. But even so, he was still blasted into pieces by the energy. His body was completely torn apart. Damn it, are you done? Lin Xian asked again. Alright, Black Mountain finally spoke. Buzz, the 8 dragon veins began to rotate, and with a crack, it was as if a dragon had turned over, directly locking the entire world. The 8 dragon sky lock array was officially activated. Oh no, there's an array formation, we've been tricked. The surrounding sages' expressions also changed. They naturally realized that the entire world had changed. So what if it's an array formation? No matter how exquisite that kid's array formation is, can it trap all of us? Don't forget, how many sages have come this time? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace sneered, and the people of Dark Moon Temple and Longgu also heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, no matter how exquisite the array formation was, it couldn't stop so many of them. Kill. Capture that kid, and the array formation will break on its own. These people all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped back and laughed coldly. You guys don't know what's good for you. Even now, you still want to kill me. Terrifying killing intent rushed into the sky, and the entire space was collapsing. This time, the killing array was too terrifying, not good. The surrounding people were terrified, as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. That terrifying aura made their hair stand on end. At this moment, they knew that they had fallen into the other party's trap. This was a peerless killing formation. No, run, these people broke through the encirclement one after another. Attack a place, shatter the void, and we can leave. These were all experts. Those saints mobilized the great Tao of heaven and earth to attack. Boom, however, the 8 dragon heaven lock array had been completely activated. Endless thunder fell from the sky and pierced through the 2 saints. The 2 saints were charred black with white smoke coming out of their bodies. They fell from the sky and their souls were instantly destroyed. What? The surrounding people went crazy. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. It could directly kill a saint. At this moment, their expressions finally changed, and they fled as if they had gone mad. Even if he wanted to leave, could he, since you dare to kill me, then go to hell for me? Lin Xian retreated. Looking at the scene around him, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Between heaven and earth, terrifying flames, endless lightning, and terrifying killing swords kept surging. It was a scene of destruction. Those who were hit by those energies were torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. All kinds of screams made one's scalp tingle. Capture that kid, capture him, and the array formation will be broken. Among them, a second heaven saint stared at Lin Xian with a piercing gaze. He tore through the void and rushed over quickly with the laws of heaven and earth. Die, kid. A large hand reached out and grabbed Lin Xian. In his opinion, the other party was only a first heaven saint and could not block his attack at all. Lin Xian sneered. Old fart, you dare to attack me? He dodged. In the array formation, the 8 dragons roared and spat out a ball of terrifying flames that directly enveloped the other party. Whoosh, the flames burned the second heaven saint until he was in a miserable state. His body was on fire as he fled frantically. However, as soon as he escaped, he turned into a bloody mist and was burned into nothingness. What? Even a second heaven saint is dead? The surrounding powerhouses all went crazy. Previously, they thought that these powerhouses might be able to forcefully break through. If they could not, they could still capture that kid. But now, it seemed that they were too careless. The power of this array formation was beyond their imagination. Even a second heaven saint would be reduced to ashes if he was hit. Damn it, this is a trap. This battle technique is too powerful. Let's leave here first and think about it later. The saints of Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley roared and worked together to form the laws of heaven and earth. Countless Tao patterns interweaved in the sky. They wanted to forcefully tear the space apart. They could not escape. Lin Xian would not let these people escape. With a wave of his hand, countless killing swords appeared in those places and descended from the sky. Boom boom boom, these people were all blasted into pieces. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In this place, even a third heaven saint would die. Not to mention a second heaven saint. This was a terrifying attack formed by using the power of the 8 dragon veins in conjunction with the laws of heaven and earth. Are they all dead? The other people felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily. Impossible, what kind of array formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? I don't believe it. We can definitely break it. Quick, find the flaws in the array formation. They roared crazily. Of course, there were some who did not give up. Among them, a Dark Moon Temple killer saint hid himself. He charged towards Lin Xian. This was an assassin of the second celestial layer. He was extremely terrifying. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side and slashed out with his saber. This kind of unexpected attack could threaten a third heaven saint. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. Countless flames soared into the sky and enveloped the killer saint. The slayer saint was burned to ashes. This is your final destination. Slowly enjoy the pain of death. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you set up such a sinister killing array to kill us? I can't let you live today. An extremely terrifying voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then, a figure walked over. The aura of this figure was incomparably powerful. He was a third heaven saint. I'm shameless? I'm arrogant? Humph. Don't you think it's shameless and arrogant for so many saints to attack me, a young man at the first heaven? In terms of shamelessness, no one can compare to you. As for you falling into the trap, I can only say that you're idiots. Don't blame me. As for you? Do you think that you can look down on me just because you're a third heaven saint? Today, I'll let you experience despair. After saying that, Lin Xian continued to activate the array formation. The monstrous killing intent formed a peerless killing sword and rushed over. Junior, you're courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out seawater. The seawater intertwined and formed sea cheilants that rushed over. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The two collided and exploded with a peerless aura. The sea cheilants were all shattered. The terrifying killing sword slashed forward with a biting cold aura. At this moment, the world was collapsing. The third heaven sage roared crazily and attacked with all his might. He blocked the killing sword. He slapped out with both palms, which were like two demonic plates that could destroy the world. They rushed forward with Tao patterns all over them. But in an instant, all the divine abilities that he used were split apart. Not only that, his palms were also split open. Blood flowed wildly, and the third heaven sage screamed and flew backward. It was not over yet. Lin Xian transmitted his voice, and Black Mountain completely activated the formation. Immediately, countless killing intent gathered in the surroundings. The other three killing swords, each of which was connected to heaven and earth, carried an extremely terrifying aura as they charged towards the third heaven sage. A miserable cry sounded. The third heaven sage was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. He was disdainful before, but now he was completely terrified. This formation was not something that he could resist. Boom! Boom! Four swords of slaughter directly pierced through his body, cutting his body into pieces. His soul escaped with its life. He wanted to escape, but he was split in half. Damn it! Everyone gathered together and attacked together. When the people of Vermilion Bird Palace saw this scene, they screamed crazily. Even a third heaven sage had fallen. If they did not escape, all of them would probably die here. Yes. That's right. Hurry up and attack together. The people of Longgu and the Dark Moon Temple also quickly gathered. It's impossible for you to leave. No one can leave today. Go to hell. Lin Xian shouted coldly and completely activated the formation. All kinds of terrifying scenes filled the 9 heavens. The sages fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, the number of people was reduced by half, and it was still decreasing. Kid, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Those people were furious. They were really desperate. This time, the 3 top sects had sent so many experts and sages. This was definitely a very powerful army. They could destroy anything. But now, he had been killed by the enemy's array. The death of so many saints was a great loss to the 3 great sage. Then you can go and be a ghost first. Lin Xian sneered. He activated the Sword of Slaughter and killed a few more saints. The others were already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the void split open, and a terrifying claw descended from the sky, directly slapping towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed, dodging in an instant. He was hit by the shockwave of this energy, his aura tumbling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what's going on? He was stunned. This power was too strong. It had already surpassed that of a third heaven sage. Not good. Kid, this is a little saint had arrived. Black Mountain's expression changed. A minor saint was no ordinary saint. He was already a titled saint. He was in existence at the 5th heaven of the saint realm. His power was absolutely terrifying. Damn it, the Vermilion Bird Palace's little saint. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably ferocious. When he was on planet Suzaku, he was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace's little saint. At that time, he hid in the Demon Cultivation Valley to escape the pursuit of the little saint. He didn't expect another little saint to come now. How many are there? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain scanned with his soul. There was only one. There was only one. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if there were 2, he would have to turn around and run. If there was only one, he could still fight. A little saint, ha ha ha, it's our Grand Elder, you're dead. The surviving Vermilion Bird Palace's saints looked up to the sky and laughed. The people of the Dark Moon Palace and Dragon Valley also heaved a sigh of relief. They knew the power of a little saint. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he couldn't do anything to a little saint. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Sword of Slaughter once again. Those saints who were laughing maniacally were instantly killed. Damn it. Lunatic, the rest of the survivors retreated like crazy. A little saint was here, but the opponent still dared to attack them. He was simply a lunatic. They didn't dare to provoke such an existence. In the sky, the little saint also appeared. He shouted coldly, "Ants, do you still dare to kill in front of me?" Indeed, this was a little saint. His aura was so strong that it directly blocked the surrounding sword of slaughter. Every move of his carried powerful Dao runes. Even the 8-dragon heaven-lock formation shook. Kill, the little saint waved his sleeve and threw out a few sword of slaughter. These were all sword of law. They followed him like shadows and directly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Kuanpeng movement technique and quickly dodged. The sword of slaughter pierced through countless of his clones. However, they didn't stop and rushed directly at him. It was too terrifying. Just the sword chi alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. He roared, pulled out the great destruction spear, and swung it forward. Clang, the sword of slaughter collided with the great destruction spear, producing an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian was forced back. Countless cracks appeared on his body. This was the power of a little saint. It was too terrifying. If the great destruction spear wasn't a saint weapon, it would have been broken. "Ant, you can't escape." The little saint was like a heavenly god, looking down coldly. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. It was just a sword of slaughter, and the opponent couldn't resist it. If he attacked with all his strength, it would be very easy to kill the opponent. He must torture the opponent to death. Buzz, his saint domain surged out of him. It shrouded the world. "Boy, how dare you use the slaughter formation to kill the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace? Today, you will die without a doubt, this is also where you are buried." The little saint's voice was incomparably cold. Those who were still alive in the distance all laughed. "Great, the opponent can't escape this time. Boy, this is not good. Why don't we retreat? We've already killed so many saints. It's enough." Xianxia said. A little saint was not an ordinary saint. He was very powerful. Even the 8-dragon heaven-lock formation couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, it won't be long before the formation is completely destroyed by him. At that time, it will be too late for us to leave. Leave? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Indeed, he had already killed enough saints. Of those who had come, only 1/10 of them were still alive. The rest were all destroyed in body and soul. It was enough. However, Lin Xian was still unwilling to leave. At the last moment, a little saint appeared. Was he going to leave just like that? Was he going to let the opponent continue to be arrogant? He wasn't willing to do that. So what if he was a little saint? If a little saint died, it would be a great blow to the Vermilion Bird Palace. "Do you have a way to kill him?" Lin Xian asked. "What?" Xianxia gasped when he heard that. "You want to kill a little saint? A minor saint is a 5th heaven saint. The gap between you and a minor saint is too big. Even the 8-dragon heaven-lock formation can't kill a minor saint. What if it's the 9-dragon heaven-lock formation?" Lin Xian said coldly. "I still have the great dragon sword soul, which can replace a dragon vein." Xianxia gasped. If the great dragon sword soul was used as a dragon vein and the other 8 dragon veins were used as support, it would be possible. However, he said that theoretically it was possible, but it would take some time to change the formation. Even I can't do it in one go. Moreover, someone has to attract the minor saint's attention. Can you block the attack of a minor saint, so? You can. Since that's the case, let the great dragon sword soul be the 9th dragon vein. I can hold on for a while. How long will it take for you to succeed? Lin Xian asked quickly while dodging. Xianxia said. I can let the 8 dragon veins provide all the energy to the great dragon sword soul, allowing it to launch a shocking attack. This process won't take long, only 10 seconds. But kid, let me tell you something. A little saint can kill a 3rd heavenly layer saint thousands of times in a second. Are you sure you can block it for 10 seconds? Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A sage of the 3rd heaven couldn't even last for a second, he had to block it for 10 seconds. Yes, I can use the great sage tower and Yama fire. 10 seconds shouldn't be a problem. This time, I must kill a minor saint. Seeing Lin Xian's determination, Xianxia said. If I use all my strength, I might be able to finish it in 9 seconds. Lin Xian descended and landed on the ground. The great dragon sword's soul rushed out of his body and drilled into the ground. The next moment, Heishan also flew out secretly and began to create the formation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the minor saint. Do you really think you can kill me? In a moment, I'll let you, old dog, fall here as well. And, you're courting death, the minor saint was enraged. His gaze turned into a terrifying rainbow and pierced through. This rainbow was not inferior to the sleeve sword. The might of a little saint was unparalleled. In the distance, the surviving saints sneered coldly. What a reckless guy. How dare he provoke a minor saint? Didn't he know how terrifying the power of a little saint was? Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed, brandishing the great destruction spear and smashing it towards the two streaks of light. With a clang, the great annihilation spear trembled. Countless cracks appeared on Lin Xian's arm, and the weapon almost slipped out of his hand. His figure flickered and brushed past them. His entire shoulder turned into a bloody mist. The two rainbows turned into two circles in the sky and attacked him again. This gaze would not rest until one of them was dead. And, you can't even block my gaze, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? The little saint clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. This gaze was enough to penetrate the other party. Sure enough, the great spear of destruction could not shatter this gaze. It could only send it flying. However, the two streaks of light actually came at Lin Xian from the left and right. Lin Xian sent one flying, and the other came directly behind him, trying to penetrate him. At that instant, he uttered a cold roar as an enormous figure suddenly appeared behind him. It collided with the streak of light. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The 8-dragon heavenlock grand formation was also shaking non-stop, as if it would break at any time. This attack was really too terrifying. The saints who were sneering in the distance were all repelled by this force, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were cracked. Only that saint was not affected. Lin Xian was also sent flying. Many cracks appeared on his body, but fortunately, it was just the aftermath of the energy. His body healed in an instant, and he suddenly turned his head. What little saint? You're just SOSO. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Xian held the great sage pagoda in his hand and roared at the sky. The little saint was stunned, and his face darkened. His gaze actually failed to kill the other party, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, when he looked at the pagoda, he cried out in surprise. This aura? Another sacred artifact, you actually have 2 sacred artifacts. That's really surprising. After I kill you, these 2 sacred artifacts will be mine. He was so happy that he reached out his palm and grabbed in front of him, completely enveloping the great sage pagoda and Lin Xian. Get lost, he waved the great spear of destruction and stabbed forward. Terrifying sword chi surged with an unparalleled aura. It collided with the giant hand that covered the sky. With a clang, the sound of an intense collision was heard. The palm shook slightly, and then pressed down with the force of Mount Tai. The great spear of destruction was invincible. It could even injure a 3rd heaven saint, but in front of the little saint, it could not break the other party's body at all. Lin Xian took 3 steps back. The force of the collision caused the blood and qi in his body to tumble. He roared to the sky and displayed the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. He swung the great sage pagoda and smashed it down. The great sage pagoda was like a giant mountain that slammed into the sky. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The giant hand that covered the sky was still mercilessly falling down. The great sage pagoda was also pushed back. Useless kid, although you have great treasures, you're still too weak. A 1st heaven saint is like an ant in front of me. Do you think an ant with a sword can kill a giant dragon? The little saint looked at him with disdain. He was right. For example, the overlords like the shadowless family of the great Yen planet were incomparably powerful. However, if a little saint were to descend, he could instantly sweep away everything. Those overlords could not stop him at all. Although the great sage pagoda and the great spear of destruction were both terrifying sacred artifacts, Lin Xian was not the great sage. He was not even a 3rd heaven saint. He was just a 1st heaven saint. Therefore, he could not display the full power of the great sage pagoda. The giant hand that covered the sky was falling down mercilessly. Once it fell, Lin Xian would not be able to escape. With a loud bang, the giant hand that covered the sky had completely fallen, completely covering a large area. Haha, it's done. The surviving saints all laughed. The little saint sneered. Next, he shattered the opponent's body and captured his soul. Everything on the opponent would be his. However, at this moment, there was a change. The little saint's face changed, and then it became distorted. "You're courting death." Incomparable light burst out from his palm. Heaven and earth Dao runes shot up into the sky, scaring the surviving saints. Their scalps went numb. What's going on? What happened? In the next moment, they saw a hole suddenly appear in the giant hand that covered the sky. Countless black flames were jumping around. A crack appeared on the giant hand. From the crack, a human figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, that brat actually managed to escape? What kind of flame was that? How could it burn a little saint's palm? These people felt like they had gone crazy. The little saint's face was also gloomy. Countless Dao runes on his palm began to extinguish the black flame, but he couldn't extinguish it in a short time. This made him extremely shocked. In the end, he snorted coldly and directly cut off his palm. Only then did he manage to cut off the black flame. Otherwise, his entire arm would be spread. The severed palm instantly grew back. Looking at the severed palm and the black flame on the ground, his face was extremely gloomy. A flame that could threaten him was truly frightening. It seemed like he couldn't be careless. This kid was too strange. "Little ant, you have completely infuriated me. I will show you my true power," the little saint roared, and his power erupted, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 8-dragon heaven-lock grand formation also shook, and many cracks appeared on it. Lin Xian was directly blown away. Just the aftermath of the energy had cracked his 9-yang divine body. One could imagine that the little saint was really angry. "Black Mountain, are you done? Just wait for a few more seconds." Black Mountain said. Buzz. The little saint in front of him had already charged over. Lin Xian could only keep retreating, using the Great Sage Pagoda to block in front of him. "Useless kid, you can't withstand a single blow from me." The little saint's speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. If it weren't for the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian would have been torn apart by this aura. A hand reached out to grab his head. This was a situation where death was inevitable. But at this time, Black Mountain said, "Done." A dragon roar sounded, and then the 8 dragons roared. The 9th dragon roar soared into the sky and turned into a giant dragon, rushing over like a peerless sword light. With a puff, it directly cut off the little saint's palm, splitting him in half. Puff, saint blood splattered, and the little saint's body was split in half. What? He was split in half, how was this possible? Those who were still alive were all scared out of their wits. That was a little saint, his strength was so terrifying, but now, he was actually split into 2. Damn it! How dare you injure me? I'll kill you. The little saint threw his head back and roared as he attempted to reassemble his body. However, in an instant, he was split into 4 halves. Then, a terrifying sword chi formed, and an incomparable sword diagram enveloped him. They wanted to obliterate him. No. How could you possess such power? The little saint shrieked in terror as he realized that his body was incapable of healing itself. Even the blood that had been destroyed was incapable of regrowing. This made him feel terrified. Although the previous array formation was terrifying, it still couldn't do anything to him. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to break it. But now, he was really scared. If this continued, his body and soul would be destroyed. Get lost. With a furious roar, he broke through the 9 heavens, fleeing into the distance. "You can't escape," Lin Xian roared. In an instant, he grasped the great dragon sword spirit and completely absorbed the power of the 8 dragon veins. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit turned into a peerless legendary sword and slashed down. With a poochie sound, heaven and earth shattered. It engulfed everything in front of it. Those saints who were still alive were all enveloped. When everything was over, all of them were killed. None of them were left alive. Swoosh, was he dead? Black Mountain also floated out, his face full of shock. A little saint was killed by them just like that? It was unbelievable. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swallowed the treasure of heaven and earth, and the great dragon sword spirit returned to his body. His bones were sore all over. Being chased by a little saint was the most dangerous thing he had ever experienced. But fortunately, it was all over now. So what if he was a little saint? He was still killed by him. He walked forward and began to clean up the battlefield, putting away all the storage rings that were not broken. He took out some of the broken ones and took out the items that were inside. Then, he soared into the sky and went on his way. With so many experts and saints dead, plus a minor saint, it was definitely enough to set off a huge storm. He would let these people know the consequences of daring to hunt him down. Lin Xian did not go to the Wolf-Fang Star. Although he had killed a large number of saints this time, there were still too many saints close to the Langus Star. If he went there, it would definitely cause a great battle. So, he was ready to go somewhere else. After all, he was someone who was going to step on the ancient path of the stars. He was a young genius who was going to walk the path of the great emperor. He could not stay on the Langus Star forever. So, he was ready to continue his journey. On the other side, the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went crazy. They couldn't believe that they had lost contact with one of their little saints. They searched crazily and finally found the location of the 8 dragon veins. At this moment, the 8 dragon veins had been drained of their energy. They would not recover for hundreds of years. Around the 8 dragon veins were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those were the corpses of saints. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went crazy. They found the saints of their own sect, the Dragon Valley, and the Dark Moon Temple. They were densely packed, and they were all their elite experts. No, damn it, why did they all die here? Their scalps went numb. Where was the little saint? They looked around, but they could not find him. However, they could clearly feel the aura of a little saint. Could it be that the little saint was killed and not even a corpse was left? They could not believe it. The experts of the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple also rushed over. When they saw this scene, many of them fainted. The people of the 8-Wind Palace and the Sikong family also gasped and felt their scalps go numb. Who the hell did this? It must be someone who resisted the Langus Star, or it must be related to them. Otherwise, they would not have dared to attack so many saints. They roared crazily. However, they could not find the culprit at all. After the news spread, there was an uproar in all the worlds. It seemed that another terrifying expert had made his move. It was very likely that it was a Saint Venerable or a Saint King. For a moment, even the 8-Wind Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the other 6 major forces fell silent. They did not act rashly, but they did not lead either. They still sealed off the Langus Star. They did not know that Lin Xian had already left them. He directly passed by the Langus Star and went deeper into the ancient star path. It was another lonely space flight. Lin Xian sat in the spirit boat and began to classify the storage rings of his saber. He sorted those resources into different categories and stored them away. This time, he made a fortune. There were so many storage rings of people and experts, and there was even a little saints. He definitely made a fortune. After flying for about 2 months, Meng Meng said, "Young master, there is a very special world ahead. Do you want to go there?" The world in front of them was called the Alchemy Gold Star. It was a world that focused on manufacturing all kinds of weapons, armor, and spirit boats. There were very powerful blacksmithing families and sects in it. Oh, weapons families and sections. Lin Xian's eyes moved. What could they forge? Could they forge sacred weapons? Of course. As long as they were given sufficient remuneration and materials, they could forge sacred weapons. Hall Master, these blacksmiths are very powerful. Rumor has it that there was an extreme weapon that was not forged by the great emperor. Instead, it was forged by a blacksmithing family for generations. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He remembered that the dragon pattern cauldron in the Yaoguang sacred ground was not made by the great emperor. It seemed that there were always some mysterious existences in the universe. Let's go and take a look. He was also very interested in the Alchemy Gold Star. Therefore, they rushed down. After entering the alchemy gold star, Lin Xian was surprised to find that the power of metal in this world was very rich. It seemed that the alchemy gold star was indeed worthy of its name. In addition to the power of metal, the power of fire was also very powerful. He found a city to enter and was prepared to understand it well. Squeak. The snow-white little monkey jumped onto his shoulder. It hugged the spirit fruit and looked around curiously. What a beautiful woman. When Lin Xian and Fantasy entered, many people's gazes fell on Fantasy. Fantasy snorted coldly and covered her face with a veil. However, her graceful and exquisite body still attracted the attention of countless people. Facing this kind of fearless gaze, a biting cold murderous intent appeared in the dreamy eyes. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he would have dug out their eyes long ago. Fantasy, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. The place they came to was called Nine Dragon Mountain. It was a manor. There were 9 mountains in this manor. They were huge like 9 giant dragons. These were 9 spirit veins. Each of them had been developed, and palaces and pavilions had appeared. It could be said that it was a paradise on earth. It was even more spectacular than the immortal Lin Xian Pavilion. Those who could enter this place were not mortals. Lin Xian sat down on a mountain peak. Soon, a fairy riding an immortal crane came to ask what Lin Xian and the others needed. Lin Xian ordered a few dishes and a pot of spirit wine. These dishes were usually made with the meat of top demon kings. Among them, there were half-saints and even demon saints. However, the prices were frighteningly expensive. Lin Xian ordered a few top-tier demon kings. The meat was indeed fragrant and contained a surging power. If a weaker person were to consume this meat, they would probably explode from the power. But who was Lin Xian? The secret art of longevity in his body began to circulate, directly converting and absorbing the energy. It was really a good place. Lin Xian exclaimed. The snow-white little monkey picked up a heavenly rock claw and ate happily. In the distant mountains and pavilions, many people looked over. Most of them were looking at Meng Meng. However, a few people were surprised when they saw the little white monkey. One of them flew over directly. A divine bridge appeared under his feet, carrying him like a god. He instantly flew towards Lin Xian. The place where the man was at was the 3rd mountain peak of Nine Dragon Mountain. There was a Ling-Long celestial pavilion there. There were a few figures there. Each of them had a dignified appearance. The person who came was a man in silver armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. After he arrived, he stared at the snow-white little monkey. His eyes were burning with passion. This monkey was so intelligent. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I've taken a liking to your pet. Name a price. As soon as he said that, the people in the surrounding mountains, pavilions, and halls began to discuss and turn their heads. They did not expect that the silver-armored man would not take a liking to the peerless beauty next to him. Instead, he took a liking to a monkey. They were extremely surprised and looked at him curiously. Was there anything special about this monkey? However, the more they looked, the more surprised they became. What a clever monkey. Could it be that they were the legendary spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth? They were too shocked. The people who came here were all experts, and there were many saints. Therefore, their judgment was naturally unique. Although the little snow-white monkey looked cute, its intelligence was enough to shock these people. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. He was slightly surprised. A level 2 saint, looking at the other party's age, he was about 500 or 600 years old. He was indeed powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and wanted to take Whitey away. However, he was just a level 2 saint. He did not take him seriously. He said calmly, "This is my friend, not my pet. Go back." Friend? The silver-armored man was stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Okay, name a price for your friend. As long as you name it, I can satisfy you. What do you want? A peerless divine ability, a powerful weapon, or a secret manual? In fact, I can even get you top-notch medicinal pills and heavenly treasures. As long as you name it. The silver-armored man stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin and looked extremely confident. In his opinion, under the strong benefits, the other party would definitely agree to the exchange. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Would Lin Xian exchange with such a person? The little white monkey was his companion. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Don't you understand what I said? This is my friend, not an item to be exchanged. Leave quickly. There was a trace of coldness in his voice. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's attitude to be so unyielding. The silver-armored man was stunned. Then, he laughed coldly. Kid, you just came to this world, right? How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? What is my status? Do you believe that I can destroy your body and soul with a single order? Lin Xian did not even lift his eyelids. He drank a mouthful of spirit wine and said calmly, Oh, is your status very honorable? Then do you know who I am? What is my status? How dare you treat me with such an attitude? Have you thought about your own fate? Before doing anything, you have to know how to put yourself in my shoes. There are some people that I can't afford to offend, but there are some people that you can't afford to offend either. When these words were said, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Damn, is this young man threatening us? Heavens, who is this person? How dare he speak so arrogantly? These people are crazy. They quickly checked and found that the other party's aura was not very strong. It seemed that he was at most a first heaven sage. Where did the man in red get the confidence to fight against the silver-armored man? They could already see that the silver-armored man was at the second heaven. With such a cultivation, at such a young age, he was definitely a top-notch elite. On the third mountain peak, his companions also frowned. This kid was really courting death. Brother Lei had given him face, but he dared to reject it. Brother Lei was magnanimous and didn't bother with an ant like him. If it were me, I would have made him suffer a fate worse than death. Cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of these people. The silver-armored man also frowned. With a wave of his hand, he took out an ancient mirror. This was called the Six Harmonies Mirror. It was a half-step sacred tool that had just been made. Kid, take it if you know what's good for you. Give that monkey to me. I can let you off if you contradicted me earlier. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. Six Harmonies Mirror. The surrounding people were extremely surprised. They all stared at the mirror in the silver-armored man's hand. It was a bronze mirror. It was very simple and unadorned. Mysterious runes were engraved on it. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Heavens, this should have just been made. It should be the work of an alchemy family. This wasn't an ordinary half-step sacred tool. Even if it wasn't a sacred tool, it wasn't far off. It was more than enough to exchange such a treasure for a monkey. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. It was obvious that they wanted this half-step sacred tool very much. However, no one dared to make a move. They were just annoyed that they didn't have a monkey beside them. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at this half-step sacred tool. He didn't care about a half-step sacred tool. However, the silver-armored man's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He put down his wine cup and sighed. Do you really think that you are a high and mighty god who can dominate everything? I have already warned you twice to leave. However, you don't know what's good for you and didn't listen. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. Damn kid, how dare you talk to Brother Lei like that? Kneel down and accept your death. On the third mountain peak in the distance, a man stood up. It was the silver-armored man's companion. He was wearing red battle armor. Red Dao runes were pulsating all over his body. As soon as he said that, a large red palm appeared above Lin Xian's head, trying to press Lin Xian to the ground. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned. Attacking just because of a disagreement? However, looking at the red-armored man who attacked, his strength was also very strong. They didn't know what would happen to Lin Xian. Would he kneel and kowtow, or would he be pressed to the ground and kowtow? Lin Xian also frowned. Did they really dare to attack him? He was acting recklessly. However, he didn't move. He merely raised his head to take a look before the stellar transposition collided with the red palm right in front of his eyes. Buzz. The palm moved at a strange angle towards the man from the Yin family. The silver-armored man was startled. His figure swayed, and he dodged the attack. The others also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, what's going on? Were those people going to kill each other? After dodging the attack, the silver-armored man frowned and looked into the distance. The red-armored man hurriedly said, "Young Master Lei, I didn't attack you." "Damn it, what's going on?" He was also stunned. With his strength, how could he attack the wrong person? However, the palm just now did change direction at a strange angle. Could it be this brat's doing? Damn it, how dare you make a fool of me? You almost caused Brother Lei to misunderstand me. You're dead. The red-armored man was completely enraged. This time, he didn't attack from afar. Instead, he tore open the void and charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. Buzz, countless Dao runes formed a red hammer and charged towards Lin Xian's head. If it hit, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Boom, boom. Boom, the surrounding space was shattered. It couldn't withstand the force at all. Lin Xian frowned again. You're acting recklessly. With a wave of his sleeve, the stellar transposition was activated. The giant hammer was thrown in the opposite direction. With a loud bang, the giant hammer smashed into the red-armored man's body, emitting a sonorous sound. The red-armored man retreated. His entire shoulder was shattered. His face was filled with fear. On the other hand, Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said coldly, "You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me." The experts on the Nine Dragons Mountain gasped in astonishment. Who was this young man? How could he be so powerful? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, now they could see that Lin Xian was also an expert. The red-armored man was also a First Heaven sage. He was very strong, especially the attack just now. An ordinary sage of the same level would have to go all out to deal with it. However, Lin Xian only waved his sleeve and created such a terrifying scene. This showed that his strength was above the red-armored man. Especially that superpower. It was even more amazing. They still couldn't figure out what kind of superpower Lin Xian had used. No wonder he dared to compete with the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man was also stunned. Silver thunder runes flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's counterattack was very similar to the palm that suddenly attacked him. It should be one of Lin Xian's superpowers. However, he had never seen it before. However, he was only surprised. He didn't care. Because his cultivation level was one heaven higher than Lin Xian's. He was confident that he could crush Lin Xian in terms of cultivation level. Young man, you're not bad, but you're too narrow-minded. Do you really think that you can dominate the world just because you've mastered one or two superpowers? The difference in cultivation level is not something you can imagine. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Now, obediently submit to me, and I can consider sparing your life. A terrifying sage aura rose from the silver-armored man. Lin Xian sneered and glanced at him. Oh, you're still so arrogant and confident. Looks like you're not that great. Do you think that you're very powerful just because you're a second heaven prodigy? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you? I'm the one you can't afford to offend. So, while I'm still in a good mood, hurry up and get lost. You can still live. You're courting death. The silver-armored man was enraged. Thunder runes appeared on his body, and he charged at Lin Xian. There was a terrifying aura of destruction on it. Lin Xian snorted and put down the wine cup. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent rushed out of his body and rushed to the sky, blocking the thunder. The two forces collided and swept in all directions. The entire Nine-Dragon Mountain shook. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Violent explosions sounded, and the array around them lit up. A few elders rushed over and said anxiously, "You two, don't fight. Please don't break the rules." Their auras surged and Dao runes spread out. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This doesn't mean that I'm going to fight. Lin Xian was still sitting there calmly. The silver-armored man snorted. Don't worry, we know the rules here. We won't fight here. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian. If you're a man, come out and fight with me. I'll let you know what true strength is. I wanted to let you go, but you're courting death. Alright, I'll wait for you. The silver-armored man soared into the sky, left 9-Dragon Mountain, and flew outside. On the third mountain, his companions also sneered and followed him. Let's go. There will always be people who don't know what's good for them. Lin Xian waved his sleeves and stepped into the air. Meng Huan followed beside him respectfully. The two of them were also very fast. The experts on the other mountains were also interested when they saw this scene. Let's go and take a look. They also soared into the air to watch. 9-Dragon Mountain did not allow fighting, so they came to a nearby mountain range. There were no restrictions here. Standing in the air, the silver-armored man turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, are you satisfied with the tomb I chose for you? As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying thunder rose from his body and turned into 9 thunderbolts, roaring in the sky. The 9 tiger heads bared their fangs and claws as they grabbed at Lin Xian. The entire sky was filled with lightning. The experts who were watching felt their hearts beat wildly. What a terrifying power. This silver-armored man is incredible. Yes, he's even more terrifying than some of the older experts. Thunder Leopard, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His opponent was indeed extraordinary. Although he was a second heaven sage, his power was much stronger than ordinary second heaven sages. His opponent was indeed a peerless genius. But so what? He shouted coldly and released his divine body, turning into a golden giant. With a roar, his golden palm split open the sky and grabbed at the thunder tiger heads. Boom boom boom. The two collided and instantly released a destructive energy. The surrounding people all narrowed their eyes and activated their defenses to block it. However, at this moment, the void cracked open and a square bronze cauldron appeared, suppressing the violent energy. Then, a figure appeared on the square bronze cauldron. What? Someone stop the battle, the surrounding people exclaimed. Lin Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked to the other side. The silver-armored man also stopped. Everyone looked at the silhouette in the sky. It was a middle-aged man, but his hair was already gray. His eyes were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, he looked at the silver-armored man and smiled. Mr. Lei, so you are here. I just arrived at the 9-Dragon Mountain and heard that you came out, so I came. I'm not late, am I? So it was Daoist Hua. Greetings. Mr. Lei laughed as well. It's not too late. There's a reckless ant who wants to provoke me. I'm just about to kill him. Oh, in the sky, Daoist Hua looked to the other side, where Lin Xian was. Immediately, the space around Lin Xian began to distort. It was as if countless raging flames were burning. Fantasy frowned. He wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped him. What a terrifying power of fire. However, Lin Xian was not affected at all. Daoist Hua was stunned when he saw that the other party was not afraid of his flames. No wonder he dared to go against Mr. Lei. He did have some strength. However, a mere first heaven saint was not worthy of Mr. Lei taking action. I'll send someone to kill him. Mr. Lei, please leave with me first. Daoist Hua laughed. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The silver-armored man thought for a while and nodded. Alright, but bring back the little monkey on his shoulder. Don't kill it, don't worry, his head and the white monkey will be given to Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, please. Daoist Hua made a gesture of invitation. The silver-armored man and his companion nodded and flew into the sky. Daoist Hua waved his hand again, and countless experts appeared. His cold voice was heard, kill him and bring his monkey over. In the surroundings, the spectating experts were all stunned. Wasn't this scene too sudden? At the same time, screams could be heard. 9 Netherworld Clan. It was actually someone from the 9 Netherworld Clan. Heavens, that was a top blacksmith clan. Many people swallowed their saliva. It was obvious that the 9 Netherworld clan was extremely terrifying in this world. That was an expert from the 9 Netherworld clan. He should have used the 9 Netherworld Heart Flame. Who was that silver-armored man? How could he be treated so respectfully by an elder from the 9 Netherworld clan? Needless to say, he must have a great background. Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. It's over. This kid actually offended someone with such a high status. He's probably dead meat. Not to mention the silver-armored man, just the 9 Netherworld clan would be able to kill him. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian had some strength and that he might be able to contend with the silver-armored man. Now that something like this had happened, they all changed their minds. Lin Xian was dead meat. 6 figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and Fantasy. One of the young men sneered. How dare he attack an esteemed guest of the 9 Netherworld clan? He's dead meat, Buzz. He opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. The pearl had terrifying Tao patterns on it, and it instantly swept across the 9 heavens. A terrifying storm swept towards Lin Xian like 2 wind dragons dancing in the sky. What a terrifying storm, was that the wind spirit pearl? Exclamations could be heard. As expected of a refining family, such a terrifying weapon appeared just by raising his hand. In the face of such a terrifying storm, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised a finger and pointed forward. Immediately, the 2 tornadoes were disrupted and spread out in all directions, enveloping the 6 people in the vicinity. The 6 people were instantly enraged. Damn it, what the hell was going on? Angry roars could be heard as a terrifying counterattack was heard. Between heaven and earth, there was a violent flow of energy. Lin Xian laughed and soared into the sky. The storm energy that filled the sky couldn't get close to him at all. The surrounding people widened their eyes. What the hell? What kind of supernatural power was that? Wasn't it too powerful? This kid must have some kind of secret. They were stunned. It was unbelievable that he was unharmed in such a violent storm of energy. The 6 people from the 9 Netherworld clan also roared. They tore apart the storm and stared at the figure. Kid, where are you going? You're going to die today. They were completely enraged. The other party's move put the 6 of them in a very sorry state. Moreover, it was their elder's order to capture the other party. How could they give up? Therefore, they chased after him. However, after chasing for tens of thousands of miles, their faces changed. Damn it, the other party was too fast. They couldn't catch up. Look at me. One of them sneered and took out a war chariot that shone with incomparable light. It was engraved with Tao patterns and was shaped like a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. In front, Lin Xian slowed down. These people shouldn't be able to catch up with him, so he was prepared to go to other places to take a look. At the same time, he was very curious about the 9 Nether tribe and wanted to find out more about them. However, not long after he flew, he frowned and looked behind him. Behind him, endless waves of air and a ray of light were coming at him at a dazzling speed. It was so fast. Dreamy was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He instantly saw that it was a war chariot. There were 6 figures standing on it. Those 6 figures were the people from the 9 Nether tribe. They actually caught up with him. They really didn't give up. Suchen was surprised. The other party's war chariot was very special. As expected of a crafting family. He didn't continue to leave and was prepared to play with these families. Almost in the blink of an eye, the war chariot at the back rushed nearby. The 6 people on the war chariot jumped down and stood in 6 directions. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly. One of them snorted. Kid, run. Do you think you can escape from our hands? Sigh, there are always people who don't know what's good for them. To be honest, if you can't catch up, you can still live. But you just have to catch up. Since that's the case, I can only send you to hell. You want to send us to hell? You? The 6 members of the 9 Underworlds clan all laughed. Reckless brat, who do you think you are? It seems that you don't know how powerful the 9 Nether tribe is. Well, let him see the means of the 9 Nether tribe. Among them, a woman giggled. She waved her hand and took out a treasure bottle. She held it with both hands and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lin Xian. Scum, go to hell. Light flickered on it, and balls of flames rushed out from it. Lee Fire Bottle, this was also a terrifying weapon that contained the southern skyly fire. Once this fire was released, a First Heaven sage couldn't resist at all. Haha, turn into ashes in the fire. The woman's voice rang out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian was enveloped by the southern skyly fire, and his body was crackling. The flames collided with his body. Every strike was dazzling. However, Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. He just stood there in the middle of the fire. Southern sky primordial fire? Not bad, its power is not bad. What? How is this possible? That woman screamed, not daring to believe it. The other party was actually unharmed. This was impossible. Engulfed by the southern heavenly fire, even a first heaven sage would have been reduced to a pool of blood. How could the other party still be alive? Damn it, is there something wrong with his physique? Or does he have some kind of treasure? Look at me. Another person roared angrily and pulled out a fan. The fan flickered, with a mountain drawn on the front and a river on the back. With a wave of the fan, mountains and rivers appeared and crushed the heavens. This was an extremely terrifying weapon, the mountain river fan. The mountain peak could suppress the 9 heavens, and the river could cut through everything. Nobody under the second celestial layer would dare to fight against it. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian shot out his golden hand, one hand holding the sky. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on the river. He was like a heavenly god, creating heaven and earth. He had blocked the terrifying attack. This was impossible. The man also screamed. The other party actually blocked the mountain river fan. Who was he? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Let's attack together. With a roar, the 6 people attacked crazily. In addition to the fire flask and the mountain river fan, the other 4 people also took out their weapons. Each of them had an extremely terrifying weapon. As expected of a blacksmith family, they were too terrifying. Even a second heaven sage would have to flee in panic if they were to face their attacks. However, they were soon terrified. That was because the person in front of them was too strange. Whether it was fire, lightning, mountain fangs, or other attacks, they could not do anything to the other party. The other party was like a Vajra god of war, rampaging between heaven and earth. He was too weak. In the end, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and Lin Xian stood in the void, unharmed. Although the weapon was good, it was only a support. The most important thing was the strength of the person. Let me show you what the strength of a person is. Lin Xian took a step forward and aimed at the woman. As he opened and closed his hands, the laws of fire instantly formed a flaming flask. Then, he gently pushed it forward. The golden flames that filled the sky rushed over like a giant dragon. The fire flask, the surrounding people were stunned. The other party instantly formed a fire flask, and the flames were even more terrifying than the real southern skyly fire. Damn it, block it for me. The woman screamed and pushed the real fire flask. The southern skyly fire collided with the other party's 9 suns divine fire. The terrifying flames exploded, and the woman instantly vomited blood and flew backward. In front of the 9 suns divine fire, she was no match at all. Moreover, cracks appeared on the fire flask. It was burned and shattered. The woman was also wrapped in flames. She screamed miserably and turned into a pool of blood. No, the remaining 5 howled in rage. Dead. One of their fellow tribesmen had actually died. He was killed in one move. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. Their eyes instantly turned red. Lin Xian shouted coldly. You want to kill me? Naive. Let me show you what the real mountains and rivers are like. The golden hand waved toward the sky. Endless laws of earth danced and instantly condensed into a golden mountain. What kind of mountain was that? It was incomparably majestic, as if a divine mountain had descended from the immortal world. It directly pressed down on the man with the mountain and river fan. The man unleashed a terrifying mountain and river to resist it, producing a rumbling sound. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the laws of water formed a Milky Way that swept out. The Milky Way was too resplendent, connecting heaven and earth. The golden mountain and the terrifying Milky Way directly enveloped the man, turning him into a bloody mist. No, counterattack. The remaining 4 people were completely crazy. In 2 moves, the other party had killed 2 of their people. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. However, they finally understood Lin Xian's words. What was true power? Lin Xian did not use any weapons at all. He relied on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth. It was much more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. At this moment, they were crazy. They were the top blacksmithing families, the weapons in their hands could communicate with heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than the other sages. Therefore, in this place, they were godlike existences. But now, relying on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth, it was even more terrifying than their weapons. This completely shattered their understanding of the world. Was there really someone whose strength was more terrifying than their weapons? These geniuses of the blacksmithing families were crazy. After dealing with these 6 people, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was a little interesting. Although these 6 people's strength was average, the weapons in their hands were very surprising. If it was not for his strength, another person in the second firmament would probably be injured or killed. As expected of a blacksmith family. Lin Xian whispered to Nan Nan. He asked Meng Meng if there were any other top blacksmith families on this planet other than the Jiuyou clan. Yes, there are. What plans do you have? I have a spirit ship and I plan to upgrade it. It would be best if it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon. The spirit ship he was talking about was naturally the Black Earth. Until now, the Black Earth could not keep up with Lin Xian's progress. If it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon, it would be a great help to him. Of course, there was another one, and that was the Great Spear of Destruction. The Great Spear of Destruction was a sacred weapon of the demon race, and it had been passed down for a very long time. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying murderous weapon. He wanted to refine this murderous weapon and then condense it into a treasured sword. However, he knew that this might be more difficult than upgrading the Black Earth, and it was much more difficult. A sacred weapon of this grade was not so easy to refine. Therefore, Lin Xian's main task was to purify the Black Earth. As for the Great Spear of Destruction, it would depend on luck. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and Meng Meng flew into the distance. When they passed by a few cities, they heard some rumors. It seemed that something incredible was about to happen on planet Alchemy. The powerhouses in these cities were all flying in the same direction. Meng Meng went to inquire and returned. Lord, they are heading towards Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley, what kind of place was that? It was a holy land for blacksmithing, and many blacksmith masters lived there. There were also many other saint powerhouses who went there. Even the powerhouses from other planets went there. It was a bit similar to our Langus star. Alchemy Valley could attract powerhouses from all directions. After all, there were the most new treasures there. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying blacksmith master recently. It was his 5,000th birthday. Therefore, countless people went to pay their respects. During this period, there might be some new weapons that were leaked. Oh, a 5,000-year-old master could be considered a living fossil. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He asked, wondering which clan this grandmaster belonged to. Dreamy had a strange expression on her face as she spoke. It was Nine Nether's team. The Jiuyou clan, huh? Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he soon smiled. Interesting, things were getting more and more interesting. Dreamy, let's go to Alchemy Valley. Both of them took to the air and headed for Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley was located to the west of Alchemy Planet. It was a vast valley that looked like a kingdom. The Alchemy Valley was extremely unusual because there were 2 spirit meridians below. One was a fire elemental spirit meridian, and the other was a metal elemental spirit meridian. Furthermore, both of them were extremely terrifying supreme-grade spirit meridians that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, it attracted countless alchemy experts to live here. Many elders and experts of large clans had also set up palaces here. For example, the 9 Nether clan's Grand Elder had his palace here. This Supreme Elder was no ordinary person. He had lived for 5,000 years. He could be said to be a living fossil. At this moment, his birthday had attracted people from all over the world. If they wanted to please the old man, then any weapon the old man took out would be enough to make their blood boil. Rumor had it that the old man was able to refine divine weapons without any difficulty. It was said that the dragon sword of the great sage in the Dragon Valley was made by the old man. There was another rumor that the Dark Moon Temple once had an extremely terrifying Dark Moon blade, which was also made by the old man. This was a famous divine weapon. Lin Xian and Dreamy also rushed over. Both of them had changed their faces slightly. They made it difficult for people to recognize them. After all, they remembered that the silver-armored man had been invited away by the 9 Nether Clan's experts. If they met at this time, they would probably be exposed because Lin Xian had a plan. Along the way, he had also collected many legends about master alchemists. However, in the entire Alchemy Valley, no one could compare to the old man who was celebrating his birthday. The old man's alchemy skills could be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to evolve the Black Earth into a true divine weapon, his greatest hope was the Supreme Elder of the 9 Nether Clan. However, he had just had a conflict with the 9 Nether Clan, and he could not use his real identity. Otherwise, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably come after him again. Therefore, he would think of other ways. After arriving at the Alchemy Valley, Lin Xian directly found a quiet mansion and then asked Dreamy to go out and collect information. Soon, Dreamy returned. How did it go? I found out that the Supreme Elder of the 9 Nether Clan is celebrating his birthday. In addition to the experts from all over the world, the younger generation of the 9 Nether Clan will naturally come to pay their respects. The competition between these juniors is very intense. Some of the bloodlines are very strong, and some have been suppressed to the point that they can't even raise their heads. This time, I've chosen 3 people. As she spoke, Dreamy took out 3 jade slips and placed them in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and his soul flicked out to investigate. Soon, he finished looking through the 3 jade slips. Then, he took the middle one and said, I'll choose this person. This person was called 9 Nether Xiaoyun. It was a nice name, but he was a fatty. He could be considered one of the disciples of the 3 main bloodlines of the 9 Nether Clan. However, he was a little slippery and lazy in his cultivation, so he was not liked by the elders of the clan. He was also often bullied by the genius disciples of the other 2 bloodlines. A direct disciple who was often bullied. Very good. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was his goal, find out where he is and I'll go meet him. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He had a simple plan, and that was to change his appearance and then change his identity to get close to the younger generation of the 9 Nether Clan. It would be best if they could become friends, and then the younger generation would bring him to the birthday banquet. That way, the chances of him meeting the Grand Elder would greatly increase. Of course, Lin Xian wouldn't look for those strong disciples. After all, those people were overbearing and didn't put anything in their eyes. It wouldn't be easy to meet them. But if it was a weak person, then it would be different. They should be eager to raise their heads in front of the patriarch and obtain his approval. Dreamy went to track 9 Nether Xiaoyun and confirm his whereabouts. On the other side, Lin Xian was patiently preparing. This time, he would definitely evolve the Black Earth into a saint artifact. Dreamy was very efficient. After a few hours, she sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian, saying that she had found the other party. She wanted to invite Lin Xian over. At the Jubao Pavilion. It was a very prosperous place in Alchemy Valley. There were all kinds of treasures here, including all kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. At this moment, the people who came and went were either rich or noble. In the Jubao Pavilion, there were many chariots, spirit boats, and beast mounts parked in the streets and in the sky. Buzz. Buzz, suddenly, the void trembled. A stream of light flew over quickly. It was a chariot, and the one pulling it was a 3-tailed heavenly dog. As it roared, it brought about a powerful demonic wind. The 3-tailed heavenly dog soon stopped above the Jubao Pavilion. A figure came down from the chariot. The figure was fat and looked like a ball. It was a young man with a fat head and big ears. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful women who supported him. The moment the fatty came down, he turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the Jubao Pavilion. The 2 maids were wrapped up by him and entered the Jubao Pavilion in an instant. The Jubao Pavilion was dazzling, and all kinds of heavenly treasures were covered by arrays. Even a sage could not forcefully take them away. The moment the fatty entered, he was respectfully invited in by the warriors inside. "Oh, isn't this young Master Yun? He hasn't been here for many days." A charming woman walked over. She was dressed in red, and as she swayed, she made people feel hot. The two women beside the fatty curled their lips, and there was a trace of hostility in their eyes. The fatty's eyes were indeed shining. "Sister Hong, I missed you so much," the fatty rushed up and said with a smile. "Sister Hong, I'm here this time to discuss a big business deal with you. Why don't we go to the 9th floor and talk alone?" As he said that, the fatty grabbed Sister Hong's hand. Sister Hong pulled it out without leaving a trace. With a laugh, she pointed a finger at the fatty's forehead and said with a smile, "That's right. Okay, but I have something to do now. Young Master Yun, take your time. If you like something, I'll help you get it." "Something to do? What could be more important than helping me pick heavenly treasures?" The fatty was a little dissatisfied. However, Sister Hong said with a smile, "Oh, it's also related to you. It's another young master of the Abysmal clan. He's here to buy a heavenly treasure." "What? Someone from the Abysmal clan? Damn it, could it be those bastards?" "What did they buy?" Fatty asked nervously. Sister Hong said, "It seems to be some metal material, right? It was extremely precious and seemed to be used to refine saint artifacts." "It was used to refine saint artifacts." Fatty gritted his teeth. "Mother **Ker, they're so generous, young Master Yun, you can take your time picking. I'll take my leave first." Sister Hong swayed her body and left. The fatty was no longer in the mood to admire her back view. His expression was grave. "Damn it, the old ancestor's birthday celebration is coming soon. I was just about to buy something to please the old man. He didn't expect that those bastards would also come. Moreover, they wanted to buy the materials for the saint artifact. No, I can't lose to them. This time, the old ancestor only has one spot to take in a disciple. I must get it." Fatty gritted his teeth, then raised his voice and screamed, "Men, take me to the 3rd floor." Very quickly, the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion led Fatty's group to the 3rd floor. The scale of the 3rd level was also very large. However, there were far fewer people here. This was because the items on the 3rd level were simply too expensive. Not to mention ordinary people, even saints might not be able to afford them. In the east, there was a formation that was separated into many areas. In each area, countless rays of light wrapped around a natural treasure. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 people here. After Fatty arrived at the 3rd floor, he directly led his group to the east. Soon, he stopped in an area. In front of him was a ball of green light. It was a green metal. It looked like bronze, but its color was much richer. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at the piece of green metal. This was a material that could be used to refine sacred artifacts. If he could get it and give it away at the birthday celebration, he would definitely be honored. He would definitely be able to win the old ancestor's favor. However, when he saw the price marked on the side, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He could take out 500 caddies of divine crystals, but 50,000? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't be able to take it out. One had to know that although he was also a direct disciple, he wasn't favored. He couldn't afford it with the little money he had. The fatty stood there with a gloomy look on his face. The few figures beside him also opened their mouths to ask. One of them was also interested in a piece of metal. It was a piece of black metal that was also used to refine saint artifacts. It wasn't big either, but it reached 40,000 caddies of divine crystals. The other one wanted 45,000 caddies of divine crystals. The eyes of the two saints also flickered and they frowned. To be honest, this price was also a bit of a burden for them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone here was thinking, "I want this piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal." At this moment, a calm voice rang out. It streaked across the entire 3rd floor. Immediately, everyone on the 3rd floor turned their heads. Fatty even sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, who is this? Why is he so generous? Can't he see that those powerful saints are hesitating? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The fatty. screamed as he realized that there was a figure standing near him. It was a young man with a calm gaze and a handsome face. There was also a beautiful figure beside him. The person who made the bid at this moment was the person in front of him. What did this kid say? He wants that piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal? The saints beside him were shocked. How was that possible? It was probably just a casual remark. How could that kid afford it? The Tao companion of the saint curled her lips with a look of disdain. With their status, even they couldn't afford it. How could that kid afford it? At this moment, an old man tore through the void and appeared on the third floor. He said, "I'm an elder of the Jubao Pavilion. Young master, do you really want to buy this piece of metal?" "Yes, that's it." The young man nodded. "Wrap it up for me." The fatty next to him widened his eyes. The 2 or 3 saints around him were also stunned. One of them sneered. How dare he be so stubborn, they never thought that he could afford it. However, in the next moment, those saints were dumbfounded because the young man directly took out a storage ring. 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Take a look. After the elder of the Jubao Pavilion took the storage ring, he probed it with his soul. Soon, he smiled. The amount was just right. Young master, this is your item. The 3,000 green ancestral gold was already sealed in the treasure box. There was a seal on it. There was also a token on the treasure box, which was used to open the seal. It could be said to be very safe. After Lin Xian took the treasure box and token, he nodded slightly and put them into the storage ring. Brother, wait a minute. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the fatty rushed up and said with a smile. Lin Xian stopped. Oh, do you have something to say? This figure was Lin Xian. He had been watching this fatty for a long time. At this moment, he had bought 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold. Brother, you're really generous. May I know which family you're from? The fatty said with a smile. Lin Xian was amused. He knew that the other party had taken the bait, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he said calmly, "Oh, why? Do you want to be friends with me?" Yes, yes, yes. I want to be friends with you. The fatty smiled until his eyes became slits. Lin Xian said, "All right, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk outside." Yes, yes, yes. The fatty hurriedly nodded. Brother, I know a shop nearby. It's very delicious. The greenhouse there is absolutely delicious. I'll take you there now. Lin Xian walked in front of Lin Xian with fantasy, while Fatty followed behind him with a giggle. In the distance, the 3 sages also came back to their senses. Their faces were full of shock. At the same time, there was a trace of doubt. Who is this person who's so generous? It seems that he came out on his own. He's a young master of a big family. I can take advantage of him. The 3 of them also left quietly. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion, Lin Xian walked into the distance. Suddenly, his brows twitched, and his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Someone had followed him. It was the sages on the 3rd floor. He continued to walk forward without batting an eyelid. Fatty brought along his 2 women and followed beside him. Brother, you have no idea how cool you were just now. You didn't even blink when you bought 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Didn't you see that the sages beside you were stunned? Lin Xian stopped and looked at the fatty with a smile. Not only were they stunned, but they're also very bold. They've already followed me. What? They've followed me. The fatty was stunned and quickly looked around. Brother, don't scare me. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he said coldly, since you're already here, why don't you come out? Brat, your soul is pretty good. You were actually able to discover our existence. A figure appeared in front of him. Beside him was a beautiful Tao companion. It was a saint. That saint had a cold smile on his face. Hand over that piece of metal, and I'll spare your life. You're alone, aren't the other 2 coming out? Lin Xian looked at the surrounding void and sneered. Naturally, he could sense that there were 2 more saints here. Dreamy took a deep breath with a solemn expression. Fatty's 2 women's faces also changed. The fatty snorted coldly and stood out. Brother, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. He looked at the saint in front of him. Damn it, how dare you attack my brother's things? Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan. The Nine Netherbird clan. The sage was stunned. The fatty smiled. That's right, I'm from the Nine Netherworld clan. Our patriarch is about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. Many experts have come to our family. Why? Do you want me to call him over for you to meet him? Who would believe that you're from the Nine Netherbird clan? Everyone knows about the 5,000th birthday. You won't be able to call me. The saint in front snorted coldly. The fatty was enraged. Damn it, how dare you doubt my identity? Come on, open your eyes and see if I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan. The fatty was also flustered. He waved his hand and a token appeared in the sky, shining with an unparalleled light. That was the Nine Netherworld token. The expression of the sage on the other side changed. The two sages who were hidden in the void gasped as well. How could they not recognize the Nine Netherworld token? It was a token unique to the Nine Netherbird clan. No one could copy it. It seemed that the fatty in front of them was really from the Nine Netherbird clan. So you're a prince from the Nine Netherbird clan. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. The saint in front of them left in a flash. The Nine Netherbird clan was very powerful. Moreover, the Nine Netherbird clan's supreme elder was about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. There were many experts from the Nine Netherbird clan in the entire Alchemy Valley. They did not dare to attack the Nine Netherbird clan at this time. He was not the only one who left. The two saints hidden in the dark also left. Fatty proudly put away the token. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Dreamy exchanged glances with each other as a smile appeared on their faces. Next, it was time to act. Lin Xian looked surprised. So you're from the Nine Netherbird clan. I didn't expect that. That's right, I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan. Those saints don't dare to go against me. Lin Xian pretended to be grateful. You saved my life this time. Otherwise, those saints would not have let me go. Sigh, I should be the one treating you. No, I'll do it. The fatty laughed. The two of them walked into the distance with their arms around each other's shoulders. Soon, they became familiar with each other. They ate Dupang spreading wings as they got to know each other like brothers. The fatty sighed. Brother, I'm bitter. Although I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan, there are a few bastards who bully me. Damn it, they bully me too much just because they are favored by the elder. The great ancestor's birthday celebration is my last chance to turn things around. However, he sighed again. Lin Xian asked. Oh, what's the problem? Tell me about it. I'll definitely be able to help. Brother, to tell you the truth, I haven't prepared a gift for the elder yet. How can I not be worried? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. So that's what you're talking about. I thought it would be something difficult. Look, what's this? As he spoke, he took out the treasure box and placed it on the table. The fatty was stunned. Then, he said, Brother, what do you mean? The elder should be an expert in refining weapons. This metal is a good material for refining weapons. I'm sure the elder will like it if you give it to him as a birthday gift. I like it. I really like it. The fatty was about to cry. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. I can't take out 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. You don't have to buy it. I'll give it to you. Give it to me? The fatty's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Did I hear wrongly? You're giving such a precious metal to me? Lin Xian said. You didn't hear wrongly. We hit it off at first sight. Aren't we brothers? Besides, you helped me get rid of a few sages just now. You saved my life. Why can't I give it to you, brother? You're the one who saved my life. The fatty's eyes lit up. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the treasure box and the token over. The fatty was so excited that he was about to cry. Damn it. From now on, you're my brother. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to me through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. The fatty's face was covered in tears and snot. Good. Lin Xian smiled. He was indeed smiling in satisfaction. The two of them drank until it was very late before they left. The fatty insisted on bringing Lin Xian to his palace. Lin Xian happily agreed. The group sat on the war chariot. The three-tailed heavenly hound roared and flew quickly in the sky. Finally, they arrived at a majestic palace. Don't look at how the fatty wasn't valued in the clan. No matter what, he was still the young master of the Nine Nether clan. Hence, his residence was truly magnificent. After arranging for Lin Xian to stay in a quiet hall, Fatty arrived. Bro, do you want me to find you two beauties to play with? They are really the best. Lin Xian shook his head. No need, oh, I know. Fatty glanced at Fantasy, who was beside him, with an expression that said I understand. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Fatty hugged the two beauties beside him and left in a drunken state. After Fatty left, Lin Xian and Fantasy also entered. They closed the door and activated the array. The drunkenness in Lin Xian's eyes completely disappeared. Fantasy beside him also said, Palace Master, it seems like our plan is very successful. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. In the following period of time I will get close to Fatty. When the time comes, it should not be a problem for us to attend the birthday banquet. Wait until we meet that living fossil? Then we can think of a way to get in touch with him and let him modify the sacred artifact. Fantasy frowned. Palace Master, will he agree? After all, sacred artifacts are not ordinary things. They are very rare. Even saints might not necessarily have them. If there are no special circumstances, I think that living fossil will not easily make a move. Don't worry, I have a way. I can make him provide us with materials and metals for free to create a real sacred artifact. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Fantasy beside him was very curious. However, she did not continue to ask and retreated to the side. Then, the two of them began to rest. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He naturally had his ways. He did not know much about refining artifacts, but he knew about alchemy. In the Pill Sage's notes, there was a type of spiritual medicine that could definitely move this living fossil star. The Pill Sage's notes were something he had obtained from the illusionary divine furnace. They were notes written by many Pill Sages. There were a large number of pill formulas inside. Among them, there were some that had miraculous effects. One of them was an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. Lin Xian had cultivated this type of elixir before. However, that grade did not have much effect on the saint realm. What Lin Xian wanted to refine this time was a pill that targeted the sage level. Furthermore, it could increase the lifespan of a saint by 100 years. 100 years might seem short, but for living fossils, it was extremely fatal. Because to them, 3 to 5 months was already a luxury. Therefore, 100 years of lifespan was definitely an endless temptation. Lin Xian planned to use this as his trump card. He didn't believe that this living fossil of the Nine Nether tribe wouldn't be moved. However, it wasn't easy to forge a pill that could increase one's lifespan. Not only did it require a high forging technique, but it also required a high forging technique. Not only was the refining process required, but the medicinal ingredients were also very strict. Therefore, Lin Xian had to prepare well. Once he was done, he would be able to obtain a sage artifact in the future. In comparison, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Outside the mansion, a few figures flashed and arrived at another hall. Reporting to the third young master, the situation has been investigated. The other party does indeed have that item. A man in black knelt on the ground with one knee. In front of him stood a figure with his back facing him. It was a man in a white robe. He was tall and slender. He didn't even turn his head. Oh, my foolish younger brother actually managed to obtain that item? What a surprise. However, he didn't have a chance to turn the situation around. He had to find someone to snatch the item. Yes. The martial artist who was kneeling on the ground like a ghost replied respectfully. However, he soon looked up and asked, what if the other party tries to stop me? Humph. Kill. A cold voice sounded, and countless facial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The ghostly figure who was kneeling on the ground had disappeared. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the mansion. There were no lights on Lin Xian's side, but on the other side, the fatty's side was brightly lit. After all, he was a half-sage, so he still had the energy to do that. There were 50 to 60 beautiful women in the room, and most of them were close to the Dao realm. These women were playing with the fatty, and the fatty was drinking and playing at the same time. It was really carefree. Buzz, suddenly, the void cracked, and a terrifying sword light shot towards the fatty. The beautiful women screamed in fear and quickly fled. The fatty was so scared that his fat trembled. He rolled and smashed through the void to escape. However, this sword strike still left a gash on his back, almost splitting him into two halves. Ah! The fatty roared like a pig being slaughtered. The armor on his body was split open, and his eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, someone come. Someone attacked me. Kill him. There was the sound of something breaking through the air outside, and terrifying energy surged, but soon, the sound of fighting could be heard. Obviously, there was more than one killer. Stupid pig, no one will save you. Hand over the item and I'll spare your life. What item, damn it? The fatty stood up and gritted his teeth. The cracks on his body had already healed. Terrifying law fragments danced around him. That assassin was like a ghost, constantly twisting and distorting, hiding in the void. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. Another biting cold sword light pierced through everything and slashed towards the fatty's arm. Damn it, how dare you have designs on my storage ring? Do you want to die? The fatty was also angry. The other party seemed to be after his storage ring. His storage ring contained most of his wealth, and the 3,000 green ancestral gold that he had just obtained today was also here. Could it be that the news had been exposed? Who was it? His brother? No. His brother would not go back on his word if he gave him something. Then, which 3 sages were it? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, how dare you have designs on me? I'm so angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a black shadow. It was a hammer that looked like a piece of rotten wood. It looked very ugly, but the moment it appeared, it brought with it terrifying power. It directly shattered the void. That assassin was also sent flying in an instant. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? So what if you're a sage? I'll still kill you. Kill. After the fatty threw out the wooden hammer, he threw out a gourd, which released endless black water. It was as if the water of hell was circling around him. Although the fatty was a half-sage, he was still the young master of the abysmal tribe. He had many Dharma treasures on him. In an instant, he took out 3 or 4 Dharma treasures. Each of them was extremely powerful, even if the other party's killer was a sage. But very quickly, another assassin appeared in the void. His terrifying sword of slaughter once again slashed towards Fatty. Fatty activated his weapons to block the attack. He could still deal with 1 Slayer Saint, but if 2 came, Fatty obviously couldn't handle it. He was forced to retreat. He could only summon his weapons to defend himself. But it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you kill me? I am from the 9 Netherbird tribe. If you kill me, the 9 Netherbird tribe will not let you off, Fatty roared in anger. At the same time, he activated his strength and spread it in all directions. King Hell, send someone here for me. Come and protect me, humph. It's useless. No one can save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The 2 assassin sages attacked mercilessly. One assassin sage knocked away the wooden hammer, while the other knocked away the black gourd. At the same time, the 2 assassin sages attacked Fatty with their killing array. Fatty was left with a pagoda above his head. If the pagoda was knocked away, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the killing array. Clang, the pagoda was struck by the sword chi and shook non-stop. The Fatty was also sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Hundreds of attacks came at him again. Fatty tried his best to block them. But cracks appeared on the pagoda. He could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Stop. I'll give you something. Fatty was scared out of his wits. He estimated that his pagoda would be destroyed in a few more attacks. So, he took out the 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold from his storage room and threw it to his opponent. Humph, the assassin sage sneered. It's too late. Go to hell, the terrifying sword of slaughter rushed over like a murderous dragon. Fatty's pupils shrank. Oh no. Am I going to die here? Boom, a golden palm descended from the sky and landed in front of him, shattering the sword of slaughter into pieces. At the same time, with another move, the slaughter saint was smashed into pieces. Who is it? The other assassin sage was shocked. Is there an expert here? Fatty laughed proudly. Humph. This is the territory of the 9 Netherbird tribe. How dare you come here to kill me? Just wait to be killed. Whoosh, that killer saint instantly disappeared into the void. It seemed like he wanted to leave now that his attack had failed. However, as soon as he disappeared, he was slapped out by a large golden hand. It was a giant golden hand that shattered the void in all directions. Even Killer Saint was smashed into pieces and fell to the ground, his face filled with terror. A figure walked in from outside. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Who are you? Killer Saint's face was filled with fear. He did not expect that the one who attacked was actually a young man. Brother Xian, it's you. The fatty was also stunned. He originally thought that it was an elder of his 9 Nether clan, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. I was originally cultivating, but I didn't expect that a great battle would break out here. I was just about to come over to take a look when that happened. Did I hurt you? Lin Xian asked. Fatty shook his head. Almost. If I had come a little later, I would have become a wandering ghost, don't worry. Since you saved me once, I'll help you this time too. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the other party. That killer saint wanted to run, but he was knocked to the ground several times. In the end, the golden hand pinned him to the ground. Lin Xian asked. Do you want to search his soul? All right, I'll see who dares to attack me. The fatty gritted his teeth. The next step was to search his soul. The result of the search made the fatty's face turn green. Damn it. He thought that it was the 3 sages of Jibao Pavilion who wanted to attack him. But the result was completely different. It was his third brother Xian, damn it. It's those bastards from his family, those people were just bullying him previously. To think that they would try to kill him this time. It seemed like the news of the 3,000 ancestral green gold had been leaked. Those people were afraid that you would be favored, so they tried to kill you. Lin Xian said slowly after slapping the killer saint to death with a single slap. The people in the hall had been killed, and the battle outside had calmed down. Dreamy walked in and said to Lin Xian, young master, it's all settled. There were also terrifying experts outside, but with Dreamy's help, no one could escape. Lin Xian nodded. Dreamy stood behind him. At this time, the fatty said, brother, you saved my life again. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Do you want to find a hidden place and wait for the old man's birthday to come out? Damn it, I can't take this lying down. The fatty gritted his teeth, but then he sighed. Third brother is very strong. He has many experts under him. I'm not his match at all. So, we'd better be patient for a while. The next few days were peaceful. There was still some time before the old man's birthday. And more experts came to Alchemy Valley. On this day, Lin Xian found the fatty again and asked, is there a bigger spiritual elixir hall here? I need a few precious spiritual elixirs. What kind of spiritual elixirs? I'll help you ask. The fatty asked his subordinates to ask around, and soon the news came back. He said, brother, these spiritual elixirs of yours are really precious. Those big spiritual elixir halls don't have them. But don't worry, I've already found them. They're not in the spiritual elixir hall, but somewhere else. Somewhere else, where? Battle Saint Palace. Battle Saint Palace, what kind of place was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The fatty chuckled, brother, come with me. Battle Saint Palace was a magical place. It was a martial artist's heaven, and also a place for fighting. It was also a place for all kinds of treasures to exchange. There were some unexpected treasures in the market, and even some treasures obtained from robberies and assassinations. It couldn't be helped. Normally, if one took them out, they would be hunted down by some big families. But there was nothing to worry about here. The treasures here were not for trading, but for fighting. Treasures of similar levels were used as wagers, and then the two sides fought. The winner would get the treasures of the other side. The two spiritual elixirs that Lin Xian needed had appeared in Battle Saint Palace before. However, they were in the hands of others. If Lin Xian wanted to get them, he would have to fight with the other side. Lin Xian heard about these things from the fatty on the way here. After hearing it, his eyes flickered. Fight? Were they not afraid that the gap between them would be too big? For example, a small saint or a holy venerable would appear. If so, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? Brother, you don't have to worry about this. Small saints and holy venerables are not important. Once they appear, they would be recognized immediately. If such people fought here, the news would probably spread all over the city the next day. They couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, even if a small saint appeared, it would be a small saint against a small saint. They wouldn't attack other saints. So, you don't have to worry about this. However, there would definitely be a gap. There would often be a first heaven saint against a second heaven saint. The Battle Saint Palace had a great background. It had a place for battles and there were more than 10 arenas. Those arenas were either passed down from the ancient times, or they were set up by peerless saints. Even a battle between minor saints wouldn't be able to destroy them here. It could be said that there was no need to worry about fighting here. Of course, it was only limited to the arenas. Fighting outside the arenas was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one would be killed on the spot by the people of the Battle Saint Palace. It was rumored that there were at least 2 minor saints in the Battle Saint Palace. Moreover, it was rumored that there was the shadow of a sacred sovereign behind them. It could be said that ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, not even saints. It was obvious that it wasn't Fatty's first time here, so he was very familiar with the place. When his 3-tailed heavenly hound stopped in the air, a group of people came down. When Lin Xian came down, he looked around and exclaimed. When he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion, he had heard countless war chariots, spiritual boats, and demonic beasts. But compared to this place, it wasn't even half as good. This place was even more majestic and extravagant. Moreover, there were so many of them that they filled the sky. One could imagine how many experts came to the Battle Saint Palace. Young Master Yun hadn't come here for a long time. Fatty's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, Fatty's identity was also here. These days, he was locked up in the clan and couldn't come out. Today, I brought my brother here. Hurry up and show me your treasures. My brother is going to show off his skills. After that day, Fatty was full of confidence. In his opinion, no one in the first heaven could be Lin Xian's opponent. As long as he didn't meet anyone in the second heaven, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, someone brought over a list. On it were the treasures that had appeared before and the number of the arenas. Brother, look, the 2 spiritual herbs you want are on the list. Fatty handed over the list. Lin Xian glanced at it and was delighted. Indeed, the 2 spiritual herbs he wanted were on the list. As expected of the Battle Saint Palace. Spiritual herbs that were so hard to find were basically extinct in the outside world. But here they could be found without any effort. Arena number 7, let's go. Fatty led the way in front while Lin Xian and Fantasy followed behind him. They walked towards stage 7. At this moment, a battle was going on in Arena 7. Moreover, the battle was extremely intense. Around the ancient fighting ring, there were many palaces and pavilions floating in the sky. Within the palaces, there were many figures sitting cross-legged. His head was towering. After Fatty arrived, he went to a room as well. They climbed up the ladder and arrived at a palace. Fine wine and delicacies had already been placed on the table, waiting for them. There were also beautiful maids serving them. The moment Fatty sat down, he smiled and enjoyed the food. But when he looked down at the arena, he jumped up abruptly. F***ck, not good. What? Lin Xian asked. Fatty said, damn it, bro, look at the battle below. One of the things that is being held down is the spirit medicine that you want. If he lost, it would be transferred to someone else. What? Lin Xian was astonished and looked carefully. Indeed, he found that the spirit medicine was being used as a bet. The person who was holding down the spirit medicine was currently at a disadvantage. Could it be that he was going to lose? Not long after, that person was indeed sent flying. He was defeated miserably. He really lost. Lin Xian's expression changed. Fatty also cursed. Then, he said, "Bro, wait here, I'll go and talk to him." "Who is it?" After a while, Fatty returned. This time, his expression was even more depressed. F*ck, it was actually third brother's men. Third brother? Someone from the Joyo family. Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he calmed down. Now that he knew who had the spirit medicine, things would be easier. He looked at Fatty and said, "Brother Yun, do you want revenge?" "Of course, I do. I've been thinking about it all the time. However, third brother has many experts by his side. I heard that he brought many powerful characters this time. I'm not their match." "Why, do you want to fight with them?" "Yes, he's your enemy. Perhaps the thing you want is also in his hands. Naturally, you can't avoid a fight. I have an idea. I don't know if you trust me." "Brother, how can I not trust you?" "Alright, isn't he suppressing you? Then he must want to snatch the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. If we take out the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager, it will definitely attract their attention. At that time, we'll let them use the spirit medicine as a wager. I'll beat up their people. Not only can I help you vent your anger, but I can also win back the spirit medicine. This is a win-win situation. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager." Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. "What a big deal." He said, "Brother, it's not that I'm sad for this piece of metal, and it's not that I don't trust you. If it's someone of the same level, I believe that no one can beat you. However, they will definitely send out a second heaven sage. At that time, not only will you lose, but you might also be seriously injured." Lin Xian waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't care about a second heaven sage. Just do as we say. Alright, let's go all out. Beat them up ruthlessly for me." Fatty gritted his teeth and went down to prepare. Not long after, the news of 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager spread. Exclamations sounded one after another. That was metal used to forge saint artifacts. It was actually taken out. As expected, Battle Sage Palace was extraordinary. In one of the halls, a man in white had a cold expression. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold, it was old sixth. He actually came and recklessly took out this thing. What, did he want to take a gamble? "Third young master, do you want us to make a move?" The sage beside him smiled and said. The others also smiled, their eyes shining. Third young master waved his folding fan and said indifferently. "Old sixth doesn't know what's good for him, so don't blame me for being impolite." His tone suddenly changed, and his expression became serious. That day, none of the people we sent to assassinate Old Sixth returned. They must have died. When did an expert come to his side? Moreover, since the other party dared to be so arrogant and take out that kind of metal as a wager, it means that he must have an expert by his side. Just in case, let's send a second heaven sage. Yes, I know what to do. An old man beside him respectfully went down to prepare. Soon, a piece of news broke out in the arena, causing the people in the surrounding pavilions to be surprised. At the same time, they were incomparably excited. These people were also extraordinary. Soon, they found out that the one who had 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold was actually Joyo Xiaoyun of the Joyo clan. And his opponent was also the third young master of the Joyo clan. This was actually a battle between two clans, and it was a battle between two young masters. Instantly, it attracted the attention of countless people. Damn it, they took the bait. Brother, help me kill them later. Fatty gritted his teeth and couldn't wait. Don't worry, I have the same intention. Third young master, they want us to use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Let's use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since the other party has taken out 3,000 ancestral green gold, it's not a loss for us to use the nightmare flower. Moreover, we will definitely not lose this time. The people on third young master's side sneered. Soon, someone walked out. When the nightmare flower was taken out as a wager, Lin Xian had already left the stage. When the people on the other side came out, the surrounding people exclaimed, "Heavens! It's someone from the second heaven." They sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian, a first heaven sage. "It's over, it's over. We made the wrong bet this time. As expected, the gap between us is too big. Sixth brother can't beat third brother." Discussions rang out one after another. Aside from these two parties, the others could also suppress their bets. However, there were very few people who wanted to suppress Fatty from the beginning because they thought that Fatty wouldn't be able to defeat third young master. Now, it seemed that they were right. A first heaven sage against a second heaven sage had no chance of turning the tables. "I was wondering what kind of expert you were, but it turns out that you're just a first heaven trash. I'm really not interested," the man on the other side said coldly. "Kid, if you don't want to die, admit defeat obediently. I'll accept your 3,000 ancestral green gold." Lin Xian wasn't angry when he heard that. He said indifferently, "If you want it, you can take it away after defeating me. However, I don't think you have the chance. You're courting death." The man was furious. The armor on his body bloomed with an incomparable light. His entire person became incomparably powerful, like a god fiend. He took a step forward, and his body shone with boundless light. It turned into sword chi and slashed forward. The attack of a second heaven sage. The sword chi carried mysterious Tao patterns and tore through heaven and earth. The others felt their scalps go numb when they saw that. People of the same level might not be able to withstand such an attack. Not to mention that the opponent was a first heaven sage. Buzz, Lin Xian pushed his palm forward. Golden flames danced like suns, they kept spinning in the sky. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. The two of them clashed fiercely in the sky. Every strike contained the power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that this arena was an ancient arena that could withstand their attacks, it would have long been torn apart. In fact, half of the world would be destroyed. The flames in the sky were incomparable. Lin Xian stood in the midst of the flames like a god of fire. He looked ahead and said indifferently, "I've said it before, it's impossible for you to defeat me." "Damn brat, don't be so arrogant." On the other side, the second heaven sage let out a furious roar. His face was incomparably dark. He couldn't even take down a first celestial layer brat? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man was not simple. This was a battle beyond one's cultivation level. If one wasn't a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to do so. Kill, the saint of the second heaven was also enraged. The light on his body was incomparable. Countless laws intertwined to form a sword of the great path, which fell mercilessly. Sword traversing 9 heavens, the sword light shone like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It had an incomparable power that could cut through everything in the world. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. His fist swept in all directions. The entire world was trembling, and the ancient arena was shaking non-stop. In the end, the opponent's sword of the great path was shattered into pieces. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. "You've lost." Lin Xian's voice was cold. A bloody hole appeared on the body of the saint of the second heaven. He looked very miserable. He healed quickly and gritted his teeth. "Bullshit, I haven't lost yet. Go to hell, brat." A ray of immortal light rushed out from between his eyebrows. It quickly intertwined and formed a palace. The palace that looked like an immortal palace floated in the sky. It carried an incomparably vast aura and suppressed Lin Xian. "You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't admit defeat, I'll beat you until you do." Lin Xian's face darkened. The flames on his body were dancing. They turned into streaks of sword chi that shot into the sky. At this moment, the sword chi swept across the 9 heavens like raging waves hitting the shore, making everyone's hair stand on end. It was as if they were not facing a saint of the first heaven, but a peerless sword god. Lin Xian's eyes also became incomparably bright. No one could look directly at them. 9 suns opened the sky, he clasped his hands together, and a sword light flew out and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, the laws kept dancing, and the entire world was quickly collapsing. This sword was much more terrifying than the path sword that the opponent had condensed before. It immediately slashed the celestial palace. With a boom, the celestial palace was sent flying. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. His body split open, and he let out a miserable cry. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. The others were in an uproar. Did he lose? It was hard to believe that a saint of the second heaven was defeated by a saint of the first heaven. He won. He actually won. I'm not dreaming, am I? Fatty's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he did not have much hope, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Dreamy stood there, her eyes flickering, and the corners of her mouth raised into a faint smile. She had been following Lin Xian these days and had long known how terrifying Lin Xian was. She did not think much of a saint of the second heaven. In another hall, the third young master was going crazy. How is this possible? The third young master suddenly stood up. His face was ashen, and he was no longer as calm as before. The powerhouses beside him were also dumbfounded. Damn it, how did that guy do it? Could it be that he has a mysterious weapon on him? Did he bring a sacred artifact? Voices of surprise sounded. If it was a sacred artifact, they could explain it. However, many of the saints' faces were gloomy. They did not see a sacred artifact. Perhaps it was hidden in his body. These people did not believe that he could defeat a saint of the second heaven with his own strength. Below, Lin Xian had defeated a saint of the second heaven and obtained the nightmare flower. She had kept it for him. Great, there's still one more spiritual herb. Then I can refine pills that can increase the lifespan of a saint. Damn brat, you want to leave just like that? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the third young master. The third young master of the Abyss family. Lin Xian also stopped and looked at the white-clothed young man in the sky as he asked in an indifferent tone. Oh, you want to stop me? Don't tell me you don't know the rules of the Battle Saint Palace? Brat, don't use the Battle Saint Palace to pressure me. I know the rules here, and I will not break them. Moreover, I know the rules better than you. Do you dare to join forces? Join forces. This was also a gambling method. That meant that if one side lost, they could continue to bet. However, because it was a team battle, the bets were doubled. If one lost, they would lose double. It could be said that it was very exciting and moving. Fatty jumped out and hurriedly said, "Brother, come back quickly. Don't bet with them. They'll definitely be ruthless." He naturally knew his third brother's personality. He would definitely not let Lin Xian go. Sixth brother, you're not bad. You actually dare to go against me. Looks like you don't know what's good for you. The white-robed young master stared at Fatty. Fatty's expression changed and he snorted coldly. Third brother, admit it if you're not as good as me. What? Are you going to play dirty tricks on me? Seeing the two young masters of the big families fighting openly and secretly, the others were also interested. They wondered how the situation would change. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It's not impossible. Of course, unless you can take out the sunset fruit. What? The sunset fruit? What kind of precious spirit herb is that? Many people were shocked. This young man is really greedy. The people on third young master's side also frowned. Third young master snorted coldly. Unfortunately, I do have one of those things. Kid, you're a man of your word. He flipped his hand and took out a fruit. The fruit was like a sun that was about to set in the mountains. It had the beauty of a sunset. Seeing the fruit, the others were shocked. As expected of third young master. He even has such a precious spirit fruit. Lin Xian was also shocked. That thing is also in his hands? Great, it seems that it's easy to get it. Third young master is really a gift to me. Alright, according to the rules, use the sunset fruit and other things as the bet. I'll bet with you. Damn, are you going to play big? Fatty's mouth twitched. He wanted to remind them, but he was stopped by fantasy. Don't worry, the temple master will be fine. On the other side, third young master also revealed a cold smile. Are you willing to bet? That's good. I promise you that I'll make you regret your decision. How did you eat my treasure? I'll make you spit it out 10 times more. I'll go. Another figure walked out. It was a muscular man who looked like King Kong. Third young master looked at him and nodded. Alright, take 2 more Dharma treasures. You can use them when necessary. Jin Gang took 2 magic treasures and put them away. With a stomp of his foot, he descended from the palace like a god of war. When he landed on the arena, the entire world shook. King Kong, it was actually him. Oh no, this guy is also a second heaven sage, and his cultivation is even stronger than the previous one. Not only that, the third young master must be prepared this time. Vedra must have a weapon refined by the Netherworld clan. That person's weapon would definitely be able to increase the opponent's combat strength. I say, that kid is dead for sure, brat, prepare to die. As soon as King Kong landed, he roared and rushed over. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged over. What a powerful physique. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with a piercingly cold light. He felt his blood boiling as he also let out a cold shout and charged over. As the two of them collided, their powerful auras tore countless large cracks in the sky and earth. Following that, the two of them continued to attack. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning were colliding between heaven and earth. Every strike struck fear into the hearts of the others. Too fast. The two of them were really too fast. It was a pure physical collision. Damn it, is that kid's physical body that powerful too? They were about to go crazy. Impossible, this brat must be wearing some kind of terrifying battle armor. Just wait and see. He is definitely not a match for King Kong. The people on the third young master's side gritted their teeth. After more than 100 exchanges, the two of them finally separated, blood dripped from the sky and landed on the arena, causing the arena to tremble. That was the blood of a sage, which could pierce through the void. He was injured, the people on the third young master's side sneered. I told you, he's definitely not King Kong's. Before they could finish their sentence, they were stunned because they realized that King Kong was the one who was injured. King Kong's hands were broken. Not only that, but his arms were also full of cracks. How was that possible? The people around them screamed crazily. Where was that kid? That kid should have been beaten to a pulp. They hurriedly looked over. He was fine. He was actually fine, that's right. Lin Xian stood there, and the light on his body was still the same. He was not injured. In a contest of physique, King Kong was actually at a disadvantage. That was really unbelievable. King Kong's body trembled. His face was also full of fear. Previously, he was still disdainful of his opponent. However, after exchanging blows, he knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him could not be described with common sense. He could not defeat his opponent, but he would not admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and roared. His broken arms quickly recovered. Then, he said coldly. Kid, you're very strong. However, you have no chance of winning this battle. Because I still have a trump card. After King Kong finished speaking, he took out a weapon from his storage ring. It was a black weapon. The moment that weapon appeared, it brought with it an extremely cold aura that spread out in all directions. This time everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. His mind was a little blank. Why did the weapon feel so cold? It was a murderous weapon. Why did it look so similar to the legendary Great Spear of Destruction? Screams rang out in the Battle Sage Palace. Could it be the Great Spear of Destruction? But why was that weapon in his hands? Although King Kong was strong, he did not have the Great Spear of Destruction. Lin Xian was also stunned. Indeed, when King Kong took out the weapon, he was stunned. King Kong's weapon was indeed 70% similar to the Great Spear of Destruction. However, he was certain that it was not the Great Spear of Destruction because the real one was in his hands. Lin Xian asked. That should be a replica, right? That's right. It was a replica. However, it was a replica made by an elder of the Nine Nether tribe. Although its power was not as strong as the real Great Spear of Destruction, it was not far off. Kid, do you think you can win against such a demonic weapon? No matter how strong your body is, can you withstand it? So it was a replica of the Great Spear of Destruction. Everyone was shocked. However, some of the older generation experts nodded. The Nine Nether tribe had made many weapons. Among them, there were many replicas of sacred weapons. They had even made replicas of earth weapons. Rumor had it that the Nine Nether tribe still had a replica of a weapon. It was made of extremely precious metals that took tens of thousands of years and countless generations to make. Although it was not as good as an extreme weapon, it was much stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. This was also the reason why the Nine Nether tribe was so prosperous and no one dared to provoke them. You want to hurt me with a mere replica? He indeed had the confidence to say such words. However, King Kong sneered. Arrogant fellow, I'll let you experience the power of this demonic weapon. Xianxia took a step forward. Like an ancient god of war, the aura on his body rose without limit. Streaks of murderous sword chi shot out from his body, and the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains that spun under his feet. His opponent's aura had increased again. King Kong took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent if his opponent's aura grew. Kill, with an angry roar, he moved the demonic weapon in his hand. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire space could not withstand the might of the demonic weapon. A black shadow swept towards Lin Xian like a divine chain. Lin Xian made his move as well. His 5 elemental laws danced non-stop as 5 elemental sword chi. Soared into the sky. Clang! Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out, causing everyone's ears to bleed. That terrifying demonic weapon could easily pierce through a saint in the second heaven. However, it was unable to move forward in the slightest in the face of this sword chi. It was beaten to the point of trembling. Even King Kong's perlicue was cracked. This scene was simply too frightening. These nomological sword chi were too powerful. What kind of nomological sword chi was this? He was just a first heaven sage. How could he comprehend the laws to such an extent? At this moment, the older generation sages were all dumbfounded. They found it hard to imagine that there was such a powerful law in the world. Ah! Devils roar to the heavens, King Kong roared as the demonic weapon in his hand exploded with unparalleled power and stabbed forward. It pierced through the heavens, wanting to pierce a hole through Lin Xian. Throughout the entire process, demonic clouds surged, ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. It was as if this world had turned into a demonic world. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an incomparable light. He raised his arm, and a clanging sound rang out. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like the cry of a sword. A terrifying 5 forms divine sword condensed in his hand. Although it was a sword of laws, it was comparable to a divine weapon. As the sword slashed down, the stars were destroyed, and the sun and moon collapsed. This sword was truly too frightening. Everyone felt as if a peerless sword shadow had flashed past their minds. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Clang! A world-shaking sound rang out as the demonic artifact was sent flying. The Vajra arm split open once again, making it impossible to catch it all. The demonic weapon was sent flying by the sword aura, and it directly slashed at King Kong, enveloping him. His entire body was split into 2 halves. Saint blood dyed the arena red, and the entire arena in the valley exuded a desolate aura. All sorts of headless corpses and illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in the surroundings. It was clear that this arena had experienced countless battles. Now that it was stained with sacred blood, it triggered a phenomenon. Even the replica of the Great Spear of Destruction couldn't suppress him? Everyone was dumbfounded. The people on Third Young Master's side couldn't believe it either. Third Young Master's eyelids were twitching wildly. Damn it, how could this be? Where did old Six find such a person? He was about to go crazy. A saint beside him comforted him. Third Young Master, don't be angry. Vajra hasn't lost yet. He still has a magic treasure that he hasn't used yet. That's right, he still had the holy battle armor. His current attack power was enough to contend against the enemy. It was just that his defense power couldn't keep up. However, if he activated the holy battle armor, then he would have no weaknesses. As expected, Vajra's 2 halves quickly healed. At the same time, a battle armor appeared on his body. A black battle armor instantly enveloped his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. As soon as the battle armor appeared, a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone screamed. Holy battle armor, this was the pride of the Netherworld tribe. It seemed like Third Young Master attached great importance to this battle. Not only did he give Vajra the replica of the Great Spear of Destruction, he even gave him the holy battle armor. Brat, you have completely angered me. I will never let you go. You definitely won't be able to break through my defense now. Vajra grabbed the demonic weapon once again and charged over. He was like a black demon god, emitting a cold aura from head to toe. Oh no, Brother Xian is really in danger. Fatty couldn't sit still anymore. The replica of the demonic weapon had already made his scalp numb. Now that he had taken out the holy battle armor, he couldn't believe that anyone could turn the tables. Saints below the 3rd heaven might not be able to break this battle armor. This was already an invincible position in the innate realm, holy battle armor? Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he sneered. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of that battle armor. So what, looking at the figure charging over, he didn't dodge at all. This scene made the others dumbfounded. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. The moment Vajra brandished the demonic weapon, he activated stellar transposition. Buzz, the black demonic weapon reversed at an unbelievable angle and pierced through Vajra's eyes. A miserable sound rang out as King Kong rolled in the sky, letting out a miserable shriek. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what's going on? They didn't see it clearly at all. Vajra was so powerful and was wearing the holy battle armor, but he was injured in one move. What did that brat do? It was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. It wasn't too fast, but he didn't even make a move. Damn it, it's so strange. Those saints felt their hair stand on end. Was this the same as the legends? Wasn't this an immortal technique? They were all stunned. Third Young Master's people were also dumbfounded. This was impossible. They held it in for a long time before they could make such a sound. To be honest, they couldn't believe it. That was because they were wearing the holy battle armor and holding a replica demonic weapon. Who below the 3rd heaven could compete with them? They couldn't imagine that the holy stone armor only revealed a pair of eyes, but Vajra took the opportunity and pierced through the eyes. Furthermore, it was pierced through by the demonic weapon. Was Vajra trying to commit suicide? They wouldn't know what was going on even if they were beaten to death. Lin Xian ignored them and said coldly, "Admit defeat, or you'll definitely die." Admit defeat. Vajra had no choice but to admit defeat. Great, the setting sun fruit is in my hands. If Vajra lost, he would have to pay double the bet. After Lin Xian passed, he put away the sunset fruit. As for the rest of the bet, he gave everything to Fatty. Fatty laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. Ha 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 ha, brother, you're awesome. Let's go eat the demon saint's meat later. After winning a large sum of money, they could really afford to eat the demon saint's meat. Do you still want to bet? Lin Xian looked at the 3rd Young Master with a smile. The 3rd Young Master's face was instantly filled with anger. Damn it, were they being targeted? Damn it, did they really think they were fat sheep? They had never been provoked in such a way before, and they were furious. Fight it out with him, what do you have? Even Vajra wasn't a match for him. This person was very confident. If anyone else heard this, they would be shocked. Even King Kong with 2 terrifying weapons could not defeat this person. Who would dare to say such words now? However, the 3rd Young Master and the others were delighted. They quickly turned around and looked behind them. There were a few figures sitting behind them. One of them had a smile on his face. He was the one who spoke. Young Master Long, are you really going to fight? The 3rd Young Master was also pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked forward. The young man who spoke was very handsome. However, there were many scales on his forehead. From afar, it looked like a mysterious Tao pattern. Dragons. This person was from the dragons. If the third young master is willing to bet again, I can bet with that person. Great. Hearing this, the third young master smiled. The surrounding sages also smiled. Young Master Long was an expert from the Dragon Valley. Yes, if young Master Long fights, we will be safe. This person was from the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley was also here. What were they here for? Were they here to celebrate the birthday or for some other reason? It was not only the Dragon Valley. The 8 Desolate Lightning and the Dark Moon Temple were also here. It seemed like they had other plans. Since young Master Long is willing to fight, I will bet again. The third young master also regained his confidence. He stood up and said in a cold voice. He had made a bet in a row. When the news spread, everyone in the Battle Sage Palace was stunned. He wanted to bet again. Heavens, the third young master was really generous. In a joint fight, the bet would be 3 times the usual. This was not an ordinary 3 times, because the stakes were all extremely precious items, and any one of them would cause countless people's eyes to turn red with envy. 3 times, this was definitely a shocking amount. When the fatty heard this, he was also stunned. F***ck. What was his third brother trying to do? Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he still had a trump card, or had he gone crazy from the shock? It would be best if he went crazy. This way, they would have 3 times the usual amount of treasures. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Since someone had come to give him treasures, why would he not accept it? Therefore, he still stood in the arena. At the same time, he was curious. Who was going to fight him? Was it a third heaven sage, or an even more powerful expert? The others were also discussing. Who was it? Many people even guessed that it was a veteran expert. That was impossible. Although they could win this way, they would lose face. Yes, the third young master was a person who valued his reputation. Everyone was confused. But soon, they saw a figure walking out of the third young master's palace. When they saw the figure, they were extremely shocked. Young man, it was actually a young man who walked out. They were surprised that he wasn't an expert of the older generation. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was someone from the dragon race. Naturally, they also saw the dragon tattoo on his forehead. It was a purple dragon tattoo. Looking from afar, it looked like a purple auspicious cloud with a terrifying aura. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew about this. Recently, countless experts had entered the Alchemy Valley. Therefore, the Battle Sage Palace had reached a peak. Many experts had entered, and there had been a 5-match winning streak. One of them had won 5 matches in a row, causing a huge uproar. They did not expect it to be Long Zi. Nothing would go wrong if he took action. Yes, they did not expect the third young master to be able to invite him. 5-match winning streak. That kid was dead meat. Yes, no matter how strong that kid was, he had only won 2 matches in a row. How could he win 5 matches in a row? Moreover, Long Zi was a member of the Dragons. Gasps of surprise rang out one after another. The fatty's face also became incomparably ugly. Damn, it's actually him. How could this be? How did the third brother know him? He could not believe it. Fantasy, who was beside him, frowned. Is it the Dragon Valley again? Why are they here? Lin Xian was also stunned. The Dragon Valley people? The first thought that came to his mind was not that the opponent had won 5 matches in a row, but that he had been exposed. Were they here to capture him? However, the other party's expression was arrogant, cold, and disdainful. They did not look like they were here to capture him. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not recognize him, which meant that they were not here to capture him. They must have other motives. Did the Dragon Valley come alone, or did they come together with the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian did not know about this yet. However, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. I did not expect to meet an opponent like you in the Battle Sage Palace. I admit that you are quite strong. Long Zi said coldly. Unfortunately, I won 5 matches in a row. You are no match for me at all. Also, I will not give you a chance to admit defeat. As long as you stand in this arena, I will make you wish you were dead. Long Zi's methods were cruel. Anyone who fought with him would either be killed or severely injured. Hearing this, the third young master's people sneered. After killing this person, there should be no one left on the sixth young master's side. At that time, he would be in control. Lin Xian also laughed. Are the people of the Dragon Valley still so arrogant? It seems that you have not suffered enough in the past. I heard that the Dragon Valley had suffered a great loss in the Void Ocean. Later on, you were beaten up by Lin Wudi. Why, instead of going back obediently, you dare to come out and show off? Aren't you afraid that Lin Wudi will come looking for you? Damn brat, you are courting death. Long Zi's face turned ugly. This matter was indeed a disgrace to the Dragon Valley. However, who dared to mention it in front of him? Someone did not know what was good for him. The surrounding people were also stunned. Is this brat trying to provoke the other party? Is he tired of living? Humph, what bullshit T Lin Wudi? He's just using despicable means. In a head-on battle, he is no match for the experts of the Dragon Valley. If Lin Wudi dares to come here today, I can kill him with one hand. Long Zi exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Don't care about Lin Wudi, I will kill you today. Buzz, Long Zi exuded a terrifying murderous aura, and there was even a low dragon roar. His fists could move, and each of them carried the shadow of a dragon. These attacks were all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely vicious. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and clenched his fists. His golden palm carried the laws of the 5 elements, and the roar of a dragon came from his body. He punched out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone in Battle Sage Palace was stunned. They had seen the most unbelievable scene. Even the people on the third young master's side were about to kneel down. Fatty also jumped up, his face full of shock. Because Long Zi was blown apart by a single punch. That's right, he was blown apart by a single punch. Lin Xian's fist carried an unparalleled power, directly shattering all of the other party's attacks. Moreover, it landed heavily on the other party's body, causing the other party's body to break into pieces. The miserable sound pulled everyone from their dreams back to reality. Then, their scalps went numb. What kind of punch was that? It was too terrifying. Why do I feel that even a third heaven saint would not be able to take it? Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Long Zi roared and quickly healed. The purple dragon scales on his forehead shone with an unparalleled light. Instantly, bolts of lightning burst out from his forehead and filled the sky. The destructive aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Lin Xian snorted and reached out his hand, slapping over. This time, he did not hold back. With one strike, he smashed the other party's forehead. Those purple dragon patterns were full of cracks, and the purple destructive lightning that had just gathered was also smashed into nothingness. Boom, Long Zi fell heavily on the arena, causing it to shake non-stop. There were even more cracks on his body. How was that possible? Long Zi was completely suppressed? The third young master's side was dumbfounded. Long Zi's strength was strong, and he had won 5 consecutive battles. He was their hope. But now, this hope was knocked to the ground in 2 moves and smashed with a single punch. The others were also in disbelief. Long Zi was even more crazy. How was that possible? He had won 5 consecutive battles, and he was so strong. How could an ant beat him? Damn it, he fought back. However, what greeted him next was a large golden hand that streaked across the sky, breaking all the bones in his body. Moreover, of all places, the other party's palm had hit, it had hit his face, causing his entire head to deform. He had already recovered several times, but he was still unable to escape. No matter how he tried to escape, the golden palm would always land on his face. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Long Zi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you very powerful? Wasn't it supposed to be a 5-win streak? Didn't you not put Lin Wudi in your eyes? Trash, like you can't even beat me, so how dare you challenge Lin Wudi? As he spoke, he waved his golden hand, and every strike was earth-shattering. Long Zi was smashed into smithereens. The others were also stunned. Heavens, this was definitely a ruthless person. Long Zi was incomparably sullen. He knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him was very strong. He even suspected that the other party had suppressed his cultivation to deceive him. Damn it, he was at a disadvantage. He had to leave quickly. I admit that, before he could finish, he was slapped back. His entire mouth was smashed, and half of his head was smashed. Lin Xian sneered. You're quite good at holding out. Let's see how long you can hold out. Hold out your sister. Long Zi was about to cry. Damn it, he wanted to admit defeat, but the other party did not seem to give him a chance. This was revenge. As expected, he tried again. However, just as he opened his mouth was smashed. There was no choice. Long Zi was extremely sullen, but he had to admit defeat now. His soul roared, sending out an angry soul wave. If he could not admit defeat physically, he would use his soul to do so. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Soul attack, his heavenly secret divine eyes opened, forming a pair of mysterious eyes that pierced the other party's soul until he screamed. This time, Long Zi's soul was seriously injured. Let alone begging for mercy, he probably even wanted to die. Just like that, Long Zi could not even open his mouth to admit defeat. He was beaten to the ground by Lin Xian like a dead dog. He was so arrogant and even dared to challenge Lin Wudi. I thought he was some expert. I did not expect him to be so weak. This kind of trash dares to call himself a 5-time champion. Lin Xian kicked the other party out of the arena, then looked up at the palace in the sky. Speaking of which, are you all out of people? Do you still want to continue? I think with my strength, I should be able to be a 10-time champion too. Third Young Master's people were so scared that their scalps went numb. Third Young Master's expression was extremely ugly. To be honest, he was going crazy. Was Long Zi going easy on him? Damn it, could it be that the other party's reputation was undeserved? This time, the one who was embarrassed was not only Long Zi, but also him. He felt that he had no face to stay any longer, so he said coldly, bring it back. Let's go. These people directly rushed into the sky. One of the saints took Long Zi away and left completely. Ah, I actually won, ha 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 ha, the fatty laughed loudly, not daring to believe it. One had to know that since he was born, he had been suppressed by a few geniuses in his family, and one of them was his third brother. They bullied him every time and he could not beat them, so he could only try his best to avoid them. However, he did not expect that he would gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with his third brother. Moreover, he had ruthlessly slapped his third brother's face. This feeling was too good. Who else? The fatty started to get cocky as well. Standing in the void, he looked as though he was asking for a beating. However, the entire Battle Sage Palace was silent because Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Was Long Zi going easy on him? They did not dare to believe it. Long Zi must have been beaten to the point that she could not fight back. It seemed that the Alchemy Valley had another powerful expert. They did not know who this young man was. Which sector family was he from? In an instant, everyone went to investigate, and many people even started to invite him. As for these invitations, Lin Xian tactfully rejected them all. He took 3 times the bet and then left with the fatty. This time, he was prepared to go into seclusion for a while. He had to refine the elixir first. This way, he would have enough trump cards when he attended the birthday banquet. After that, the fatty, Lin Xian, and Fantasy went straight to the best restaurant, and then used their winnings to have a big meal. This time, they were eating the real meat of a demon saint. Every bite contained the essence of heaven and earth, and they almost had a nosebleed. After the meal, Lin Xian and the other 2 felt that their cultivation had increased. Damn, it was indeed the meat of a demon saint. It was indeed terrifying. However, the price was still painful to pay. After the meal, Lin Xian went into seclusion, and Fantasy guarded him while the fatty went out. Because of this battle, he had become famous. Many people who could not invite Lin Xian began to invite him. The living fossil of the 9 Nether tribe was a godlike existence in the Alchemy Valley. Everyone knew him. Moreover, his name was known throughout the universe. That was because the sacred weapons he refined were extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was one of the few who had participated in the imitation of the extreme weapon and survived. Whether it was his status or strength, he was unparalleled. Therefore, his 5,000th birthday this time attracted countless experts to come and offer their blessings. Recently, the Nine Nether tribe released a piece of news. Whoever presented the best gift at the birthday banquet would get a chance. A chance to make a request like a living fossil. It was said that any request would be granted. Once this was said, countless people went crazy. That was an extremely terrifying master blacksmith. One request from him was enough to make those saints go crazy. In an instant, countless people were making preparations. At the same time, the Nine Nether tribe also welcomed some extremely honorable people. Among them, the eldest young master received a very impressive person. Even though he was the eldest young master of the Nine Nether tribe, he had to lower his head slightly in front of him. "Brother Lei, are you satisfied with your stay these few days?" The eldest young master looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was no stranger because this person was the one who had a conflict with him at the Nine Dragon Mountain. It was also the person who wanted her little white monkey. She didn't expect that the other party had indeed been invited by the Nine Nether tribe. That young master Lei nodded and said, "Greetings, eldest young master. I'm living very well. However, are those people really not back yet?" Obviously, he still could not forget about the little white monkey. The eldest young master frowned and said, "We are already looking for them. We are also very puzzled as to why 6 of our tribesmen disappeared into thin air. Don't worry, we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At this point, a murderous intent appeared in the eldest young master's eyes. How could the people of the Nine Nether tribe disappear for no reason? What happened? Could it be that they were killed by someone? How dare someone attack their tribesmen in their territory, regardless of who the other party was? Once caught, they would definitely be torn into pieces. The eldest young master took a deep breath and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. He then said, "Oh right, Brother Lei, there is one more thing. The geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Dragon Valley are here too. They seem to want to meet Brother Lei." Young Master Lei nodded. "I also want to see what's so special about the geniuses of the first astral realm." On the other side, Lin Xian had also come out of seclusion. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had finally succeeded in refining the heavenly yellow 9 heavens pill. With this pill in hand, he had boundless confidence. "Brother, you've carved it out. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it in time for the birthday celebration," the fatty said anxiously outside. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, then brought Fantasy and Fatty to the birthday banquet. The birthday banquet was held in the Golden Fire Plain, where the supreme-grade spirit veins of the alchemy star intersected. It could be said to be a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. At this moment, the Golden Fire Plains was truly bustling with activity. Saints were very common in this place. There were even little saints who descended from the sky and were invited inside. When he was in seclusion, Lin Xian asked the fatty to help him find out about the situation in the Dragon Valley. The fatty said that the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace had also come, and there were many of them. Even the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace had come. What were they here for? Were they here to congratulate him? Or did they have other motives? Lin Xian really didn't know. However, he was confident that no one would be able to see through his disguise. After parking the 3-tailed Tengu and the war chariot, the fatty changed back to his original form and looked at the figures in front of him. The fatty also took a deep breath. He said, "Brother Xian, let's go." The 3 of them strode forward. As he was a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe, he was unimpeded along the way. Suddenly, the fatty was stunned and stopped in his tracks. "Damn, Sister Yanran is actually coming out to receive us? Wait. Could it be that some big shot is coming?" Having said that, the fatty quickened his footsteps, followed by Lin Xian and Fantasy. "Sister Yanran, why are you here too?" the fatty asked in surprise. There was a graceful figure standing in front of them. She was dignified and graceful, but she didn't lose her ethereal nature. Especially her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters. One couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. The fatty transmitted his voice at the same time. "Brother, this is Sister Yanran, also a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe. She's a genius, and more importantly, she's highly valued by our ancestor. It could be said that she had been by the ancestor's side all these years. I didn't expect her to come this time. I really don't know who she's waiting for. Oh, someone by the side of the living fossil. Lin Xian was surprised. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the other party. Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe also looked over. When she saw the fatty, she also smiled and said, "Sixth brother, you've been very impressive recently. There are rumors about you everywhere. I heard that you've gotten to know an incredible person." The fatty smiled and said, "Sister Yanran, don't laugh at me. I'm not impressive at all. I'm just being bullied by those bastards. However, you said that I know an incredible person. That's true. Let me introduce you to my brother." As he spoke, the fatty moved to the side and came to Lin Xian's side. "This is my brother. He's very impressive." Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe glanced at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. However, she didn't say much. That was because she had seen too many geniuses these days. Lin Xian was only a sage in the middle stage of the first heaven. He wasn't too conspicuous among the many geniuses. Therefore, she didn't pay too much attention to him. Instead, she said to the fatty, "Sixth brother, hurry up and go in." "Oh right, we're going to see the ancestor later." He had to be careful. The old ancestor had some troubles recently, so he must not provoke him. The ancestor has been troubled. What troubled him? The fatty trembled in fear. "Look at how scared you are." "Don't worry, it has nothing to do with us juniors. I'll tell you when I'm free. I still have things to do now." "Sister Yanran, I know. Thank you for your reminder." The fatty nodded gratefully. Then, she brought Lin Xian and Fantasy in. After entering, the fatty said, "Brother, Sister Yanran has been too busy recently." Before he could finish, Lin Xian shook his head. "It's fine. I don't mind." He knew that the fatty was talking about Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe. Her attitude was indeed a little cold. However, he didn't mind. After all, he knew that she had probably seen countless geniuses these days. That's good. The fatty heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said doubtfully, "I wonder who it is that can make Sister Yanran personally come out to receive them." As he spoke, he turned around. In the next moment, his expression changed. "Damn it, it's actually Boss." Lin Xian also turned around. Indeed, he saw a group of people walking over from afar. The leader was a tall man. "Eldest young master?" Lin Xian looked at him curiously and squinted his eyes. Although this eldest young master was very domineering, if one looked carefully, they would discover that he was actually half a step behind another person. In other words, he wasn't the one leading the group. Then who was the one leading the group? After taking a closer look, Lin Xian was stunned. "It's him." Lin Xian realized that the one leading the group was young Master Lei, the one who had a conflict with him on Nine Dragon Mountain. Is he really that respectable? Who exactly was this person? Other than young Master Lei and his companions, there were other people around who were equally outstanding and had powerful auras. They were from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace. They were together. F***ck, who are these people around Boss? Fatty was also surprised. In the next moment, he jumped up because he saw that Sister Yanran was also walking forward. Who is that person? Is Sister Yanran waiting for him? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. It seemed like the other party had a strong background. He said to Fatty, "Let's go." Fatty came back to his senses and nodded. Boss often bullied him, so it would be better if they didn't meet. The further in they went, the better the scenery was. There were various pavilions and palaces, and many experts and skyprides were gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss martial arts. When Fatty arrived, many people greeted him. Fatty waved back, looking like a young master. "Isn't this sixth brother? You've been doing well recently." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Fatty jumped in fright and quickly turned his head around. Lin Xian and Fantasy also turned around, only to see a group of people walking towards them from the left. The one leading the group had an extremely cold expression. Lin Xian knew this person too. It was the third young master who went against them at the Battle God Palace. There were many martial artists following behind the third young master. Every one of them was an expert in Skype rides. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. F***ck, it's this guy. Fatty cursed in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face. I'm here to greet you. Fatty cupped his fists and said. I thought that you, old sixth, had found an expert and became arrogant. I didn't expect that you would bow to me. I can't accept it. The third young master said coldly. At this point, he turned to look at Lin Xian and Meng Meng, who was beside him. It was as if he wanted to see through the two of them. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about the gazes of those people. Originally, the fatty thought that the third brother was going to attack his brother. He had already thought of what to say, but he never expected that the moment his third brother opened his mouth, he would be stunned. The third young master looked at Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a smile. Young master has good methods. I saw your performance in the Battle Saint Palace clearly. May I know which clan young master is from? I'm afraid you wouldn't know my family even if I told you. Lin Xian shook his head. Third young master did not get angry. Instead, he asked, what brings you to Alchemy Valley? Are you here to celebrate my ancestor's birthday? If that's the case, I think you can accompany me. I can introduce you to my ancestor. Speaking of which, in terms of status in the family, my status is much higher than that of my good-for-nothing younger brother of mine. Young master, why don't you come with me? Fatty's face changed immediately. Damn, he was trying to poach him. Furthermore, he was trying to poach him in front of him. Brother Xian is my guest. I have something to do, I'll leave first. With that, he pulled Lin Xian and wanted to leave. Oh my, isn't this old sixth? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice was not cold but very loud. It was as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was here. Fatty's face changed. Even the third young master's face changed. A group of people walked over from afar. The person in the lead was tall and strong. He walked with a majestic gait and a proud look on his face. There were even more people beside him. There were even more people than the third young master's group. Boss. The third young master's face changed. Fatty was also stunned. Big brother. That's right. The person who came was the eldest young master that they had met at the entrance. At this moment, young Master Lei was beside the eldest young master and the surrounding Skype rides. The eldest young master was in high spirits. When he saw that there were only Lin Xian and Fantasy beside Fatty, his eyes were filled with disdain. When he saw that there were many Skype rides beside the third young master, a cold look appeared on his face. It seemed that the one who was competing with him was still the third young master. Big brother, you're quite early. The third young master said coldly. Boss snorted. How can I be late to the ancestor's birthday banquet? Moreover, this time, I brought a guest to introduce to the ancestor. A guest? The third young master looked at the people behind Boss. His eyes flickered. They were similar to his group. Other than the local experts of Alchemy Planet, there were also experts from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace. Among them, there was one person who surprised him. He realized that the person seemed to be standing in front of Boss. Who is this person? Does he not know the rules and want to steal the limelight? The eldest young master said proudly. Third young master, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. The third young master's face changed instantly. He seemed to have thought of something as his eyes turned strange. He quickly bowed. So it's young Master Lei. Sorry for the disrespect. I've heard of young Master Lei for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're indeed more elegant than the rumors. You're too polite. Facing the third young master, that young Master Lei only nodded slightly. The sages beside him were displeased. However, when the third young master sent a telepathic message, those people were shocked. They looked at young Master Lei with deep shock. Brother, let's go. While the eldest young master and third young master were confronting each other, the fatty pulled Lin Xian and the rest away quietly. There were still 3 days to the birthday banquet of the living fossil. Therefore, Su Chan and the rest had time to play around. After a day, the golden fire plains became more lively. At this moment, countless people were gathering in one place. Lin Xian and the rest were interested. They asked around and realized that there were people sparring over there. Sparring, the fatty's eyes lit up. Then, he said, "There's a good show to watch. Brother, let's go and take a look." The group of them walked forward as well. He saw that there were indeed people sparring. In front of them, Tao patterns filled the air and energy surged. However, it was controlled very well. Not a single trace of energy leaked out, nor did it destroy the surroundings. There were only cracks in the void. The people sparring were all experts. Their control of energy was extremely precise. In the pavilion, Lin Xian saw the eldest young master, third young master, and the rest at first glance. It was obvious that they were the leaders. The other young geniuses were sparring. With a cry of surprise, the crowd made way for him. He was also a young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe. The fatty had no choice but to brace himself and walk forward. The eldest young master laughed. "Sixth brother, you came at the right time. I heard that you know a young supreme talent who defeated the expert from the Dragon Valley who had 5 consecutive victories at Battle Sage Palace. Where is he? Ask him to come out and let us see him." As soon as these words came out, everyone revealed a look of surprise. The expert who had won 5 consecutive championships at Battle Sage Palace was definitely a terrifying expert. It was hard to believe that someone could defeat him, especially someone who was with the 6th young master. It was hard to believe, especially those from Gold Refinery. They knew that the 6th young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe did not have many experts around him. He was often beaten up by his brothers in the tribe. The fatty's face changed. He could only look at Lin Xian. He had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion on this matter. Lin Xian also looked at the fatty and gave him a calm look. He said, "I don't dare to call myself a peerless supreme talent. However, the person who defeated Long Zi is indeed me." "It's you." The eldest young master was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. He had seen this person beside the 6th brother before, but he did not pay much attention to him. He did not expect it to be this person. The 3rd young master laughed. "That's right. Big brother, it was this young master who was extremely powerful back then." He could tell that he had no way to rope in Lin Xian. Since that was the case, he would not let Lin Xian off easily. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed him that day. He had to get rid of Lin Xian. Now, he wanted to borrow his big brother's hand to get rid of Lin Xian. Many people on the eldest young master's side looked at Lin Xian. Even young Master Lei looked over in surprise. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with young Master Lei?" the eldest young master asked. Young Master Lei's eyes flickered. He felt that this person was familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. The others were whispering. "Is he the one who defeated the expert who had 5 consecutive victories? He doesn't look like much. His cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 1st heaven. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say?" These people all had a doubtful attitude. The fatty could not stand it and snorted. "Why? You don't believe me? Let me tell you. This brother of mine is extremely powerful. If you don't believe me, come out and try." Fatty had a fiery temper. He had been despised by others for so long. Today, he had to hold his head high. Is that so? Did he brag about how powerful he was? It seemed that he was only SOSO. Just at this moment, a sinister laugh rang out. "Who was it? You're speaking so sneakily. Since you're not convinced of my brother's strength, then come out and show me your true strength." Fatty shouted coldly. "Of course, I don't want to submit to him. But no matter what, this is still your 9 Nether clan's territory. If I don't have your 6th young master's face, I'm afraid my end will be very miserable." That voice rang out once again. It was clear that the other party was somewhat fearful. "Hee, there's no need to worry about that," the 3rd young master said with a smile. Today's sparring session was held for the sake of exchanging pointers. We won't use our status as members of the Nine Nether tribe to oppress others. You don't have to have any scruples. As long as someone uses the identity of the Nine Nether clan to oppress you, I will deal with it impartially. I think Big Brother shouldn't have any objections. Yes, Third Brother was right. All the duels today must be fair. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the rumors were true. This sixth young master wasn't well liked in the family. In the void, that voice laughed again. Alright, since the first young master and third young master have guaranteed, then I won't hold back. Today, I'm going to experience just how strong this legendary peerless genius is. Buzz, the void rippled and a figure walked out. It was a man who looked like a middle-aged man. He wasn't tall, but he was very muscular. The moment he appeared, he gave off a biting cold aura. Especially his gaze, it was too sharp. It was actually the Seven-Star Sword Saint. The people around all cried out in alarm. This was going to be fun. Yes, they didn't expect it to be the Seven-Star Sword Saint. His Seven-Star Sword was the best in the world. This is also a second heavenly layer sage. That's right. Rumor had it that when Long Zi obtained her 5 consecutive victories, the Seven-Star Sword Saint was already preparing to rush to the Battle Sage Palace. However, he was a step too late. When he arrived, Long Zi had already left. Hence, the two of them didn't fight. Now that someone had defeated Long Zi, he would naturally look for that person. They all looked at Lin Xian. They didn't know if this kid was as strong as the rumors said. Or was he just lucky and had an undeserved reputation? Just wait and see. We'll know soon enough. If he was weak, he would probably be killed by the Seven-Star Sword Saint on the spot. Kid, I won't bully you. You make the first move. The Seven-Star Sword Saint drew his 7-star sword. The long sword was inlaid with 7 stars. It was extremely dazzling. It swayed slightly and the sword light shone in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it. It was a good sword. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. However, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he said calmly. You're the challenger. You make the first move. Also, do you need me to give you 3 moves? The surrounding people were in an uproar. Giving him 3 moves? Kid, do you know who you're facing? He's too young and doesn't know his place. He's probably dead this time, humph. He's asking for death. The 7-Star Sword Saint's face darkened. Without saying a word, he swung his sword. The long sword carried the laws of heaven and earth. It poured down and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The 7-Star Sword Saint attacked with all his might. He didn't give his opponent any chance. Buzz, Lin Xian shifted his position and pulled out a phantom to dodge the first attack. The terrifying murderous aura shattered the place where he was. The buildings around him were not affected at all. One could imagine how precise the 7-Star Sword Saint's control was. The 7-Star Sword Saint attacked again after his first attack missed. The long sword swept out like a heavenly river. Lin Xian pulled out another phantom and dodged quickly. The surrounding people were surprised. What an exquisite body technique. He could actually dodge 2 attacks from the 7-Star Sword Saint. The 7-Star Sword Saint roared. Kid, you're sneaking around and you don't dare to fight back, as you wish. Lin Xian stomped his foot and didn't retreat. He faced the third attack from the 7-Star Sword Saint. This attack was even more terrifying. The 3 stars on it had lit up. It could split the sky. Clang, sparks flew. The place where the two were was turned into a black hole. However, the two of them controlled it very well. There wasn't a trace of energy overflowing. The surrounding people were amazed. However, when they took a closer look, their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw Lin Xian standing there. He stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the blade of the 7-Star Sword. He blocked the third attack with just 2 fingers. These people felt that they were going crazy. How was this possible? It was indeed a good sword. Lin Xian held the blade with his fingers and looked at it carefully. He nodded slightly. The 7-Star Sword Saint's face changed drastically. What a terrifying power. It was as powerful as the rumors said. The seven-star saber saint was shocked. This power was very strong, which surprised him. He did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Open!" The fourth star lit up, and the power of the seven-star saber in his hand exploded again. The seven-star saber was a very terrifying weapon. Every time a star lit up, its power would increase. At this moment, the 4 stars lit up, and the power was much more terrifying than before. Sure enough, in an instant, his strength increased. He pushed Lin Xian's fingers away and then chopped down forcefully. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He slapped over. With a clang, it collided with the seven-star saber again. Countless sparks flew. Lin Xian did not move. The seven-star saint kept retreating. He broke through the void, and his hand moved again. "It's useless. Just use your ultimate move," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Otherwise, it's not enough." "Good boy, I'll let you see my ultimate move." The seven-star saber saint was furious. He realized that his opponent was really strong, and he had to treat him with his full strength. The 7 stars on the saber in his hand lit up. At this moment, the 7-star saber saint was extremely strong. 7-star slash of the Big Dipper. The saber slashed out like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It said that the laws of heaven and earth were too terrifying. Among the saints in the second heaven, not many could block this saber. Lin Xian's expression became serious. This saber had piqued his interest. He stretched out his palm. The golden palm combined with the 5 elemental laws seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, grabbing forward. The palm was like a dragon's head, biting the 7-star saber. Then, his arm shook like a giant dragon swinging its tail. The violent power tore the 7-star slash of the Big Dipper apart. Buzz! Buzz! The 7-star saber saint was forced back. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws rushed out from Lin Xian's body, forming a 5-star alignment. The terrifying power was like a sky curtain, covering the 7-star saint. The 7-star saber saint waved his saber wildly, but he was suppressed. The whole process seemed to be slow, but the two of them attacked very quickly. The outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stupefied. The 7 stars blade saint was actually suppressed. This was simply unbelievable. The 7-star saber saint was an extremely terrifying existence. In Alchemy Gold, his reputation was very strong. At this moment, he actually couldn't beat a young junior. I lost. After struggling for dozens of times, the 7-star saber saint had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Xian asked. He was thoroughly convinced. He was sincerely convinced. The 7-star saber saint was helpless. He simply could not break through the 5-star alignment. Lin Xian withdrew the 5-star alignment and stood with his hands behind his back. Fatty jumped out and laughed heartily. 7-star saber saint, thanks for letting me win. The 7-star saber saint's face turned ugly. He turned around and left. He was too ashamed to stay here, Fatty continued. Who else wants to test my brother's skills? Go ahead, it's absolutely fair. Many saints around were silent. Even the 7-star sword saint had been defeated in an instant. It would have been difficult for them to succeed if they had stepped up. Since no one wanted to challenge him, Lin Xian changed back. Next, the other saints went up to spar. It was also very exciting. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Fatty introduced the identity of each saint to Lin Xian. Among them, the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Desolate Valleys experts made a few moves, causing countless people to exclaim. The eldest young master and the 3rd young master revealed a proud smile. These people were now following them. Among them, young Master Lei had been sitting there silently. His eyes were filled with endless arrogance. It was as if the sparring around him was not worthy of his attention. His expression finally caused the dissatisfaction of a saint. That saint stood out. Young master, why are you so disdainful? Are you looking down on me? Come out and fight, it's the Sunset Saint, many people exclaimed. When the saint walked out, he was surrounded by scenes of sunset. It gave people a very desolate feeling. Everyone was sorrowful. It was as if they wanted to end their lives. What a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth. It could actually affect the mood of others. Lin Xian was also greatly surprised. The Tao of heaven and earth was not ordinary. Among them, many of the saints sneered. They were also very dissatisfied with young Master Lei. Young Master Lei's expression was as if he did not take them seriously. What was there to be arrogant about? However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolate Palace shook their heads and sneered. These people dared to provoke young Master Lei. They were really courting death. Young Master Lei snorted as he drank his spiritual wine. You think a piece of trash like you is not a match for me? What did you say? The Sunset Saint was instantly enraged. No matter what, he was still a veteran saint. Moreover, he was a second heaven saint. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was just a young man. At most, he would be a second heaven saint. He had never lost to anyone of the same level. How dare the other party call him a piece of trash? The sunset on his body was getting more and more beautiful. A wave of sadness surged from his body and swept towards the front. Instantly, the people in that direction could not help but cry. That sorrowful aura made them feel hopeless and even broke down. Humph! Young Master Lei snorted. Coldness appeared in his eyes. How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Who will help me teach him a lesson? Although he was furious, he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he said to the people beside him, I'll go. At this moment, a figure beside him stood up. It was another young man. He had short hair and was carrying a huge bow on his back. That huge bow was extremely ancient. There were even cracks on some parts of it. Obviously, this bow was very old. It was definitely passed down from the ancient times. After he came out, he stared at the Sunset Saint and sneered. Old man, how dare you go against my young master? You're overestimating yourself. You'll have to get past me first. As he spoke, he held the huge bow on his back. Humph, how dare you look down on me? You want a servant to do it? The Sunset Saint snorted. Endless sunset, he attacked directly. Terrifying laws formed a sunset territory. A sunset appeared and shrouded the surroundings. Everything there was in despair. The short-haired young man snorted. Terrifying Tao patterns appeared on his body one after another, resisting the feeling of despair. At the same time, he pulled the huge bow in his hand. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the skyward bow. Vroom, with a boom, the skyward bow vibrated and let out a loud sound. An arrow flew over and pierced through the world of despair, shooting towards the setting sun. It collided with the setting sun. Heaven and earth trembled. The Sunset Saint's body shook. His expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. Damn it, I'm going to kill you, the Sunset Saint roared. How dare a servant of the other party go against him? You're courting death, old man, I'll make you despair today. The short-haired young man laughed maniacally as he unleashed his power mercilessly. He pulled the skyward bow to its fullest. This time, the law on his body formed 3 arrows that flew out one after another. They pierced through the sunset sun. Bang, the law was broken. The Sunset Sun Saint spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in shock. How could this be? He was going crazy. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the sages from Venus. Their faces were full of shock. Isn't he too strong? Is he just a follower of young Master Lei? Then how terrifying is young Master Lei? They dared not imagine. The short-haired young man put away the skyward bow and sneered. Who else is not convinced? This scene was very similar to what happened to Lin Xian. It was a scene of suppression. No one dared to raise their heads. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Interesting. This group of people is not ordinary. However, he had no plans to make a move yet. Just then, a faint voice came from the sky. Let me do it. A voice came from heaven and earth. Then, a figure walked in. This person appeared to be very young as well. He was wearing a black cloak. Taking a step forward, he used spatial contraction to arrive at the center of the square. Who is this person? The surrounding people discussed. Even the Sunset Sun Saint was defeated. Obviously, the person who wanted to make a move had to be stronger than the Sunset Sun Saint. However, the Sunset Sun Saint was very famous. Everyone knew those who were stronger than him. However, the newcomer looked unfamiliar. No one knew who he was. Thus, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, gasped in surprise. He sat up straight and stared at the figure in the black cloak with a look of interest. The fatty beside him asked, "Brother, do you know this person?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know him. However, this person's aura is not ordinary." The fatty looked at him seriously for a long time but still could not tell what was so special about him. "You?" The short-haired young man with the skyward bow looked at the man in the black cloak with disdain. However, the man in the black cloak did not even look at him. Instead, he looked into the distance. "Lei Qianzhong, do it yourself. It's useless to send a piece of trash." The crowd was shocked. Is he talking to young Master Lei? Indeed, the first and third young master's eyelids twitched. The short-haired young man was even angrier. "How dare you talk to my young master like that, die!" As he spoke, he once again shot out the skyward bow. The nomological laws on his body condensed, forming 3 bows and arrows that rushed over. This was the move that defeated the Sunset Sun Saint. At this moment, this killing move caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. However, the black-cloaked man did not seem to care. He pulled out a dark green saber from the void. The long blade was broken in the middle, and the remaining part had many cracks. This feeling was very similar to the skyward bow. The man in the cloak held the black forging knife in front of him to block the attack. Boom boom, the 3 arrows slammed into the saber with a deafening sound. The violent laws of heaven and earth seemed to be able to devour everything. However, that broken saber was like a mountain, a wall that blocked all the laws. Buzz, then, the black-cloaked man waved his broken saber, and a dark green beam of light cut through the sky and earth, splitting apart the laws in front of him. Then, it hit the skyward bow. With a boom, the skyward bow was sent flying. The short-haired young man was also sent flying. There was a cut on his body that almost split him in half. "I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone." "Lei Qianzhong, you really don't want to fight?" The same calm voice sounded. Everyone's expression changed. This person was too strong. He defeated the skyward bow with 1 strike. The skyward bow defeated the Sunset Sun Saint. His strength was unimaginable. But now, he was defeated so easily. Who was this man in the black cloak? Was he a third sky saint? They did not dare to imagine such a young third sky saint. The fatty at the side sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, this person is too strong. Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Xian said before. He turned to look at Lin Xian. As expected, Lin Xian's expression was a little serious as he stared at that person. Lin Xian was shocked. This person was strong. He was the strongest young man he had ever seen. Who was this person? Did he come from the same place as young Master Lei? It seemed like they knew each other. The third young master and the first young master frowned even more, especially the first young master. Young Master Lei was an important guest he had invited. His status was unmatched. Now, someone dared to provoke him. His expression changed. He wanted to scold, but he was stopped by Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong looked forward and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to follow me here." "Did you come here for me?" The man in the black cloak laughed. "You think too highly of yourself. I'm here to pick geniuses for the sacred city." Lei Qianzhong's expression changed when he heard this. Damn it, the other party's goal was the same as his. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What kind of place was the sacred city? Also, the other party was here to pick geniuses. The people here were all top experts and geniuses from big families. Who would abandon their own sect and family to join another force? It was unbelievable. Since you're here, those guys should be here too, right? Damn it. Lei Qianzhong's expression changed. He then said, "You're crazy. If you want to fight, go find someone else. I'm not interested." Was he not interested, or did he not dare? the man in the black cloak sneered. If you don't dare, just admit defeat. Don't use other excuses. Humph. Yuan Mo, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I don't dare to fight you? I just have other things to do. I don't want to fight you. Lei Qianzhong said coldly. He had no intention of fighting from the beginning. The surrounding people were discussing. Why didn't he fight? Was he afraid? Not necessarily. Maybe there were other reasons. Everyone was guessing. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk as the eldest young master's expression turned ugly. Coward. What did you say? Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by the other side. The first young master's face darkened. Sixth brother, keep your people in check. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect the first young master to hear his complaints. At the same time, he felt bitter. There were many people talking, but the other party was targeting him. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only give Lin Xian a look. Lin Xian shook his head. What? Am I wrong if he's not a coward? Why wouldn't he fight? It's fine if he's not as strong as others, but finding excuses. If that's not a coward, then what is? Lin Xian's words sent chills down everyone's spine. This young Master Lei's status was obviously not ordinary. Didn't you see that even the 9 Netherbird clan's Grand Duke treated him with respect? Kid, you're courting death. What do you know? Who are you to talk about young Master Lei's matters? The man with the skyward bow shouted coldly. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Trash like you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Didn't you get defeated in one hit too? Die, the short-haired young man roared crazily. He was defeated in one hit, but Lin Xian was only a level 1 martial artist. He was just an ant in front of him. How dare someone like him challenge him? He gripped the skyward bow once again and formed an arrow. The arrow was imbued with terrifying murderous intent as it lashed out at Lin Xian. Buzz, a ray of light flashed in the sky. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The short-haired young man had failed, but that didn't mean he was weak. The man in the black cloak was too strong. The short-haired young man had defeated the Sunset Saint easily. What was the Sunset Saint's standard? Everyone knew that clearly. Hence, when they saw the short-haired young man attack again, they felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. They wondered where the 6th young master had found such a reckless person this time. That's right. Did he think that he could strut around just because he defeated Long Zi? The short-haired young man wasn't someone he could fight against. The fatty's face changed. Brother, you're in big trouble this time. Run, however, Lin Xian didn't run away. He even looked at him with disdain. Fight with him? He reached out his hand and grabbed the arrow. At the same time, he executed stellar transposition. The arrow flew back with an even more bizarre and terrifying force. Buzz. Boom, there was a flash of light and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The great path of heaven and earth was moving. The short-haired young man screamed as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. What's going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The short-haired youth was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by his own attack. How was that possible? What happened just now happened in an instant. Even those people did not see clearly what had happened. Only the man in the black cloak looked surprised. He stared at Lin Xian. Interesting. His lips curled up into a smile. On the other side, the eldest young master's side remained silent. They could not believe that the short-haired youth had been injured by someone. Fatty's mouth was wide open. Holy sh*t, am I dreaming? He knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be this strong. Damn it. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. The short-haired young man roared madly. At the back, young Master Lei's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian laughed. I already said that you're just an ant. You're not my match at all. Let your young master fight. If your young master doesn't mind your life or death, I can send you to the Yellow Springs. After speaking, Lin Xian no longer paid any attention to the other party. Instead, he looked directly at Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. Since when did a first-layer saint dare to be so arrogant in front of him? One had to know that his identity was extremely unusual. Didn't the 9 Netherbird clans young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace all want to follow him? A first-layer saint was no different from an ant in front of him. But now, an ant dared to challenge him. It seemed like it was time for him to show his true strength. He waved his hand, stopping the short-haired youth and said, "Come back." As he spoke, he stood up. As he stood up, the short-haired youth was stunned. But soon, he revealed a cold smile. "Kid, let my young master fight." "You're dead meat." The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Was young Master Lei really going to fight? The eldest young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace's people were also shocked. It seemed like young Master Lei was really angry. "Very well, kid, you've successfully angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lei Qianzhong walked out and coldly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also stood up and walked forward. His lips curled up into a cold smile. "You really dare to come out and fight, you really surprised me. Before, when an expert challenged you, you said that it wasn't convenient for you to fight and that you didn't want to. Why are you willing to fight now? This means that it wasn't that it wasn't convenient for you to fight, but that you were afraid and didn't dare to fight. Then what's wrong with me calling you a coward?" When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The black-cloaked man's expression became very interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. "Damn it, the opponent actually set up a trap," the others discussed crazily. Indeed, before, Lei Qianzhong was unwilling to fight even if he was beaten to death. Now, he actually wanted to fight. Didn't this mean that Lei Qianzhong was afraid of the black-cloaked man? Even the eldest young master's people were shocked. Who was this black-cloaked man? Could he really make Lei Qianzhong afraid? What a sharp-tongued brat. "I wonder if you'll still be so eloquent when I torture you and make you wish you were dead." Lei Qianzhong's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. He was really angry. He must tear this despicable kid in front of him into pieces. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of thunder flew out like a real dragon, whistling in the sky. This time, the Tao of heaven and earth was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy everything, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Heavens, this young Master Lei is really strong. They thought that he had an undeserved reputation, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The surrounding saints were about to go crazy from fear. This casual attack was even more terrifying than the attack from the skyward bow. This young Master Lei is definitely not simple. "Humph, you dare to slander our young master? Die obediently." At the back, the short-haired youth and the others sneered. They were very confident in their young master. Lin Xian also revealed a look of astonishment. This time, it was much more powerful than when he had clashed with the other party on 9 Dragon Mountain. It seems like the opponent didn't use his full strength before. "That's fine, I'll play with him." With a roar, a golden fist smashed out, carrying an unparalleled aura. Boom, the fist smashed into the finger light, emitting a brilliant light. The 2 Taos of heaven and earth clashed in the sky, tearing the 9 heavens apart and creating countless black holes. Then, they both dissipated. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Is this all you've got? It's only SOSO. It doesn't match your status at all. Could it be that you're just an undeserved reputation?" Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with this person? This saint of the first heaven actually had such strength. They were all going crazy. This was too unbelievable. Lei Qianzhong was also going crazy. How could his opponent block his attack? He was a genius and had no problem fighting above his level. Moreover, he didn't put anyone in this star field in his eyes. But now, there was someone with a lower cultivation than him who could block his attack. In an instant, he recalled that on 9 Dragon Mountain, there was someone who had provoked him. That person was also a first celestial layer ant. Now, another first layer ant had appeared. Damn it, how could there be so many heaven-defying geniuses? Or was there some kind of relationship between the two of them? Lightning flashed in Lei Qianzhong's eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Lin Fan. Lin Xian sneered. "Stop looking. You can't beat me. You only blocked one of my attacks. What's there to be arrogant about? Lei Qianzhong formed a seal with his fingers and the law of thunder spread out from his body, forming a pair of thunder wings. After opening, it was like a heavenly blade of thunder. It instantly cut open the sky and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and quickly charged over. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, and their battle shook the heavens and the earth. Evenly matched, damn it, how could this be? They were evenly matched? Everyone went crazy, especially those on the eldest young master's side. They were very confident in Lei Qianzhong. But now, he couldn't even handle a first-layer saint. This made them wonder if he was really a genius. However, they only had doubts. No one dared to say anything because they could tell from the shockwaves and the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Fan was indeed very strong. Ridiculously strong. It wasn't that Lei Qianzhong was weak, but that Lin Xian was too strange. A first-layer saint with such strength was unheard of. Damn brat, you've really angered me. Die. Lei Qianzhong roared. Thunderfire sky slice, a terrifying grand Tao pulsed. The thunderfire turned into a blade of ice and fire that slashed forward. A murderous aura quickly spread out between heaven and earth. Lin Xian raised his hand and sent out the 5-star alignment. It was like a Tao diagram that spun between heaven and earth. A sonorous sound rang out. Thunderstorm. Lei Qianzhong's attack came again, and it exploded once more. This time, the boundless thunder was smashed apart. The energy of the ocean was able to tear everything apart. The bodies of those level 2 saints trembled violently. Because they realized that under this power, they seemed to be unable to resist at all. Sure enough, the 5-star alignment was torn apart in an instant. The eldest young master's side cried out in surprise. This is great, let's see how this brat will die. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a violent power of thunder. His palms kept moving, and one golden mountain after another flew out of his hands. Hundreds of thousands of golden mountains kept jumping up and down in the sky. They soared into the clouds like 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, blocking all the violent destructive power. Thunder art. The destructive power of thunder was blocked, but Lei Qianzhong didn't stop. Instead, he attacked again. The thunder saber in his hand turned into a thunder spear as he thrust it forward. There was a rumble between heaven and earth, and a hole was pierced through the 100,000 mountains. The thunder spear pierced through everything and pierced towards Lin Xian. This was a fatal blow. Everyone was nervous. Even Meng Meng's heart was beating wildly. On the other side, the man in the black cape narrowed his eyes and watched everything with a mysterious gaze. He wondered how Chen Fan was going to block it. Facing this attack, Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he let out a roar and his body suddenly burst out with an unparalleled light. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. With a long roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. He reached out his hand and countless laws gathered to form a dragon diagram. Then, he slammed his hand down. He slammed it towards the thunder spear. What? He was going to block it with his bare hands? Everyone was going crazy. They were afraid that no one below the level 3 saint could block the spear. Humph, he was courting death. Lei Qianzhong sneered. In his opinion, Chen Fan was going to die after this attack. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Long Tu's large palm collided with the lightning spear, emitting a world-destroying energy fluctuation. Then, something terrifying happened. Such a powerful spear didn't pierce through Chen Fan's hand. Instead, it cracked under the force of the dragon diagram. Then, it shattered. How was that possible? What a violent energy! Was he still human? Screams and screams filled the air. Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The eldest young master was dumbfounded. Dreamy heaved a sigh of relief. As for the man in the black cloak, his eyes were incomparably bright. He stared at Lin Xian as if he wanted to see through him. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Your strength is really not enough. I really don't know how you managed to fool the lord of the 9 Netherbird clan. Since I have seen through your true strength, you should get out of my sight. Ah. Everyone's scalp tingled, especially those who knew Lei Qianjue's identity. Who was this man? How could he be so powerful? Many people even wondered if this man was the successor of the legendary great emperor, Yan Nantian. Because only the successor of a great emperor would be able to contend against such an exceptional genius with such a cultivation base. However, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace knew that it couldn't be Yan Nantian because Yan Nantian had been killed. Damn it, I'm so pissed. Lei Qianjue was so angry that his body trembled. At this moment, the black cloak to the side also opened his mouth. Lei Qianzhong, you are truly pitifully weak. To think that I wanted to fight with you. But now, it seems like you can't even withstand a single attack from me. I really don't know how you got your status. Damn it. Yuan Ma, don't be so arrogant, and you, kid, do you really think that this is my true strength? If I didn't seal my cultivation, I would have killed you with one attack. Let me tell you, my true strength is that of a third heaven sage. What? A third heaven sage? Everyone was going crazy. They had guessed that the man in the black cape was a third heaven sage. However, they didn't have any proof. They didn't expect Lei Qianjue to be a third heaven sage. Furthermore, the other party had said it himself, so it shouldn't be fake. No wonder Lei Qianjue was so noble. He was a third heaven sage. At such a young age, his cultivation was unparalleled. That's right, kid. Our Lord Lei is a real third heaven sage. How dare you provoke him? Kneel down, our Lord had only sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat him? You won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Lei Qianjue's companion sneered. He had never seen a third heavenly layer cultivator at such a young age. Where did he come from? Even Yan Nantian didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, he was much older than him and Yan Nantian by a few hundred years, but he was still considered young. It seemed that he was telling the truth. No wonder the black-cloaked man wanted to fight him. It seemed that the black-cloaked man was also a third heavenly layer sage. 2 third heavenly layer sages, both less than 1,000 years old, very young. Where did this person come from? Lin Xian had never heard of such a genius before. Was it sealed? Fine, I'll undo your seal. Let me see how powerful a third heavenly layer sage is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. His blood and qi were boiling. So what if he was a third heavenly layer sage? He, Lin Xian, had never been afraid of anyone. His heart filled with pride, he decided to fight with all his might. On the other side, terrifying lightning runes appeared on Lei Qianzhong's body. They were all formed by the Great Tao. Especially on his forehead, it was even more terrifying. That was where the seal was located. The lightning runes on it kept flashing and were about to loosen. At that moment, a beautiful figure floated over from afar. The moment she appeared, she said coldly, "Everyone, please stop. The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. I hope you won't make a big fuss." Everyone turned to look. Fatty exclaimed, "It's Sister Yanran." That's right, it was Nine Nether Yanran. She was dressed in purple and looked like a high and mighty fairy. She stopped the two of them. Lin Xian didn't move. On the other side, Lei Qianzhong's eyes flickered and the lightning runes on his body disappeared. Fine, I'll give you some face. He didn't make a move. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're lucky. I won't make a move for the sake of the living fossil's birthday. But just you wait. After the birthday, I'll personally make you wish you were dead. I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Yanran stood high up in the sky and looked at this scene. She turned her gaze and stared at Lin Xian. She was extremely surprised. Previously, she had only met Lin Xian once. At that time, Fatty had said that Lin Xian was a genius, but she had seen many geniuses. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. However, he didn't expect this person to be so extraordinary that he could force Lei Qianzhong to release the seal. You knew how terrifying Lei Qianzhong was. Lei Qianzhong wasn't from their galaxy, he was a genius from the second astral boundary. The ancient starry sky path was very long, and the starfield they were in was known as the first astral boundary. This was the original location of the ancient starry sky path. If they walked further in, they would arrive at the second astral realm. The forces of the second astral world were even more terrifying, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. For example, He Bifeng and Lei Qianzhong had reached the third firmament saint realm before they were 1,000 years old. It was truly incomparably terrifying. In addition to them, there were even more terrifying existences in the second astral realm. To be honest, if a genius from the second astral realm came to the first astral realm, he would be able to crush everything. Unless it was a great successor like Yan Nantian who had a super powerful divine ability, or a genius from the Nine Nether tribe who used a special sacred artifact, they would be able to contend against him. However, she didn't expect a first firmament saint to be able to fight Lei Qianzhong to such an extent. It was truly out of her expectations. It seemed that she would have to properly ask him who he was when she had the chance. "Kid, just you wait, you're dead." When Lei Qianzhong returned to his seat, the short-haired youth beside him threatened again. Lin Xian sneered. "I'm dead? I think you don't know what's good for you. Even your master doesn't dare to talk to me like that. How dare a lowly servant like you be so arrogant in front of me? If it wasn't for the Nine Nether tribe, you would already be a dead man. You're courting death." The short-haired youth trembled with anger. Lin Xian sneered. "What? You're not convinced and want to fight? Very well, do you dare to leave the Nine Nether tribe with me? Let's go somewhere else and fight to the death." Once these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the short-haired youth was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would dare to say such a thing. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. To be honest, he really couldn't beat Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was able to fight Lei Qianzhong to a standstill. Although Lei Qianzhong had sealed his cultivation, he still wasn't someone he could compare to. Seeing the other party hesitate, Lin Xian snorted. "What? You don't dare? Since you don't dare, then obediently scram and shut up. Even your master doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I'll say it again. I, young Master Jiao Lei, have sealed my cultivation. Otherwise, a third firmament saint can easily kill you." The short-haired youth retorted with a red face. When Lin Xian heard that, he laughed out loud. "How impressive! How impressive, you also know that your master is a third firmament saint. Then let me ask you, a third firmament saint can easily kill a first firmament saint. What's there to be proud of?" When he said this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the difference in strength between a first firmament saint and a third firmament saint was too great. If a third firmament saint wanted to fight, there was nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian continued. "Since there's nothing to be proud of, why do you keep talking about it? Could it be that you only have this much strength, or do you think that a third firmament saint killing a first firmament saint and succeeding is something to be proud of? Damn it, what are you trying to say?" Lei Qianzhong's face also turned cold. Lin Xian sneered. "What am I trying to say? I want to say, don't you call yourself a genius? Don't geniuses fight those above their level? You're a third firmament saint, why don't you kill fourth firmament and fifth firmament saints? Instead, you attack a first firmament saint. Where's your face? Also, even if you sealed your cultivation, so what? You're a second firmament saint, right? What about me? I'm a first firmament saint. There's still a gap of one firmament between us. But you still can't beat me. I really don't know what you have to be proud of. If I'm a second firmament saint, I'll kill you in seconds. People like you can't even beat those below their level, let alone fight those above their level. Are you worthy of being called a genius?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that not only was the opponent's strength shocking, but his mouth was also terrifying. Didn't he see that Lei Qianzhong was about to vomit blood? Sure enough, Lei Qianzhong's body was trembling. He was about to go crazy. To be honest, he really wanted to release the seal and kill the opponent. But in the end, he held back. "The next time we meet, I can guarantee that you'll be a dead man." After saying this, Lei Qianzhong turned and left quickly. The eldest young master's expression turned ugly. He originally held this sparring session to show off his strength and show off his esteemed guest, Lei Qianzhong, to make everyone admire him. However, he didn't expect Lei Qianzhong to be the one to make a fool of himself. This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. damn it, it was this guy who had messed up his plans. He coldly stared at Lin Xian, then glanced at the fatty. The fatty was so scared that his entire body turned cold. It's over, I've been targeted by the eldest young master. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Fellow Daoist, aren't your words a bit too much? The eldest young master coldly said. Lin Xian turned around. Oh, what, you still want to save face for that trash? Don't waste your energy, I've already given them a lot of face. Otherwise, do you think he would dare to fight me at the same level? The eldest young master's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything. He coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Same level battle? What a joke, Lei Qianzhong couldn't even defeat the eldest young master with his cultivation at the second sky. If he was at the first sky in the seal, he would probably be beaten up. Lei Qianzhong left, and so did the eldest young master. They all left in anger. Because if they stayed here, they would probably go crazy from anger. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this scene. However, at this moment, someone gently clapped. Wonderful, truly wonderful, truly wonderful, I haven't seen Big Brother so flustered and exasperated for many years. You've really opened my eyes. The one who spoke was the third young master. He was indeed very happy. Because in the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird clan, only the eldest young master was above him. If the eldest young master was unlucky, he would definitely step on him. Now that someone could make the eldest young master suffer, how could he not be happy? Brother, I sincerely invite you again. Are you interested in joining hands with me? We can create a golden era together. Join hands with you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I don't think you've forgotten, right? You wanted to attack me before, and even wanted to kill me. Just now, you even used your eldest young master to kill me. Do you think I'll join hands with you? Indeed, Lin Xian was also disdainful of the third young master. This third young master was too sinister and liked to use underhanded methods. Moreover, he had joined forces with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace. Why would Lin Xian team up with them? The fact that Lin Xian didn't attack the third young master was already giving the 9 Nether clan a lot of face. However, the third young master didn't seem to know. He even said proudly, brother, you're wrong. There are no eternal enemies, only common interests. If we work together, we can really combine our strengths. Hearing this, Fatty tensed up. F*CK, this OL3 is trying to poach me again. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Is that so? If you really want to join hands with me, it's not impossible. But what? Fellow Daoist, feel free to tell me. I can definitely do it. Third young master said hurriedly. To be honest, he was a little excited right now because from his previous performance, this Lin Xian wasn't any weaker than Lei Qianzhong. If he could recruit such a person to his side, then he would have the strength to fight against boss, can do anything? Isn't that a little too arrogant? Lin Xian shook his head. Why, are you doubting my strength? Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do. Third young master's eyes flashed with arrogance. He only lacked a strong assistant now. As long as he had a peerless genius by his side, he could definitely fight for the title of #1 among the younger generation of the 9 Nether clan. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, whatever conditions you have, I won't even frown. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled faintly. If you want to join hands with me, it's very simple. Get rid of all the nobodies around you. I don't need to be with these trash. Get lost. Trash. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt like their brains were about to explode. Who are these people beside the third young master? They are the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace. How terrifying are these people? They're definitely existences that can suppress an entire world. But they're actually trash in his eyes? Third young master was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. He was stunned for a moment. Beside him, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8-Wind Palace were enraged and stood up one after another. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. You want to die? They were really angry. What, you're not convinced that you're trash? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. If you're not convinced, then come out and fight. A battle to the death. When those words came out, those people on the other side almost vomited blood. Damn it, a battle to the death? What a joke. Even Lei Qianzhong couldn't beat him, how could they go up and watch? Isn't this bullying? Every one of them trembled with anger, but no one dared to accept the challenge. The scene became very strange for a moment. Many people around were speechless. They didn't know why Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. In fact, they didn't know the hatred between Lin Xian, the Dragon Valley, and the Vermilion Bird Palace. These major factions were still on the Lengyue planet, preparing to capture him. How could he show mercy to the disciples of these factions? Damn kid, tell us your name if you have the guts. A skypride from the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. You? You don't have the right to know. You're courting death. The skypride roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. Half of his face was smashed. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, if you say another word, I'll kill you without mercy. Pfft, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace vomited blood, but no one dared to speak again. The people from the Dragon Valley and Eight Wind Palace subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the third young master's face was incomparably pale. I invited you out of goodwill, but you attacked my friends. Isn't that too much? Don't forget, no matter how powerful you are, you're still a member of the younger generation, and this is the territory of the Abysmal Tribe. Judging from your tone, are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You can't even be polite to the wise, and you want to recruit sky prides? Dream on. I admit that you're right. This is indeed the territory of the Abysmal Tribe, but so. What? Can you represent the Abysmal Tribe? The third young master was stunned, and the others fell silent. Although the third young master was a skypride of the Abysmal Tribe and had an extraordinary status, no one would believe that he could represent the Abysmal Tribe. If he said that the living fossil could definitely represent the Abysmal Tribe. Third young master? He's too far away. Even the eldest young master isn't qualified. Since you can't represent the Abysmal Tribe, then what right do you have to threaten me with the Abysmal Tribe? Maybe in 2 days, the Abysmal Tribe will treat me as an important guest. At that time, you'll have to be respectful when you see me. Treat you as an important guest? Good. 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 I'd like to see what right you have to say such big words. The third young master's face was ashen. He waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Beside him, the experts from the Dragon Valley and Eight Emperors Palace also left. Before they left, their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The eldest young master and Lei Qianzhong left with their people, but the third young master also left with his people, and they were all angered by Lin Xian. The surrounding people felt that it was unreal. On Gold Planet, who dared to be disrespectful to the 2 young masters of the 9 Netherbird race? But now, someone actually did it. And no one dared to refute. It was a rare sight that happened once in 1,000 years. Brother, you're awesome. Really eye-opening. Didn't you see the sullen faces of Boss and Old 3? Haha, I probably won't forget it in my life. Too satisfying. Fatty was incomparably excited. He had been bullied by these 2 since he was young. Now that he saw their sullen faces, he really felt too good. He looked at Lin Xian with stars in his eyes. Brother, I'll follow you in the future. You're my boss. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Aren't you afraid that your 9 Netherbird race will fight it out with me? Fatty also laughed awkwardly. Indeed, in their 9 Netherbird race's territory, he was still the young master of the 9 Netherbird race. Now, he actually had to acknowledge a boss in front of everyone. If their elders knew, they would probably slap him to death. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, you don't have to acknowledge me as your boss. Let me ask you, do you want to be the boss of the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird race? Hearing that, Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother, what do you mean? Lin Xian laughed and then transmitted his voice. What I mean is that I don't like Old 3 and Boss. He was indeed right. He didn't like these 2 because they colluded with those people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. And with today's situation, those people definitely wouldn't let it go. Perhaps they might do something. you're saying that they will attack us? It can't be. Fatty's face was full of shock. Although such a thing happened today, Fatty felt that it wasn't very likely that it would be an assassination. Then, let's wait and see. Next, Lin Xian and the rest changed back. After returning, Lin Xian set up a formation. Then, they hid in another formation. In the latter half of the night, suddenly, a few dark shadows appeared in the void and charged towards them. The formation that Lin Xian set up was an illusion formation. There were illusions of him, Mang Mang, and Fatty inside. At this moment, the assassins charged towards the phantom. The strength of these people was extremely terrifying. They were all saints. Their attacks were all fatal. Moreover, their weapons were smeared with poison. Pung pung pung, the three assassins charged towards Fatty and the others. When the daggers cut through their bodies, the three assassins quickly retreated. They were incomparably confident because this poison was extremely terrifying. As long as one touched it, no one would be able to survive. What, am I right? Hidden in another array formation, Lin Xian said faintly. Fatty's face turned extremely ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he would have already been silently killed. Damn it. Damn it. Fatty gritted his teeth. Bro, tell me what you want me to do. I'll listen to you. Previously, the Fatty didn't think much of it. At most, he would be bullied. But now, Big Brother and Third Brother actually wanted to kill him. Fatty couldn't stand it. Since the other party has attacked us, we naturally have to fight back. However, killing the first and third young masters is too big of a target and will easily cause a commotion. This matter can wait. You can slowly deal with them in the future. What I can do now is to weaken the forces around them as much as possible. You want to make a move on the people around them? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. At least half of this matter was because of the people around them. Therefore, making a move on them can be considered as revenge. But we don't have enough manpower. Can you handle it alone? Lin Xian said, no problem. However, I still need your help. Fantasy and I will create a clone. Then, you will bring our clones to visit 9 Nether Yenran. Dream's true body and I will go kill those people. This way, even if those people suspect us in the future, 9 Nether Yenran will be our alibi and we will be safe. Alright. Fatty's eyes lit up. This time, he was going to do something big. Next, Lin Xian and Fantasy each created a clone. Fatty brought the 2 clones to 9 Nether Yenran's residence. Lin Xian and Fantasy's true bodies were hidden in the void. They were going to carry out an assassination. Fantasy would go to Third Young Master's residence and assassinate the Vermilion Bird Palace experts around him. As for Lin Xian, he was going to make a move on First Young Master's side. This time, it was an assassination. Therefore, they would take action very quickly. If they failed, they would retreat far away. In the hall, 9 Nether Yenran held a jade slip in her hand. Her exquisite face was filled with seriousness. Outside, a maid quickly walked in. Miss, 6th Young Master is outside. He wants to see you. 6th Young Master? 9 Nether Yenran stopped what she was doing and looked up. She asked, just him? The maid said, no, other than 6th Young Master, his 2 companions are also with him. Quickly ask them to come in. 9 Nether Yenran stood up. She was originally very interested in Lin Xian and wanted to find a chance to probe him. She didn't expect 6th Young Master to bring people here. This would save her a lot of trouble. She had to meet this mysterious young genius. 6th Young Master, please come with me. Sister Yenran wants to see you. The maid outside smiled. Good. Fatty also smiled. He quickly walked in with Lin Xian and Fantasy's clone. On the other side, in First Young Master's residence. First Young Master had originally prepared a banquet to celebrate. However, everyone was no longer in the mood. After Lei Qianzhou returned, he went into seclusion and didn't come out. He looked very angry. First Young Master went to invite him a few times, but to no avail. He could only give up. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley experts all had ugly expressions. damn it, it's all because of that despicable brat. Not only did he dare to offend young Master Lei, he even dared to provoke us. I really want to find a chance to kill him. Don't worry, we've already returned and said that we succeeded. That kind of poison can definitely kill them. That's natural. This poison was brought from the second astral realm. Even a third heaven saint wouldn't be able to resist it. Everyone sneered. First young master said, "All right, there are many things to do today. Everyone, rest early." With that, he left. Those people also returned to their own rooms, either to cultivate or rest. The night gradually quieted down. However, they didn't know that in the sky, a figure stood there like a demon, coldly looking down. Poison from the second astral realm. Humph. So it was you who did it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. A cold murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He already had a grudge with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the other major forces. Now that they attacked him again, Lin Xian's heart was filled with killing intent. Whoosh, a black aura rose from his body. It was demonic qi. At this moment, Lin Xian directly transformed into a demon. He also pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. His face was covered, only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The palace below was filled with a fire array. Countless flames formed a vermilion bird that coiled around a man. It was extremely mysterious. This was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was currently cultivating. Buzz, suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a trace of fear. He then looked around, but there was no one. He did not detect anything, but his heart was trembling uneasily. It was as if some danger was approaching. Was it an illusion? The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned and carefully sensed for a while, but he did not sense anything. He stared at his eyes again and turned his palms towards the sky, preparing to cultivate. Poof, suddenly, a black spear came out of his heart, stained with blood. It was extremely strange. The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace opened his eyes wide in disbelief. There was someone. There was indeed someone. But who was it? Why did he not sense it? He wanted to turn his head, but he did not even have the strength to do so. This attack caused his strength and vitality to rapidly drain away. His head only managed to turn halfway before he fell to the ground. His soul was instantly stared to death. The first one. The demonic figure withdrew the Great Destruction Spear. His eyes flashed with a golden light, and a cold aura tore through the void and disappeared. This was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Lin Xian was like a ghost, appearing in every palace. Every time he attacked, it was a fatal blow. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything, and the heavenly secret god I destroyed the opponent's soul. He was like the Grim Reaper in the darkness. In the end, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolation Palace, Dragon Valley, and other experts around the eldest young master were all killed. Throughout the entire process, these people did not resist at all. Buzz, after dealing with the last one, Lin Xian left completely. On the other side, Fantasy had also returned. How was it? Lin Xian asked. Fantasy nodded. It was all settled without anyone knowing. All right, let's go back. Lin Xian and Fantasy God I turned around and returned. In another palace, the fatty looked at the time and felt that it was about time, so he returned from 9 Nether Yenron's place. Who was this guy? 9 Nether Yenron's little face was a little gloomy. Until now, she still hadn't found out the other party's identity. She planned to wait for 2 days and find an opportunity to try again. The next day. There was only 1 day left before the living fossil's birthday banquet. The eldest young lord opened his eyes, recovering from his cultivation. He was going to look for Lei Qianzhong again as he would need to rely on him in the future. This time, he didn't plan to go alone. He planned to bring the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace with him. Thinking about it, Lei Qianzhong shouldn't be able to refuse to meet them. Someone, please invite the geniuses out. His subordinates hurried over, but soon, they heard screams. Eldest young master, this is bad, these people were scared shitless. The eldest young master's face sank. What was going on that made him so flustered? He was already in a bad mood, and the way his subordinates were behaving made him even more dissatisfied. He had to calm himself down first. The eldest young master took a sip of spirit tea. After a while, he asked, "Speak, what is it?" That subordinate was sweating profusely from anxiety, but in front of the eldest young master, he did not dare to be impudent at all. After the eldest young master spoke, he said, "Young master, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead." What? The eldest young master stood up abruptly, the spirit tea in his hand shattered. Not only that, the ground under his feet and the space behind him were also crumbling. It was a scene of apocalypse. The subordinate was so frightened that he fell to his knees, trembling. The eldest young master lifted him up. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace are dead, moreover, the experts from the Eight Wind Palace and Dragon Valley were all killed." "How is this possible?" The eldest young master's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe his ears. The geniuses he recruited were all dead. Impossible. He threw his subordinate to the side, turned into a streak of light, and rushed into the distance. Greetings to the eldest young master. In the distant palace, there were already many guards waiting. When they saw the streak of light, the guards bowed respectfully. The eldest young master ignored them and walked straight into the palace. In the next moment, he felt like he was struck by lightning. The person lying on the ground in front of him was a man. The vermilion bird totem on his body had dimmed, but he could recognize him at a glance. He was an expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Was he really dead? That was a saint. It was not an easy task to kill a saint completely. He went forward to check carefully. Then, his body turned even colder. He was indeed dead, and he was thoroughly dead. There was no possibility of him being revived. There was only one fatal wound. The person's heart was pierced by a sharp weapon. The eldest young master sensed carefully. He felt a trace of extremely terrifying aura. Was that demonic chi? He frowned, turned around, and ran toward the second palace. In the end, he found the same scene. An expert from the Eight Wind Palace had his heart pierced, leaving behind a trace of demonic chi. The third, the fourth, all of them died in the same way. Their hearts were pierced in an instant. But how was this possible? Their hearts were pierced? They could be revived even if they were killed, but now, these saints were all killed. Then, this attack wasn't an ordinary one that pierced the heart. It was a killing blow that wiped out all of their vitality, soul, and blood essence. What kind of attack was this? The eldest young master felt his scalp go numb. Ordinary saints couldn't do it. Unless it was a minor saint who attacked, the eldest young master felt a lingering fear. If that person wanted to attack him, would he be able to survive? He didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of something. Lei Qianzhong. He didn't care about anything else and quickly rushed to where Lei Qianzhong was. When he found out that Lei Qianzhong was fine and was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. "Someone, investigate this matter for me. Investigate thoroughly, who dared to attack him here? He must be torn into pieces." The eldest young master was furious. His subordinates quickly went to investigate. The news spread out. The third young master was the first to receive the news. When he received this news, he instantly became happy. Someone was going to target boss. Then, was this his chance? He needed to find someone to discuss this matter. However, when he found those geniuses, he was stunned. Those geniuses under him were all dead. Corpses from the Eight Wind Palace, Vermilion Bird Palace, and Dragon Valley all had their foreheads split open. "Arg," the third young master roared like a wild beast. "Damn it, check it out for me." He no longer had the mood to laugh because he suffered the same fate as the eldest young master. So many geniuses died here. They were killed in an instant. This was like an earthquake. This was no longer a matter between the two young masters, but the elders of the Paul Netherbird clan. The powerhouses moved out one after another, completely sealing off the golden fire plains. Someone dared to make a move in their territory, regardless of who it was. Once they found the culprit, they would kill him. For a moment, the undercurrents in Alchemy Valley surged, and the powerhouses inside went crazy. They were all guessing which ruthless person dared to do such a thing under the nose of the Paul Netherbird clan. Was he not afraid of being found out? However, after searching for a long time, they did not find the culprit, not even a suspicious person. That was even more shocking. That was impossible. Could it be that he had already left? Everyone guessed. First young master, third young master, and the others gritted their teeth because they thought of someone. Damn it, it can't be that kid, right? I'll go find sixth young master. They moved out one after another, heading towards the palace where the fatty was. Soon, they arrived at the palace where the fatty was and surrounded it. What was going on? The others also followed. When they saw this scene, they did not understand what was going on. Someone immediately guessed that it could not be that kid who did it, right? Are you talking about the young prodigy who shouted at Lei Qianzhou? They sucked in a breath of cold air and thought of Lin Xian. That was impossible. However, some people did not dare to believe it. Was the other party really that bold? We'll know when we see it. The truth will come out soon. Sixth young master, get out here, first young master roared, shaking heaven and earth. In the palace, the fatty's expression was anxious. It's over, they still came to find us. Could it be that we've been exposed? Lin Xian said. Don't worry, we definitely won't be exposed. Don't be nervous. The fatty nodded, took a deep breath, and then deactivated the array formation. Big brother, why are there so many of you here? What happened? What happened? First young master was furious when he heard that. How dare you play dumb in front of me? Tell that kid beside you to come out. Come out. Yes, that's right, tell him to come out and die. Third young master also shouted coldly, his eyes filled with incomparable killing intent. What? Why are you looking for me? Before the fatty could say anything, Lin Xian walked out and looked around coldly. I embarrassed you yesterday, and you're here to take revenge? This is in front of everyone. Don't you care about your family's reputation at all? Brat, stop pretending. It's not because of yesterday's provocation. It's because someone went to my palace last night and killed all the geniuses I invited. That's right, I invited the geniuses, but they were all killed. They're all geniuses from top forces. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Third young master gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me that the person you invited was killed? You dare to say that you didn't kill him? What a joke. Do you have any evidence? Lin Xian's face darkened as he knew that he couldn't speak carelessly. You two have lost experts, but why are you looking for me? Is it just because I've gone against you? What a joke. Then let me ask you, who are the people who died? Naturally, they were the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolation Palace. The eldest young master harumphed coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed even harder. You should know that these are all top geniuses. Those forces aren't any weaker than the Jirio family, right? I'm out of my mind. Go kill them. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I killed them? Could it be that you think my strength is so terrifying that I can kill so many experts silently? As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd started to discuss. Indeed, in a one-on-one fight, those people might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, it was also impossible for Lin Xian to kill them silently with one move. What was even more strange was that among them, they were all killed with one move. They didn't even have a chance to resist or call for help. This wasn't something a first heaven saint could do. It was at least a small saint, or very likely a holy venerable. Who knows if it's you? Your cultivation is so low, but your combat strength is so strong. It's very suspicious. That's right. Although there's no concrete evidence now, as long as we capture you and interrogate you, we'll definitely find out. I think it's better to collect your soul. The first and third young masters walked up, their eyes filled with killing intent. Soul search, everyone's scalps went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. Fatty was also unhappy. Big brother, third brother, aren't you going too far? Old Six, do you have the right to speak? Get lost, the first and third young masters roared. Fatty was so angry that his whole body trembled. F***CK. I'm going all out. I have to support Lin Xian now. He shouted coldly, when did your people die? Of course, it was last night. Be more specific. After midnight. Old Six, you can't protect him at all. Don't try to cover up the murderer. Otherwise, you'll end up very badly. The first young master's face was incomparably cold. Fatty clenched his teeth and said, if it happened last night, then it wasn't my brother who did it. Because at that time, my brother and I were chatting with Sister Yanran. What? As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The first and third young masters were also stunned. Chatting with Yanran of Nine Nether? How could it be, Old Six, if you want to talk nonsense, don't blame me for breaking your legs. How can I talk nonsense about such an important matter? Fatty gritted his teeth and said to the servant beside him, quickly go and invite Sister Yanran over. No need, I'm already here. A cold voice came from afar. Then, a beauty in purple walked over. Sister Yanran, you have to help me. Fatty said with an aggrieved face. Nine Nether Yanran looked at Fatty, then looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Then, she turned around and stared at the first and third young masters. She frowned and said, I've heard about what happened between the two of you. But this time, you're too arbitrary. You're arresting people without concrete evidence. This isn't the style of our Nine Nether clan. Yanran, are you going to protect him? The first young master asked coldly. Nine Nether Yanran said, I'm not protecting him. I'm just telling everyone the truth. Last night, I was indeed chatting with 6th young master Xin, and Miss Meng. I can guarantee this with my status. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect the other party to have such an obvious alibi. But thinking about it, a First Heaven sage wouldn't be able to do this no matter how powerful he was. The first and third young masters were obviously trying to find someone to take the blame. Sure enough, when the first and third young masters heard Nine Nether Yanran's words, their faces became extremely ugly. They weren't sure that the other party was the culprit, but they couldn't do so anymore. They had to find someone to give the Vermilion Bird Palace and 8-Wind Palace an explanation. Otherwise, when those experts came, they wouldn't be able to explain. Now that it was impossible to make Old Six and Lin Xian take the blame, they had to find another way. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. However, Lin Xian spoke up at that moment. Everyone froze and turned around. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. End of chapter 35:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.